What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Fairy Tale Guild Bloodbath at the start 1 foot Chapter 1 Start Shira Field. Chapter 1 Start Shira Field. The world of Aslant, the mainland of Ishgar, the small town of Magnolia, the gate of Fairy Tale of the Magister's Guild. Chen is looking at the white-haired young lady and the red-haired female knight who are fighting for him with his chin resting in boredom. What to say? A few days ago, I was born in New Daxia and grew up under the red flag. It is an exaggeration to say that I have a successful career, but it can also be called financial freedom. But after only one night, I crossed into this world from my comfortable floating bed. When I woke up, I was in a forest full of monsters. Can you look at the Shira field in front of you comfortably like now? As for the Shira field in front of me, it was all caused by Chen. In his previous life, Chen was a schoolboy when he was in school. After graduation, he used his own ability to make a career. He achieved it at the age of only 25, financial freedom. After transmigrating, although the body has become smaller and turned into a young lady of 11 or 12 years old, the temperament of a successful man is still there. This kind of temperament of a mature man, coupled with the handsome and lovely face now, is very suitable for little girls. Attraction is fatal. In addition, not long ago, Chen was tested by Ma Carlos for his excellent magic talent, so Mirajane, who is originally from the Appearance Association, wanted to teach Lin Yang the initial magic knowledge to facilitate Lin Yang's subsequent awakening of magic. As for Erza, she is not. The Appearance Association is only responsible for the people it brings, so it does its part to teach Lin Yang. Originally, Chen didn't care who was teaching, but the two of them didn't deal with each other at all. They both wanted to teach by themselves, and refused to let the other party teach. Up. I said, brat, why don't you go up and stop it? Wakaba Mine, an elite A-level mage from the Fairy Tale Guild, was smoking a cigarette and sitting side by side with Chen, exhaled a smoke ring, and said to Chen, I don't want to die young yet. Chen gave Wakaba a blank look, and then said in a sad tone, my small body can't withstand the blows of these two monsters. Looking at the battle scene that almost turned the ground in front of him, Chen shuddered, and couldn't help but move towards Wakaba's side. Haha, brat, it seems that you are not blessed to accept the beauty's favor. Wakaba was smoking a cigarette, and with a smile on his face that a man could understand, he teased Chen. Whispering, when I learn magic, I will definitely tidy them up. Let them face east so they don't dare to face west, let them cook and don't dare to wash the dishes. Advertisement not to be outdone, Chen directly turned back. I'm not like a certain uncle who doesn't even dare to fart when facing his wife. You brat, you're so uncute, then I won't participate in the troubles that follow. Wakaba patted his butt, turned around and left. Chen was taken aback when he saw Wakaba leaving, and then broke out in a cold sweat. He had forgotten that this world is a world of magic, where the strong are respected. It's just the most basic ability of a wizard. I just talked nonsense with Wakaba. Didn't it mean that Mirajane and Erza heard it? Hey, uncle, don't go. What should I do if you pat your butt and leave? Chen was clever and wanted to run after Wakaba, but just as he was about to get up, two delicate white palms appeared on both shoulders and pressed him to the ground hard. Ka. Chen's neck was like a rusty machine, and he turned his head to look behind him. At this moment, two young girls were looking at him with fire-breathing eyes. From Chen's line of sight, no matter what is it, Mirajane on the left or Erza on the right, at this moment, the whole body seems to be surrounded by terrifying flames. The blazing flames in his eyes make Chen dare not look directly at the two. Face. Well, what I just said was induced by that Uncle Wakaba, do you believe it? Chen pondered for a moment, then spoke weakly. What do you say? X2, it hurts. After hearing Chen's sophistry, Erza and Mirajane grabbed his shoulders even more forcefully. Chen felt that both shoulders were about to be crushed, and couldn't help begging for mercy. Why didn't you know it hurt when you had a fluffy mouth just now? After all, Erza's heart softened. Hearing Chen's pain, he couldn't help letting go, but at this age, Mirajane is still an extremely rebellious little sister, although she is not lacking in the tenderness of a girl. Let me tell you, you're a boy, you're a man if you dare to be brave, that's not what you said just now. Mirajane stretched her face in front of Lin Yang, and their faces were almost pressed together. Advertisement. Chen looked at Mirajane's beautiful face in front of him, and even the other's breath gently touched his face. Chen, who had never changed face in the face of countless temptations in his previous life, blushed for the first time. You must have heard wrong just now. Seeing that Chen's face turned red, Mirajane realized that the two were too close. She is still a girl after all, and she still needs a face, but her deadly enemy is still by her side, so she can't show her shyness. Look. Mirajane suppressed her embarrassment, let go of Chen, and then said as if nothing had happened. This time I misheard, and next time I'm talking nonsense, I'm not welcome. After Mirajane finished speaking, she flashed her little fist towards Chen, then turned and left, walked a few steps, as if thinking of something, then turned her head and said to Erza, who was about to take Chen away to teach him about magic knowledge. By the way, Armor Girl, today you come to teach Chen, and I'll teach the name. Let us see who has the stronger teaching ability. Okay, I have no objections in principle. Erza was planning to take Chen away to teach him at this moment, but when he heard Mirajane's words, he agreed without turning his head. See you tomorrow, handsome Chen. Mirajane was relieved to hear that Erza agreed. After all, there are not many peers in the current guild, but these peers are all young magicians. Children, Mirajane's mentality of wanting to be a teacher is overwhelmed, so she has to compete with Erza for the job of teaching Yi Chen. Mirajane looked at Yi Chen, who was dragged away with a face full of helplessness, with a funny face on his face, and then imitated those mature female wizards in the guild, and cast a wink at Yi Chen, which almost broke Yi Chen. Fang, as I said just now, although Mirajane is still young, she is already good-looking. Such a little beauty gave herself a wink. As a young lady who is already 25 years old, she can't help it. After a sway, he quickly collected his mind and began to recite silently. If your heart is icy, you won't be surprised when the sky falls. Starting in 3 years, the maximum death penalty. Chapter 2 Magic Chapter 2 Magic, Yi Chen, how much do you know about magic? In Magnolia's park, Erza began to teach Yi Chen, how much do you know? Yi Chen pondered for a while, and began to recall his impression of fairy tale in his previous life, then sorted out his speech a little bit and said, I think magic is a kind of supernatural power, which is the result of the resonance of the magician's own power and the power of nature. Erza looked at Yi Chen with some surprises. He didn't expect Yi Chen to have such a deep understanding of magic. He only learned about it after groping for a long time after awakening magic. But now Lin Yang is still an ordinary person, no wonder Mr. Carlos Ma is so fond of Yi Chen. He has such a high understanding and a strong talent. Once he learns magic, he will become the pillar of the next generation of fairy tale in a short time. You're right. Basically, there's a magic factor in all things in the world, and it circulates among all things. The magic power of our mages comes from this. By controlling the magic power in our bodies, to cast the magic. Then let me introduce the types of magic. Our magic is roughly divided into 2 types. One is the magic that relies entirely on oneself, called the ability system, like Grey's ice modeling magic, Natsu's fire dragon slayer magic, etc. All rely on oneself. The second type is holding magic, such as celestial spirit magic, one of the mainstream magic on the mainland, which relies on the key that can open the door to fight, and the extremely common magic swordsman, all possess magic. Then Erza's magic is also possession type magic? After hearing Erza's introduction, Yi Chen immediately asked, is it mine? No, my magic, knight, is a space type magic. As for the armor you think, I spent my own money to build it. I usually put it in a night space and change it when I need to fight. So it is neither a possession system nor an ability system. After all, whether it is the possession system or the ability system, it is only a rough division. The boundaries of some magic are not clear. For example, Mirajane accepts magic. It is said that it is an ability system, but it must first receive monsters. It is said that it is a possession system, because the essence of magic is to receive magic, so just listen to it, don't pay too much attention to it. Advertisement, Yi Chen listened to Erza's explanation and nodded. As a teacher, Erza is quite qualified. The next thing is the basic knowledge of magic. You just said that magic is the result of the resonance between the power of the mages and the power of nature. Therefore, when the mages cast magic, there will be magic circles. It doesn't make sense. The magic circle of magic doesn't work because. With Erza's simple explanation, Yi Chen has a preliminary concept of magic. I have to say, probably because of his 2 lives, Yi Chen's spiritual power far exceeds that of ordinary people. So his perception and understanding are also stronger than ordinary people. Much more, he could understand the magic knowledge that he had never been exposed to before today. After Erza finished teaching, Yi Chen even felt that magic was nothing more than that. Okay, after introducing the basic information of magic, you must keep in mind what I'm going to say next. Yeah, Mr. Erza, please tell me. Seeing Erza's serious face, Yi Chen couldn't help but sit upright and listen carefully. No matter what kind of magic it is, after all, it is based on magic power. If the magic power is strong, the magic power will be strong. If the magic power is weak, no matter how strong the magic power is, it will be useless. Maybe you don't have any idea now. After you awaken the magic, you will understand. Okay, that's all for today's explanation. Tomorrow we'll be here again. Mirajane will come to teach how to awaken magic. Erza nodded in satisfaction, and then signaled the end of today's explanation. In the evening, in the tavern of the Fairy Tale Guild, Yi Chen was sitting next to the groom Carlo after dinner, and the parents chatted briefly. By the way, Yi Chen, I heard that Erza started teaching you the basics of magic today. Any thoughts? Ma Karloff took a sip of beer and asked Yi Chen, slightly drunk. It's okay, although it's the first time I've come into contact with magic, it doesn't feel difficult. Advertisement, boy, don't talk too much. Although magic exists in everyone's body, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is 1 in a million that can be guided to become a magician. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Carlos Ma couldn't help but said, in his opinion, this is just a common fault that geniuses make, and it's not a big deal, just blow it off. Let's put it this way, it usually takes about a month for the average person to perceive the first ray of magic power, and 10 days and a half months for those with better talents. For some geniuses, it takes about a week. For some monster-level geniuses, 3 days may be enough, of course. For the suddenly awakened magic like Erza and Mirajane, that's another story. Ma Karloff took a sip of beer. It was probably rare to be able to teach a novice Xiaobai, so he couldn't help but continued to introduce to Yi Chen. By the way, old man, I have always had a question, that is the magic learned stronger, or the magic awakened by oneself is stronger? Yi Chen asked a question in his heart. He wanted to ask this question a long time ago, but it was obviously inappropriate to ask Erza and Mirajane. He originally planned to ask Wakaba and Mikao when he met them, but he has not seen him today. I heard that the two of them had accepted the mission and went out. Now that Carlos Ma is in front of his eyes, it is more appropriate to ask him directly than to ask Wakaba and Mikao. It's hard to say. The magic learned and the magic that relies on self-awakening are essentially not strong or weak, only whether they are suitable or not. That's it, then I understand, as Erza said, it is not the magic itself that determines the strength of magic, but the magic power of the mage itself. Hey, brat, Erza even told you this, and he understood quite quickly. Hey, don't even look at who I am. Stinky boy, you are very skilled at hitting snakes with sticks. Chapter 3 System Chapter 3 System, Stinky boy, today's crime is in my hands. The next day, it was still in the civic park of Magnolia. Mirajane was looking at the handsome boy Yi Chen with a smile on his face, and beside him were two followers, namely Mirajane's younger brother Alfman Strauss and younger sister Lasana Strauss. Sister, be a lady, otherwise no one will want you when you grow up. Lasana, you're very verbose. Having said that, Mirajane still restrained herself a bit, then she collected her mentality and began to teach Yi Chen. Erza should have told you something about magic yesterday, right? Yes. Is there anything you don't understand? You can ask me. I know a lot more than that armor girl Erza. Mirajane does not forget to belittle Erza at this moment and elevate herself. No need, I already understand the basics. I will save the rest and teach it later. What I am more interested in is how to learn magic. TCH, it's not cute. Forget it, since you are so eager to learn magic, let me tell you, first of all, you have to calm down and feel the magic of nature, and then. While listening to Mirajane's teaching, Yi Chen began to practice the actual operation. Gulu gulu. After taking a sip of the water Lasana handed over, Mirajane stretched her body a bit and continued. Having said so much, you don't have much intuitive feeling, so I'll let you take a look at my receiving magic, let you have intuitive feeling. Accept the whole body Satan's soul, advertisement. I have to say that Mirajane is worthy of being a genius. At such a young age, he was able to cast full body reception Satan's soul. You must know that Alfman, who is also a user of receiving magic, has already mastered the whole body reception. It's in the ghost story. Amazing. Sister Mira, you are the best. Before Yi Chen said anything, Alfman and Lasana on the side began to praise Mirajane continuously. This form of Satan's soul can give me extremely strong strength and speed, as well as almost immune resistance to poison. The only weakness is that it consumes a lot of magic power. With my current magic power, it won't last long. Mirajane said to Yi Chen while moving her body casually. It's amazing, it's really amazing. Next, give it a try and see if you can feel the magic factor of nature. Mirajane released the reception, exhaled a foul breath, and then said to Yi Chen. Okay, I'll try. After speaking, Yi Chen closed his eyes and began to perceive the so-called magic factor in nature. Ding. The magic power in the host body is detected, and the system starts to load. 1%, 2%, 3%, 45%, 46%, 47%, 98%, 99%, 100%. The system loaded successfully. Dear host, the super template system is at your service. Just when Yi Chen was perceiving the magic factor with all his strength, but couldn't perceive it for a long time, the system sounded, and before Yi Chen could react, the system was loaded. System? So this is the gold finger that I traveled through? Advertisement. Yi Chen was still a little nervous at first, but after the system was successfully loaded, he calmed down completely. At first, he thought that his magical talent was the benefit of being a traveler, but he wanted to transform his magical talent into real strength, but he would have to pay a high price. In his previous life, he was able to achieve financial freedom before the age of 25. Luck accounted for a considerable proportion. In this life, he can't do it. He can also rely on luck to improve his strength. Soon, after a few minutes of exploration, Yi Chen had a full understanding of his system. The so-called super template system is to provide the special energy required by the system by itself. With this energy, you can extract the templates of the powerful people from the heavens and myriad worlds saved in the system. When you load the extracted templates, you will have all the strength and items of the strong man. For example, if you extract the Hawkeye template from one piece, you will have everything that Hawkeye has, whether it is swordsmanship or domineering, and even the Black Sword Knight, one of the supreme swords. For example, if Xiaoji's template is extracted from the Pokemon, then even the Pokemon that Xiaoji has obtained all along will also be owned together. As for the extraction template, the follow-up is to extract every 10,000 points of energy. Now as a novice benefit, the system will give it away once. As for the so-called special energy, according to the system, it can be any energy, but the ratio of exchange is all. The template levels are divided into F level, E level, D level, C level, B level, A level, S level, and the system's so-called X level 10 level. Of course, it does not mean that once the template is extracted, it can be used directly. It depends on Yi Chen's own strength. If the strength is weak, the loading time will be slow, but if the strength is strong, the loading time will be fast. There is no way to use it when loading. It can display a certain strength, but there is no way to fully display it. The loading of templates is always fast at the front and slow at the back, not at a uniform speed. F level is equivalent to ordinary people, similar to the ones in daily dramas. E level already has a certain combat power. For example, Maori Lanjing in the world of Conan and the like are basically equivalent to normal human beings. The limit that can be achieved, The D class already has the strength of 1 against 100, such as the lieutenant-level officer in One Piece, the pirates of tens of millions to 300 million levels, and the elite Junin in Naruto. All at this level. As for the introduction of the C level according to the system, it is already quite powerful. The Major General in One Piece, the Quasi-Cage level in Naruto, and the level 5 in the list of forbidden books of magic, except for the first and second level 5, are all in this category, equivalent to the world's S-level magician to the last 6 Holy 10 magicians. B level is already quite scary, the Commodore in One Piece, the major signboards of the pirates, the Super Cage Madara Uchiha in the Naruto world, Senju Hashirama, Accelerator in the list of forbidden books of magic, Emperor Wangan, the God's right seat except the fire on the right, the other 3 seats in the world of fairy tale, that is the existence of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. A level, the 3 generals in One Piece, the 4 emperors, several powerhouses and the 6 paths in Hokage, equivalent to the world of fairy tale, the black dragon Ikunoralia, the ancestor of the black mage Zareth, this level exists. As for S level and X level, according to the system, Yi Chen's strength is not enough, and he is not allowed to know. It is said that the A level is equivalent to the strongest level on the surface, then the S level must be able to blow up the planet, and so on, then the X level should not be the level of a single universe, right? How is it? Do you feel it? Just when Yi Chen was thinking wildly, Mirajane's curious voice pulled his thoughts back. Yi Chen calmed down and said to Mirajane while using the number of random templates given by the system to extract templates. Of course, who do you think I am? System, start extracting templates. Chapter 4 True Ancestor Chapter 4 The Fourth True Ancestor. System, start extracting templates. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have drawn a B-level template, the fourth true ancestor. With the end of the lottery draw, Yi Chen's popularity exploded immediately, and he obtained the fourth true ancestor template. The so-called true ancestor is the name of the strongest vampire king. The true ancestor is the ancestor of the vampire blood family. The intrinsic accumulation time makes the true ancestor have supreme power, which is completely different from ordinary vampires in terms of vitality and combat effectiveness. Under normal circumstances, even if they are killed by a pierced heart, they can still be revived. The true ancestor is the ancestor of vampires, with the most powerful magical power. It is equivalent to a country's army and also controls the terrifying beasts of the true ancestor level that are like natural disasters. The true ancestor is a human being cursed with immortality by the ancient gods. Ordinary vampires are not completely immortal. If the brain that controls magic power and the heart that controls blood circulation are seriously injured, they will definitely die. It can be resurrected even if it is rotten or its heart is pierced. It is a lonely person who lives in eternity. The longer a vampire experiences, the more powerful it will be through the accumulation of strong feelings and desires. As the ancestor of the vampire, the true ancestor of the vampire has accumulated a proud and powerful power over a long period of time, whether it is a human or a demon. Nothing can match this power. After reading the introduction of the template, Yi Chen was overjoyed, but then fell into deep sadness. The difference in strength between the two sides is too large. According to the system, with his current state, he can deal with F-level and E-level templates in minutes. It can be loaded, and the loading of templates above D-level is already calculated on a daily basis. If you want to completely load a template at C-level, even the weakest one, it will take more than a year. As for B-level, judging from the information Yi Chen obtained from the system, if the B-level template has not become stronger, if it wants to be fully loaded, it will be calculated according to 100 years. Feel it so soon? It's worthy of being someone that the old man is optimistic about. When Yi Chen was still sad, Mirajane's surprised voice rang in Yi Chen's ear. When Yi Chen came back to his senses, Mirajane was lying down and looking at Yi Chen, as if to see some flowers from Yi Chen. Come average. HMPH, it's just a matter of minutes to feel the magic factor. Besides, I just sensed the magic factor of nature. I also awakened the magic. Huh? Are you kidding me? When Mirajane heard Yi Chen say that she not only sensed the magic factor, but also awakened the magic, she didn't believe it at all. Even she herself was awakened when she was threatened with death. Satan, Erza also awakened the night, only when his mood fluctuated violently under similar circumstances. And Yi Chen didn't even have the slightest threat now, and his mood was very normal. How could he awaken magic so easily? In this case, a mage who relies on his own awakened magic is too worthless. Do not lie to you, advertisement, just wait, because it may take a long time for the first time. Yi Chen also seemed to have turned into a child in his mind at this moment. Facing Mirajane's doubts, he was directly ready to prove that he was right with facts. Of course, it would be correct to regard Yi Chen's system as magic, so what Yi Chen said was justified. Heh, I don't believe it, show me. Mirajane looked at the confident Yi Chen, and couldn't help but feel a little shaken in her heart, but she still spoke firmly. My magic is similar to your receiving magic, except that it is not receiving but copying, and what is copied is not the souls of monsters or animals in our world, but the existence of other worlds. Other worlds? Similar to the celestial spirit world? After listening to Yi Chen's speech, Mirajane believed more than half of it in her heart. After all, in addition to the Aslant world and the main world, the existence of the celestial spirit world is still well known in this world. Although not many people know about other worlds, but it does exist. For example, in the world of Idellas, Mirajane has seen similar introductions in the library of the guild. Copy. The fourth true ancestor, Yi Chen shouted loudly, and whispered an order to the system in his heart. System, Load the B-level template, the fourth true ancestor. Received. Start loading. Embarrassing, very embarrassing. Chen didn't expect that. Even if the system explained that the loading of the A-level template was very slow, he didn't expect it to be so slow. Even if it was only the initial loading, it had been an hour, and it's still not loaded yet. I said, have you awakened? It's been so long. Mirajane looked at Chen standing awkwardly under the shade of the tree, and couldn't help but tease. Advertisement, could it be that the cowhide is blown? Long-winded, it will be ready soon. Chen couldn't hold back his face. He was so confident just now, but he didn't want to fall into the pit directly. System, load it quickly, I can't bear the face of your host. Fortunately, the super template system has no awareness. If there is, Chen will definitely be killed with a sip of salt soda. Who told Chen to pretend by himself? I don't know that the loading of B-level templates is very slow. Load 1%. Boom. As the template of the true ancestor of the vampire was successfully loaded by 1%, a huge and terrifying magic power emerged from Chen's body. The power from the true ancestor of vampires was shown in this world for the first time, and the huge magic power even set off waves of airwaves, knocking Alfman and Lasana, who were almost defenseless, to the ground. If Mirajane hadn't been as strong, his reflexes are extremely abnormal, and he will definitely be in a mess this time. Okay, so strong. Better than Sister Mira. Alfman and Lasana were lying on the ground at this moment, blinded by the airwaves. They could barely see Chen's figure, and couldn't help sighing in unison. This is too exaggerated. Mirajane has accepted the soul of Satan at this moment, surrounded by pitch-black magic power, which blocks the airwave formed by the explosion of Chen's magic power, but it is still difficult to hide the shock in his heart. You know, this is the first time Chen has shown magic. It's so strong for the first time, but when you get used to it, it's hard to imagine how strong it will be. Chapter 5. The Awakening of the Beast. Chapter 5. The Awakening of the Beast. In Fairy Tale's Guild Tavern, Carlo, who was listlessly drinking beer, suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of Chen Mirajane in surprise. This magical power is not inferior to an A-level mage at all, but it is not hostile at all, and it seems to have just awakened. That direction is where Mirajane taught Chen. Could it be that Chen's magic has awakened? Thinking of this, Ma Karloff directly used his magic power and galloped towards where Chen and Mirajane were. Well, let me tell you, I have awakened my own magic. Chen said triumphantly, the magic power all over his body surged, setting off waves of air, causing Mirajane to roll his eyes at Chen, and couldn't help but be stunned. Don't be complacent. What's the use of magic power alone? How to use these magic powers? Turning magic power into combat power is the most important thing. As an experienced user of receiving magic, Mirajane knows very well that receiving magic is really powerful, but how to use it perfectly is the real difficulty. Hey, I know this. The true ancestor I copied, in addition to copying the magic power of the true ancestor, also copied the knowledge of how to use this power. When Mirajane heard Chen's words, she was really going to be P********* off. She only received the demon's magic power and physique. As for how to use it, it all depends on her own development, but Chen's magic has its own got an instruction manual on how to play. Too much. Stinky boy, you still haven't put away your magic. Just when Chen was about to speak, Carlo Ma's displeased voice rang in the ears of the four of them, but even though he was unhappy, Carlo Ma's old face was smiling like a chrysanthemum at the moment, and he knew that Carlo Ma's husband is in such a good mood. Huh, Chen breathed out a foul breath, put away the magic power that was released, and the magic power that soared into the sky also subsided. The citizens who had to lie on the ground because of Chen's actions just got up one after another, surrounded them, and faced Chen, pointed and whispered something. Stinky boy, your magic has awakened. How did you awaken? Oh, I see, thank you, Mirajane. Ma Karloff looked at Chen curiously, and then saw Mirajane at full firepower, and directly imagined that Mirajane taught Chen in the simplest and rude way in order to awaken Chen's magic as soon as possible, that is, fighting. I always feel that you were thinking of something bad, old man. Mirajane looked at Carlos the Stable's weird eyes. Although he didn't know Carlos the Stable's imagination at all, he also knew that it was definitely not a good thing. Advertisement. Chen probably guessed what Carlos the horse was thinking, but he didn't expose it, he just opened his mouth. Grandpa, the magic I awakened is similar to receiving magic, but unlike receiving magic, my magic is copying, which can copy the power and knowledge of strong people in other worlds. Other worlds? Similar to the worlds of Celestial Spirit and Idalis? Ma Karlov thought for a moment, and then put this matter behind him. This is a magical world, and anything can happen. There are no other worlds. It's not a big deal, it's not a big deal. However, this magic also has a disadvantage, that is, unless the power and knowledge of the cloned strongman are fully integrated, there is no way to make a new copy, and the strongman I copied this time is the strongest in his world. One of them is the Yebo called the fourth true ancestor Yangwang. The true ancestor is a human being cursed with immortality by the ancient gods in his world. Ordinary vampires are not completely immortal. If the brain that controls magic power and the heart that controls blood circulation are seriously injured, they will definitely die. But the true ancestor can be resurrected even if his brain is smashed or his heart is pierced. He is a lonely person who lives in eternity. The longer a vampire experiences, the more powerful it will be by accumulating strong feelings and desires, and the true ancestor of the vampire, as the ancestor, has accumulated a proud and powerful power over a long period of time. It is so powerful that it is unimaginable. Because of this, I estimate that I will not be able to copy the power and knowledge of the new strong for quite a long time. However, as my own magic power grows, the fusion time will become shorter and shorter. Yi Chen told Mr. Carlo about the predicament he was in now, and Mr. Carlo thought for a while and replied. Normally, the more powerful the magic is, the more powerful the side effects are. Relatively speaking, your side effects are already very small. According to what you said, you have just copied the opponent's strength and knowledge, and there is still a considerable distance from complete fusion, and you are already so powerful. That is to say, as long as you complete the fusion step by step, you will definitely become the top in the world. The strong. Boy, I really didn't expect you to get the ticket to become a top powerhouse so easily, but don't relax. There are many strong people in this world, and there are even stronger people above the strong. Dare to say, I must be the strongest at that time. Mrs. Ma Carlo said to Yi Chen earnestly, and Yi Chen couldn't help but nodded. Others don't know, but Yi Chen knows very well. In this world, let's not talk about Akunoralia, the last feather, Zareth, the ancestor of black mages, and Anka Ramal, who still exists in the dark. God was enough to keep him on his toes. Among other things, the contradictory curse of God Ansel Ramal alone makes Zareth an existence similar to the true ancestor of vampires. Who knows how strong he is? Even the fourth primogenitor in his heyday, Yi Chen didn't think that he would be the opponent of Akunoralia, the last feather, Zareth, the ancestor of the black mages, let alone the god Ansel Ramal. By the way, old man, the strong man I copied has a shortcoming. If he wants to fully exert his full power, he needs a psychic medium. Advertisement, psychic. Well, it's the blood of a female wizard with excellent qualifications. Ma Karloff stared at Yi Chen with a perverted look, which made Yi Chen feel uncomfortable, but in order to fully display the power of the fourth primogenitor in the future, it is necessary to use a psychic to awaken the beast. That, or try my blood. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Mirajane, who already had some affection for Yi Chen, volunteered to stand up. Mirajane. Okay, let's try it, but I'm going to watch. With the permission of the horseman Carlo, Yi Chen came behind Mirajane, his sharp fangs slowly sticking out. Thank you, Mirajane. We are partners. After a while, Yi Chen absorbed enough blood, and along with the 12 beasts that had received the fourth primogenitor, one of them finally began to wake up. All right. Yi Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and slowly helped the pale-faced Mirajane aside, then his face was serious, and the magic power on his body began to boil slowly. In the name of my Yi Chen, liberate your shackles and wake up. Beast number 12, Ice of the Enchantress. Chapter 6. The Terrifying True Ancestral Beast. Chapter 6. The Terrifying True Ancestral Beast. Come into the world. Beast number 12, Ice of the Demon Girl. As Yi Chen yelled, an extremely cold air emerged from Yi Chen's body, and then a beast in the form of a combination of a mermaid and a demon bird appeared in front of everyone. With its appearance, what should have been because of the summer, Magnolia's Civic Park was extremely hot. At this moment, the temperature dropped sharply, and many people even started to sneeze. It's so cold, this little guy doesn't look as old as my son, but he is already a mage, amazing. Haha, it seems that our Magnolia will soon have another amazing wizard. That's right, I'm very optimistic about this kid. Unfortunately, I gave birth to a son. If it's a daughter, I really want to marry a child. The appearance of the enchantress is calming. Apart from the sudden drop in temperature, nothing else happened. After all, people in this world have been nourished by magic power for a long time, and their physical strength is very high. It is only a few degrees below zero, and they are still within the tolerance range. That's because the sudden change from hot summer to cold winter made me uncomfortable. Kang Bing of the Enchantress, put away your power. The Enchantress Shikong Bing nodded, and then the huge cold air slowly disappeared, and the surrounding temperature soon returned to normal. Alfman and Mirajane, who had felt cold because of the appearance of the Enchantress Shikong Bing, hugged Mirajane together. Lasana also let go of Mirajane. As for Carlos the Stable, he was 10 wizard saints, and he didn't pay attention to this temperature change. It's very powerful, very powerful. I can feel the terrifying magic power from its body. It can be said that just this beast, brat, you are enough to become an S-rank mage. Ma Karloff looked up and down for a while, and expressed his judgment. By the way, you just said that this is the 12th beast? Does that mean there are other beasts besides this one? Yes, there are a total of 12 beasts, each of which is no worse than the demon girl's Kang Bing. What a terrifying powerhouse. Ma Karloff couldn't help sighing. This so-called true ancestor, just like what Yi Chen said in the introduction, can really fight against a country by one person. Okay, put it away. Since you have become a mage, brat, you can no longer eat and drink for free in the guild. You should go to work. Advertisement. But before that, you escort Mirajane back. Remember to come to me tomorrow morning. Receive. In the evening, Yi Chen and Mirajane, who had recovered, walked side by side on the bank of the river, like a pair of golden couple. You can accept the task tomorrow. Why don't you form a team with me, and I will take you. Mirajane was silent at first, until the two walked a considerable distance. Mirajane mustered up the courage to open his mouth to invite Yi Chen. Yi Chen was taken aback for a moment, then thought about it. He didn't understand anyway, so he could just follow Mirajane. Okay, I'll tell the old man tomorrow, and I don't think the old man will object. Then see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. The next day, Yi Chen went out from the boys' dormitory provided by the guild. As soon as he went out, he saw Gray, who was bored at the door, as if he was waiting for someone. Morning, Gray. Morning. Yi Chen took the initiative to say hello to Gray, and was about to leave the dormitory to go to the guild tavern. And many more. Gray first subconsciously responded to Yi Chen's greeting, and then quickly stopped Yi Chen. What's wrong? Yi Chen looked at Gray curiously. He had only been in this world for a long time, and he had no interaction with Gray, one of the protagonists, so he was a little curious about what Gray wanted to stop him. Well, I heard from Alfman that you have been approved by the old man, and you can accept the task? Yes, there is such a thing. Advertisement? Then what? Can you take me with you? I don't want a reward, I just want to feel the process of completing the entrusted task. Gray said with some embarrassment that the current Gray is still very weak, and Carlos Ma has not allowed Gray to accept the task, so Gray has been envious of the entrustment on the taskbar for a long time, but it happens that among his peers there are only 4 people qualified to take over the task, namely Laxus, Erza, Mirajane, and now Yi Chen. Well, I'm sorry, I've already made an appointment with Mirajane, and we'll form a team together, and I think, even if I agree to your request, the old man will not agree. You are still young, those tasks are too far away from you. Yi Chen preached to Gray with the appearance of an adult, and Gray saw black lines, but he also knew that Yi Chen was right. Although he has a certain strength now, he is far from the weakest D. There is still a distance between level wizards. Carlos Ma also said that when he reaches D-level magicians, he can accept tasks normally. In the tavern of the Fairy Tale Guild, Yi Chen looked at the groom Carlo hurriedly at this moment. He was already a little impatient for his next task. Smelly boy, have you been waiting for a long time? Ma Karloff spoke calmly, then took out 3 task sheets from behind his back, and placed them in front of Yi Chen. This is your task today. Damn, it made me excited in vain. Yi Chen looked at the contents of the 3 task lists in front of him, and was speechless for a while. These 3 task lists were to find the lost cat, help the grandmother collect firewood from the suburbs, and clean the nursing home. These tasks were far from the tasks in his mind. Big. What do you think? Ma Karlov looked at Yi Chen, who was speechless, and said with some amusement, speaking of it, no matter who it is, the first task it takes is such a trivial matter. It's nothing more than understanding the process of the task and being familiar with the relevant content of the task, but no matter who it is, it will show an expression similar to Yi Chen, whether it's Laxus, Mirajane or Erza. Old man, you saw my strength yesterday, so can't you find some suitable tasks for me? These are just right for you. Yi Chen could only helplessly accept the careless Mr. Carlo. After all, apart from these 3 tasks, Mr. Carlo would not give himself any new tasks. Then I team up with Mirajane, it's okay. That's no problem. I'm relieved to have Mirajane take you with me. Chapter 7 The plot begins. Chapter 7 The plot begins. The Kingdom of Fury, the port city, Harjin, Natsu and Happy are walking listlessly on the streets. Really, I took the train twice. No way, who made you so afraid of transportation, Natsu? And I'm starving to death. Who told us that we don't have a dime on us? Natsu and Happy complained to each other while complaining to each other. It would be great if Yi Chen was here, just ask him to treat us to delicious food. Love, I said Happy, the dragon should be referring to Ignir, right? Certainly, because apart from Ignir, I really can't think of anything else. That's true. Natsu and Happy walked unsteadily along the street, discussing the information they had obtained, and at this moment, a white palm was placed on Natsu's shoulder. Yo, Natsu, Happy, why are you here too? Just as Natsu's hand was already burning with flames, and when he was about to turn around and hit the guy behind him, a familiar voice rang in the ears of both of them. Yi Chen? X2. Why are you here? X2 Natsu and Happy turned around and said in unison, and both looked at Yi Chen with tears in their eyes. Hey, don't look at me like that, those who don't know think I have some special hobbies. Watch, okay, I'll treat you to something delicious, it's okay. Yi Chen said with some helplessness, anyway, every time I meet Natsu and Happy, I always have to ask them to have a rub, otherwise I will be looked at by the tearful eyes of the two, no matter who it is, I can't stand it. Thank you, I knew it, Yi Chen, you were a great person. Love. Advertisement. Just when the two of them were about to find a small restaurant to have a good meal, a loud noise came from not far away. Master Fire Dragon, so handsome, look at me, Lord Fire Dragon. Hearing the bursts of voices, Natsu stopped directly and didn't hear anything else, but Natsu could hear the word, Fire Dragon, clearly. Go and have a look if you want to go, I'll wait for you in this restaurant. Natsu's mind was not on Yi Chen's side for a long time. Hearing what Yi Chen said, he ran towards the crowd, but Yi Chen didn't stop him. He knew that Natsu was destined to return disappointed. After all, if nothing else, just with the size of the fire dragon Ignilu, how could it land in the city? A moment later, when Yi Xiao was eating food in a restaurant with an elegant demeanor, Natsu and Happy walked in a daze, followed by a blonde and fierce girl. Even if it was the first time Yi Chen met, he knew that the fierce girl is the heroine of fairy tale, Lucy, Heartphilia. Here, Natsu, how is it? Did you get what you wanted? No, let's eat something first. Who is this? Ji Li Walla at percent. What are you talking about? I can't hear you clearly, can you swallow it down first? Gulu. Natsu directly swallowed his mouthful of food, and the corners of Yi Chen's eyes twitched while watching this scene. You thought you were the sun god Luffy from the One Piece world next door, relying on the characteristics of rubber to eat and drink in one gulp. Well, sorry, my name is Lucy, I really thank you just now. Lucy looked at Natsu as if he was reincarnated from starvation, The corners of his eyes were twitching, and then he let out a long sigh of relief. Luckily he didn't pay for the dinner himself, otherwise, with Natsu's appetite, his wallet would suffer disaster today. You're welcome, you should. Natsu directly interrupted Lucy's thanks, but after what Yi Chen said just now, he didn't dare to eat as wildly as before. After all, he was taught by Yi Chen once because of the problem of eating appearance, and every time he ate when I was eating, I didn't dare to eat so wildly. Just because Ignilu hadn't hit too hard, I forgot about it. By the way, the man named Fire Dragons just now is really terrible. He used the magic called charm to be so attractive. That kind of magic will deeply attract people's hearts unconsciously, but this kind of magic has been banned for sale several years ago. I didn't expect him to use this trick to attract girls, it's too bad. Advertisement, fortunately, Natsu and you broke in just now and released the magic I was given in time. Thank you so much. While Lucy complained to Yi Chen about the low-level fire dragons just now, she did not forget to thank Natsu again. Don't worry, this kind of person will not end well. Yi Chen took a sip of the juice and comforted Lucy. By the way, what's your name? Looking at Yi Chen's handsome face, Lucy couldn't help asking. My name is Yi Chen. Yi Chen? Such a familiar name, I seem to have heard it somewhere. Lucy is also a member of the Appearance Association. When she saw a handsome guy, she couldn't help being a nympho. But when she heard Yi Chen's name, she was taken aback for a moment, and then she began to think about where she had heard it before. After all, Yi Chen was such a name, is still rare in Aslanti. I remembered, Yi Chen, the big sign of Fairy Tail, one of the two most powerful mage guilds in the kingdom, one of the S-level mages. The mage who most wanted to be a boyfriend on the Magic Weekly Sosara, he is either the first or the second among the scholars, Yi Chen, who is known as the young fairy. Well, that Yi Chen you mentioned is me. Yi Chen stretched out his right arm, and the bright red Fairy Tail's coat of arms directly caught Lucy's gaze. Wow, it's really Yi Chen. Lucy almost pounced on it. As a wizard, joining Fairy Tail was Lucy's childhood dream, but now he is one step away from his dream. Well, look at me, can you join Fairy Tail? Lucy asked Yi Chen with some embarrassment, as if she was going through the back door when she said that. Haha, what's the problem? As long as you are a wizard, the door of Fairy Tail is always open for you. Yi Chen laughed, dispelling Lucy's uneasiness, and then asked Lucy. The fire dragon you mentioned, what do you mean? That's right, Senior Yi Chen, your Fairy Tail's fire dragon is really bad, actually using charm magic to trick the girls. Lucy remembered the middle-aged fire dragon just now, with a look of disgust, and then quickly complained to Yi Chen. The fire dragon of Fairy Tail you mentioned is eating and drinking by your side. As for what you encountered, I can conclude that it is 100% fake. That's why I said, he won't end well, Yi Chen said categorically, and his tone was very bad. Obviously, he was going to shower this imposter with some love. Chapter 8. The fake Li Gui meets the real Li Kui. Chapter 8. The fake Li Gui meets the real Li Kui. Lucy looked at Natsu in disbelief, who started to eat and drink again. She felt that the tall and handsome image of Fairy Tail's fire dragon collapsed in her mind. She never thought that Natsu would become a legend, the famous wizard in Fairy Tail, Fire Dragon. Haha, it's unbelievable. When you come to the Fairy Tail Guild, you will see more things that refresh your three views. Yi Chen looked at the dumbfounded Lucy, and said with a smile. Yi Chen was quite happy to see other people's three views collapse. Okay, you guys continue to eat, I'm going to deal with some things, I've already paid the money. Yi Chen got up and was about to teach this fire dragon, who pretended to be Fairy Tail, a little lesson. When he passed by Natsu, Natsu suddenly reached out and grabbed Yi Xiao's wrist, then swallowed his mouth full of food and said, Dare to pretend to be Fairy Tail, and still pretend to be Fire Dragon? I should be the one who wants to teach him lesson. Happy, let's go. Love, after speaking, Natsu flicked the scarf coolly and left the restaurant, ready to trouble the fake fire dragons. Yi Chen and Lucy looked at each other, completely unaware of what this unfolded. Why is Natsu full of energy today? Could it be because he was deceived and has nowhere to vent his inner anger? Maybe, after all, I have been impersonated and I can't stand it on anyone. Let's go. Today I will show you how powerful Fairy Tail's mage is. Yi Chen made a gentleman's invitation, put his left hand on his chest, and stretched his right hand in front of Lucy. Lucy blushed when she saw Yi Chen's polite appearance, but she didn't put her hand on Yi Xiao's. In the palm of his hand, he just pointed at Yi Xiao's sleeve and complained. Your sleeves. Seeing the glaring oily handprints on his sleeves, Yi Xiao was very embarrassed, and finally prepared to be a gentleman, but was ruined by Natsu, a scumbag. The port of Harjin in the evening, as the setting sun sets, turns red and looks beautiful and peaceful, but in this beautiful and peaceful port of Harjin, it will soon be broken. Boom. Advertisement on a passenger ship moored in the port of Harjin. A violent explosion broke the tranquility of the port of Harjin. Here we go. Yi Chen and Lucy stood on the clock tower of Harjin port, quietly watching Natsu's performance. Is this Natsu's fire magic? It's amazing. Looking at the rising flames, Lucy couldn't help sighing. After all, after gathering so far away, she can clearly feel the astonishing heat wave brought by the flames, which is enough to show how powerful Natsu's flame magic is. The magic that Natsu uses is ancient magic, a kind of lost magic, called Fire Dragon Slayer magic, which was created by ancient humans to fight dragons. At this moment, Natsu has already started a fierce fight with the middle-aged mage pretending to be himself. The flame magic of both sides is back and forth, and the fight is very lively. Soon, the emblem of Fairy Tail's guild on Natsu's shoulder was displayed in front of everyone. That crest is the real one, Lord Porla. The young man at the side saw the crest on Natsu's arm, and said to Porla with a shocked face. You idiot, don't call me by my name. Porla was almost d off at his little brother's stupidity. Oh, so it's Porla the Crimson Flame, who was exiled by the Giant's Nose of the Wizards Guild a few years ago. Happy floated behind Natsu, and said slowly, its combat power is not strong, but it knows all kinds of information, and said to Natsu solemnly. I don't care who you are, whether you are a good person or a bad person, but if you dare to use the name of Fairy Tail to deceive people everywhere, I will absolutely not allow it. Natsu said in a deep voice, while walking towards Porla firmly step by step. Don't just think you're famous, you brat. As a long-established magician, Porla would not be afraid of this mere teenage boy in front of him, and directly cast the magic that he had prepared for a long time, preparing to make Natsu sleep here forever. Flame Vortex. I saw a purple flame rushing towards Natsu in a swirling shape, and hit Natsu instantly, and then a violent explosion sounded, and the flames illuminated the entire Harjin just like daytime. Boom. Advertisement. Natsu. Seeing this scene, Lucy on the bell tower gave a worried cry, and then said to Yi Chen. Senior Yi Chen, why don't you go help? Natsu was about to be beaten to death. Yi Chen looked helplessly at Lucy, who looked excited, and explained with his arms folded. You underestimate Natsu too much. Didn't I say that Natsu's magic is one of the ancient lost magic? It is essentially the magic used to fight dragons, dragon-slaying magic. The dragon's lungs will blow out flames, the dragon's scales will dissolve the flames, and the dragon's claws will catch the flames. This is an ancient magic that transforms one's body into a dragon's physique. This is dragon-slaying magic. Do you think the dragon will be hurt by the attack just now? As if to echo Yi Chen's explanation, as Yi Chen's voice fell, a burst of gurgle sounded in the center of the explosion. The next scene directly refreshed everyone's cognition, and I saw Natsu mouthing devouring the flames. It's really unpalatable, but after eating it, the strength will surge up. Natsu clasped his fists in front of his chest, a magic circle in the shape of a dragon's head appeared in front of Natsu, and then Natsu's palms of both hands were trumpet-shaped, and he spit out the Dragon Slayer's signature function towards Porla. Fire Dragon's Roar. Seeing that the situation was not good, Porla directly manipulated the flames to fly into the air, and the hot torrent of flames instantly swept across Porla's position, burning all his little brothers and the huge passenger ship to ashes. My boat, my little brothers, you, damn. Porla looked at everything that came to naught, and felt that all his hard work in the past few days had been completely burned by Natsu's fire. Chapter 9 Porla. Chapter 9 Porla. Hellfire. Following Porla's loud shout, Porla, standing in midair, directly released his unique move, and saw a purple flame beam, with astonishing power, sweeping over, cutting the entire Harjin port open, and had he said that as a veteran ill-level mage, Porla's strength is indeed not weak. If it wasn't for the fact that soon after the battle started, the residents of the entire Harjin port ran to a safe place to seek refuge, it is estimated that there will be no less than 100 people. How could he do this? Lucy watched Porla's actions without any regard for the life and death of civilians, and was so angry that she couldn't speak. Isn't there a clear stipulation in the mage contract that mages can't attack civilians, even when fighting, they must avoid innocent people? Correct me, you are talking about the mages of the regular guild, the mages of the dark guild, and the wandering mages like Porla of the Red Flame who were expelled from the regular guild. They don't care about the guild mage treaty at all. Yi Chen's face was also a little ugly, but he explained to Lucy, and then Yi Chen took off his coat and threw it to Lucy. Help me get my coat, next, it's not suitable for children. Come into the world. The fifth beast, the gold of the lion. Following Yi Chen's loud shout, thunder resounded through the sky, and then a terrifying thunderbolt fell, turning into a golden lion wrapped in lightning. The thunder and lightning on Lion Jijin's body whipped the ground continuously. Wherever the lightning passed, everything was turned into scorched earth, and there were even some tiny flashes. It was because the temperature was so high that even the sand melted into glass. Roar. With the roar of the lion's gold, the terrifying airwave, accompanied by the burst of thunder, spread crazily towards the midair where Porla the Red Flame was. Little brother and his passenger ship Revenge. Forget it, let's not talk about the golden lion, which is obviously stronger than you can imagine, just the cherry-haired kid below. I can't take it down for a while, I think, and I won't run away, waiting to be captured. Roar. What? As the lion's gold roared again, it seemed that he had lost the intention of having fun. The thunder that was spreading in a hurry, instantly showed the speed that the thunder really possessed, directly enveloping the completely unprepared Red Flame Porla. Porla, who was powered by thunder's super destructive power, couldn't help but let out a painful roar, and then he couldn't make a sound anymore. Boom. A few seconds later, when the thunder dissipated, a scorched human-shaped object fell from midair and fell to the ground with a bang, and because there was no impact, half of the scorched limbs were basically shattered. Hey, is this too much? Natsu looked at the overfamiliar Porla in front of him and couldn't help but said to Yi Chen who had come to him. Don't worry, I can't die, I have already kept the lion's gold. But since he dares to traffic people, he must be taught a lesson so that he will never want to be a human trafficker in his next life. Human traffickers. Listening to Yi Chen's words, Natsu was at a loss and didn't understand what Yi Chen was talking about. Seeing this, Yi Chen told Natsu the news he had received not long ago, and added something after speaking. Advertisement. Because of Porla's evil deeds, I don't know how many families have been broken up and their wives have been separated. People trafficked by Porla often live a life that is worse than death. Do you still think it is too much now? No, I don't think it's enough. Lucy, who was already furious when she heard Yi Chen's words, walked up to Porla, who basically couldn't see her true face, and stepped on Porla's fifth limb fiercely when she was told by Yi Chen. Slap. Looking at Porla's broken fifth limb, Yi Chen, Natsu, even happy, as beings of the same gender, subconsciously covered their vitals. As for Porla, because she is a mage, her vitality is terrifyingly strong. Even so, relying on her own profound magic power, she still hangs her breath, but completely loses consciousness. But being stepped on by Lucy, Porla, who should have lost consciousness, suddenly opened his eyes. The eyeballs were protruding, covered with bloodshot eyes, fixedly staring at the embarrassed Lucy, and passed out again. Then what? I'm too angry, that's why. Understand. X3. The three opposite sexes present, like chickens pecking rice, kept nodding, for fear of offending Lucy, and Lucy's head was full of black lines. Believe it or not, I believe it anyway. Just as the four of them were complaining to each other, there was a burst of neat footsteps. Quick! There! The culprits who destroyed the town are them. Catch them, army! Lucy turned her head to look in the direction of the sound, and saw a group of obviously elite troops marching rapidly towards this side. Run! Natsu directly grabbed Lucy's hand, and was about to run away. As for Yi Chen, he didn't want to be as reckless as Natsu, and waved at Natsu and said, Natsu, you take Lucy back to the guild first, and leave it to me. Okay, come back as soon as possible. A few days later, under the leadership of Natsu, the three people and one cat finally arrived at Fairy Tale. As for why there was Yi Chen, it was because after Yi Chen explained the matter clearly to the kingdom side, although the kingdom side looked at the situation in front of them. A lump of coke that basically does not look like a human being, I have some doubts. But in the end, because the arrest of Porla was a commission received by Yi Chen, and Porla's own wealth was enough to compensate for the losses caused by this battle, so in the end, he only gave Yi Chen a verbal education, and then let Yi Chen leave. So big. Lucy sighed when he saw the building in front of him. Advertisement. Boom. Before Lucy finished sighing, Natsu kicked open the door and walked in angrily. I am back. We're back, Natsu and Happy shouted in unison. Yo, you guys are back. You did something big again, right here at Harjan's. The mages in the guild greeted enthusiastically, and one of the buck-toothed mages was interrupted by Natsu's fist before he finished greeting. You be ***************** D. The fire dragon's information you gave me before is actually fake. Natsu said to him angrily. I don't know it's fake, I'm just telling you the news I heard with kindness. Bucktooth retorted directly. What did you say? Do you want to fight? With the tit-for-tat confrontation between the two, the entire guild became lively very quickly. From a fight between the two, it evolved into a scuffle between everyone in the entire guild at an illogical speed. Just as Lucy stared dumbfounded at the melee in front of him, a boy with short black hair, drooping eyes, and bare upper body shouted fiercely. It turns out that guy is back. Not far away, a beautiful girl with long black curly hair and wearing a sexy bikini looked at the scene in front of her and said while drinking. Gray, your clothes. Damn. The men here will immediately reveal their low-level side, which is really annoying. As soon as he finished speaking, he put down his wineglass, raised the barrel beside him, and gulped down the wine. Is this fairy tale? Lucy looked at the chaotic guild in front of her in disbelief. Her head was like a rusty machine. She slowly turned her head to look at Yi Chen, who came back with her and looked relatively normal. Chapter 10 Fairy Tale. Chapter 10 Fairy Tale. That's right, this is the strongest guild in the kingdom, Fairy Tale. Yi Chen folded his hands on his chest, tilted his head slightly, avoided the chair thrown by someone, and nodded proudly with his eyes closed. But isn't this going too far? Lucy looked at the chaotic trade union and complained. At this moment, a beautiful woman with long white hair and brown blue eyes came in front of the three of them. The person who came was the signature girl of Fairy Tale, Mirajane Strauss. Wow, it's real Mirajane. Lucy looked at Mirajane walking slowly, and couldn't help exclaiming, but at the moment Mirajane's eyes are full of Yi Chen, and she has no time to pay attention to Lucy. Welcome back, Chen. Well, I'm back. Yi Chen grabbed Mirajane's delicate hand and said softly. Did I hear that you destroyed most of Harjan's port again this time? Nonsense, I only moved a little at most, but the big head is Natsu. Really? Real? Lucy looked at Yi Chen and Mirajane, who were talking about you and me at the moment. Although they were already hungry after a long day of driving, they now felt full of food. Although I don't want to disturb you, but are you ready to use magic? Don't you care? Seeing that many mages present were already preparing to release their magic, Lucy couldn't help but said to Yi Chen and Mirajane, who were getting bored. Hey, newcomer? Are you planning to cheat? Mirajane seemed to have just seen Lucy, first looked at Lucy up and down, and then asked Yi Chen with a smile. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Yi Chen always felt that there was a big horror behind Mirajane. As for Lucy, at first she wanted to complain that Mirajane only saw her now, but she vaguely saw Shira behind Mirajane, so for the sake of her own life, Lucy resolutely kept silent. She wants to join our fairy tale, I'm just a recommender. Yi Chen quickly explained, which made Mirajane put away the shadow of Shira behind him, and then Mirajane smiled very sweetly and said to Lucy. They've always been like this, don't worry about them. Besides, isn't it fun, Miss Mirajane? Watch out. Just as Mirajane was speaking, a huge shadow flew towards her, and Lucy couldn't help reminding Mirajane. Boom! Mirajane supported the flying shadow with one hand, and thanked Lucy without changing his face. Advertisement, thank you. No, you're welcome. Sister, let me down. It turns out that this huge shadow is Fairy Tail's supermuscular wizard, and also Mirajane's younger brother, Alphaman. At this moment, Alphaman is lifted into the air by Mirajane with one hand. It's a struggle. Really, be careful, Alphaman. Mirajane put Alphaman on the ground lightly, and Lucy was dumbfounded watching this scene. She never thought that Mirajane, who looked weak, would have such great strength. Alphaman is a strong man of 300 or 400 pounds. Humph. At this moment, Natsu held Gray's underwear in his hand and looked at Gray smugly. Damn it, that's my panties. Gray looked at Natsu unhappily, and then seemed to have aimed at the target, and immediately came to Lucy's naked face. Lucy's face was flushed and he was at a loss. Miss, if you don't mind, can you lend me your underwear? Ah, do you mind? Boom. Lucy did not know where to find a wooden stick, and all of a sudden Gray hammered it away. Guys who don't know how to pity and cherish Jade are really a headache. A man must use his fist. Really, it's really noisy. How can I drink like this? Pay attention to me. Restrain yourself a little. Kana's magic power began to surge, and the boiling magic power was enough to make everyone look sideways. Don't think that Kana doesn't seem to have a sense of existence in the original book, but in fact Kana's strength is very strong, not much worse than the early Grey Natsu. In the later stage, although the gap was widened due to the protagonist's halo, this does not mean that Kana is not strong enough. On the contrary, being able to catch up with the protagonist team is enough to show Kana's talent and strength. Hey, I'm on fire. It's really infuriating, man. A bunch of nerve-wracking fellows. Following Kana's movements, the mages prepared their special spells one after another. Natsu wrapped his hands around flames, Gray's hands scattered cold air, Alphaman wrapped his right hand around the rock, and the ring on Loki's hand began to release, out of the magic circle. Hey, are you really planning to come for real? How about counting me in? I allow you all to do it together. Chen looked at the bustling guild in front of him. He didn't plan to participate in it at first, but as everyone prepared to start magic, Chen also had some desire to do it. The huge magic power belonging to the ancestor level began to boil gradually. Hurry up, assistant, a bunch of idiots. At this moment, a huge figure appeared at the door, and the shadow completely enveloped Lucy. Looking at this terrifying figure, Lucy's legs were weak and her tone was trembling. Advertisement, okay, it's huge, TCH, it turns out that the old man has come back, it seems that we can't fight anymore. With the appearance of the figure, all the mages who were ready for magic stopped their hands one after another and looked at the figure. Only Chen spread his hands boredly, walked to the side and picked up a beer and drank it. Welcome back, President. Mirajane greeted Carlos the horse with a smile. Seeing how scared you are, the winner of this battle is me. Natsu is estimated to be the biggest wizard among all the wizards. Even though Carlos the horse showed up, he still arrogantly announced that he is the winner. Unfortunately, this winner is too weak. The giant Carlos the horse he stepped on it directly. Huh? Is there a newcomer? After Ma Karloff finished dealing with Natsu, the Iron Boy, he looked at Lucy, found that it was a new face, and asked. Yes, it is. Lucy looked at the gigantic groom Carlo, almost collapsed in fright. This fairy tale is no normal person. Yeah, Carlos the horse undid the giant's magic, and quickly returned to his original appearance. Looking at Carlos the horse, who was not even a meter tall, Lucy's spirit of complaining broke out again. What a little one. This is the president of Fairy Tail. Yes, this one is the president of Fairy Tail, Mr. Carlos Ma. Mirajane, as one of Fairy Tail's signs at the moment, explained to Lucy. Please teach me more. Please teach me more. After saying hello, Ma Karloff jumped up to the second floor easily, took out a stack of documents in his hand, and said to the many Fairy Tail mages who were looking at him below. Ahem, you guys have caused me trouble again. Look for yourselves, the council has sent such a thick stack of materials, all of which are for complaints. You guys, I was scolded by the members of the council all day long. Ma Karloff trembled as he spoke, as if he was P********* D off, but then he changed the topic. However, let the members of the council eat shit. He directly burned the information in his hand, and threw it forward casually. Seeing this, Natsu jumped over, grabbed the flame in one mouthful, and started to eat. Listen well, the power beyond persistence comes from the belief of persistence. Magic is not the power of miracles, but the air current that exists within us. When it merges with the external air current, it will be transformed into concrete. This is the only way to form this magic by injecting your own soul. If you always care about the opinions of the superiors, you will not be able to improve your magic way. Don't be afraid of those guys in the council, and move towards the path you firmly believe in now. This way, you are our Fairy Tail mage. Oh, Chapter 11 Whole Cards. Chapter 11 Whole Cards. He, the old man is brainwashing people again. While drinking beer, Chen was chatting with the horseman Carlo, who was sitting at the bar after beating everyone up. Cough, brat, what is brainwashing? This old man is called encouraging. Ma Karloff was drinking well, but he choked on Chen's words, and couldn't help blowing his beard and staring at Chen. Ha, old man, you are right, it is an encouragement to the next generation of fairies. Cheers to Fairy Tail. TCH, it sounds like you were already a senior of Fairy Tail. That being said, Carlos still clinked glasses with Chen. Speaking of which, How is the loading of the strongman you received? Ma Karloff drank the beer in his glass in one gulp, and then asked Yi Chen nonchalantly, but he couldn't hide the curiosity in his eyes. It's still the same, and it's still only half awakened, but it's okay to beat some people of the Holy Ten. Yi Chen looked at his template and said indifferently. Host. Yi Chen template. 4th true ancestor, class B. Energy value. 36,862 points. Advertisement template information. 4th progenitor, 50%. Awakened beasts. 4th beast, silver mist of carapace. 5th beast, gold of lion. 6th beast, rainbow flame of Mingji. 7th beast, black sword of Yemo. 11th beast, familiar beast. White steel of water essence. The 12th familiar beast, blue ice of enchantress. Yi Chen felt helpless when he saw that he had only loaded 50% of the template of the 4th primogenitor, although the system also said that the more powerful the template, the longer it would take to load, and the loading of templates was fast first and then slow, but this is also too slow. The first 20% was loaded in the first year of Yi Chen's travel, and the middle 21% to 45% took only 3 years, and in the last 2 years, it has really increased by 5%, which made Yi Chen quite speechless. According to this speed, let alone 100 years, it may not be able to be loaded in another 100 years. However, 6 of the beasts were awakened, among which the 4th beast, silver mist of the carapace, and the 12th beast, the Kongbing of the demon girl, were awakened by Mirajane. The relationship between them can be said to be advancing by leaps and bounds. Now that the relationship is confirmed, all they have to do is open their mouths. And the 5th beast, the gold of the lion, the 6th beast, the rainbow flame of Mingji, the 7th beast, the black sword of Yemo is awakened by Erza, and the 7th beast, the black sword of Yemo. When he teamed up with Erza to be a S-level character, he encountered danger, and then Yi Chen absorbed Erza's blood, and then awakened, and because of the super destructive power of the black sword of Yemo, Yi Chen was called he is the strongest mage under the Holy Cross. And the remaining 11th beast, Shujing White Steel, was forcibly awakened by Yi Chen in order to save Lasana during the Beastmaster mission 2 years ago. Of course, because of the forced awakening, there were some sequelae. Offered blood and settled. As for the remaining 6 beasts, they didn't respond. It doesn't mean that the beasts can be awakened if they want to wake up. First of all, the beasts must have the intention to wake up. Otherwise, they will be forced to awaken by Yi Chen, which will cause some bad things. Fortunately, the 6 awakened beasts are enough for the time being, so Yi Chen can take his time and not be in a hurry. Stinky boy, to be honest, your current magic power should not be inferior to this old man, right? Ma Karloff listened to Yi Chen's speech in Versailles and didn't say anything. After all, Yi Chen had already proved himself 2 years ago. 2 years ago, when Yi Chen was on a mission, he had a conflict with Arya, the leader of the 4 elements, Phantom Lord, who is also one of the 2 most powerful guilds in the Kingdom of Fury. As a result, Arya was easily defeated by Yi Chen, hang and beat. Later, on the way back, Yi Chen was blocked by the president of Phantom Lord and one of the Holy Ten, Jose. Porla. Jose wanted to humiliate Yi Chen, but Yi Chen fought with Jose directly, with full firepower. He was evenly matched with Jose, and in the end Jose retreated because of Carlos the horse who heard the news. Therefore, every time Yi Chen sees the Phantom Lord's mage, he will definitely find fault. If the other party does not resist, that's okay. No, but living crimes are absolutely indispensable. Also because no one was killed, even many mages from Phantom Lord complained to the Magic Council, and in the end they just reprimanded them and let it go. After that, the relationship between the 2 guilds became worse and worse, and they usually did tasks. As long as they meet, there will be conflicts. This is also the most troublesome thing for Ma Karloff, but because both sides have strong men of the Holy Ten level, there is no full-scale war yet, but both sides know that a full-scale war between the 2 guilds is not far away. Advertisement. Let's get out of the way. Ma Karloff is now very curious about how strong Yi Chen is now. How should I put it? In terms of my current magic power, it is probably 3 or 4 times more than yours, old man. However, if you really fight, old man, your light magic still slightly restrains the template I'm loading now. After all, the true ancestor of vampires is still the dark attribute. In addition, old man, your bottom-of-the-box trick, Fairy's Law, I should not be your opponent, old man. Yi Chen thought for a while and expressed his judgment. That's it. That's enough, the old man knows. By the way, this is for you. Ma Karloff pondered for a while and didn't say much. He probably had his own thoughts, and then he seemed to think of something, and threw a letter to Yi Chen. What is this? This is an invitation letter to hold a routine meeting in Kaluoba City in a few days. You can go instead of me. The old man has something to do that day. You're not mistaken, old man, aren't all the presidents of the major guilds attending this routine meeting? What am I going to do? Yi Chen looked at the horseman Carlo with an idiot look, and the angry horseman blew his beard and stared. Stinky boy, why do you think the old man didn't go? Isn't it because you made a fuss at Hargenport before? The council asked the old man to do a review again. The more Carlo Ma said, the more angry he was. He picked up the magic wand at the side and wanted to hit Yi Chen. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yi Chen dodged to avoid it, and then left the bar laughing. Okay, old man, then you can do the review slowly. This is a routine meeting. Anyway, you just chat and brag. I go. Chapter 12 Laxus is probing. Chapter 12 Laxus is probing. Hey, Lasana, where's Natsu? After Yi Chen avoided the sneak attack of the groom Carlo, Shi Shiren came to Lee Sana's side, put the wine glass in front of Lasana, and signaled Lasana to fill it up for himself. The appearance of Yi Chen changed Lee Sana's ending, so Lasana was not sucked into Idellas by the soul of super subspace magic, so now Fairy Tail's Kanban girl is not only Mirajane, but also Lasana. Although Mirajane did not like the original plot, because of Lee Sana's relationship, the magic fell asleep and her temperament changed drastically, but also because of Yi Chen's relationship, her personality became the same as the original. The character of the little sister became a gentle big sister. In addition, with the growth of age in the past 2 years, Mirajane's magic power has become deeper and deeper, and it is completely equal to that of Erza, so except for occasionally going out to do S-level missions, or doing missions with Yi Chen, usually it's working as a waiter at the bar. Hey, brother-in-law, it's rare that I didn't hear you asking about sister's whereabouts. Instead, you came to ask about Natsu's whereabouts. Could it be that brother-in-law, you are also interested in Natsu? Lasana teased Yi Chen while pouring him wine. Haha, how is it possible? If you are interested, you must also be interested in Lasana. After all, Lasana, who is cute and has a great figure, is more attractive than that idiot Natsu. Yi Chen drank the wine in one gulp, then stroked Lee Sana's hair and said with a smile. I hate it. Hearing Yi Chen praise herself so much, Lasana couldn't help but blush, but she was still very happy in her heart. The relationship between Yi Chen and Lasana is very complicated. Although Lasana calls Yi Chen her brother-in-law, Lasana still has a good impression of Yi Chen. In addition, during the Beast King incident, Yi Chen forcibly awakened the 11th beast. The white steel of the essence of water rescued himself, and was later sucked by Yi Chen, which directly increased Lee Sana's favorability towards Yi Chen. Ha ha. HMPH, as a strong person, if you don't think about improving yourself, you're wasting your talent instead. Yi Chen, you're just like that. Just when Yi Chen and Lasana were talking about love, an arrogant and annoying voice came from the second floor. Advertisement, Laxus. When did Laxus come back? I do not know. Many wizards on the first floor saw Laxus on the second floor looking at Yi Chen provocatively, and started discussing in low voices. At this moment, Carlos Ma slightly raised his head to look at Laxus, and then shook his head in disbelief. Sighing, he continued to drink beer. Yo-yo, isn't this the old man's rebellious grandson? Why, do you think you're okay again? Yi Chen wouldn't let Laxus get used to him, so he turned back unceremoniously. Anyway, he was better than Laxus. If the other party wanted to beat him, then at worst, he would use some effort to satisfy him. A-hole. Laxus hates others to say that he is the grandson of Mr. Carlo the horse, and it is Yi Chen who is mocking him. Laxus is so angry that he is covered with thunder and lightning, going to do it. Yi Chen, if you have the ability to fight alone. Ha ha ha, I remember 3 months ago, you were beaten all over the place by me. Isn't it that the defeated general is planning to seek abuse again so soon? Damn guy. Laxus couldn't bear it any longer, turned into a thunderbolt, and slammed a straight fist at Yi Chen. Yi Chen was also unambiguous, and he protected Lasana behind him, with a huge magic power wrapped in his right hand, and easily received a straight punch from Laxus. Boom. Crackling. As the magic power of the two intersected, a wave of air swept across the entire guild tavern, and the ground was cut and destroyed by the fine lightning. Lightning is so desperate that only a few lucky or strong can escape. Stinky boys. Fight out. Where do you think this is? Advertisement. Ma Karloff cast giant magic, his right hand became extremely huge, and he slammed down on the position of the two of them. Yi Chen. Huh. Laxus saw the shadow of Carlos the stableman's fist, smiled coldly at Yi Chen, then turned into lightning again and returned to the second floor, took an S-level mission, and left Fairy Tail's Guild Tavern. Yi Chen, but he hugged Lasana, jumped back slightly, avoiding the fist of the horseman Carlos, and watched Laxus leave the guild with cold eyes. Laxus, you are really rebellious. Lasana patted her huge chest with some fear and complained angrily. Rebellious? Maybe. Yi Chen was noncommittal to Lisana's words, and then Yi Chen greeted Lasana and left the guild. He had just learned the whereabouts of Natsu and Lucy from Lasana, and he planned to go and see, mainly because of Lucy. Yi Chen can feel that a certain beast in his body is still very interested in Lucy's blood. As long as he gets Lucy's blood, it is estimated that this beast who does not know the number will awaken, but there are many things recently, but it is temporary. I didn't mention it to Lucy for a while. Huckleberry Hill. Forget it, it's not far anyway, I guess at Natsu's speed. I'll be back soon, I'd better take a good rest while I still have free time. Next, we have entered the story. Yi Chen came to the gate of the guild, looked at the hot sun above his head, couldn't help but have a cancer attack, and directly left the matter of awakening the beast behind him, and was ready to go back to rest. After all, with Lucis joining, the story of Fairy Tail is about to begin officially. Eisenwald incident, Ghost Ruler incident, Tower of Heaven incident, Fairy Tail Civil War incident, Oracion Cease incident, Idellas incident. It can be said that the curtain of the whole world is slowly opened because Lucy, the heroine, joins Fairy Tail. I don't know how many such peaceful days are left. Chapter 13 Erza. Chapter 13 Erza. A few days later, Yi Chen was sitting bored at the bar of Fairy Tail's tavern, playing with Mirajane's long hair while watching everyone laughing and laughing. This kind of daily life is really peaceful. Hee, doesn't Chen like it? Mirajane sat next to Yi Chen, slapped off Yi Chen's mischievous paw, and then fed Yi Chen a grape. I like it very much, but Mira, you have to know that the essence of this world is struggle. So, we should cherish the rare peace in front of us even more. Yi Chen smiled and said to Mirajane. Mirajane has no objection to Yi Chen's words at all. She is also very clear that in this world, there are too many people who have power. Once they have power, their desires will expand and their ambitions will expand born. Therefore, the battle between the regular guild and the dark guild is very fierce. Although there is no all-out war between the two sides, the local conflict is indeed extremely fierce. It is often heard that a certain regular guild was wiped out by a dark guild, and a certain dark guild was crusaded by the regular guild. That's right, that's why you put your mind on Lucy, isn't it? Mira Jane squinted her beautiful eyes, and looked at Yi Chen with a smile. Yi Chen was taken aback, feeling a little helpless. Is his idea of Lucy so obvious? Mira, how do you know that I have thoughts about Lucy? Lasana told me a long time ago that you have paid special attention to the newcomer Lucy recently, so much that even Lasana is jealous. Sister, Lasana, who had pricked up her ears to eavesdrop, heard that Mira Jane was burning the fire towards her, and couldn't help but groan at Mira Jane. Brother-in-law, don't listen to my sister's nonsense. Lasana put down what she was doing, put her arms around Yi Chen's neck from behind, and pleaded in Yi Chen's ear with a deep breath. Our Lasana was not like this yesterday, she was like an overturned vinegar jar. Mira Jane didn't intend to just let Lasana go, and continued to joke with Lasana with a smile. Sister, Yi Chen looked at the two beauties in front of him, and his heart was agitated. You must know that this world is not the monogamy of the previous world. Boom. Oh no. Loki, who just ran away in tears because of being rejected by Lucy, now hurriedly opened the door and ran back panting. The big thing is bad. Erza, she's back. All the mages in the guild seemed to have heard some terrible news, and they were all stunned. Even Natsu, who was not afraid of anything, was still in a hot fight with Gray, and now he was breaking out in a cold sweat. Gray beside him is also like this. Erza. Lucy, who was still persuading Gray and Natsu, was so frightened when everyone heard Erza's name, completely unaware of the magic power of this name. Lucy, you just came to Fairy Tail. It's normal not to know Erza. Erza is one of the strongest female mages in Fairy Tail. Kana on the side hurriedly drank the last wine in the barrel, and then planned to hide the barrel, but turned around and saw a mountain of wine barrels, so she gave up the treatment and started to put it badly. Seeing Lucy, she was curious and ordered a drink. Hiccup began to spread knowledge to Lucy. Advertisement, Erza, whose full name is Erza Scarlet, is one of the S-rank wizards of the Union, just like Gildarts Clive, Laxus Drayar, Mistogan, and Yi Chen and Mira Jane who are spreading dog food over there. It's also one of the strongest candidates. Just when Kana popularized Lucy, there was a sound of dull footsteps, approaching from far to near. It's Erza's footsteps. That guy Erza is back at this time. Feeling the increasingly dreary atmosphere due to Erza's return, Lucy couldn't help swallowing, and the terrifying image of Erza had already been imagined in her mind. It's scary. When Lucy came back to her senses, a female mage with long crimson hair and wearing an extraordinary armor appeared in front of everyone holding a huge horn in one hand. Seeing her appearance, the entire guild was so quiet that even the sound of breathing could be heard clearly. Is everyone so afraid of Erza? Lucy looked at Erza, whose face could not be seen clearly because of the backlight, and couldn't help complaining inwardly. After Erza approached and saw Erza's face clearly, Lucy couldn't help exclaiming. It looks so beautiful. I'm back. Is the president here? Erza put down the big horn in his hand, and asked Lasana, who had returned to the bar beside him. Welcome back. The president has already left for the council to conduct a review. That's it. Miss Erza, what is that huge thing? Here, this is the horn of the monster I hunted down. The locals warmly gave it to me as an ornament. Is it an eyesore? No. Erza nodded, and then focused his gaze on the mages of the guild with sharp eyes. This gaze was like a student seeing a teacher making trouble for him, which made everyone feel uneasy. Kana on the side couldn't hold back his inner desire at this moment, secretly picked up a barrel of wine and drank it, and said to Macau while drinking. Maybe she already knows about Huckby Hill. It's over, I will be killed by her. When Macau heard Kana's reminder, he didn't know what came to his mind, and then replied somewhat pessimistically. I'm talking about you guys. I've heard a lot of rumors along the way. It's said that people from Fairy Tail are causing trouble all day long. Even if the president forgives you, I won't forgive you. Kana, is this how you drink? Yes, Bidixi, I want to dance outside. Yes, Wakaba, the soot is all over the floor. Yes, Nab, why are you still hanging around in front of the taskbar? Go to work. Yes, advertisement, Macau, scare. Hearing Erza's roll call, Macau felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Seriously, for a man in his 40s, he was taught by Erza, a young girl in her 20s. The guild is a beautiful landscape. If you want to say it quickly. Erza looked at Mao's nervous expression, and sighed the most readily, but said nothing. It's all a group of old children who can't grow up. I think I will spare you today, and I won't talk about you. Hearing Erza's words, Lucy on the side started to complain again, and couldn't help but whispered to Kana. I've read it a lot. Is she a disciplinary committee member? However, although she likes Su Swain Yen, she looks normal, right? Everyone shouldn't be so afraid of her, right? Lucy asked Kana curiously, but before Kana answered, Erza had already set his sights on Natsu and Gray, the second problem child of the guild. Are Natsu and Gray there? Exist, love. Following Erza's roll call, Natsu and Gray hugged each other directly, trembling. The two of us had a great time getting along today. Love. How did Natsu become like happy? Lucy was very surprised when she saw this scene. In her impression, Natsu and Gray are fearless masters. As for Erza, he just ignored the trembling of the two and nodded. Well, that's good. Even good friends may quarrel occasionally, however, I still like how you two get along in harmony. Not bad. Love, is this still the same Natsu? I've never seen Natsu like this before. Lucy asked Kana in a low voice, because Natsu had singled out Erza before, and he was beaten half to death. Natsu was beaten half to death. Gray was caught by Erza when he was walking around naked and was beaten half to death. Locky wanted to pursue Erza and was also beaten half to death. Macau on the side took Kana's words and explained to Lucy. So she is such a person. Chapter 14. Erza's request. Chapter 14. Erza's request. Huh? Chen, I didn't expect you to be here? Erza scanned the guild, and when he saw Yi Chen who was flirting with Mirajane, his eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but speak. The joy in his tone couldn't be concealed. Erza, I've been here all the time, it's just that you were too busy teaching these unworthy kids a lesson and didn't pay attention to me. Yi Chen waved his hand with a smile, and couldn't help but tease. Hey, why does Miss Erza seem to have a completely different attitude towards Yi Chen? Lucy looked at Erza in surprise, and asked Kana and Macau beside him in puzzlement. You don't know that, the relationship between Yi Chen and Erza is not ordinary. Macau winked at Lucy, showing an expression you know. No way, I thought Miss Mirajane and Yi Chen were. Lucy looked at Macau in surprise, and then saw Macau's envious and jealous expression, and immediately understood what was going on. Scumbag. Lucy put a big cross on Yi Chen's portrait directly in her mind. You can't say that, after all, the two are in love, hiccup. Kana gulped down most of the barrel of wine, hiccuped, and rarely helped Yi Chen with a word. Besides, Mirajane and Erza are not the only ones who like Yi Chen, Lasana over there is the same. It's amazing, love in four corners. Any more, Kana? Lucy's eyes were shining, and the word, gossip, was almost written on her face. However, although the four of them like each other, it seems that they haven't confirmed their relationship yet. If you want to get involved with Lucy, it's okay. After all, Yi Chen is rich, beautiful, and strong enough. Just hook your fingers. Girls who recommend pillow seats can be arranged from Magnolia to Rockers. Lucy, you are so beautiful and have a good figure, Yi Chen will definitely like you. Kana teased Lucy with a smile, and the words were so explicit that it directly made Mao who was on the side retreat. Lucy was completely caught off guard by Kana's teasing. No, I hate playboys the most. Lucy waved her hands again and again. On the other side, Erza completely ignored Yi Chen's teasing and continued. It just so happens that I have something to do with you. Advertisement, I heard a troublesome thing on the way to do the task. I should have consulted the president and then asked the president to make a decision, but I think it's better to solve this matter as soon as possible. I need your help. You will help me, right? Forgive me, I finally turned down the old man's invitation to attend a regular meeting, and then you came to me to solve the trouble again. Let me lie down for a few days, okay? Yi Chen rejected Erza's suggestion without even thinking about it. He knew that the Eisenwald incident this time was a complete joke. You know, even if the strength of those guild leaders has declined due to their age, there is no doubt about their magical power. At the very least, they also have S-level strength, and even sulfur monosulfide level existences are not rare. A strong man of the Holy 10 level like husband, the weakest of Zeref's demons, also wants to kill these strong men. I'm afraid it's not because I ate too many brain fragments. You'll help me, won't you? Erza repeated, but this time the tone was a lot more serious, and there was a trace of murderous look in his eyes. Yi Chen originally wanted to continue to refuse, but was slightly pushed by Mirajane, and then met Erza's fierce eyes, startled, and then nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. Of course, Erza invites, that's my honor. That's good, by the way, Gray, Natsu, you guys come too. Yes, love, then it's settled, we're leaving tomorrow. Hurry up and get ready. After speaking, Erza picked up the horn of the tall monster he brought, turned around and walked towards Fairy Tale's girls' dormitory. Who's? Seeing that Erza had left the guild, Yi Chen turned around and hugged Mirajane, begging for comfort. Okay, it's not the first time you've been forced, just let go, be good. Mirajane looked at Yi Chen who was acting like a child in her arms, although it was not the first time, she still felt amused, so I followed Yi Chen's play. The two of them were fine, but the people next to them felt like they were full of dog food and even vomited, especially those single dogs. It suddenly occurred to me that I still have a task to do, so I'm leaving first. My mother called me home for dinner. The male dog next door to my house is about to give birth. I'm going to have a look and go first. Some people couldn't stand these two guys who blatantly spilled dog food, and many people directly found an excuse and turned away. Lucy looked at the two people, and turned to Kana, who was starting to drink again, and asked in a speechless manner. Have they both been like this? That's not true. The main reason is that sometimes Yi Chen acts like a child, and Mirajane gives him peace of mind like a big sister, but these two were just acting, just get used to it. But seriously, I remember that Mirajane seems to be 2 or 3 years older than Yi Chen, right? No, I'm a little drunk, I can't remember. Mirajane is indeed a little older than Yi Chen, right, Macau? Advertisement. Kana drank most of the barrel of wine, replied a little drunk, and then asked Macau who was toasting with his good friend Wakaba. It seems to be, I remember Yi Chen was 12 years old when he first joined the guild, and Mirajane seemed to be 14 years old at that time. Haha, that's really sibling love, that's right. Quote dot 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 quote dot 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 dot. Why do I have to team up with you, guy? That's exactly what I'm saying. To help Erza, all I need is me. Then you can go alone. I don't want to go. Don't follow if you have the guts. But be careful to be beaten by Erza. What did you say? On the second day, at the Magnolia train station, Lucy was hugging Nicola, looking helplessly at Natsu and Gray who were fighting. I said, "Why are you here?" Chen and Lucy sat side by side, flipping through the latest Magic Weekly Sosara in their hands, although Lucy joined the strongest team in the original plot, but this time he himself did it himself. Originally, Erza invited Natsu and Gray to let Chen was a little surprised, but now even Lucy is involved in the same plot as in the original plot, which made Chen have to lament the power of the plot. I don't want to, but this is what Ms. Mirajane asked me to do. He said that Natsu and Gray will definitely quarrel when Erza is not around. As for you, Chen, you are in a good mood if you don't fan the flames. Lucy stared straight ahead, obviously a little nervous. After all, whether it is Chen or Natsu Gray, everyone is a strong man. Among these people, only myself is a rookie, and now I am a rookie who is open and above board. Or, how can you not be nervous? Really, Mira is too worried about me. Am I that kind of person? Chen shook his head helplessly, then turned to Natsu and said, Natsu, Gray said you are a vicious hanging eye. You can bear this? Don't hit him. Then he said to Gray, Gray, Natsu mocked you as a streaker-loving droopy-eyed man. If I were you I'd do it straight away. What are you talking about? You droopy eyes. It's you. You hang yourself. Chapter 15. The beginning of the Eisenwald incident. Chapter 15. The beginning of the Eisenwald incident. Miss Mirajane is right. When Chen is not here, Natsu and Gray are just arguing at most. If Chen is here, let's do it directly. Lucy looked at the exuberant Chen who was fanning the flames, put his right hand on his forehead and complained helplessly. Sorry to keep you waiting. Just when the two were about to stage a martial arts show because Chen was fanning the flames, a female voice came out, directly pacified Natsu and Gray, and instantly became happy number 2 and happy number 3. Erza, little sister, are you doing a mission or moving house? Lucy looked at the 4 or 5 meter high luggage cart behind Erza, and subconsciously spoke out her inner complaints. Don't worry, this is Erza. Although he is powerful and has a high IQ, he is still offline sometimes. Chen didn't know when. He sat down on the chair again, took out the Magic Weekly Sosara again, and said to Lucy. Isn't this too exaggerated? Haha, if you get in touch with him a lot, you'll know. Just when Chen and Lucy were discussing how offline Erza sometimes is, Erza had already set his sights on Gray and Natsu. Following Erza's gaze, the two were sweating coldly, and hugged each other subconsciously. Did you get along well today? Erza stood in front of Gray and Natsu, and asked Natsu and Gray. Love, there it is, happy 2 and happy 3. Haha, that's right. You shut up. Yes, Master Erza. Hey, are you a newcomer to the Union yesterday? Erza looked at Chen who was gloating with murderous eyes, and when he saw Lucy beside Chen, his eyes lit up, and he asked curiously. I'm the new Lucy. Miss Mira asked me to come with you. Please give me your advice. I'm Erza, so you are Lucy. I heard that you knocked down the mercenary orangutan with a single little finger. With someone as strong as you joining me, my confidence is even higher. Please give me your advice. Please. Give me more advice. Advertisement which B************* D spread this rumor, and why the time travel is outrageous. Lucy was shivering in shock from Erza's aura while complaining helplessly. At this moment, Natsu said to Erza with a serious face. Erza, it's fine to accompany you, but I have conditions. Hey. Gray was almost scared to death when he heard Natsu's provocation, the last time he told Erza this, but he went to Poliusika's mother-in-law to lie down for 7 or 8 days. Oh, conditions? Tell me about it. After you come back, you have to fight me. I am different from the me who fought in the last duel. Now I am confident that I can beat you. Seeing Natsu's confident look, Erza nodded appreciatively and said. Yes, you have indeed grown a lot. I don't even have much confidence, but well, I accept your challenge. Great, I'm on fire. Then what, I think, Natsu, you'd better play with your good friends. Now you are still far behind Erza. Chen directly poured cold water on the side. Natsu directly ignored Chen's words, and instead challenged Chen. Chen, don't be complacent. When I defeat Erza, you will be next. Haha, then keep working hard. Listening to Natsu's words, Chen burst out laughing and got on the train first, followed by Gray who was in a cold sweat. After Erza handed over the salute to the staff, he also got on the train. Happy followed closely behind. Now only Natsu and Lucy are gone. Natsu, what's the matter? Get in the car soon. Lucy looked at Natsu who was sweating profusely and asked curiously. Well, can we run? Are you kidding me? Get on the train is leaving. Lucy pushed Natsu onto the train, and as soon as he stepped on the whining train, Natsu showed a distressed expression. Hey, don't you, are you dizzy even on trains? On the seat of 4 people and 1 cat, Lucy looked at Natsu who was so uncomfortable that he was dying and was a little speechless. Haha, Natsu is dizzy with all means of transportation, including but not limited to trains, horse-drawn carriages, ships, etc. Yi Chen gloated and sneered, but at the moment Natsu was so dizzy that he couldn't hear it at all. I really can't do anything about you, come to my side. Advertisement afterwards, Erza punched Natsu, knocking Natsu out easily, and at the same time, Natsu's face showed a relieved expression. Okay, now let me explain the whole story, it's like this. As Erza slowly told the ins and outs of the incident, except for Yi Chen who knew everything because he had seen the plot, Lucy and Gray all showed expressions of thought. Damn it, it's all because of my negligence at that time, I didn't remember it. Especially the name Aragorn. Aragorn, the trump card of the Dark Guild Eisenwald, specializes in assassination missions, so it is also called Death God Aragorn. He's a pretty tough guy, so, our opponent this time is the entire Dark Guild, so be careful. Erza made a serious conclusion. Erza, don't be like this, you will scare the newcomers, Amir Eisenwald, you and I can easily defeat anyone, the only thing to worry about is your so-called lullaby. Speaking of lullaby, I thought of a sealed magic. The magic of death, the song of the curse. Chen, you know? I saw it in a magic book before. The book introduces that there is a magic called curse killing, and lullaby is cast by the magic flute. As long as the sound of the flute is heard, people will die. It is a terrible group curse killing magic. Hearing Yi Chen's introduction, Lucy was covered in cold sweat, and almost wanted to raise her hand to show that she wanted to quit. As for Gray, he was showing a little fighting spirit at the moment. As for Erza, there was nothing left except the explosive anger value. That's it. Damn it, if lullaby falls into Aragorn's hands, who knows what he will do? Erza said regretfully. Damn it, I was really careless at the time. If I knew it was a group curse killing magic, I would definitely chop them up. It doesn't matter, anyway, I will meet you this time, at worst, I will give you the chance to do it and let you vent your anger. Yi Chen said to Erza with a smile, causing Erza to roll his eyes at Yi Chen. Are you embarrassed to let me be a girl? I'll go, the sun rises from the west today? Erza actually said that he is a girl? Roll, Chapter 16 Drag Racing Chapter 16 Drag Racing. By the way, Miss Erza, what kind of magic are you using? Looking at Erza's beautiful face, Lucy suddenly remembered that she didn't know Erza at all, only knew that the female wizard with crimson hair in front of her was called Erza, so she asked Erza curiously. Just call me Erza. Erza fed Yi Chen a mouthful of lunch, then turned to Lucy and replied, but before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Happy beside him. Erza's magic is very beautiful, there will be a lot of blood coming out, it belongs to the other party. Will this be beautiful? I think Gray's magic is more beautiful. Yes. Upon hearing Erza's praise, Gray directly cast the magic of ice modeling, and then, a crystal clear ice fairy tail badge appeared in Gray's hands. It's so beautiful, no wonder you and Natsu are so compatible, one is fire and the other is ice. By the way, Yi Chen, what is your magic? Looking at the badge in Gray's hand, Lucy admired, and then asked Yi Chen. Mine? My magic is summoning beasts that do not belong to this world. Every beast has extremely terrifying power. You have seen the lion's gold before. It is mine. Beast number 5. Yi Chen said that he belongs to the power of the 4th primogenitor. This is Yi Chen's external information, which is the so-called summoning magic. As for the power of the 4th primogenitor he received, other than Yi Chen himself only Carlos Ma knew. As for the system, Yi Chen was rotten in his stomach and didn't intend to tell anyone. Familiar beast. It feels somewhat similar to my celestial spirit magic. While admiring, Lucy took out her celestial spirit key. While several people were chatting, the train soon came to the nearest city railway station where Eisenwald was located, Oniba's railway station. Fortunately, Lullaby hasn't activated yet. Ever since she knew that Lullaby was a so-called group curse-killing magic, Erza's inner guild made her highly concentrated. Now seeing the Oniba's train station where people are still coming and going, she subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. I said, Natsu, are you okay? We got out of the car. Natsu, who was supported by Gray, was still in a state of motion sickness at the moment, and couldn't hear what Yi Chen was saying at all. At this moment, the conversation of pedestrians attracted the attention of several people. Have you heard that the ancient Osibana station was hijacked by a group of people with scythes, who are said to be members of the Dark Union Eisenwald entrenched here? It's a good thing it's not here. Speaking of which, why did the people from Eisenwald hijack the station? If it's for money, wouldn't it be faster to just rob the bank? Who knows, probably the bank has powerful mages in charge, and Eisenwald's people can't beat them, so I dare not go. Advertisement, haha, it's the so-called bullying and fearing the hard. Haha, that's right. Now that they looked at each other, Erza immediately reacted, and immediately prepared to rent a magic 4-wheeled vehicle from the rental shop of magic 4-wheeled vehicles not far away to go to the ancient Osibana station. Why are you still in a daze? Let's go. Erza paid the money resolutely, and prepared to drive the magic 4-wheeled vehicle to the ancient Osibana station to stop Eisenwald. Let me do it. Yi Chen grabbed Erza and was about to fasten the SE spark plug on his right hand, and spoke. Erza, you don't have much magic power, let me do it. With my magic power, even if you drive at the highest speed for a day, it won't affect you. Seeing Yi Chen's concerned eyes, Erza's heart warmed up and then nodded. Please. Gone. Yi Chen tied the SE spark plugs to his hands, and then greeted a few people to get on the car. Natsu was already dizzy and had no strength to resist, so Erza directly helped him into the car. Lucy nodded and followed after getting out of the car. Only Gray looked at Yi Chen hesitantly. Well, I said, Yi Chen, you won't go racing again, will you? What do you say? I knew it. I only have one request, don't fly again. Hurry up, I have counted. Epsilon equals. Omicron backquote asterisk. Alas. Gray seemed to resign himself to his fate, and got on the magic four-wheeled vehicle with a look of resignation. Gray, what's your expression? You'll find out later. Hey, sit tight, let's go. Seeing that the three people and one cat got into the car, Chen directly launched the magic four-wheeled vehicle. Afterwards, the magic four-wheeled vehicle shot out instantly like an arrow from the string, and the strong push-back force would be nothing. Lucy, who was defensive, pushed her whole body on Gray, making Gray eat a tofu. It's still messing around. Erza knew how crazy Chen was driving, so he had already sat firmly, grabbed the tail of Happy who was dazed in the car, and sighed. Erza, we seem to see two of you, no, 3, no, 4, 5. Happy was also completely dizzy at the moment. Advertisement. Under Chen's crazy speeding, the entire magic four-wheeled vehicle was almost smoked by Chen, and it didn't take long before it fell over the destination of the trip, the ancient Osibana station. So fast, vomit. Lucy got out of the car and looked at the ancient Osibana station in surprise. After all, she still couldn't bear the ups and downs of her stomach, and lay down on the ground and vomited. Gray was not much better, and kept throwing up while holding the car. Next, let me take a look. Vomit. Even the powerful Erza couldn't stop it at this moment. After patting Chen on the shoulder, he turned to the side and vomited. Really, such a little speed is not enough, I am not having fun. Chen looked at the three helplessly. What, why 3? Because Natsu has completely fallen into a deep coma, and it seems that he won't be able to wake up in a short time. As for Happy, he is already foaming at the mouth and still lying in the car. After recovering a bit, Erza came to the station staff in a few steps. Let me ask you, what's the situation now? Erza asked in front of the staff who were holding the horn to maintain order. Who are you? Seeing Erza, the staff asked subconsciously. Boom. Before the staff could react, they were knocked unconscious by Erza's hammer, and then turned around and came to another staff. How's the situation inside? Boom. The second staff member was equally dazed, and was knocked unconscious by Erza's hammer again. How's it going inside? Boom, boom. Is she the only one who can answer her immediately? This is Erza. I asked. The military team has already rushed in, but the opponent is the entire Magister's Guild. In my opinion, the military team is in danger. Let's go, Erza. It's not that I look down on the military. Except for those few magic troops, ordinary troops have no chance of winning against the Wizards Guild. Chen nodded, and then took the lead into the interior of the station. Chapter 17 Aragor Chapter 17 Aragor. Boom. 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 Just at the aisle of the station, the magician of Eisenwald looked at Chen who came in first with a smirk, and attacked Chen one after another. Unfortunately, Chen's body was already in the process of loading the 4th primogenitor template. Continuous enhancement, now only in terms of physical strength, Chen's physical body will not be much worse than that of Dragon Slayer. Seeing the magician of Eisenwald rushing up, Chen didn't panic at all, and he didn't release magic power or summon the beasts, just knocked these minions down to the ground with a few casual strokes. It seems that Eisenwald's people haven't left yet, let's go in. Erza chopped down the minion of Eisenwald who was sneaking up on him with a sword, and rushed towards the waiting hall. They soon came to the waiting hall of the station along the aisle, and saw Eisenwald's mages gathering here, led by Eisenwald's trump card, Aragor, the god of death. I didn't expect it to come so soon, the flies of fairy tale, the news of the regular guild is quite well informed. Aragor stood on the loudspeaker of the radio, looking at several people at a high level. Chen sensed it, and found that Aragor's name is quite famous, and his strength is only a level, which is not much different from the previous red flame Porla. He sneered. Knowing we're coming, why don't you run away with your tail between your legs? Aragor, with your strength, you still have the nerve to go out and embarrass yourself. I don't know whether to praise you for being brave, or just out of your mind. What are you talking about, brat? I think you were courting death. Aragor was thoroughly irritated by Chen's taunt. Go to hell. Magic wind palm. A strong tornado bombarded Chen from the palm of Aragor's son. Chen did not change his face, the difference between the two was too great. Chen only released a little magic power, and Aragor's magic wind palm was directly blocked by the powerful magic power down. What? Such a strong magic power, a rank S mage. Seeing that his attack didn't accomplish anything, Aragor subconsciously exclaimed, then grinned and laughed at Chen. Don't think that an S-level mage can stop us. Our actions cannot be stopped by a mere S-level mage. Little ones. Stop him for me. Oh, XN. It seems that you still don't understand. The ants should obediently lie on the ground and look up at the dragon. Advertisement. Chen stepped forward, and the huge magic power belonging to the 4th true ancestor surged crazily, forming an extremely spectacular magic storm, which overturned the roof of the station, and the powerful magic power crushed the ground, leaving countless cracks spreading. The powerful magic pressure shattered everything around, and everyone who watched was dumbfounded. This is Chen's real strength. It was the first time Lucy saw Chen who was serious. Seeing this scene, she stuttered in fright. No, this level of strength is far from Chen's full strength. Gray explained to Lucy while raising his hand to block the wind pressure. Really, isn't this full strength? Lucy, don't underestimate Chen, he has the title of the strongest under the Holy Cross. Erza looked at Yi Chen, who was unscrupulously releasing the magic power at the moment, with a proud look on her pretty face, as if she was the one who was releasing the magic power. Is it the strongest under the Holy Cross? Mr. Erigor, let's go. This guy is Fairy Tail's S-rank mage, noble son of a fairy, Yi Chen. What? When Erigor heard the reminder from his subordinates, his eyes showed indescribable fear. If it was an ordinary S-rank mage, with the number of Eisenwald present, he might be beaten and fled. But Yi Chen is different. Yi Chen's reputation is too loud, and his strength is recognized by the world. Yi Chen is causing some trouble, others, save it. Thinking of this, Erigor made up his mind and threw Lullaby in his arms to his loyal younger brother Yingshan. Yingshan, come on, leave this place to us, you must succeed and get everything we deserve. Mr. Erigor. Kageyama was stunned for a moment, looking at Erigor, who had a determined face and looked at death like home, then shed tears, and ran directly to the back of the station, where there was a special version of the magical locomotive that had been prepared before. Yi Chen looked at the scene of sacrificing his life for righteousness in front of him. If he didn't remember that he was a member of Fairy Tail and that Eisenwald wanted to use Lullaby to kill many presidents who attended the regular meeting, he would have thought that he was the villain is gone, and Erigor is the righteous protagonist who stops the villain. You guys acted so touchingly, it really made me a little embarrassed to do it, but unfortunately, I'm very busy and I'm in a hurry. Come into the world. The 12th familiar beast, the blue ice of the Enchantress. With the arrival of the Enchantress's azure ice, a terrifying cold air swept across the audience, and the temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees in an instant. Damn it. Emerald speed. Erigor directly cast the strongest wind magic he controlled, and charged towards Yi Chen. Advertisement. Freeze him. Roar. What? The terrifying cold air spread directly along the emerald green, and soon Erigor's whole body was frozen into ice sculptures. As for the younger brothers under him, they were all frozen in the aftermath of the cold air, and the endless cold air continued. Spreading. A few breaths will completely freeze the entire station. Let's go. Yi Chen directly cancelled the summon of the Enchantress Ji Kang Bing, turned around and walked towards the gate of the station. Gray, stop looking, let's go. Now you are still far from this level. Erza patted Gray, who was a little bit shocked by Yi Chen's use of the Enchantress's Kongbing, comforted him, and then left. Really, I don't know how long it will take for me to become so powerful. Gray seldom sees Yi Chen make a move, and even if Yi Chen makes a move, he usually handles it casually, and will not get serious at all. This is the first time Gray has seen a real serious fight. Gray took a deep look at the person in front of him. Seen, and then trotted out of the waiting hall. Is this too exaggerated? It's just a moment, and the battle is over? Lucy looked at the numerous ice sculptures in front of her, muttered to herself, then shuddered and followed. It's just that this scene left an indelible imprint deep in the heart of Lucy, a rookie mage. This is the first time Lucy knows that there are really powerful mages like a natural disaster. Do you know where that Shadow Mountain went just now? Outside the station, Erza saw Yi Chen, who was sitting in the driver's seat of the magic four-wheeled vehicle and had already put on the SE spark plugs, and asked curiously. Erza, don't underestimate me, get in the car, and you guys, hurry up and get in the car, and drag that lump over there to me as well. Yi Chen directed Lucy and Gray directly, and dragged back Natsu, who turned pale when he saw Yi Chen, trembling and kept running away. No, don't, I will never ride in a car again, especially a car driven by Yi Chen, help. Let's go. Boom. Amidst Natsu's heart-piercing roar and Yi Chen's slightly excited shout, the magic four-wheeled vehicle galloped towards the goal in Yi Chen's heart at a lightning speed. Chapter 18. The Black Sword of Yemo. Chapter 18. The Black Sword of Yemo. It's all your fault. The car raced too fast, causing all the magic quadricycles to be destroyed by you. In Kaluoba City, at the foot of the mountain where the meeting place of the routine meeting is located, Yi Chen and others arrived at the meeting place in a hurry. Who knew this magic four-wheeled vehicle was so weak? Yi Chen also knew that he was wrong, and he didn't dare to refute Erza's complaint, so he could only beep softly. It turned out that after Yi Chen and others left the station in the magic four-wheeled vehicle, Yi Chen was too excited because of the racing, and the input of magic power was too large, which directly exploded the engine of the magic four-wheeled vehicle, causing the magician to the four-wheeler broke down directly. It happened that the location where the anchor broke down was in the middle of the Daxi Valley. The feet ran towards Kaluoba City. Haha, what are you talking about? Traveling with your feet is the true meaning of life. Shut up. X4 of course, some people were sad and some were happy, and the one who was happy was undoubtedly Natsu. After the magic four-wheeled vehicle broke down, Natsu was immediately revived with full blood, and ran towards Kaluoba City at the head of the horse. It's finally here, and it looks like nothing has happened yet. Erza breathed a sigh of relief looking at the calm meeting place. They're all magicians who don't use anything. At this moment, a huge beautiful magic circle appeared in the air, and then, a huge figure appeared in front of everyone. I can't stand it anymore, let me do it myself and eat your souls. Roar. A huge three-eyed wooden demon roared crazily, its powerful magic power suffocating. What is this? Several people saw a group of guild leaders not far away, and soon found the short, but most powerful horseman Carlos among them, hurried to him, and asked. This monster is Lullaby herself. Goldmine, the president of Quattro Cerberus, explained to 5 people and 1 cat. It's a living magic, the magic of the black mage, Zareth. I didn't expect that the negative legacy hundreds of years ago would appear in front of us in this posture today. Natsu, Gray, evacuate everyone immediately. Why order me? Still bossing me around. Advertisement, please. Love, X2 afterwards, Natsu and Gray were going to leave with these guild masters who watched the excitement and didn't think it was a big deal. I said, old man, don't you do it? Chen looked at the stable Carlo who was acting in unison with many guild leaders and asked curiously. What are you talking about? The old man is just an 80-year-old old man. Seeing that he was called by Chen alone, Carlos Ma coughed directly and then said that he did not intend to do anything. Really, forget it, you all push away, let me come. Chen looked at the huge demon Lullaby and shrugged. Afterwards, his huge magical power began to boil. Come into the world. The seventh beast, the black sword of Yemo. Following Chen's loud shout, a huge 3-cobalt sword appeared in the air. Its blade alone was over 100 meters long. It was a legendary sword used by the gods to slay demons. What is this? Lullaby was already huge enough, but this black sword of Yemo was not inferior to Lullaby in the slightest, and the black sword of Yemo continued to emit extremely terrifying fluctuations of magic power. Land down. The black sword of Yemo. Following Chen's roar, the black sword of Yemo descended rapidly from the air, and before it landed, the terrifying wind pressure broke all the surrounding trees in half. Damn it. Stop it. The devil's roar. Lullaby felt an extremely deadly threat from the black sword of Yemo. In order not to be killed, Lullaby gathered all the magic power in his body and unleashed his strongest attack on the falling black sword of Yemo, the roar of the devil. The torrent of black-purple magic power crazily sprayed towards the black sword of Yemo. Even the guild leaders who were watching the fun began to re-examine Lullaby, the demon of the Book of Zareth. It's a pity that although Lullaby's attack is powerful, the black sword of Yemo is even more perverted. The powerful demon roared and was directly blocked by the tip of the black sword of Yemo, and then moved towards Lullaby without reducing its power at all. Fall vertically. No. Master Zareth. Help me. Boom. As the black sword of Yemo fell to the ground, a bottomless pit appeared at the location where Lullaby was originally located, and the entire mountain range was pierced by the black sword of Yemo, causing a considerable earthquake. Phew, I'm so tired. Advertisement Chen took a long breath, wiped the sweat that didn't exist on his forehead, then turned his head and shouted behind him. How about it? My uncle's move is amazing, Chen looked at everyone who was basically petrified and was a little at a loss. Well, it's amazing, but, directly break through the mountains. Isn't that a little too much? The president of a small guild who was attending a regular meeting on the side spoke to Chen cautiously. This is the tragedy of a small guild. Even the president has to be cautious when facing the powerful members of the big guild, for fear of offending other side. Is it too much? I didn't plan to make a move at first. You didn't do it, so I did it. You want me to bear the loss? Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the president of the small guild who was constantly swallowing in front of him, and asked back. No, this loss, we will bear it. The leader of this small guild saw Chen with a fierce look on his face, and waved his hands repeatedly, expressing that this loss does not need to be borne by Chen, but by several of the nearby small guilds. Stinky boy, don't talk nonsense. We Fairy Tail will naturally bear your loss. No, I'm fine. We Fairy Tail are not unreasonable wizards guild. This loss, we can do it. Really don't need it? Really no need. The presidents of these small guilds looked at the horsemen Carlo, Erza, Gray, Natsu, Lucy standing with Chen, and Goldmine, the president of Quattro Cerberus, and Bob, the president of Blue Pegasus. How dare they say anything? I can only bear the loss by myself. Fortunately, here in the wilderness, that is, the mountains have been pierced, and there are not many other losses. Thinking of this, the presidents of these small guilds looked at each other with sadness and joy in their eyes. Chen clearly knows that it is impossible for the presidents of these small guilds to really let Fairy Tail bear the loss. You must know that this world is still a world where force is paramount, and the strong can naturally run amok. Restraint, not so unscrupulous. But if you really angered the strong, the consequences would be quite sour. Chapter 19 It's not water, it's sea. Chapter 19 It's not water, it's sea. A few days later, at the entrance of Fairy Tail's tavern, Fairy Tail's mages gathered together, and there was a lot of voices. Among them were Natsu, who challenged Erza not long ago, and Natsu, who fulfilled the promise. Erza. Wait a minute, are the two of them serious? Are they really going to fight? Mirasan? Lucy on the side looked at the two people in the arena with high fighting spirit, and said to Mirajane with some worry at the moment. Of course it is serious. If you don't fight seriously, you are not a man. Erza is a girl. Girl? She's a female monster? Macau, I'll give you a chance to reorganize the language. Then what? I didn't say what I just said, it was my second personality. At this moment, Chen was hugged by Mirajane on his left arm, and Lasana on his right arm. Looking at Chen surrounded by two beauties, the men in the nearby Fairy Tail showed envious and jealous eyes, but unfortunately, he couldn't learn it. Mira, how much do you think Natsu will hold in Erza's hands? Brother-in-law, let me answer. According to my experience, Erza can basically knock out Natsu with one move. Before Mirajane answered, Lasana on the right rushed to answer directly. Mirajane thought about it and thought it should be so. I also think so. No way, Natsu is so strong, no matter how powerful Erza is, you all think that Natsu won't be able to hold a single move in Erza's hands. Lucy, who was still a little anxious at first, heard the conversation between Chen, Mirajane and Lasana, and looked at the three of them in surprise. Seeing the intimate appearance of the three, she instantly felt that she should have a full breakfast before coming back. Haha, girl, you are still too young. Natsu is really strong, but Erza is even stronger. She is recognized as the #1 female mage of the younger generation of Fairy Tail. Yi Chen replied to Lucy with a smile. Ah, so powerful. Wait a minute, is Fairy Tail recognized as the #1 female mage of the younger generation? Then Miss Mirajane is the second female mage of Fairy Tail's younger generation after Miss Erza? Lucy was still surprised at first, but her brain turned quickly, and she caught the loophole in Yi Chen's words in an instant. Advertisement, hiss. Mirajane didn't react at first, but now that Lucy said this, she immediately became jealous, and pinched Yi Chen's arm fiercely, causing Yi Chen to grin his teeth in pain. Then, seeing Yi Chen's grinning face, he rubbed the place he had pinched with some distress, and complained coquettishly. Really, it's not like you don't know that Erza and I have been rivals since childhood, and you still praise her like that, does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Also, I didn't finish talking just now. Yi Chen glanced at Mirajane resentfully, then looked at Lucy fiercely and said every word. Our family, Mirajane, is of course also recognized as the #1 female mage of the younger generation of Fairy Tail. Who stipulates that the #1 can only be one person? Yi Chen's words made Mirajane elated. The reason why Yi Chen ranked himself first with Erza was only for Erza's face. After all, Mirajane thought that she was better than Erza in terms of appearance, figure, and strength. Of course, Erza also thinks that he is better than Mirajane in terms of appearance, figure, and strength. You are amazing. Lucy, who originally wanted to watch Yi Chen's jokes, saw that Yi Chen had come back like this, so she had no choice but to give up watching Yi Chen's jokes, and then looked worriedly at the two people who were already warming up in the field. But there was a conflict between the two in the strongest team. The strongest team? That's right, Yi Chen, Erza, Natsu. Isn't Gray the strongest in the Union? After all, Lucy still has shallow knowledge. Although she thinks that Gray and Natsu are not as strong as Yi Chen, they are still the strongest level of Fairy Tail. Girl, have you ever been beaten by the society? It's not clear that Fairy Tail's water is very deep, not to mention Mistogan and Laxus of the same generation, Gildarts of the previous generation, and one of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar at the bottom of the box. The Warred Sequin exists. I admit that whether it is Yang, brother-in-law Yi Chen, or Natsu and Gray, they are all real men, but I disagree with saying that they are the strongest, because there are so many strong men in Fairy Tail, like me. Alfman heard that Lucy looked at Gray and Natsu so highly, and immediately refused to accept it, jumped out and pointed a thumbs up to himself. It's true that the strongest women are Erza and Mirajane. If you want to talk about the strongest men, there are also Mistogan and Laxus. That's right, their strength is unfathomable, and no one knows how strong they are. Advertisement Levy, Jeter, and Troy from Lane Engine Squad also chimed in. Yes, but no matter what, this game will definitely be very interesting. Yi Chen and Laxus had a fight before, but it was because they encountered a conflict on the way to do the task, and Yi Chen indeed defeated Laxus, but Yi Chen will not publicize this matter, and Laxus will not himself to make a fool of himself. He said that he lost to Yi Chen, so only the two parties knew about it. This is why Laxus has been provoking Yi Chen, trying to save face from Yi Chen. While several people were discussing, the two people in the field had already warmed up and were ready to start. Natsu, let's go. I haven't had magic sparring with you like this in many years. Back then I was just a brat, now I'm different, today I will definitely win. I'll do my best to fight you. Change, Yandi's armor? Oh, the Yandi armor with extremely strong fire resistance is very useful against fire-attributed mages. In addition, holding the Yandi sword can also cut out flame attacks. It seems that Erza is serious. Now Natsu is sad already, the power of his flame will be halved directly. Seeing Erza's actions on the field, Fairy Tail's veteran A-level mage Mikao said thoughtfully. No, it seems that Erza has put a lot of water in order to have a good time with Natsu. Yi Chen looked at Erza's change of clothes and expressed his opinion. Yeah, Erza wasn't serious at all, just playing with Natsu. As Mirajane, who was not on par with Erza, she saw through Erza's thoughts at a glance, and said in agreement. How come? Isn't Yandi's armor extremely flame-resistant armor? Since it weakens the power of Natsu's flame, how can you still say that Erza released water on Natsu? No, if Erza really intends to do his best, he should not use the Yandi armor, but the Sea Emperor's armor. The Sea Emperor's armor is not only quite resistant to water attributes, but also resistant to fire. It is extremely good, and it is obviously more effective against Natsu when combined with the sword of the Sea Emperor. Mikao looked at the two suspiciously, and then realized that he couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. For young people nowadays, routines are really getting deeper and deeper. Just when Mikao was sighing, Natsu had already been knocked out by Erza's backslap. Chapter 20 Laxus's Challenge. Chapter 20 Laxus's Challenge. It's gone. Haha, Natsu really isn't Erza's opponent. Yeah, Erza is really strong, as expected of one of our Fairy Tail's strongest candidates. Haha, that's right. When everyone was chatting and laughing and was about to leave, a flash of lightning landed in front of them, and then Laxus's arrogant figure appeared in front of them, looking fiercely at the crowd who were about to leave. I said, this is the end, it's too boring, why don't you and I continue this duel, Yi Chen? Following Laxus's words, everyone looked at Yi Chen who was embracing left and right at the moment. Damn it, big news, Laxus actually took the initiative to challenge Yi Chen. Sure enough, Yi Chen is very powerful, so powerful that even Laxus couldn't resist launching a challenge. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect to see the duel of Fairy Tail's second strongest candidate today. Today is really not in vain. That's right, come on, let's make a bet. Bet on Laxus to win 1 to 1.2. Bet on Yi Chen 1 to 1.1. The tie dealer takes all. Everyone looked at Yi Chen with bright eyes, and Kana opened the market right now. Oh, Laxus, it looks like you want to relive my horror? Yi Chen let go of Mirajane and Lasana, and became a little excited. Anyway, at this moment, Laxus is basically the strongest under the Holy Cross, and he is already able to fight Yi Chen. HMPH, I have been cultivating hard for 3 months, and I will definitely let you taste the pain I have suffered. Laxus looked at Yi Chen with a ferocious expression. The corners of his mouth were grinning, and his arrogance could hardly conceal the seriousness in his eyes. What's the meaning? Laxus must have suffered from Yi Chen's hands before, right? Maybe, otherwise Laxus wouldn't look like this. Hey, tell me, could it be that Laxus was once defeated by Yi Chen? Ah, are you in a dream? That's Laxus, how could it fail? It's true, Laxus is a monster among monsters, how could there be times when he loses? Haha, that's right, I grew up watching Laxus, and I've never seen Laxus fail even once. Advertisement, you said, is it possible to see you today? You idiot, Laxus is undefeated. But Yi Chen is also ridiculously strong. Since Yi Chen joined Fairy Tail, his strength has changed almost every day. Who knows how strong he is now? That's right, Yi Chen is definitely stronger than Laxus, and the strength is not just a little bit, it's the gap in the dimension level. What do you mean? You mean Laxus is not as good as Yi Chen? Nonsense. Yi Chen is the strongest, everyone present, as Laxus launched a challenge to Yi Chen, divided into 2 groups. One group thought that Laxus was stronger, and the other group thought that Yi Chen was far superior to Laxus. I have to say that although Laxus's personality is extremely twisted, his strength is indeed it is so strong that it has been recognized by most people. Laxus, do you think that as long as you have improved in these 3 months, I will not? Yi Chen was the first to release his terrifying magic power. The strong magic power formed a super strong air current that blew Yi Chen's clothes, and the purple-black magic power almost covered Yi Chen's whole body. Is this a challenge? Laxus also became excited, and the golden thunder attribute magic power also surged, crackling small lightning surrounded Laxus's body, and the super strong magic power was not inferior to Yi Chen at the moment. Then come on. Boom. Yi Chen and Laxus rushed towards each other at the same time. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, they collided and formed a strong explosion. When the smoke cleared, half of the entire battlefield was covered by purple-black magic power, and half by golden covered by thunder attribute magic. Boom. At this moment, Yi Chen's left hand is holding Laxus's right hand, and Laxus's left hand is holding Yi Chen's right hand. The 2 sides are completely competing for magic power at this moment. As Yi Chen and Laxus wrestled with each other, the entire ground was oppressed by the magic power of the 2, constantly bouncing and sinking, and soon formed a crater with a diameter of nearly 10 meters. Isn't this too exaggerated? Macau felt that his age was wasted. The 2 young people in front of him were not even half his own age, but possessed magic power 10 times or even dozens of times stronger than his own. He couldn't help sighing. One sentence. What's there to sigh? We are still human beings, but these 2 are no longer human beings, right? Wakaba, a good friend of Macau, took a puff of cigarette, exhaled a circle of smoke, and sighed in the same way. I didn't hear clearly, can you please say it again? When the 2 sighed, Mirajane looked at Macau and Wakaba with a smile on her face, but her smile was almost the same as that of a devil in the eyes of Macau and Wakaba. No, you heard it wrong, you definitely heard it wrong. Advertisement? Boom. While a few people were chatting, Yi Chen and Laxus in the field also erupted at the same time, each leaping backwards. Humph, come again. Boom, 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 boom. A purple black and a golden light kept flashing and colliding with the loud shouts of the 2, and terrifying waves of air swept the audience one after another, and the smoke and dust rolled up, making it almost blinding. What happened? Natsu woke up from the fainting state at this moment, and saw this unbelievable scene as soon as he opened his eyes, stared at the field dumbfounded, and muttered to himself. Natsu, you're awake, Yi Chen is fighting Laxus. Gray also watched with excitement, but seeing Natsu wake up, he first introduced the situation on the court to his good friend. Is this the true strength of Laxus and Yi Chen? Then Erza, who is as famous as the 2 and is also an S-class mage, isn't it? Although Natsu was a little dazed, he was not stupid. Seeing the strength of the 2, how could he not understand that before Erza was fighting with him by throwing water, and what he shot was not water, but the ocean? I'm afraid it is. It seems that our strength is still far behind the first echelon of the guild. Gray is actually very smart, except for being infected by Natsu occasionally, so he clearly knows that he is still far from the level of Yi Chen Laxus Erza. Is it almost time to warm up? It's time to get serious? Laxus's voice reached the ears of the 2, but the content made them stand on the spot in a daze. Is this just a warm-up? The warm-up is ridiculously strong, several times or even 10 times higher than yourself, so how terrifying would it be if it was serious? That's right, next time, I won't let the water go. Yi Chen's voice confirmed what Laxus said, that is, the battle to this extent is still just a warm-up. Chapter 21 Jelal Chapter 21 Jelal, I can't wait, ha 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 ha. Laxus was completely excited at this moment, he had been looking forward to this battle for a long time. As Laxus laughed wildly, Laxus's entire body swelled a lot, and his already extremely muscular body became comparable to that of a fitness expert, with massive muscles protruding and looking extremely powerful. The huge magic power far surpassed that before rushed out from Laxus, sweeping and spinning straight into the sky, turning the entire sky into a sea of golden thunder, which looked terrifying and powerful. So much nonsense. Chen directly erupted far beyond the previous magic power, and the rich and huge purple-black magic power infected the sky, causing the sky that was originally golden due to Laxus's magic power to begin to change. The sky behind Chen turned purple-black, like the doomsday, and it continued to erode from the direction towards Laxus. Then, let's fight. X2 both of them showed excitement, ready to fight seriously. Boom! Just when the two were ready to fight, suddenly an uninvited guest broke into the battlefield where the two were. All eyes turned to the person who came, only to see that the person who came was a frog in the uniform of the Senate. That's it. Everyone is not allowed to move. I am the envoy sent by the Senate. In the eyes of everyone, Shiren, the visitor, introduced himself. It seems that our battle is over. Chen saw who came, and knew that this battle would end without a problem. Although a large guild like Fairy Tail didn't care much about the Senate, the minimum respect was still to be given. After finishing speaking, Chen put away all the magic power in his body and said lightly, "HMPH, it seems that we can only postpone it." Laxus also looked at the envoy of the Senate in displeasure, and then put away the magic power that erupted and said pointedly, "But yes, the big meal will naturally be saved for later." Ha 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 ha. With a burst of laughter, Laxus turned into lightning and left the scene directly. As for the envoys of the council, perhaps with their backs to the council, Shangzi was used to it, and he didn't pay attention to Laxus and Chen at all, and said to himself. Regarding the last Eisenwald incident, it was decided to arrest Erza Scarlet for alleged destruction of property and 11 other crimes. Advertisement, and Chen, the frog envoy of the Senate, said something that made everyone uncomfortable in a tone that did not fluctuate at all. Damn. The council is really shameless. If it weren't for the active performance of Chen and Erza, the council would be shaken by now. Shish, are you dying? It's fine to talk about it when everyone is drinking, but there are people from the council here. Cut. I'm afraid of the wool, and I'm not afraid of the shadows slanting when I'm upright. Could it be that the Senate will have time to trouble a small shrimp like me? Makes sense. Everyone whispered to the envoy of the council in displeasure, but the envoy pretended not to hear it. The messenger knew very well that top guilds like Fairy Tail, Blue Pegasus, Lamia Scale, and the ruler of the ghosts never really took the council seriously. As long as they didn't say it in person, everyone could save face. Oh, I didn't expect that I would also have a share. Chen pointed at himself and smiled lightly. He didn't worry about himself at all. Having watched anime, he knew very well how corrupt the current council is. He came to arrest himself and Erza just to give the public an explanation. It's fine if it's just a show, but if you really plan to make yourself a scapegoat, then don't blame Chen for being rude. And soon after the Tower of Heaven incident, the current Senate will step down except for a few, so he is not afraid of offending the judges at all. You are a ghost if you don't have a share. Erza is also like a bright mirror in her heart. She is not stupid. This is obviously just pretending. Senate Fury Branch Erza and Chen were led forward by the frog messenger. I said, Erza, it seems that the Senate really treated us as prisoners and even put on the magic handcuffs for us. Chen raised the enchanted handcuffs in Yang's hand and said with a smile. Stupid, it's just a show. Erza rolled her eyes at Chen, and she couldn't believe that Chen didn't know that this kind of magic-proof handcuffs at most only restricted B-level and below, including B-level mages. For S-level or even above S-level powerhouses like them, it is useless. What is the difference between being banned and not being banned? It can be smashed with a little explosion. It's not that I think the atmosphere is too dull, just kidding. Chen scratched his face in embarrassment. At this moment, a young man with a tattoo on his right eye, hanging eyelids, golden pupils, and sky-blue short hair appeared in front of the two of them. Advertisement. Long time no see, Erza, and you, the famous noble son of the goblin, Chen, meeting for the first time. The visitor greeted Erza and Chen with a smile. Zickline. Erza looked at the young man in front of him with an ugly expression and spat out a name word by word. You don't have to be so nervous, this is just the thought body, my body is still in the era. Chi Kelane spread his hands, indicating that he is just a thought body without combat power. Then Chi Kelane turned his head to look behind him and said lightly. The old men waiting behind this door are all thought bodies. How could such a small matter allow us to do it ourselves? Chen suddenly took a step forward at this moment and stood in front of Erza, but he knew that Erza would never forget a certain person named Zhelal. Think. Let me tell you, if you suddenly harass the beauties in our guild like this, it will trouble me a lot. As he said that, Chen shattered the magic-proof handcuffs with a slight force, folded his hands on his chest, and looked provocatively at the so-called Chi Kelane in front of him. Harassment, don't say that, I have said a lot of good things for you. It's just that these old men are afraid that they will be held accountable for this matter, so they tried their best to shirk all responsibility. Chi Kelane turned a blind eye to Chen's provocation and said to himself. Then don't bother you. You think you are the only one who has schemes, and I don't have any. Of course. Chen said the last sentence to Zhelal through a method similar to voice transmission. You. Jelal looked at Yi Chen with piercing eyes, but didn't say much, just said indifferently. You misunderstood, Jelal is my twin brother, and I am his big brother Zekline. What you say is right, Jelal, the big brother. Chapter 22 Heartknot Chapter 22 Heartknot The Senate Fury Kingdom Distribution. Jelal leaned back against the railing, watching Erza who was drifting away from Yi Chen. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Looks like you found a real partner, Erza. It seems that you still have your eyes on Erza as always. At this moment, another phantom appeared beside Jelal, a beautiful woman with long black hair and bangs, wearing a white top and a yellow belt around her waist. Important? It's okay, after all, she is the most suitable sacrifice? Jelal smiled and said something terrifying. It's a pity to sacrifice such a strong and beautiful girl as Erza, even I, who is also a woman. It's nothing, this is a sacrifice that must be made to lead to paradise. While answering the visitor's questions, Jelal still watched Erza go away. Ha ha. By the way, it really doesn't matter if the noble son of the goblin finds out his identity? Don't worry, he didn't expose me to my face, which means that the other party also has his own ideas. Jelal continued with a confident face, but we don't know what the other person thinks. It doesn't matter, as long as it doesn't get exposed before that moment comes. If there is an accident, I will use my own strength to solve any accident. Jelal clenched his fist with his right hand and said with a smile on his face. The tattoo on his right eye looked particularly ferocious at the moment. With my own strength, Jelal Fernandez, ha 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 ha. After speaking, Jalal's nostalgic body laughed wildly and dissipated, leaving only the woman with a strange smile on her face, looking at her back. Finally we meet again. After speaking, the woman also disappeared. Magnolia, Fairy Tale Guild Tavern. I didn't expect that the arrest was just a formality after a long time. It made me worry for a long time. Seeing that Erza and Yi Chen came back safely, Lucy felt that all her energy were exhausted, and she lay limply on the table, complaining. I see, letting the frog come over means that you can come back immediately. Gray clapped his hands and expressed his guess. Advertisement. As expected of a magician in the shape of ice, the jokes he told were really cold. Love, I'm back. Ma Karloff greeted Erza and Yi Chen back safely. It's really strange that the council let us go so easily this time. It's not because of your face, sir. Come on, the old man himself is often called to give lectures by the council. The old man's face is not worth anything at all. Ma Carlos scolded with a smile. Haha, the reason why I was able to pass the level so easily this time is because of your old friend, Senator Yujima. On the other hand, it was also because of the help of Zekline, one of the Holy Ten, to defend. Yi Chen took a sip of beer and explained the reason why he was handled with care this time. Zekline? That guy. Ma Karloff pondered for a while and said his reminder. That guy is not simple. Every time I see him, I feel very awkward. Don't worry, I know the details of that guy very well and nothing will happen. Stinky boy, don't be so confident, be careful of capsizing. Hey, old man, don't you worry about me. It's because of you that I don't feel relieved. I'm afraid that I will have to go to self-criticism for 10 days and 10 nights. Haha, who told the old man that you were the president? Yi Chen laughed when he heard Mrs. Carlo's words. Speaking of which, your current strength has already surpassed Laxus, right? Why didn't you defeat him cleanly today? Oh, did you notice it too, old man? Isn't it because Laxus is also a partner? Anyway, we have to save him some face. If it is instantly killed, Laxus will be ashamed to face others. Yi Chen said indifferently. I do hope that you can defeat Laxus cleanly, and let him know that there are truths beyond the sky and human beings. Ma Karloff said with a downcast expression. That's not necessary, is it? Laxus is at best a little dull. He is currently in a rebellious period. After he has experienced enough, he will naturally mature. Yi Chen expressed his opinion. Advertisement? Rebellious period? Let's hope so. Let's hope Laxus doesn't cause any trouble. Ma Karloff gulped down the wine in his glass, said sullenly. Don't worry, it's all about me, Yi Chen comforted. The culprit? That will definitely happen. The fairy civil war, one of the fairy tale plots, was provoked by Laxus, and even because of this fairy civil war, he was expelled from fairy tale. But speaking of it, it was precisely because of this civil war that Laxus matured a lot in an instant, and even became fairy tale's top combat power in the later stage. And the current Laxus can only be said to be a rebellious child who doesn't grow up. On the second floor of the Fairy Tale Guild Tavern, Laxus gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. Cut. Are you underestimating me? I will definitely show you the absolute power of my Laxus. As a dragon slayer, Laxus has extremely keen hearing. Although Yi Chen spoke to Carlos in a low voice, and everyone was cheering for the safe return of Yi Chen and Erza at the moment, Laxus couldn't hold back. Laxus's attention was always on Yi Chen. So it was easy to hear the conversation between the two. Yi Chen, Erza, Mirajane, Mistgang, and Gildarts. I will definitely trample all of you under my feet. Laxus swore inwardly and then let out a foul breath. It's not far from that time. Hey, this mission. After Yi Chen had a drink with the groom Carlo, he came to the second floor of the Fairy Tale Guild alone. At this moment, Laxus had already left, and there was a tradition in Fairy Tail that only S-level wizards could go up to the second floor. Now the S-level mages of the guild besides himself are Erza, who is being surrounded by people, and Mirajane, who is helping Lasana, so there is only Chen on the entire second floor. The task of the Cursed Island, I remember that in the plot, Natsu secretly accepted the S-level task, and then Mr. Carlos Ma ordered Gray to bring Natsu back, but by accident, Gray also joined forces with Natsu. Then Gray met his lifelong nightmare, the Demon of Disaster. Dear Lionla, Chen carefully recalled the plot of Fairy Tail, and quickly recalled everything in detail. It seems that it is necessary to take Gray to Galuna Island. Chen couldn't help but said to himself, he knew very well that Gray's talent was definitely not inferior to Natsu's. But the speed at which their strength has improved has obviously slowed down, even far behind that of Natsu's. You must know that at their current ages, it is the time when their strength has improved the fastest. Chen estimated that Gray's inner knot should have led to the slow growth of strength. Now that I have seen the task that can relieve Gray's knot, it is natural to help relieve Gray's knot. Chapter 23 Departure. Chapter 23 Departure. Mira, I have accepted this task. Chen jumped down from the second floor, came to Mirajane's side, and raised the task list in his hand. Okay, just register. Mirajane put down the wine bottle in her hand and registered the task for Chen. Island of the Cursed, Galuna Island. By the way, Mira, is it possible to form a team for this mission? What? There's nothing special about this task. Why did you suddenly ask me if I can form a team? Mirajane was taken aback when she heard Chen's words. She picked up the mission sheet and checked it several times, but she didn't find anything special about the mission of this cursed island, Galuna Island. It can only be regarded as an S-level mission. The above is ordinary, and asked a little puzzled. Nothing, just asking, Chen said with a smile. Yes, this task is an unlimited number of tasks. Okay, then I know. Chen nodded. Although due to the plot, he had some guesses about the mission of Galuna Island, but now he just confirmed his guess. Gray, I have accepted an S-level mission here, and I want you to be my assistant, how about it? Chen greeted Gray, who was cursing wildly with Natsu. S-level mission? I'll go. Gray was still arguing with Natsu, but when he heard Chen's words, he immediately abandoned his good friend, ran to Chen's side, agreed, and then picked up the S-level task list on the table to look carefully. Say no? Don't be kidding, this is an S-level mission. With the strength of Gray's A-level magician, I have never even seen it. Now that an S-level magician actively invites me to be an assistant, how can I let go of this opportunity? What? S-level mission, I'm going to. Natsu immediately pushed Gray aside, pointed at himself and introduced himself to Chen. Forget it, let's take this guy with him too. He accepted the mission of Galuna Island. Who knows if Natsu will secretly accept the S-level mission as in the original plot, but who knows what kind of mission he took. Okay, I can take you with me, but you have to listen to me. Chen covered his face with his hand pretending to be helpless and said. Great, I can also participate in S-level missions. Advertisement, love. Natsu and Happy clapped happily. One person and one cat completely heard the first half of Chen's sentence. As for the second half sentence, Chen had to listen to it, which was directly filtered out by one person and one cat's left ear and more out of the right ear. I said, forget it, it's useless to say it. Chen wanted to say something else, but finally gave up. Then that's it, I, Gray, and Natsu will take this task together. Forget it, add Happy. As soon as Chen finished speaking, he saw Happy floating in front of him, pointing at him constantly, and Chen had no choice but to add Happy. But the task is mainly for me. Gray, Natsu and Happy are all assistants, no problem? Certainly, I just need to participate in the S-level mission. Love. Several people naturally had no problem with Chen's words, and they all nodded in agreement. In this case, then I will register the names of a few of you. Mirajane looked at Natsu and Gray, covered her mouth and chuckled. Chen, I have to trouble you to take 3 oil bottles with you. Haha, don't worry, you still don't know my strength. Chen said nonchalantly that for this task, even if there is no information in his memory, Chen has full confidence to complete it. As for Gray and Natsu, they're optional. The next day, Chen set off for Galuna Island, known as the Cursed Island, with 3 people, 1 cat and 4 oil bottles. What? Isn't there only 2 people, Natsu, Gray and Happy, a cat? How did it become 3 people and 1 cat? Lucy was dragged along by Natsu. I mean, in this port city of Harjin, can't you find a boatman willing to go to Galuna Island? Gray took the initiative to apply for a boat to Galuna Island, but he searched all over the port, but couldn't find any boatman willing to go to Galuna Island. That's why I said a long time ago, of course I have to swim over there. I don't think your method will work at all. Lucy sighed helplessly, and directly dismissed Natsu's suggestion. Oh, really, you guys don't really think that I brought you to perform S-level missions just to increase your knowledge? Listening to the conversation between the 3, Chen was a little speechless. No wonder Makarlov has been reluctant to let Natsu and Gray perform S-level missions. Advertisement. It is reasonable to say that according to their A-level top strength, it is not difficult to perform some simple S-level tasks. You must know that many so-called S-level mages in guilds actually only have A-level strength. For example, The four elements of the ruler of ghosts, except for Arya of the Sky, even the strongest rain girl Zubia, is actually only at the peak of A-level strength. As for the weaker fire element and earth element, they can't even be called in A-level strong. But now the two of them got stuck right at the beginning of the mission, which made Yi Chen admire Carlos Ma's wisdom very much. If Natsu and Gray were to carry out the S-level mission alone, not to mention that they would definitely fail, and the failure rate would be as high as 99.99%. Ah. Hey, isn't it? Lucy looked at Yi Chen curiously. Forget it, Gray. I told you before departure, you must obey my command. I will give you the first order now. Yes. When Gray heard Yi Chen's words, his blood was about to boil. The S-level mission is about to begin. Use your magic to freeze the sea. Let's walk over. Are you kidding me? Gray is still in a brain shutdown state because of Yi Chen's words. Lucy has already looked at Yi Chen in horror, walking to Galuna Island in the frozen sea. What kind of divine operation is this? Can't you do it? If you can't do it, then go back. Yi Chen said to Gray without mercy. Can't do it? There are 3 words in a man's dictionary that can't do it. When Gray heard Yi Chen's words, he directly refuted, then walked to the beach, took a deep breath, put his hands on his waist, and the strong cold air was released from his hands, which made people feel a chill. Ice make. Floor of ice. With the release of Gray's magic power, a large area of the sea was directly frozen. Okay. Amazing magic power. Lucy originally thought that she knew Gray's strength very well, but this time, she found that Gray's strength was far beyond her imagination. Not to mention, the ice covered such a large sea has already exceeded 100%, 99 ice mage. What? How is it? Gray asked Yi Chen panting. No, not at all. Yi Chen shook his head slowly under Gray's fiery gaze. After casting this level of magic, how much magic power do you still have? If you encounter an enemy at this time, you will be a fish on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. Chapter 24 Gray's Practice. Chapter 24 Gray's Practice. Yi Chen, what you said is too much. Gray is also working so hard because of your words. Lucy couldn't help complaining about Gray. Lucy, stop talking. Yi Chen is right. I was eager to show off and ignored this. We are performing S-level missions. Any S-level mission is an extremely dangerous mission with a near-death situation. There is no room for carelessness. Gray stopped Lucy from continuing and said seriously. Yes, Gray is right. There is something wrong with our mentality. It was also rare for Natsu to say a word seriously at this moment, which made Lucy dumbfounded. Young birthday. Natsu, the representative of Fauvism, can actually think. This is just one of them. Yi Chen put his hands behind his back, looked up into the distance, and then continued. Gray, your S-level mission this time is to take us to Galuna Island. As for the method, it is to freeze the sea. During this period, I believe you will definitely gain something. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he stopped talking. He just took the lead and walked slowly in the direction of the cursed island Galuna Island, relying on the instructions of the magic map. Gray, Natsu, Lucy and Happy looked at each other, although they didn't quite understand why Yi Chen wanted Gray to move forward by freezing the sea. But after all, this S-level mission is dominated by Yi Chen. They are either assistants or forced to be assistants, and they have no right to speak, so they can only follow along in a daze. It wasn't until the 4 people and the cat left that people in the entire Harjan port began to discuss. Are these people sick? The port is frozen, so how can we go fishing? Hey, what's the use of complaining now? Why didn't you tell those master mages just now? Don't say you have no complaints. But then again, these master mages are so young, but possess such amazing power. I don't know which guild's mages are rising stars. I know, they're the mages from Fairy Tale. They just came to ask me if I would go to Galuna Island. If I knew they were so powerful, I would have agreed. Advertisement. Following the words of a certain boatman, the people nearby fell silent. The Wizards Guild known for its destruction, Fairy Tale? It is called the Cursed Devil's Island, Galuna Island? In the crowd, looking at the many boatmen looking at each other, a man in a cloak looked at Yi Chen and his group with complicated eyes, which were almost only a few spots left at the moment. I hope you can solve the curse on Galuna Island. On the other side, under the guidance of the magic map, several people headed straight towards Galuna Island, and soon reached the frozen limit range of Gray's magic. Looking at the pale Gray, Yi Chen shook his head. Gray, how much are you recovering now? Gray forced himself to cheer up, and said in a slightly weak voice. My magic power has recovered less than 1 level. That's it. Yi Chen pondered for a moment, then said to Gray. You recover your magic power as soon as possible. We will rely on you to move forward on the next road. Okay. Gray gestured okay to Yi Chen, then sat down cross-legged, intending to recover his magic power as soon as possible. Yi Chen, what shall we do then? Seeing Gray's movements, Lucy asked curiously. You guys? It's not the time yet, but Natsu, I have something to tell you. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, just remember, and one day you will understand. Yi Chen looked at Lucy and found that there was really not much to say about Lucy's celestial spirit magic. Whether it was double doors or triple doors in celestial spirit magic, or the later celestial spirit clothes, these were just skills. Based on Lucy's family education, these skills are naturally known, so in Yi Chen's view, what Lucy lacks is only magic power, and there is nothing else he can do. But Natsu is different. As a dragon slayer, Natsu's own magic power is extremely amazing, and his physical strength is also ridiculously strong. After all, dragon slayer magic is used as magic to attack dragons, so it is naturally different from ordinary magic. But Natsu has enough magical power, and there is no lack of skills and tricks. Even if it is lacking, with Natsu's combat talent, he can create a creation on the spot according to local conditions, but Natsu also has his own shortcomings. Advertisement: Natsu. Your magic is the magic used to fight against dragons in ancient times, so it goes without saying that the strength of your magic is great. Your fire dragon slayer magic is emotional inflammation. As strong as your heart is, so is your magic, understand? Natsu shook his head and listened to Yi Chen's words. At the beginning, when Yi Chen said it, Natsu was still very serious, but he could understand the first half, but in the second half, Natsu said that he knew each word separately, but he didn't understand it together. Up. Sure enough, Natsu, you are usually a fool, and your IQ is only online when you were fighting. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly and complained. Forget it, just remember it, it will be useful in the future. It's getting dark, Natsu, your task now is to give us light. Although I don't understand the previous ones, I know how to do this. Natsu raised his hand and unleashed an amazingly hot flame, illuminating the surroundings very brightly. What about me? What about me? Seeing that Yi Chen had assigned tasks to both Gray and Natsu, Happy and Lucy couldn't help asking for the tasks. You guys. Happy, since you can fly, look around and act as a security guard. Love. Happy received Yi Chen's instructions, and excitedly flew towards the sky, ready to wander around for a while, but to be honest, Yi Chen didn't plan to rely on Happy to guard against this endless sea, but just gave Happy a job to do. As for Lucy, Yi Chen looked Lucy up and down, but his gaze paused when it passed over Lucy's chest, and then he looked away as if nothing had happened. Then what, Lucy, your job is to give me a massage to relax. It is good. What? When Lucy heard Yi Chen's words, she subconsciously agreed, and then reacted immediately, staring at Yi Chen with her arms crossed, with a vigilant look like a pervert. Chapter 25 Strange Sight. Chapter 25 Inexplicable Sight. On the evening of the third day, after passing through the frozen sea all the way, the group finally arrived at the destination of the trip, the cursed island, Galuna Island. I'm exhausted. The first time Gray set foot on the island, he was exhausted and paralyzed on the beach, lying in a big shape on the soft sand, panting heavily. After all, he released magic for 3 days and 2 nights without sleep. During these 3 days and 2 nights, Gray was either releasing magic or on the way to release magic. In addition, Yi Chen hardly allowed Gray to rest along the way, which made Gray almost every day. Every release of magic is challenging one's own limit. That won't work, Gray. Natsu is still full of energy at the moment. You must know that it is common for mages to stay up for several days and nights when performing tasks, and Natsu is one of the best. Resting, but the mental head is much better than Gray. Next time, I will let you play magic for 3 days and 2 nights without sleep. Gray also doesn't have the energy to quarrel with Natsu now. If Natsu said that usually, Gray would have pushed back. Get up, if you want to rest, you have to see the client first. Look at Lucy, and look at you, you're not as good as a girl. Yi Chen kicked Gray, who was lying on the ground, and said with a smile. That's right, you're not as good as me, Lucy said to Gray with a smile on the side. Lucy, after spending so many days together, I thought I knew you already, but now I realize that I don't know you well enough. I didn't expect you to be such a thick-skinned person. Gray looked at Lucy with black lines all over his head and couldn't help complaining. During this time, you're just on your way. If you can't walk anymore, you have to ask Yi Chen to carry you, even if you want Natsu to carry you, or hide in Celestial Spirit's body, I'm ashamed to say so. Slightly, Lucy made a face at Gray and headed towards the island first. Yi Chen suddenly raised his head and looked at the faintly visible mountain peak in the distance. Just now, Yi Chen felt a strange sight looking towards him, and it stayed on him for a while before moving away. What's wrong? Yi Chen. Lucy had already walked several steps forward, but seeing that Yi Chen, Natsu, Gray and Happy didn't move, she asked curiously. It's nothing, it should be a resident of the island. Advertisement: no, it shouldn't be the demon residents of Galuna Island just now, it should be Leon's group who is in the second state, but logically speaking, if it is Leon, he should pay more attention to Gray, but it seems that he pays more attention to Gray than Gray it's me instead. What? Lucy said, why can't I understand? Don't care about these, we should go exploring at this time, go exploring. Love, at this time, you should go to the client to find out the details of the entrustment. As for Natsu and Happy, Lucy can't complain. Where are these 2 guys here to do S-level missions? Are they here to play? Let's go, I think the client of the mission will tell us everything. Yi Chen directly ignored Natsu and Happy, and took the lead in walking towards the location where the client was marked on the magic map. By the time a few people arrived at the village where the client in the magic map was located, the sky had completely darkened. What is the village building such a high fence for? Are there any beasts on the island? Lucy looked at the fence nearly 10 meters high and said in shock. It shouldn't be possible. I read from the information that there are no powerful monsters or ferocious beasts on this island. The only animals that are there are all harmless to humans and animals. The night before the departure, Gray carefully read all kinds of information about Galuna Island, and he can even say that he has more say than Yi Chen in this regard. Then why is the guardrail built so high? Lucy couldn't understand it very much. Since there are no powerful monsters or ferocious beasts, why such a high guardrail? I think it's to prevent others from entering by mistake. Others don't know, Yi Chen doesn't know. The memory of the residents on the island was messed up because of the moondrop ceremony performed by Leon and others. This made the residents who were originally demons think that they were once human beings, but they became demons only because of the moon drop ceremony. Therefore, in order to prevent other people from entering the village by mistake, and also to protect the secrets of themselves and others, such a high guardrail was built. Could it be like this? Then how should we go in? Lucy is dubious about Yi Chen's explanation. It's easy, look at me. Natsu volunteered, then kicked hard towards the door. Boom. Natsu deserves to be called a dragon slayer. His physical body is unparalleled, and this kick actually sent the entire gate flying tens of meters away. Advertisement, I said, this is the client's place after all, it's not good for you to kick the door of the house like this. Yi Chen was thinking about that strange line of sight just now. In the end, he didn't realize that he just didn't pay attention for a while, and Natsu stabbed himself. Who are you? How dare you break into our village? Just when Yi Chen was about to teach Natsu a lesson, two villagers suddenly ran out of the village and looked at his people warily. We are Fairy Tales mages. Your commission has been accepted. Yi Chen smiled kindly at the two villagers. Show me your guild crest. No problem. After finishing speaking, the four people and one cat showed the guild crests on various parts of their bodies to the villagers. It's true, they're really coming. Great, we're saved. The two villagers were very excited after seeing the guild crest of Fairy Tale with four people and one cat on various parts of the body. You know, they have been under a lot of pressure since their memory was confused, and now they finally see the light. Everyone, come out, the wizards of Fairy Tale are here. This time, the curse on us will definitely be lifted. One of the villagers announced the good news loudly to the people in the village. After a while, the villagers who had wrapped themselves tightly came out from the houses. Then, a short villager with a wand came up to them. Welcome to Galuna Island. I am the village head of this island, Mocha. First of all, I would like to trouble you to take a look at this. While speaking, the village chief Mocha signaled the villagers to take off their cloaks. Chapter 26 The mission begins. Chapter 26 The mission begins. FK. What is this? As the villagers took off their cloaks, regardless of men, women or children, certain parts of their bodies became hideous like demons. This scene scared Gray and Lucy plus Happy. It was the first time they had seen this kind of situation. On the contrary, Natsu at this moment, looking at the scene in front of him with bright eyes, if Yi Chen hadn't tightly covered his mouth, he probably wouldn't know what ridiculous words to say. It's really scary. Yes, Gray and Lucy were shocked when they saw all kinds of demon bodies. Cursed are all who live on this island, with all due respect. Is there any evidence to prove that this is a curse and not an infectious disease? It has to be said that Gray's serious state and IQ are still very online. We invited many famous doctors to see it. Are you sure this is definitely not an infectious disease? Besides, we became what we are now only because of the magic power of the polluted moon. At this moment, the dark clouds cleared, and the purple moonlight flooded the entire Galuna Island. What? It's so painful. Help! Following the appearance of the purple moonlight, the villagers howled in pain, and their bodies twisted continuously. What happened? Lucy looked at the villagers in pain, feeling a little overwhelmed. In just a few seconds, the villagers who were only partially demonized turned into demons. After a while, the villagers fell silent, looking at Yi Chen and the others with pained faces. Did you see it? As long as the purple moon appears? As you can see, everyone in our village will turn into such a devil. If this is not a curse, then what is it? Gray was also stopped by the village chief Mocha's rhetorical question. In that case, it should be cursed. Speechless. Gray stroked his chin and said firmly. Don't jump to judgment yet, Gray. Yi Chen heard Gray's judgment and turned to face him. Sometimes seeing is not believing. It's very hasty for you to make such a judgment based on the scene in front of you without any investigation. What kind of mission do you think we are performing? We are performing an S-level mission. What is an S-level mission? It is a dangerous mission that can be lost if one is not careful. And you just saw this scene, and you made a judgment so rashly. This will have a certain impact on your completion of the task in the future. After all, human subjective consciousness is quite terrifying. Advertisement. You must understand that when we came to this island, the S-class mission had already begun. Yi Chen lectured to Gray, and Gray nodded after listening. You're right, I was careless, but Yi Chen, I think Gray is right. Lucy couldn't help expressing her opinion at this moment. Lucy, you have to remember, true knowledge comes from practice. No investigation, no right to speak. Yi Chen's words rang in Lucy's heart like an evening drum and morning bell, causing Lucy to be in a trance for a while. Truth comes from practice? No investigation, no right to speak? You're right, I took it for granted. Lucy is not the kind of woman who messes around, knowing that she is wrong, but refuses to admit it. So Lucy readily admits her mistake. Well, let's get back to business. Village Chief Mocha, I read your commission, and you think it's about us destroying the moon, right? Yi Chen turned his head and asked the Village Chief Mocha. Yes, there is only one way. Only by destroying the moon can we lift this curse. Major Mocha, with all due respect, this is unrealistic. And I don't think it's necessary to destroy the moon in order to lift your curse. So I hope you can change the content of the entrustment to lift the curse. Yi Chen referred to the content on the power of attorney and told the village head of Mocha. That's not a problem, as long as the curse can be lifted, anything can be said. Well, don't worry, I already have some ideas, then leave it to me. But before that, we have to go to the place where the purple beam of light is. Yi Chen pointed to the direction where the purple beam of light was, and motioned everyone to look there. What is that? Gray looked at the somewhat ominous purple beam of light and asked. Gives me an ominous feeling, Lucy said in agreement. Village chief, do you know what that is? After calming down a bit, Gray subconsciously asked the village chief because he suddenly saw this ominous beam of light. That is, regarding Gray's question, the village chief Mocha showed embarrassment and opened his mouth several times, but he still didn't say anything in the end. Don't you want to talk about it? Forget it, let's go and see for ourselves. Seeing the expression on the village chief's face, Gray also felt something was wrong. It's not that I don't want to say it, but that I don't know how to say it. Advertisement. The village head of Mocha stroked his beard and said. Okay, let's talk about it when we get back. Yi Chen interrupted village chief Mocha's desire to explain in detail from the beginning to the end. He was very clear that what was said here was nonsense, and everything needed to be solved. Membrane, naturally can perfectly solve the task. Is it over now? Don't know more about the situation? Anyway, it's been 3 years, and it's not too late. Lucy asked curiously. Yi Chen shook his head and explained. Don't worry, as I said, I already have some guesses. As long as I go there, the truth will basically come to light. Whether Lucy or Gray, they all looked at Yi Chen suspiciously at this moment. Everyone landed on the island at the same time. Why do you already have clues, but we are still at a loss? Is there such a big gap between S-class and non-S-class? Now that you've said that, let's go and see first. Natsu, happy, let's go. Seeing Yi Chen's convincing words, Lucy thought about it. It's not too late now, it's okay to go and have a look, and when she was about to call Natsu and Happy to act together, she saw that Natsu and Happy, who were standing next to several people, had already disappeared. Where are people? You said Natsu and Happy. Well, over there. If we don't leave, maybe Natsu will arrive. Yi Chen pouted his lips towards the black spot in the distance. This guy, does he have any sense of teamwork? Why do you always act like this without authorization? Lucy was furious at Natsu's behavior and couldn't help cursing loudly. Don't be angry, this is Natsu, let's go. Gray patted Lucy on the shoulder, and also ran towards the purple beam of light. Then how do we go? Seeing that only herself and Yi Chen were left, Lucy subconsciously asked Yi Chen. Don't worry, I have a solution. Hold tight. Before Lucy could react, Yi Chen picked her up by princess, and then leapt with both legs, directly leaping tens of meters. Ah, the only sound in the air was the terrified sound of Lucy, caught off guard. What a powerful jumping ability, is this a mage? A certain villager muttered to himself after looking at Yi Chen, who disappeared after a few seconds. Should it be a special case? The village head, Mocha, is also a mage, but his strength is very weak. He belongs to the lowest level, but he still has some understanding of high-level mages. As expected of the wizards of the famous Magisters Guild, they are really powerful. Village chief, since there are such powerful mages here to help, then our curse can definitely be resolved, right? The villagers couldn't help asking when they heard Mocha's exclamation. For sure, they are the strongest mages I have ever seen, and they are also the mages of the Great Guild. It must be possible. Great, I did the right thing when I released the mission to the Grand Guild. That's right, that's right. In this case, let's hold a banquet to celebrate in advance. Celebrate the lifting of our curse. Oh, Chapter 27 Frozen Gray. Chapter 27 Frozen Gray. Right here, Happy took Natsu on the empty road, and soon came to the place where the purple beam of light fell. This is a ruined temple. It may have been solemn and magnificent here, but now, there are only ruins left. So slow. Yi Chen was already sitting on top of the stone statue at the entrance of the temple, waiting for someone to come. As for Lucy, she was still vomiting beside her. Yi Chen? When did you arrive? Yeah, it's been a while. It's Gray now. After a few minutes, Gray also ran here. After all, this is the world of mages. Even if the distance is more than 10 kilometers, if you run at full speed with the physique of mages, it will not take long. Now that we're all here, let's go in. Yi Chen looked at the light of the still falling moon drop, turned around and walked towards the interior of the temple. It's really broken. Which era building is this? No, it's too dilapidated, and there's no way to identify it. I guess only the most professional archaeologists can identify it. No way, no matter how strong something is, under the power of time, it will decay and decay. This is an eternal law. Yi Chen walked up to the already blurred mural and stroked it lightly. The mural has long been unable to see clearly what was painted, but it can be guessed that the temple was definitely solemn and gorgeous at that time. Wo Sao, you are an idiot. Sorry, I didn't mean to. While Yi Chen was still admiring the murals that could barely be seen, suddenly a large area of the temple floor collapsed. Natsu was the first to bear the brunt, followed by Happy, who was caught by Natsu when he fell. But Gray and Lucy didn't react. They were slightly led by Happy. They couldn't stand still and fell into it. What is this? Except for me, everyone is wiped out. Yi Chen looked at the ground speechlessly, and could only lament the power of the plot. In the original book, Natsu stepped on the ground hard, and then fell down. Now, Natsu did not step hard, and the ground collapsed directly. Let me tell you, can you guys save me some trouble? I'll take you to do S-level tasks. On the one hand, I want you to experience the difficulty of S-level tasks in advance, and on the other hand, I want to temper you. But now it seems that you guys are training me, because you despise the S-level missions for being too easy. Yi Chen also came to the ground along the cave. When he saw the disheveled 3 people and a cat, he couldn't help complaining. Sorry, I didn't expect the ground to collapse suddenly. Natsu scratched his head in embarrassment with a smirk on his face, which made people really lose their temper. Advertisement, forget it, let's go, since there is such a large space under the temple, maybe we can find something. Yi Chen said so on his lips, but he was clear in his heart. Gray's demon, the demon of calamity, Dai Leon, is here. Do you feel that it is particularly cold here? Lucy shivered suddenly, and asked Yi Chen Natsu Gray. Well enough. Cold? I'm an ice mage, I can't feel it. I don't feel it. Forget it, let me ask for nothing. It's because Lucy is too weak. Hearing the reply from 3 people and 1 cat, Lucy said that she just fell unconscious. Yi Chen's magical power is amazing, and he has long been immune to cold and heat. Gray himself is an ice mage. Natsu is a fire mage. These 2 basically don't feel much about the cold. As for Happy, a fur. HMPH, ignore you. Lucy angrily took 8 steps and walked in a random direction. Let's go. Yi Chen spread his hands helplessly and followed with his hands in his pockets. What is this? As soon as they turned the corner, several people heard Lucy's trembling, terrified cry. Walk, Lucy, are you okay? I'm fine, but this. Lucy's face was pale, her legs were weak, and she pointed at the huge ice cube behind her. This is. Dear Lionla. Gray looked at the frozen giant with horror on his face, tremblingly said the most feared existence in his heart, the calamity demon, Dai Leon. Gray, calm down. Yi Chen patted Gray's shoulder and said in a deep voice. Amir Leon is not worth your expression. How come, Dai Lionla, how come, here? Isn't it supposed to be somewhere in the northern snow mountains? Impossible. Advertisement, it is absolutely impossible to appear here. Gray's mind was completely captured by Dai Leon at the moment, and he couldn't listen to Yi Chen's words at all. Calm down, Gray. Yi Chen mobilized the power of Kang Bing, the number 12 familiar beast, Demon Princess, in his body, the power of the true ancestral familiar beast, and instantly frozen Gray, an ice attribute mage. After Yi Chen had frozen Gray, he looked up at the purple moondrop falling from Lion's head and then said to Natsu and Lucy beside him. Stay here, I'll go up and have a look. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Natsu and others to raise objections, he turned around and left here, and walked towards the location of the moondrop ceremony at the top of the temple. Hey, I don't want to stay here, I want to go too. When Natsu heard Yi Chen's words, he directly objected, and planned to follow Yi Chen to the top of the temple. Natsu. Love. Yi Chen looked at Natsu with gloomy eyes, and Natsu instantly turned into happy number 2. After suppressing Natsu, Yi Chen turned and left. Really, Yi Chen is really a dictator. When Yi Chen left, Natsu breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help complaining. Dictator? I think Yi Chen is pretty good. Lucy looked at Natsu strangely. Yi Chen is really good at ordinary times, but seriously, it's really scary. Seriously, Yi Chen, no one is allowed to refute his decision at all. The fate of all those who refute will be terrible. As he talked, Natsu showed fear on his face, and Lucy was startled when he saw it. Natsu in Lucy's eyes is a fearless person, but he can also be afraid. I lost my composure. At this moment Gray also broke free from Yi Chen's ice, exhaling a breath of cold air. Gray, are you calming down? Lucy turned to Gray and asked. Would you mind telling me about Dai Leonla? Regarding Lucy's question, Gray slowly told the 2 of his hatred with Leon, as well as what happened when he was a child. Chapter 28 Reunion. Chapter 28 Reunion. On the other side, Yi Chen soon came to the top of the temple. At this time, hundreds of mysterious men in cloaks were constantly performing the moondrop ceremony, and beside them was a man wearing a helmet. The man in the armor is Gray's senior brother, Leon. Yi Chen looked at the progress of the other party's moondrop ceremony in the ice layer above Lion's head and made an estimate. It seems that tonight is the time for Dai Leon to see the light of day again. Yi Chen was not surprised by this. After all, he and others spent 2 days in ink at sea, which was a lot later than in the original plot. It is normal for Dai Leon to be released today. Master Zero Emperor, the mage who came to the village today, has been investigated, and it is the mage of Fairy Tale. A beautiful woman with pink hair, blue eyes, lipstick and fair skin, wearing a short black dress and black knee-heeled boots with 2 white feathers on the back, reported to Leon. This person is Lion's follower and admirer Sharia Blendy. It's okay, as long as tonight is over, it's fine. Tonight, we can fulfill our dreams. As long as I can defeat the Dai Leon who can't even defeat her, it will prove that I have surpassed her. Leon clenched his fists, his voice full of confidence. Ho, it seems that Lord Zero Emperor is very confident. It seems that I also need activities. A short man suddenly appeared beside Leon, and said to Leon in a playful tone. You're here too, Saruti. Leon has long been accustomed to Sharuti's elusiveness, so he didn't care about the teasing in the other party's tone, and greeted lightly. Master Zero Emperor, tonight I will inject all the magic power of the moon into the moon drop ceremony, and Dai Lion's resurrection will be tonight. Lord Zero Emperor, are you ready for a battle that puts your life on the line? Sharuti's words couldn't shake Lion's heart at all, and Leon raised his right hand, and a strong cold air overflowed from his palm. Don't worry, I've already surpassed her. That sounds really reassuring. Then, I'll leave first. Saying that, Sharuti made a bow to Leon, and left here after a few dodges. Did you find me? Yi Chen's eyes were fixed. When Sharuti left just now, he obviously moved in his direction, and seemed to have found himself. Worthy of Erza's daughter, Ultir. Yi Chen thought for a while, then directly hid his figure and left the top of the temple, walking towards the direction Ultir left. Unexpectedly, Ultir, one of the 9 members of the Dignified Council, actually changes his figure and hides here? Is this intended to gain the power of Dai Leon? Advertisement. Not long after, Chen ran into Shirudi, who was waiting for him in the woods hundreds of meters away from Leon and others. No, it should be Ultir. There is no way. After all, it is the Calamity Demon Dai Leon. Its power should not be underestimated. If I can obtain its power, it will be very beneficial to me personally and to the council. Shirudi changed for a while and showed her real body. This is a big beauty with long black hair, bangs, wearing a white top and a yellow belt around her waist. Long time no see, Mr. Fairy. It's not cute to call it so raw. Really, it's not good to use the word cute for a mature woman. Haha, there's no way, I'm used to it. Chen and Ultir are old acquaintances. Since Chen came to the world of fairy tale, he gained the power of the true ancestor again. At the beginning, with the 12th beast, Kongding of the Enchantress, he ran amok, and soon became the youngest of fairy tale, one of the S-level mages, and his first S-level mission was to meet Ultir in front of him. Chen, who is familiar with the plot of fairy tale, knows that Ultir's nature is not bad, but his obsession is too deep, so after a bit of talking, Ultir's obsession was shaken. After investigation, Ultir found that what Chen said was true. It was not that abandoned him, but that was deceived into thinking that he was dead. It's a pity that Ultir was already one of Grimoire Heart's 7 kin of purgatory at that time. Even if the heart is bright, it is not easy to get rid of 7 kin of purgatory. Later, in the communication with Chen, he accepted Chen's suggestion and became Chen's dark child buried in Grimoire Heart. By the way, has there been any change in Precto recently? Chen was sitting on a tree holding Ultir, who had exploded in figure, and asked while playing with her hair. Don't make trouble, Ultir said coquettishly to Chen, then patted Chen's mischievous hand, thought for a while and said. Recently, Chairman Hades has suspected that there is a traitor inside Grimoire Heart, but I usually cover it up very well, and the 7 kin of purgatory has always been the confidant of Chairman Hades, so I won't be suspected for a while. However, President Hades has been collecting keys to unlock the Seal of Zareth recently. According to President Hades, there are only a few items left to collect. And before that, he asked me to find a way to bring down the Senate. You say, what should I do? Ultir asked Chen worriedly. Chen said disdainfully upon hearing this. Precto, an idiot, is confused by those rumors. The so-called key to unlock Zareth's seal doesn't exist at all. Zareth is Zareth, there is no seal or no seal, it's just Zareth's own idea. If Zareth still loves life, then he is a poor man who wants to not hurt life, but has to hurt life. If brother-in-law lets go of his attachment to life, then he is the ancestor of that black mage. This is the curse of the god Ansel Rammel, the curse of contradiction. It's not the first time Ultir has heard of Chen's words. Hearing this, she just chuckled, kissed Chen's cheek lightly, and said with a smile. Yes, President Hades' understanding of Zareth is naturally not as deep as yours. After all, you are also the cursed eternal being, the true ancestor. But speaking of it, they are also cursed to become immortals. Why do you feel that the contradictory curse imposed on Zareth is much weaker than the curse of immortality on you? Advertisement. Ultir couldn't help asking the question that had been buried in his heart for a long time. When he first knew that Chen was cursed, Ultir was shocked, but when he heard that Chen was cursed with immortality, Ultir shed tears of envy. She also wants to live forever. How should I put it? It can only be said that the curses of the two have their own merits. Chen didn't know how to answer. He couldn't tell Ultir that he had a system. You also know that my magic is the magic of copying the power and knowledge of the otherworld's strong man, so there may be some fatal flaws, but because it only copied the power and knowledge of the otherworld's strong man, so I didn't bring it here. And the main method of the 4th true ancestor I copied is to summon the natural disaster-like beasts to fight against the enemy, and summoning the beasts requires extremely huge magic power and vitality, so I copied the 4th true ancestor to surpass the enemy. The huge magic power and eternal vitality above the dragon veins. Chen can only explain it in such a far-fetched way, but it sounds normal to Ultir. After all, the magic in this world is very magical. In her opinion, the arc of her own magic time does not need Chen's. Copy magic is weak. Don't talk about this. Why are you here? Of course it's because I accepted the S-level mission issued by the villagers on the island. Well, I thought you came to snatch Dai Leon after hearing that Dai Leon was here. De Leon is my mission target. If I lose it, I won't be able to explain it to President Hades. Ultir pursed her lips and said coquettishly to Chen, if Chen's target was also Dai Linla, she would not be sure to snatch Dai Linla away from Chen. Don't worry, I'm not interested in Dai Leon at all, and I advise you to give up thinking about Dai Leon. Because the current Dai Leon is just an empty shell. Chen's words made Ultir stunned. Empty shell? What's the meaning? The magic of absolute Bingji, you know it? After all, you are the daughter of you will definitely study this magic in depth. Chen asked Ultir. Ultir thought about it for a while and said. Absolutely clean, this is a magic that will cause the user's body to perish and transform his body into extreme ice. That's right, Absolute Bingji claims that it will never melt ice, so what does it mean when the ice melts? Huh? What does it mean when the ice melts? Erza was taken aback. He didn't expect Chen to ask such a question. Obviously Ultir had never thought about this aspect. Let me tell you, when the ice formed by absolute ice melts, it means that the life of the frozen De Leon has come to an end. The Moondrop ritual is slowly killing Delianra as it undoes the absolute ice. Why do you think that absolute Bingji is called the strongest ice-type magic secret? If it is just to freeze the enemy, you have to pay the price of your own body. It is not the strongest ice-type magic secret. Do you think I'm right? Chen told Ultir the opinions he got from countless netizens' discussions when he was bored on the internet in his previous life, and Ultir fell silent after listening. After a while, Ultir looked up at Chen with tears on his face and said in a choked tone. So I was an accomplice to the murder of my mother? Chapter 29 Recovery Chapter 29 The Recovery of De Leon. Hearing Ultir's words, Chen nodded slowly, finally shook his head again, and said, if you regard the ice formed by absolute freeze as your mother Uru, then it is not too much to say that you are an accomplice in killing your mother by helping Leon melt absolute ice. If the ice formed by pure ice is ice, then you are just erasing the last thing that your mother existed in the world. Chen told Ultir his point of view. Ultir smiled wryly after listening, and said, that is to say, if I do this, no matter what I think, I will either become an accomplice in killing my mother, or it's erasing the last proof of the mother's existence. Right? In the last sentence, Ultir is not asking Chen, but asking himself. Oh no, Ultir, in my opinion, you are the last proof that your mother Uru exists. Ultir, the tears of Uru. You, Ultir, are the continuation of Uru. Seeing Ultir whose eyes were streaming with tears, Chen spoke incoherently. Although your words are a bit far-fetched, thank you for comforting me. Hearing Chen's dry reassurance, Ultir couldn't help laughing out loud, then thanked Chen with tears. It's nothing, just seeing that you are unhappy, I will be unhappy too. Chen smiled and said to Ultir, okay, I'm going back, although what you said, Chen, is correct, the dissolution of absolute Bingji is irreversible. I was an accomplice in killing my mother, this is an irreversible fact. Ultir. Hearing Ultir's words, Chen originally thought that his consolation had worked, but unexpectedly, it had no effect at all. Don't talk, listen to me. Although I can't change myself to become an accomplice to my mother's death, I can take revenge on my mother, kill the creator of De Leon, Black Mage, Zareth. Ultir's eyes burst out with two divine lights of hatred. You can meet them, and then Ultir will definitely do whatever it takes to destroy Zareth. You'll help me, won't you? Ultir looked at Chen expectantly, and Chen nodded vigorously. Don't worry, I will definitely help you. Who made us friends? Just friends? Advertisement? Then, buddy with benefits? Go to hell. Ha ha ha. Just as the two were making fun of each other, a piercing roar came, which made their eardrums ache. Roar. Along with the roar came an extremely terrifying magic power. Chen and Ultir exchanged glances. Although they already knew in their hearts that this was the last swan song of De Leon, they were still surprised by De Lion's power. Go and have a look. Let us see the legendary undead calamity demon, Dai Lionla, the last moment. At the bottom of the temple, not long ago, Natsu, Gray, Lucy and Happy stared dumbfounded at Dai Leon, who was gradually emerging under the light of the moondrop. Before a few people could react, absolute Bingji began to melt gradually. Damn it, didn't Chen catch up? Gray cursed secretly, and then made up his mind that if Dai Leon really recovered, then he could only use that trick to stop Dai Leon from pulling, using absolute ice. Roar. As soon as Gray made up his mind, the absolutely icy ice on Lion's head melted completely. Afterwards, an extremely astonishing but unknown magic power emanated from the revived De Leon, and spread to the entire Galoon Island in a short while. Even the nearby sea area could feel this magic power. This power, this is the calamity demon, Dai Leon? Feeling the huge and unknown magic power of Leon, Lucy couldn't help saying in horror. Ah, that's right, this is the calamity devil, Dai Leon pulls power. Gray and Leon replied solemnly. Amazing. Originally, Natsu, who didn't have a straight face, looked at the huge figure not far away with a straight face. Sculpture of ice. Grass. Just when the three people and one cat were terrified, a figure ran quickly from the other side of the passage. Seeing Natsu and the others, the visitor immediately cast magic, preparing to freeze the three of them. Leon. Gray recognized the person who came from his senior at the first sight, and when he saw Leon greeted his comrades, he directly attacked without even saying hello. Although he didn't know why the other party did this, it didn't affect Gray's counterattack. The shape of ice owing spring. Boom. The magic of the two collided and cancelled each other out, and then the magic of the two turned into countless ice shards and scattered in all directions. Gray, you know? At this moment, Natsu wrapped his arms around the flames, and looked at Leon with a fighting spirit. Originally, Natsu was about to make a move, but when he heard Gray call out the opponent's name, he asked curiously. Advertisement, he is Leon, the brother who once studied magic under Erza's school. Gray looked at Leon warily and explained to Natsu and Lucy Happy. Gray, don't get in your way, Dai Lionla, but my prey. Leon looked at Gray with a ferocious expression at the moment. In his eyes, this junior who had always been inferior to him did not need to be concerned at all. Although his junior brother Gray, who had never been on his mind, blocked his attack just now, but he just released the attack just casually, and the only thing he really needs to care about is his target, Dai Leon. Leon, could it be that you were resurrecting Leon? So what, it's all about going beyond to realize and continue my dream. Lion's crazy appearance shocked Natsu, Lucy, and Gray. This guy is obviously possessed. But Leon, you know, the ice you're melting is Gray looked at Lion's crazy appearance, but still wanted to persuade him. No, that's just ice, Lionla, a monster that even can't defeat. As long as I defeat Lionla, it means I have surpassed So, I must revive Leon, fight it, defeat it. At this moment, Leon was completely controlled by his inner obsession, and he couldn't listen to Gray's persuasion at all. Gray wanted to say something, but a figure appeared in front of the two, and it was Chen. As for Ultir, it is inconvenient to appear in front of everyone at the moment, and he hides as soon as he arrives in the cave. Let me tell you, if it was Leon in its heyday, a small character like you wouldn't even have the qualifications to hurt it. Chen sneered at Leon with disdain. You be *********************************** D, what do you know? I am the only mage who can defeat Lionra, Zero Emperor Leon. Ice-shaped dragon. Leon was directly angered by Chen's sarcasm, and unceremoniously released his most powerful magic except for the ultimate esoteric magic of ice magic, which is absolutely ice clean. A huge ice dragon rushed towards Chen. Chen raised his hand without even looking at it. It was just the most basic release of magic power. It is a superior magical power, and it easily wiped out Lion's ice dragon. Gray, I'll leave your senior brother to you. You're welcome, teach your retarded senior brother a lesson. Chen didn't take advantage of the victory to pursue, but turned his back, looked up at Leon who was gradually lifting the ice, and said to Gray without looking back. Chapter 30 Goddess of the Slave Planet Kyoka Chapter 30 Goddess of the Slave Planet Kyoka. As for Leon, let us quietly watch its final form. Chen's words stunned everyone present. What do you mean? What is the final form? Roar. As if dissatisfied with Chen's comments on it, Leon let out a roar, and then punched Chen fiercely. The fist the size of a house hit Chen fiercely. It turned out that the harsh wind of fists had already made the weaker Lucy and Happy stand unsteadily. Be careful. Seeing Chen's motionless appearance, Lucy couldn't help but exclaim. Chen actually had time to smile at Lucy at this moment, and then powerful magic power condensed in Chen's arm, and Chen's entire arm became pale. It was pitch black. Then Chen swung his fist towards the fist pulled by Leon. After the two fists, one big and one small, collided, it didn't happen that Chen was directly hit by Leon, or both. A deadlocked scene. On the contrary, Leon, who was originally invincible at the moment, is like a shattered pottery. Starting at the place where Chen's fist intersects, countless cracks spread rapidly, and soon spread to Lion's whole body. Afterwards, Leon pulls his huge body and starts bouncing. How is this going? Leon, who was in a stalemate with Gray at the moment, stared blankly at Leon who was gradually shattering, and said to himself in disbelief. How is it possible? Could it be that Leon is already dead? And we just witnessed the last moment of Leon? Can't win. I can't beat at all. There were unbearable tears in Lion's eyes. It was the sadness that he could no longer surpass Gray also stared blankly at the calamity demon in front of him that had caused unimaginable sorrow and pain to him. Leon, just like that, gradually shattered, with a tear streaming from the corner of his eye. He couldn't help but sigh. Thank you, Chen looked at Leon who was gradually shattering, and turned around to leave. After all, Leon had already known that Leon was dead, didn't he? Advertisement. Just when Chen was about to greet the group of people to leave, he suddenly looked into the darkness not far away with piercing eyes. Who is it? Who's there? Huge magic power surged out of Chen's body at this moment, and the purple-black magic power surrounded his body, making Chen's clothes rattle. It's time. Crack clap clap. As Chen shouted angrily, a woman wearing armor, a mask, a slim figure, and green hair appeared in front of several people clapping her hands. At first I wanted to recycle Leon, but I didn't expect that he was already dead. What a waste. I have to say a word of admiration here. Who can kill Lionla, is indeed very powerful. Chen frowned at the person who came. He just felt that there seemed to be a person hidden in that place. At first he thought it was Ultir, but he didn't expect it to be a part of Balam Alliance, which is also the most mysterious dark union. People of Tartaros. Why, if you just want to get away with just a few exclamations like this, then you were thinking too much. The leader of the 9 demon gates of Tartaros, goddess of the slave planet Kyoka. Chen revealed the identity of the comer with a single word, which made everyone present feel a burst of emotion. How many people in this world have not heard of the name Tartaros? However, Tartaros is too mysterious. No one knows what its composition is like, what kind of people are in it, and even the organizational structure is unknown. I didn't expect to meet people from Tartaros here, and Chen seems to be still there. Know the organizational structure of Tartaros. Oh, it's a great honor to think that someone else knows me. Goddess of the slave planet Kyoka saluted Chen with a smile, but then said. But can you let me go now? We don't have any conflicts after all, do we? Goddess of the slave planet Kyoka is a very proud demon. If it were anyone else here, she would not give in, but Chen gave her an extremely dangerous and terrifying feeling, which made her give in. Goddess of the slave planet Kyoka is not afraid of death. After all, Tartaros has the core of hell. Tartaros demons die outside, and they can be reborn in the core of hell. But goddess of the slave planet Kyoka feels Chen can completely kill himself, the kind that even the core of hell can't be reborn. Let's not talk about whether there is any conflict. Just because you are a member of the Dark Guild, and we are members of the regular guild, we can let us capture you. Chen's magical power surged, and he unceremoniously rejected goddess of the slave planet Kyoka's softness. In this case, we can only do it. Advertisement goddess of the slave planet Kyoka saw that Yi Chen didn't intend to let her go, and she stood up straight, and the huge spell power began to condense, far exceeding the oppressive feeling that Dai Leon brought to everyone before. Leave first. Yi Chen looked solemnly at goddess of the slave planet Kyoka in front of him, and asked Natsu and others to leave. Then he turned his head and spoke to another dark place. Ultir, show up, capture the person in front of you, it's a great achievement. Really, I still want to see your heroic appearance. Holding the crystal ball in his right hand, Ultir slowly walked out from his hiding place, constantly mobilizing his magic power as he walked. The super powerful fluctuation of magic power emanated from Ultir's body, which made goddess of the slave planet Kyoka's gaze fixed. She found that she seemed to be in a difficult situation now. The moment Gray and Leon saw Ultir, they froze in place. They saw the shadow of from Ultir, and couldn't help calling, subconsciously. Hello, I'm Er's daughter, Erza is your senior sister, come on, call senior sister to listen. Ultir greeted Gray and Leon with a smile, and turned to goddess of the slave planet Kyoka before they could react. Unexpectedly, there are people like you on this desolate island, one of the counselors, Ultir. Goddess of the slave planet Kyoka doesn't know that Ultir is an undercover agent of Grimoire Heart. Goddess of the slave planet Kyoka only knows that Ultir is one of the counselors, and he is very powerful, not inferior to Holy Cross Great Magic Way. Give it up, goddess of the slave planet Kyoka. Ultir didn't take goddess of the slave planet Kyoka to heart at all, she had absolute confidence in her own strength. Like catching me, dreaming, we will definitely meet again. Boom. Chapter 31 Tartaros Chapter 31 Tartaros Goddess of the slave planet Kyoka knew that it was impossible for him to be the opponent of either Yi Chen or Ultir, let alone the combination of the two. So goddess of the slave planet Kyoka directly blew himself up without hesitation, although he felt a little unclear about the threat from Yi Chen, but as the powerful demon at the head of the 9 demon gates, goddess of the slave planet Kyoka had a great deal of respect for himself. I have always believed in my intuition. Damn it, it's a magic barrier particle. Come into the world. Beast number 12. Ice of the Demon Girl. Following Yi Chen's shout, Yi Chen's 12th beast, Kang Bing of the Enchanted Girl, appeared in front of everyone. The enchantress's blue ice, freeze all the magic barrier particles in front of me. Yi Chen knows the power of magic barrier particles. Magic barrier particles are special particles that can destroy the magic energy in the air and pollute the air. In the original plot, the storm, one of the 9 demon gates, exploded and scattered it throughout the city. Laxus, who was fighting with him at that time, inhaled the magic barrier particles into his lungs in an attempt to save the city, but the excessive content made his body seriously polluted, and failed to clear the magic barrier particles, which eventually caused more than 100 deaths. Laxus itself needs Storm's blood samples to make a vaccine for the treatment. Yi Chen didn't expect goddess of the slave planet Kyoka to be so decisive, and he blew himself up at the slightest disagreement, which caught Yi Chen by surprise. Now I can only rely on the power of the enchantress's blue ice, to freeze all the magic barrier particles before the magic barrier particles spread, and then find a way to solve it. Crazy. The enchantress Ji Kang Bing let out a cry, and afterward, the magic barrier particles that had gradually spread with the self-explosion of goddess of the slave planet Kyoka were frozen instantly. It's too risky. Everyone present has heard of the name of the magic barrier particle. When they first saw the magic barrier particle, they thought they were dead, but they didn't expect Yi Chen to be so powerful that he was able to freeze the magic barrier particle. Seeing that he was out of danger, Lucy collapsed to the ground and then couldn't help complaining. Who are these people? Why did they blow themselves up out of nowhere? It's okay to blow themselves up. How come there are so many magic barrier particles? She's from Tartaros. As for why she blew herself up before she did anything, it's probably not because she's really dead, but because there's some trick that we haven't seen to allow her to leave this place safely, and the blew up is just a cover-up. Yi Chen concealed the fact that Tartaros are all demons, and that the core of hell can resurrect demons who died outside. After all, how many people would believe such a thing? Advertisement, but Gray and the others don't know. It doesn't mean that there are no other people at the scene who don't know. After all, Ultir is also the top executive of the Devil's Heart, the head of the 7 kin of Purgatory. Although she doesn't clear up some core secrets of Tartaros, she still knows that all Tartaros members are demons. Why don't you tell them the truth? Ultir asked Yi Chen with telepathic magic. What can I do if I tell them? It's useless other than increasing troubles. That's true, but why did you say that goddess of the slave planet Kyoka blew himself up so decisively? Even if she is a demon, her body is the Book of Zareth. As long as the Book of Zareth is not destroyed, she will not really perish, but this the face is too decisive. Ultir nodded secretly, and then asked Yi Chen a question in his heart. After all, this is illogical no matter how you look at it. You do not know. What do you know? It seems that Precto only knows a thing or two about Tartaros. Yi Chen smiled slightly, and then continued to speak to Ultir in chanting words. The location of Tartaros is a place called Nether Island. This Nether Island is floating in midair and constantly moving. This is why no one has ever been able to find the main part of Tartaros. Well, Grimoire Heart set up the guild on the magic airship, which was also inspired by Tartaros. Ultir said something that Yi Chen didn't know. Yi Chen was taken aback after listening, then nodded and continued. Among Tartaros' secrets, as far as I know, the core is Tartaros' president, and the second is the vice president of Tartaros, Mard. Gear, this is an extremely dangerous person. Following that is the Hell core of Tartaros. Hell's core, what a strange name. Whenever a member of 9 Demon Gates dies in battle, they will be automatically transferred to Tartaros Hell Nuclear Laboratory, and then resurrected through the laboratory's regeneration device, so almost all members of 9 Demon Gates have immortality. What? Advertisement. Hearing Yi Chen's introduction, Ultir exclaimed, causing Gray and Leon, who were walking ahead but almost all their thoughts were on Ultir, to turn their heads and glared at Yi Chen. Looking at the angry eyes of the two, Yi Chen scratched his face in embarrassment. Hey, no, I did not make a mistake, although I have some ambiguity with Ultir, but it has nothing to do with these two. Then Yi Chen directly puffed up his chest, ignoring the murderous gazes of Gray and Leon. Then what? I just thought of something else, don't worry about me. Ultir also saw the eyes of Gray and Leon. His face was slightly hot, but he calmed down quickly, and explained to Gray and Leon. Oh. Leon and Gray nodded one after another, and then they glared at Yi Chen fiercely at the same time. There was a hint of warning in their eyes, which made Yi Chen feel uncomfortable for a while. What do you mean, you two? I am a decent person, what do you mean by looking at me with such unscrupulous eyes? Yi Chen was upset for a while, but after thinking about it, forget it. These two can barely be regarded as Ultir's juniors. Looking at Ultir's face, let's bear it. So, the 9 Demon Gates can't be truly defeated unless Tartaros is completely defeated? Yes, I also said that the owner of Hell's Core is the vice president of Tartaros, Mard. Gear. This guy is extremely powerful, and he will definitely not be inferior to any of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. The old guy Precto is probably far behind Mard. Gear. What? No way. Ultir almost exclaimed again. In her mind, Precto was unparalleled. Since joining Grimoire Heart, every time she saw Precto do something, she would be overwhelmed by his strength. This is why the people of Grimoire Heart will never betray Precito in their hearts. Precito is the god of magic. It is precisely because of Precto's strength that Precto never cares about whether his subordinates have 2 hearts, and it is also the reason why Ultir still dare not take action even if he wants to break away from Grimoire Heart. Chapter 32 Like a Dream. Chapter 32 Like a Dream. When Yi Chen and Ultir were discussing about Tartaros, the location of Tartaros, Nether Island, Hell's Core, goddess of the slave planet Kyoka had been reborn. I've made a note of this account, Yi Chen of Fairy Tail and Ultir of the Senate. Goddess of the slave planet Kyoka felt the completely regenerated body, looked at the palm, and muttered to himself. Yo, I didn't expect Kyoka to kill you too. With his back against the core of hell, Jackal laughed at goddess of the slave planet Kyoka. HMPH, don't worry, there won't be a next time. Goddess of the slave planet Kyoka snorted coldly. She had already decided to transform Yi Chen and Ultir into demons. That's right, on the one hand, goddess of the slave planet Kyoka has taken a fancy to the strength of Yi Chen and Ultir. She can feel the amazing magic power surging from Yi Chen and Ultir. Such humans are her goals, of course. On the other hand, on the one hand, she also has revenge plans. In fact, goddess of the slave planet Kyoka has been researching how to successfully transform humans into newborn demons. After a long period of research, goddess of the slave planet Kyoka found that among the many humans, there are very few who can successfully transform into newborn demons, but there is no doubt that the stronger the magic power, the greater the chance of success. And humans like Yi Chen and Ultir with such amazing magical powers have a very high chance of being transformed into new demons. So goddess of the slave planet Kyoka took a fancy to this point. She wanted to transform Yi Chen and Ultir into demons, and then be driven by her, and by the way, avenge this time. Jackal, what about Faith? How's the preparation going? Cut, don't worry, it's going on in an orderly manner. Really, it's best like this, otherwise, you definitely don't want to know the consequences. Galuna Island, Yi Chen and others have returned to the village and received a warm welcome from the villagers. As for Ultir, they have left. Master Sorcerer, when will we lift our curse? The village head, Mocha, came out from the villagers, and asked Yi Chen with an extremely hopeful tone. Yi Chen smiled slightly and said to the village chief Mocha. Village chief, we have already dealt with the disaster demon Daileon who was hidden here. I don't think your health has improved. No, that's right. Since the demon has been eliminated, but your so-called curse has basically not changed, this is enough to show that the changes in your body are most likely not related to the demon's curse. Then listen to my point of view. Let's make an assumption first, that is, the villagers are not human beings, but demons. Yi Chen's words made everyone in the village seething, including Natsu Grey Lucy. They all looked at Yi Chen in horror. Is this kind of thinking normal people can think of? No mistake, are you? Advertisement? How could we be demons? We are human beings, 100% pure human beings. It's a mistake, it's definitely a mistake somewhere. All the villagers looked at Yi Chen with unkind eyes at this moment. Obviously, if Yi Chen couldn't tell the reason, these villagers would definitely not let Yi Chen go. Yi Chen is not surprised by this. After all, no matter who it will not be calm if it is suddenly said to be inhuman. Don't get excited. Listen to me first. I'm talking about hypotheses, assuming that you are not human beings, but you are demons. Then a lot of things make sense. The reason why you think you are humans instead of demons is because your memories have been confused. Village chief, you also said that the reason you turned into demons is because of the appearance of the purple moon, right? That's right. Although he felt angry at Yi Chen for assuming that he and others were demons themselves, Mocha still nodded and admitted. Then why didn't any of Lion's group, who bathe in the moonlight of the moon drop every day, become demonized? Yi Chen's words made everyone fall into deep thought, especially Gray and the others. After all, they had just fought against each other. No matter how you look at it, Leon didn't have any demonization. Thinking about it this way, Yi Chen's guess made some sense. Then there is only one possibility, that is, when Leon and the others were performing the moon drop ceremony to unblock Leon, they produced exhaust gas. And this exhaust gas formed a crystal of magic power, and the crystal shrouded Galoon Island like a hood, so that the moonlight, which was originally harmless to humans and animals, was contaminated with some sacred attributes when it passed through this layer of magic crystal. This will cause the villagers who were demons to confuse their memories, and realize that they were originally human beings. It was because of the purple moonlight that they became demons. The most important evidence is that they bathe in the moonlight of the moon drop every day. None of Lion's group appeared to be demonized. Yi Chen's words made the villagers look at each other in dismay, and Yi Chen's words shook their confidence. What's more, the moon drop ceremony is so obvious, why don't the villagers go to the temple to investigate? Well, this is because the village has an ancestor's precept, we are not allowed to approach the temple. Mocha said helplessly. Ancestral teachings? It's time for life and death. Let's not talk about whether the ancestors' teachings are true. Even if there are, I don't think you will investigate them regardless of the ancestors' teachings. So, it's not that you don't want to go, but I can't go there, after all, no matter how dilapidated the temple is, it's still a temple, and it still has the sacred power to prevent the devil from approaching. Listening to Yi Chen's analysis, the villagers all whispered among each other and kept saying things like, "That's amazing," and, "Totally right." Seeing this, Yi Chen said affirmatively to the village head of Mocha. "It seems that I have hit the mark again, therefore, there is no doubt that you are demons yourself." Yi Chen's words made Gray, Natsu and others feel as if they were facing a formidable enemy, and they all began to mobilize their own magic power to prevent the opponent from becoming angry and attacking when Yi Chen broke the secret. Although what you said makes sense, how can you prove it? After all, there is no conclusive evidence. The villagers who had Mocha stop the commotion asked Yi Chen in a deep voice. Advertisement. It's very simple, as long as I destroy the crystal film of the moondrop's waste gas, then everything will come to light. But no matter how you look at it, you can't see any exhaust gas crystal film? Natsu looked into the distance and couldn't see anything unusual, except that the moonlight was purple. It hurts. Stupid. The exhaust gas crystal film is far away in the sky, and it is transparent, and can wrap the entire Galoon Island. Naturally, it is not so easy to find. Yi Chen couldn't help but punch Natsu, who interrupted him, then explained something like a normal person, and continued to speak to the village head of Mocha. Village Chief Mocha, let me confirm again, as long as you lift your so-called curse, my mission will be considered complete, right? Then, let's see mine next. Yi Chen raised his right hand, and a terrifying magic power that was almost solidified covered Yi Chen's right hand, dyeing Yi Chen's right hand purple-black, and then golden lines appeared. Come into the world. The fifth beast, the gold of the lion. Following Yi Chen's loud shout, thunder resounded across the sky, and then a terrifying thunderbolt flew out of Yi Chen's arm and fell down, turning into a golden lion surrounded by lightning. The thunder and lightning on Lion Jijin's body whipped the ground continuously. Wherever the lightning passed, everything was turned into scorched earth, and there were even some tiny flashes. It was because the temperature was so high that even the sand melted into glass. Lion's gold, see if the sky is there, go and smash the membrane covering the sky. Roar. The lion's gold roared, and then turned into a terrifying thunder, shooting towards the air. Before the people who were still shocked by the terrifying power of Yi Chen's beast came back to their senses, the lion's gold had already hit the waste gas crystal film. Crack, crack, click, crack, click, click. With a burst of crushing sound, the exhaust gas crystalline film that originally covered the entire Galoon Island was directly shattered, and then turned into countless fragments, flying in midair and turned into pure moon magic power in the next second, spread out. It's so beautiful, looking at the dreamlike sky in front of her eyes due to the dissipation of the magic power of the moon, Lucy couldn't help sighing. How is it, Village Chief Mocha, how do you feel? Yi Chen didn't care about the beautiful scenery in front of him at all, and asked the village head of Mocha, who was also immersed in such a beautiful scenery, with some distaste. Although there is still some confusion, it should be roughly as the mage Sama said. It's because of the magic power of the moon that caused confusion in our memory. Chapter 33 Evaluation. Chapter 33 Evaluation. The next day, Yi Chen and others happily embarked on the way back to the guild under the farewell of the villagers. Of course, no matter how you came here, you have to go back the way you want to go back. Naturally, Gray started to act with a sad face at this moment. On the way back, Lucy was flirting with Yi Chen. Other things are fine, but the key of the zodiac is what she cares most about. Yi Chen, you see, we have worked hard this time without credit. I don't want any rewards, but the key to the zodiac. Yi Chen looked at Lucy and teased. There's hard work without credit. Come on, tell me, apart from saying a few words and walking around with me, do you have any other performance in this mission? Why not, we? Lucy wanted to refute at first, but when she thought about it carefully, it seemed that she and the others were really paddling for soy sauce all the way, and they didn't help at all. Lucy, we didn't help this time, and we're not going to be paid well, you say yes, Gray. Natsu comforted Lucy, and pulled Gray along the way. Gray gave Natsu a blank look. You can persuade him as long as you want. Why did you pull yourself up? Didn't you see that my uncle is busy? By the way, there is also Gray. You see that Gray always has hard work? We are in the same team as Gray, and Gray's hard work is our hard work. Yi Chen, just for the sake of our hard work, give me the key of the Zodiac. You know, I'm a celestial spirit mage, and the key of the Zodiac is very important to me. Lucy, I find you have a thick skin. Happy is floating aside at the moment, covering her mouth and complaining. Dead cat, I want you to take care of it. Lucy grabbed Happy, ravaged Happy in her arms, and then threw Happy aside like throwing garbage. Hey, Lucy, I suddenly discovered that your skin is also quite thick. Yi Chen couldn't help but said with a smile, then took out the key of the Zodiac, one of the rewards this time, and handed it to Lucy. Seeing this, Lucy snatched it away and then drooled while holding the key. This key is basically useless to me, so I will sell it to you at a friendly price of 10 million J, allowing you to pay in installments. Yi Chen's subsequent words brought Lucy back to his senses, and Lucy couldn't help muttering after hearing that. Advertisement, what, you need money, do you want it, don't pay me back. Yes, of course. Lucy directly hung the key of the Zodiac on her keychain, and then covered it with her hands, for fear that Yi Chen would snatch it away. As for the matter of money, Lucy does not intend to renege on the debt. As an excellent celestial spirit wizard, Lucy knows very well how much a key of the Zodiac is worth. The key of the Zodiac is placed at the auction, and the price of selling hundreds of millions of J is easy. Yi Chen can sell it to himself for 10 million J, which is already a great favor. Relying on money, Lucy herself felt that she was too shameless. Wakao, is it so valuable? Lucy, let's sell the key, but I will share 40%, Gray will share 40%, and Happy will share 20%. Love, I totally agree. What Yi Chen and Lucy said made Gray, Natsu and Happy stunned. They never imagined that this key of the Zodiac sign was so valuable. Go away, don't even think about it. Do you know what nonsense you are talking about? These are the keys of the Zodiac. There are only 12 keys in the whole world. These are super rare and precious keys. Lucy hid behind Yi Chen when she heard Natsu's words, and looked at Natsu like a class enemy. Cut, only Lucy has benefited you, you are such a chicken thief. Okay, wait until Harjin just now, I treat you to a good meal, of course, Lucy will pay for it. Hey, why did I pay for your treat? No way, this trip to Galoon Island, you gained the most. I only got a mere 7 million J as a reward. You got only 12 keys of the Zodiac. How about you pay me back, please, I'll treat. Lucy gritted her teeth and spit out 2 words, ha ha ha. A few days later, the 4 of them returned to the guild. As soon as they returned to the guild, Yi Chen reported to Mr. Carlos about the mission. I didn't expect such a village to exist. Sure enough, the world is so big that there are no surprises. When Carlos Ma heard Yi Chen say that all the villagers of Galoon Island were demons, he couldn't help sighing. It's actually inappropriate to say it's a demon. I guess the ancestors of these villagers probably used some kind of magic. They possessed part of the blood of demons. After passing down from generation to generation, this formed the current one that only has the appearance of a demon but no demons. A village of strength. Advertisement. Yi Chen took a sip of his wine and expressed his guess. Possible. Ma Karloff nodded, he thought so too. By the way, do you think Natsu and Gray have reached the standard of S-rank wizards? No, they're too immature. Although the two are about the same strength, they're not experienced enough. They're too impulsive when encountering problems, and their judgments are too arbitrary. The most important thing is that the two of them are not mature enough psychologically. The two of them are no different from children now, especially Natsu. To put it nicely, it's called the heart of a child. To put it bluntly, it's just that you don't have a brain. That's it. Hearing Yi Chen's comment, Carlos Ma paused for a moment before speaking. It seems that this year's Fairy Tale's S-Class Mage Assessment, no one can qualify. That's not necessarily the case, I think Kana is pretty good. He is mature and experienced, his psychological quality is quite good, and his strength has reached the standard, but he lacks some luck every time. Hearing Mr. Carlo's words, Yi Chen shook his head and motioned Mr. Carlo to look at Kana. Kana. Ma Karloff looked at Kana, and finally shook his head. No, although Kana has met the standards in all aspects, it can only be said to be up to the standard. It is too dangerous to perform S-level missions in this situation. That's really gone. Among the rest, even Alfman and Lasana are far behind these 3. Yi Chen said indifferently, and he mentioned Kana just casually. After all, others don't know what happened to Kana, so Yi Chen didn't know, so he just mentioned Kana based on the idea of helping if he can. In fact, as Ma Karloff said, it is too difficult for Kana to become an S-rank. If it is in other guilds, it is fine, but in Fairy Tail, it is not enough. You must know that Fairy Tail's S-levels are all top figures in S-levels. If there is no top-level strength in S-levels, Carlos Ma will not allow the other party to become an S-level mage to accept S-level tasks. It is the protection of Carlos the horse for his children. Forget it, there are quite a few S-level mages in the guild now, and this year's one is not bad. Wait for 2 years, when Natsu and Gray are more mature, let's see. Ma Karloff took a sip of the wine in his glass and sighed. Chapter 34. Chapter 34 at the council headquarters, Ultir is reporting to Jelal what happened during the trip to Galoon Island. Of course, there are a lot of cutbacks. It's a shame what happened with Leon. Ultir spoke in a flat tone, making it impossible to see her inner thoughts. Forget it, there's no way around it, after all, it's the strongest ice mage who sealed it. After all, if he hadn't sacrificed himself in order to seal Dai Leon, there would definitely be a place for Milkovich in the current 10 great sorcerers. By the way, Ultir, how do you rate Yi Chen's strength? Gildarts asked what he wanted to know the most. In the entire fairy tale, Yi Chen was the only person who made him unable to see his strength clearly, and also the only person who made him afraid. I didn't fight seriously, I don't know how much strength he has played. Ultir said that he didn't want to fight Yi Chen at all, but he had to answer Jalal's question, so he directly played the woman's specialty, that is, making up. But it's just the strength that has been shown, and there is only a thin line from the level of 10 wizard saints. After thinking about it, Ultir still told the story of the first time he met Yi Chen a few years ago, and then the two had a big fight with Yi Chen's strength. At that time, Yi Chen was able to sink an island with one blow with the lion's gold. This strength is almost second only to the level of 10 wizard saints, and even slightly stronger than the last of the current 10 wizard saints, Jura of Rock Iron. That's it, plus the super destructive power shown in the Eisenwald incident, then Yi Chen's strength is at least at the level of the Holy 10. To be on the safe side, if it is raised a little bit, it is about the 6th and 7th among the Holy 10 level. Gildarts made an estimate and expressed his own judgment. If it was only the 6th and 7th place of the Holy 10th, then Gildarts would not be worried. Don't look at the current Zekkaline as only the 9th among the Holy 10, ranking second to last, but this is just a thought body formed by 2/3 of Jalal's own magic power. If it fits together, he thinks it will be slightly more stronger than Carlo the Horseman, who is 5th in 10 wizard saints. And Carlos Ma's strength is much stronger than Jose Porla of Phantom Lord, who is the 6th place. In this way, his strength is slightly stronger than Carlos Ma. Yi Chen's strength is about the same as that of Jose Porla quite. Thinking of this, Gildarts felt that it was necessary for him to adjust his plan. After all, there was a top expert who was weaker than himself, but not much weaker. If he still ignored him and carried out his plan step by step, then Gildarts is not confident in himself, but stupid. It seems that the plan for the next stage needs some adjustments. Ultir, next you. Gildarts told Ultir slowly about his adjusted plan, and Ultir became more and more surprised when he heard it, and couldn't help sighing inwardly. If you are not deceived by your own illusion, give Gildarts another 10 years, Gildarts can definitely grow into an existence that can rival the Black Mage Zareth. Sorry, Gildarts, for my goal, I can only wrong you now. Soon, the peaceful days passed slowly for a month. On this day, Yi Chen, as usual, held hands with Mirajane, and walked slowly towards the guild with a loose mood. Advertisement. Suddenly, a whispering voice on the side of the road caught Yi Chen's attention. They're the wizards of the Fairy Tale Guild, how pathetic. Yeah, it looks like they don't know what happened yet. Hearing what the passersby said, Yi Chen had a bad feeling in his heart, maybe the ghost started to attack. Let's go, Mira, looks like something happened to the guild. Before Mirajane could react, Yi Chen pulled Mirajane and rushed towards Fairy Tale. When the two arrived, they saw that the Fairy Tale Guild was pierced by several huge iron pillars. Damn, careless. Yi Chen looked at the dilapidated guild at this moment, his face was gloomy enough to drip water. It's a ghost. Kana with a gloomy face came over from the side, clenched his fists, and said to the two. Humph. The ruler of the ghost and his fairy tale have always been at odds. It is common to have conflicts when performing tasks, but this time the ruler of the ghost actually directly attacked the guild. Fortunately, the guild was empty at that time. One person. Okay, ruler of ghosts, this is the war you started first. Next, don't blame me for being rude. Yi Chen said in a ghastly tone. Yi Chen, don't get angry, first ask the old man about the specific situation. Mirajane has known Yi Chen for so many years, and this is the first time he has seen Yi Chen in such an angry situation. Although he was also very angry at the fact that the guild was destroyed by the ghost ruler, but seeing Yi Chen like this, he couldn't help but speak. Now everyone in the guild is in the temporary tavern on the first basement floor, come with me. Kana took Yi Chen and Mirajane towards the temporary tavern on the first basement floor. As Yi Chen walked forward, he had already made up his mind that after seeing Carlos the horse, he would directly teach Spectre an unforgettable lesson in his life. In the temporary tavern on the first basement floor of Fairy Tale, the groom Carlo was sitting at a table drinking beer. Kana brought Yi Chen and Mirajane to Carlo the groom. I said, old man, do you still have the mind to drink so leisurely now? Yi Chen looked at Mr. Carlo, who still seemed indifferent and couldn't help asking loudly. The voice of questioning resounded throughout the first basement floor, and many wizards who were already dissatisfied with Mr. Carlo's peace of mind stood up one after another. He got up and looked at Yi Chen and Carlo the horse with piercing eyes. Ghosts are something, they only dared attack the empty guild, and that's all for these guys. This is the end of the matter, no one was hurt, so forget it. Advertisement. Ma Karloff looked at Yi Chen's young face and finally sighed. Yi Chen was very dissatisfied when he heard Carlos Ma's words, so he spoke directly. Old man, I'm afraid that if you want to calm down, the other party won't. Now that the other party has provoked the incident, if we don't fight back, the other party will only get worse, and it won't end here. Yi Chen. I say, this matter is over. Ma Karloff's powerful magic power belonging to the Holy 10 level was released brazenly, and he decided to suppress this matter. Humph. The purple-black magic power from Yi Chen's body also burst out, not inferior to the horseman Carlo at the moment. Old man, you are getting old and timid. I know that you decided to take a step back because the Senate prohibited any armed struggle between the guilds, and you plan to calm things down like this. However, the other party has already made a move. You care about the rules of the Senate, but Spectre doesn't care. So, we must fight back, a great man once said that. Hit with one punch, and avoid 100 punches. Next, let me make Spectre pay for his actions. After finishing speaking, Chen turned and left without waiting for Carlo the horse to respond. Mira Jane looked at Chen, then Carlo the horse, hesitated a little, and finally said to Carlo the horse. President, Chen only said that because he was too angry because the guild was destroyed, but I think what Chen said makes sense, so I'm sorry. After Mira Jane finished speaking, she also ran out after Chen. Many wizards in the guild have long been dissatisfied with Ma Karloff's inaction in the face of Spectre's provocation, but no one took the lead before, so they didn't take any action. When Natsu, Grey Lucy and Erza came back not long ago, the anger of these wizards was almost aroused by these four people. As a result, Natsu was strongly suppressed by the horseman Carlos, and finally everyone could only sit down again aggrieved. But it was different now. With Chen's provocation, the anger in these people's hearts was completely aroused, so they all saluted the groom Carlo, and ran out with Chen and Mira Jane. Most of the people who followed Chen were the younger generation of Fairy Tail, Erza, Natsu, Grey, the trio of Lane Engine Squad, Kana. Seeing that most of the members of Fairy Tail's younger generation followed Chen and left, Carlos took a sip of his stuffed wine, and finally exhaled slowly. It seems that I'm really old, and I don't have the drive of a young man anymore. Chapter 35 and 54 remaining. Chapter 35 and 54 remaining at the gate of Fairy Tail's guild. Chen looked at a large number of Fairy Tail mages who followed him out with some headaches. Looking at the fiery eyes of these people, Chen said helplessly. I said, you guys, what are you doing with me? Do you even need to ask? Of course, let the ghost see how powerful our Fairy Tail is. Natsu looked at Chen with fire-breathing eyes and said with a fighting spirit. For this kind of thing, I alone is enough. You should stay in the guild to prevent ghosts from attacking again. How can this be? We will go with you. Yes, that's right, how can you only be responsible for this kind of thing? If you want to fight, fight together. Yes, we are partners. Chen's words were like throwing a little spark in the gasoline barrel, which directly caused people to explode. Everyone told Chen that they would also go to fight the ruler of the ghost. Okay. Listen to you or listen to me. If I tell you to stay behind, just stay behind, and leave the matter of attacking outside to me. Chen directly burst out super powerful magic power, causing the sky of the entire Magnolia to become gloomy, and the ground even trembled continuously, and this forcefully suppressed all opponents. Before I come back, everyone in the guild must be careful, and at least a group of 10 should act together. Chen thought about it. In the original plot, the Lane Engine team was attacked by the Iron Dragon Gajeel and suffered unimaginable trauma, so Chen continued to speak. Mira, Erza, as the S-level mages of the guild, you each select some A-level mages to form 2 mobile teams, one during the day and the other at night, on standby 24 hours a day, just in case. It is good. Leave it to us without worry. Compared with those dragon-level wizards, Mira Jane and Erza have a bigger picture. They know very well that with Chen's strength, without any scruples, they are enough to turn the ghost upside down. At this time, you need to ensure that there will be no bad situation in your rear, so both of them readily agreed. Well, then I'm leaving. After speaking, Chen raised his right hand and began to summon the beast. Advertisement. Come into the world. Beast number 5, the gold of the lion. Roar. The terrifying magic power turned into Chen's beast, and the huge golden lion fell to the ground in an instant, and the extremely powerful pressure swept the entire Magnolia. Calm down, Lion's Gold. Chen patted Lion's Gold, then jumped up and landed on Lion's Gold. Let's go, Lion's Gold. Next, it's time for revenge. Roar. The Lion's Gold roared, and then led Chen into a bolt of lightning, rushing towards the branch of Phantom Lord closest to Fairy Tail. Terrible, really terrible magic power, terrible magic. Everyone looked at Chen, who had turned into a small dot, and couldn't help being amazed. Fortunately, such a strong man is on our side. It's hard to imagine how sad it must be to be his enemy. Okay, don't sigh, it is precisely because Chen is strong enough that he dares to challenge one of the strongest guilds in the kingdom, the ruler of the ghosts alone. You guys, if you have the time to sigh, why don't you improve your magic power? Erza turned his head and interrupted everyone's exclamation. Everyone who watched with a serious expression trembled in fear, and they all walked towards the first basement with guilty faces. It started. Chen stood at the gate of the branch of the ruler of the ghosts, looking at the many wizards of the rulers of the ghosts in front of him who seemed extremely flustered because of his arrival. Just a bunch of rabble. Seeing Chen, who was surrounded by terrifying magic power enough to scare people to death, the mages of the ghost ruler made a commotion and questioned Chen one after another. Who are you? That badge is from Fairy Tail. Damn it, all the A-level mages of the guild have gone to the headquarters. Damn Fairy Tail, unexpectedly calling at this time. Chen looked at the group of small shrimps in front of him. He didn't even bother to summon the beasts. he directly condensed the magic power in his hand, and released a magic bullet without any skill. Advertisement, damn it. What kind of magic power is this? Monster. Help, I'm still young, I don't want to die yet. Looking at the magic bullet, which was nearly 10 meters in diameter and the size of a house, all the ghost rulers and mages present were almost scared to pee. Although magic bullets are only the most basic means of magic attack, other people's magic bullets are at most the size of a fist. What the hell is this huge magic bullet? Reflect on your mistakes. Boom. Yi Chen's copy of the fourth primogenitor at this moment has a huge magic power, even surpassing the so-called dragon veins, and in this world, in terms of magic power alone, it is enough to rival the power of the magic wizard, Eddie Leon. Therefore, it is only the most basic attack method, and under the blessing of Yi Chen's huge magic power, it directly forms a destructive power like a natural disaster. With the explosion of the magic bomb, the original Phantom Lord's branch building was completely turned into a deep pit with a diameter of nearly 100 meters and a depth of more than 30 meters. As for the ghost rulers and mages who were originally numerous, except for a few who saw something bad and reacted quickly, the rest were all reduced to dust under Yi Chen's attack. Fortunately, the branch of Phantom Lord is in the outskirts of the city, and no one usually comes here, otherwise Yi Chen would be really embarrassed to implicate innocent people. What? You say these minions of the ruler of the ghosts are innocent, just follow orders. There is a saying that no snowflake is innocent during an avalanche. Evil. Devil. You are not human, you are a devil. President Jose will definitely come to you for revenge. The few surviving mages looked at the scene like a natural disaster, trembling, and shouted at Yi Chen angrily. Yi Chen turned and left without even looking at these little guys, leaving only a sentence that made people feel cold all over his body. 54 left. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. 2 days later, Yi Chen looked at the ghost headquarters with an ugly expression, not even a hair left. Damn it, it was placed together. Yi Chen cursed angrily, and then rushed towards Fairy Tail immediately. We must catch up. Yi Chen knew that he was careless. In the past 2 days, he defeated all the branches of the Phantom Lord headquarters. It is equivalent to saying that for Spectre, at most it is considered to be weaker in momentum, but there is not much loss in strength. Because of this, if the current ruler of ghosts starts a full-scale war with Fairy Tail, and many more, Yi Chen's frantic rush stopped suddenly. In the original plot, because the Iron Dragon Gajeel hurt and insulted the three of Levy, the old man Carlo the horse was angry and shot. In the end, I lost my magic power in the assassination without noticing it for a while. As a result of the guild, only Erza in the open was present at the time, and Mistgang, the branch of the ruler who defeated all the ghosts in the dark. Plus Laxus, who was hiding in a corner near Magnolia, watching the battle and ready to strike at any time. But things are different now. Because he took the initiative to attack, Iron Dragon Gajeel did not attack Levy and the others again. The old man didn't act in anger, and he is still sitting in the guild. Mira did not lose her magic because of her own relationship, and she is still the S-rank wizard Mirajane. Because it has not been silent for 2 years like the original plot, now Mira is still a top S-rank mage with the same reputation as Erza. Thinking of this, Yi Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the horseman Carlos is not careless, basically there will be no major problems in this wave. Huh? Looking for me at this time? Just when Yi Chen felt that he didn't need to be so impatient, suddenly his magic crystal specially used to keep in touch with Fairy Tail lit up. Mira. What happened? As soon as he took out the magic crystal, Yi Chen saw the crying Mirajane, and immediately felt ominous in his heart. Yi Chen. President him. Advertisement. What happened to the old man? Yi Chen's complexion is extremely ugly, can't it be? Is the inertia of the plot so great? Has the old man been attacked by Kong, one of the four elements, Arya? The old man just had a heart attack and has collapsed. Now Jet has gone to ask Ms. Poliusica. Damn it, the inertia of the plot is so strong that at this critical moment, Mr. Ma Carlos is temporarily offline. The only difference is that in the original plot, he was seriously injured and went offline due to a surprise attack, but now he is forced to go offline due to a heart attack. If Karloff lost his fighting power, then with Fairy Tail's fighting power at this moment, no one could resist Jose. Porla, the president of the ruler of the ghosts, one of the 10 wizard saints. I'll be right back. Yi Chen said loudly to the magic crystal ball, then put away the magic crystal ball, fully activated the magic power, and rushed towards Fairy Tail at a speed much faster than before. On the other side, at Fairy Tail's tavern, Mirajane's somewhat turbulent heart immediately settled down when she heard Yi Chen's words. Don't worry, Yi Chen is already on his way back. Mirajane came to the hall and announced to everyone. Great, with Yi Chen here, what is the ruler of ghosts? That's right, the president said it himself, Yi Chen is no longer weaker than him. Haha, as long as Yi Chen comes back, even if the ghost's president comes, let him kneel down and beg for mercy. That's right, when everyone heard the news that Yi Chen was about to return, they felt that most of the shadow that had been hanging over their hearts after the horseman Carlos fell ill was dispelled directly. At this moment, the entire guild suddenly shook. What's wrong? What happened? A ghost has attacked. Everyone looked outside. Everyone looked outside after hearing the words, only to see a huge figure on the sea slowly approaching here step by step. What the hell is that? Go out and have a look. As everyone came outside, everyone finally saw clearly what was coming. They saw a huge building approaching Magnolia step by step. Every time this building fell down, the whole Magnolia would collapse. Shake it. Advertisement. Is that the Ghost's headquarters? It's so weird, the whole guild is moving. It is rumored that President Jose, the ruler of the Ghosts, transformed the headquarters of the entire Ghost Guild into a mobile fortress. I didn't expect it to be true. Seeing the Ghost's headquarters slowly approaching step by step, the faces of all the mages in Fairy Tail were extremely ugly. Gray seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly said to everyone, "What should I do? It's really unexpected that those guys would launch an attack in this way." Erza and Mirajane's faces were extremely ugly, and there was still some time before Chen rushed back. During this time, they could only be relied on to stop the attack of the Ghost Ruler. Just when the two made up their minds to protect the guild and everyone in Fairy Tail no matter what, before Chen came back, Spectre's headquarters stopped. "Stop. Be careful." Suddenly, a huge gun barrel protruded, with a diameter of about 7 or 8 meters, aiming straight at the Fairy Tail Guild. "What is that? Such a thick barrel. Not good, it's a magic cluster cannon." Just when everyone was exclaiming, an astonishing magic power began to gather at the muzzle. With the gathering of magic power, the nearby space was distorted, and this astonishing magic power was perceived from a distance. Fairy Tail's magician, their complexions changed drastically, and they began to riot one after another. "Everyone get down." Erza gave orders loudly with an ugly face, and turned his head to order Fairy Tail's magician to get down quickly to avoid the attack of the magic cluster cannon, but he ran towards the shore, changing clothes while running. "Change, armor of Vajra. Erza, what are you going to do? Does she want to block it with flesh and blood? Even if it is an armor with super defensive power, it is absolutely impossible." Everyone watched as Erza put on the Vajra armor, put his arms together, combined the shield on the Vajra armor into one, and a dark green defensive magic circle appeared in front of Erza, looking indestructible. But even so, everyone is not optimistic that Erza can block this blow. This kind of terrifying magical cluster cannon is definitely not something that flesh and blood can resist, even if Erza is wearing the diamond armor known for its defensive power at the moment. Magic Cluster Cannon, Jupiter, Launch, Chapter 37. Chapter 37 The voice of Jose. Porla, the current president of the ruler of the Ghosts, one of the 10 wizard saints, came from the magic giant. Under his ruthless order, the long-charged magic cluster cannon, Jupiter, finally roared. It played out what it failed to do. Boom. I saw an astonishingly powerful torrent of dark black magic power shooting straight towards Fairy Tail. Wherever it passed, the sea was divided into two halves. "I will definitely block it." Erza inspired all his magical powers, trying to block the magic cluster cannon, Jupiter. Atomize the entire magnolia, silver mist of the carapace. Just when the magical cluster cannon, Jupiter, was about to hit Erza, who was wearing the armor of Vajra, with full magic power, and even the defensive magic circle was deployed to the strongest level, Chen finally arrived at this critical moment, and it was too late. What more to say? Directly summoned the fourth beast, the silver mist of the carapace, and let it atomize the entire magnolia. The atomization ability of the silver mist of the carapace is called a bug. The moment it appeared, the entire magnolia, including all creatures or buildings in it, lost their original form and entity. And the result of this was that the magic cluster cannon, Jupiter, passed through everything in the atomized magnolia without hindrance, and directly hit the opposite mountain peak. Instantly a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. What? Inside the magic giant, Jose. Porla, who was still drinking red wine leisurely, was stunned for a moment when he saw this scene, but then he reacted and said as if he was praising. Interesting ability. Jose. Porla, as the Holy Ten, has perverted confidence in his own strength. Although he doesn't understand how Chen did it, he doesn't care. Own strength. You can dodge this blow, but can you dodge the next one? The charging time of the magic cluster cannon Jupiter is only 5 minutes, and it can be fired again in only 5 minutes. If you have the ability, let the magic cluster cannon Jupiter fail again. Jose's words were transmitted to the ears of Chen and others through loudspeaker magic. Chen has stood in front of everyone at this moment. Looking at the magic giant in the distance, he deliberately picked out his ears and said mockingly, "Advertisement, where is the mad dog, barking here?" Under the blessing of his magic power, Chen's voice also spread mightily, causing everyone in Fairy Tail to laugh wildly, but at this moment Jose, red wine glass, stand up. A junior who can only show the benefit of the tongue. Junior. Then you can feel what it means to be beaten to death by the back wave and the front wave on the beach. Come into the world. The fifth beast, the gold of the lion. The lion's gold. Sink it for me. Chen summoned the lion's gold, ready to let the lion's gold sink the opponent's magic giant, and want to launch a second magic cluster cannon? Dreaming. Roar. The lion's gold roared, and then turned into a bolt of lightning, hitting the Phantom Lord's magic giant. Boom. The lion's gold ran into the magic giant with lightning speed and before Jose. Then the lion's gold turned back, bit off the head of the magic guy giant, and stood majestically on the headless magic guy giant, like the king of all beasts. And because of the conduction characteristics of lightning, the terrifying thunder attribute magic power of the lion's gold unscrupulously ran around in the scrapped magic guy giant. Those weaker under the domination of ghosts couldn't bear this power at all, and were roasted into coke. Some people who saw the bad situation resisted their paralysis and jumped into the seawater. It's a pity that these people's physical knowledge is not good enough. Seawater is conductive, so although these people were not roasted into coke, they were still paralyzed. Unable to move, it gradually sank on the sea surface. Dark spiral. A voice filled with endless anger came from the wreckage of the magic guy giant, and the next second, a dark purple spiral of dark magic power shot straight out of it, instantly hitting the lion's goal. Roar. The lion's gold didn't notice for a while, and although it didn't suffer any damage, it was blown into the air by this dark magic power. Advertisement, damn guy. How dare you destroy my ghost? Jose. Porla rose slowly from the wreckage of the magic giant that he had broken open, and the huge dark magic power dyed the sky black. Jose. Porla lowered his head and looked at the tragic situation like purgatory on Earth at this moment. The elite of the originally huge Phantom Lord, except for the second of the four elements, Totemaru of Fire and Sol of Earth, who had reached the peak of a level, had just stepped into the S-rank Juvia Loxer, except for the senior S-rank Aria of the Sky, was basically wiped out. As for why Totemaru and Sol, who are at the peak of a level, become Spectre's S-level mages, as I have said before, many guilds often let the peak A-level mages surpass the S-level of their respective guilds in order to strengthen their reputation. Wizard exam. As for Gajeel, the Iron Dragon who claims to be above the four elements, Jose. Porla no longer has any hope for him. Not only do I want to destroy Spectre, I also want to kill you. Yi Chen did not know when, but appeared not far from Jose. Porla, the lion's gold was docile by Yi Chen's side at this moment, and even the thunder and lightning that had been unscrupulously released by it were contained by it. Want to kill me? It's up to you, Jose. Porla slowly supported him to the level with Yi Chen by relying on the two groups of dark magic under his feet, and said to Yi Chen with a look of disdain. After finishing speaking, the body exuded a huge purple magic power, and the eyes instantly became completely black, only the pupils could see a little outline, which was many times stronger than the magic power emitted just now, completely different. It's you who is going to die, dark fluctuations. The powerful magic power of Jose. Porla Holy 10 level was unreservedly released, and a dark to disgusting magic beam of light was released from his hand, sweeping towards Yi Chen. Lion's gold. Yi Chen will not be afraid of Jose. Porla's power at all. After all, the strength of the true ancestor of the vampire in its heyday is equivalent to the army of a country. Coupled with the horrifying natural disaster like beasts of the true ancestor level, it can be called a one-man enemy country. And this kind of country is not a small country, but an empire that rules a vast territory. Chapter 38 Weaknesses. Chapter 38 Weaknesses. The lion's gold was ordered by Yi Chen, and a terrifying magic power was condensed from its mouth. Just at this moment, the magic power contained in it was no less than that of the magic cluster gun Jupiter. Roar. With the roar of the lion's gold, a dazzling golden beam of magic light collided with Jose. Porla's dark waves with the momentum to break everything. What? Jose. Porla stared in disbelief at the lion's gold that had resisted his attack. You know, he is one of the 10 wizard saints, a top powerhouse standing on the top of the mages. Why? What? How can a mere beast be able to share the same with him? The anger in Jose. Porla's heart continued to soar, and then he increased the output of magic power, suppressing the lion's gold for a while. Ha ha ha, how can a mere summoned beast fight against me? Jose. Porla couldn't help laughing when he saw that his attack had almost completely suppressed the lion's gold magic power injection. Let me tell you, suppressing the magic power of the lion's gold itself, is that what you are proud of? Yi Chen's disdainful voice reached Jose. Porla's ears. Jose. Porla's wild laughter stopped abruptly, and he looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. The lion's gold is the beast I summoned, and the beasts are all magic power aggregates, and there are 11 such magic power aggregates in my body. Moreover, the magic jet used by lion's gold just now is just the magic power it carries. This is the real thing. Fifth beast. The gold of the lion. Yi Chen's huge magic power, which was fused from the fourth primogenitor's overriding dragon veins of the earth, began to instill in the lion's gold. After getting Yi Chen's magic power, the power of the lion's gold immediately surged. In just a split second, Jose. Porla was completely submerged by the magic jet of the lion's gold. The terrifying explosion instantly blasted a huge crater in the sea not far away. After corrosion, finally see the light of day again. Not good. The fairy tale mages, who were still cheering constantly at the gate of the guild watching the battle between Yi Chen and Jose Porla, saw the super tsunami hundreds of meters high caused by this blow, and their expressions changed drastically. I'm going to die, what should I do? Lucy felt that she didn't die in the hands of the ghost, but was about to die under the aftermath of Yi Chen's attack. Is this considered a manslaughter? No, it's too huge. With my magic power, there is no way to freeze it. Gray wanted to use his ice magic to freeze the sudden super tsunami, but in the face of this turbulent nature, his little magic didn't help at all, and the newly formed ice hadn't had time to spread, it completely shattered. Advertisement, dead. Many fairy tale mages hugged each other, crying. Everyone stand behind me. At this time, Erza stepped forward again. Wearing the Vajra armor, she has activated all her magic power and is ready to face this natural disaster. Erza. This is impossible. The power of tens of thousands of tons and hundreds of thousands of tons of seawater, even the hardest Oliha steel, will be smashed to pieces. I know, however, at this time, only I can slow down the power of the tsunami and increase the chances of everyone surviving. To be honest, Erza didn't have the slightest confidence in her heart that she could slow down the power of the tsunami. She knew very well that although her own strength was good, it was impossible to resist this kind of natural disaster. But now, no one except herself could slow down the arrival of the tsunami. Damn it. Natsu watched the tsunami getting closer and closer, and the fist that was burning with dragon flames hit the ground hard, denting the whole ground. He had never felt so powerless like this time. At this moment, Ignilu in Natsu's body, seeing the approaching tsunami, and seeing Natsu's powerless state at the moment, has decided that if nothing can be done, he will directly show up to protect Natsu from this disaster. Come into the world. Beast number 12, Ice of the Demon Girl. The blue ice of the Enchantress, freeze the sea. Just when everyone was feeling hopeless, Yi Chen's voice came, and a mermaid and demon bird was separated from Yi Chen's body. It was the 12th beast of the 4th primogenitor, the Ice of the Enchantress. Crazy. The Enchantress Ji Kang Bing raised his head to the sky and let out a long cry, and then, an indescribable cold air sprayed from its mouth like the surface of the sea, and after that, the sea that was still in turmoil was frozen in an instant. Reaching a height of 100 meters, the tsunami directly turned into a crystal clear iceberg. God. Saved. As expected of Yi Chen, that's amazing. That's right, but, shoo, it's so cold, don't care. Advertisement. Everyone in Magnolia, including Fairy Tale's wizard, has a sense of survival after disaster, and life's ups and downs are really outrageous. It's okay, it's not a big deal. Yi Chen looked at the frozen sea and breathed a sigh of relief. He never thought that the magic jet of the lion's gold, which was only infused with 3 layers of magic power, would have such terrifying power. According to Yi Chen's estimate, if the tsunami was captured on Magnolia, then from now on there will be no Magnolia on the map. I said, Jose, how long are you going to be a coward? Don't you just say this, it's not enough. Yi Chen then yelled towards the sea, and with Yi Chen's copy from the 4th primogenitor's super strong senses, he could clearly see that at the last moment, Jose. Porla dodged directly. Injuries don't even count. Heh. As expected of the man who is called the noble son of the goblin, the strength is really not enough. At this moment, Jose, wearing the costume of 10 wizard saints, wrapped in a disgusting scarlet dark magic power, slowly rose from the frozen sea not far from Yi Chen. For a man like you, staying in Fairy Tale is too condescending. Why don't you come to my ghost? I can give you the status and rights of the vice president. Let me tell you, have you forgotten that the ruler of the ghosts has been destroyed by me? HMPH, as long as I'm still here, the ruler of ghosts won't be considered destroyed. Jose. Porla spoke proudly. It's a pity, a mere ghost can't tolerate my big Buddha. Yi Chen sneered and said disdainfully, really, that's really a pity. A strong man like you is about to fall into my hands. Jose. Porla didn't care about Yi Chen's rejection, he just closed his eyes and shook his head. Hey, you're so confident, Jose. I didn't know who it was just now. I was beaten and ran away. HMPH, the form is different now, I have already discovered your weakness. Jose. Porla looked at Yi Chen with a deadly look. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. Weakness. My weakness. Yi Chen froze in place when he heard Jose. Porla's words, and subconsciously pointed at himself. Why didn't I know I had a weakness? Ha, then you will pay the price of your life for this in the next battle. Jose. Porla laughed wildly, and in the next second, he put away his smile in an instant. A surge of scarlet magic power emanated from Jose. Porla's body, and this magic power shattered the ice under their feet. Hey, let me see if you really discovered my so-called weakness, or if you're just bluffing. Yi Chen spread his hands indifferently, a magic power that even overwhelmed Jose. Porla rose from Yi Chen's body, competing with Jose's scarlet dark magic power. The sea covered by the ice of the Enchantress Shikong couldn't bear the huge magic power of the two of them at all. It kept bouncing and smashing again and again, turning into fine ice powder, and began to move toward each other in the airwaves caused by the two people's magic power. Blowing away, the ice surface gradually became lower and lower, and the sand and gravel on the seabed began to be exposed. Under the mutual impact of the two people's magic power, the sandstone on the seabed floated up towards the sky bit by bit, and then was annihilated by the magic power, turned into dust, mixed with endless ice powder, and the figures of the two people almost covered up. How's it going? How's the battle going? Everyone on the shore asked Mirajane, who was standing on the top of the 100-meter-high tsunami frozen by Yi Chen at the moment. Cannot see, it just seems to be still in a confrontation. Even Mirajane, who has completely received the soul of Satan Saul at this moment, can't see the situation clearly at this moment, and can only vaguely see two figures opposing each other. One figure exudes scarlet magic power, which looks terrifying and bloody, while the other figure exudes purple-black magic power. Besides, there is a golden magic power and an ice-blue magic power. Ghost Arrow. Jose. Porla was a little desperate to find out that he was not the opponent of this brat who was twice his age in front of him just in the competition of magic power. But the battle between mages is not just based on magic power. Therefore, Jose. Porla, who was only slightly at a disadvantage, directly launched a surprise attack on Yi Chen without poise, and dozens of black arrows shot towards Yi Chen. It's nothing more than a trick. Yi Chen didn't care about Jose. Porla's attack at all. Even the magic power he released at the moment couldn't break through this level of attack. So Yi Chen allowed Jose. Porla's attack to hit him, the corner of his mouth raised slightly and mocked. You said my weakness, could it be that you attack me and I don't avoid it? If that's the case, it can only be said that your attack is too weak, and you don't even have the qualifications for me to dodge. The fun has just begun. Advertisement Jose. Porla gathers a massive amount of dark magic power with his hands, which is his famous stunt and also his strongest mystery. Death Storm. Afterwards, Jose. Porla's attack bombarded Yi Chen, and the torrent of scarlet magic directly tore apart the sky, the sea. That's kind of interesting, huh? Not me. Originally, Chen had raised his magic power to fight back, but in the next moment, he realized that Jose Porla's target was not himself, but the two beasts that were entrenched beside him at the moment, the lion's gold, and the enchantress's blue ice. I see, I think I'm a summoning wizard like a celestial spirit wizard, and I can only fight with summoned objects. So you plan to deal with my beast first and cut off my wings? After thinking for a while, Chen guessed Jose's plan, and then yelled at the two beasts beside him. Lion's gold. The ice of the enchantress, roar. Crazy. The two beasts spat out magic rays at the same time, which contained the respective attributes of the two beasts, swept across the ice surface, rolled up countless ice crystals, and collided with Jose's deathstorm in midair. Jose, it looks like you guessed my weakness wrong. Yes. Jose was not at all surprised that his trick was blocked and suppressed by the magic rays of the two beasts. After the previous confrontation with the lion's gold, he knew that with magic power alone, he was no match for Chen. That's not the weakness I'm talking about. What? Dark roar. When Chen heard Jose's refutation of his statement, he was a little dazed, and the next second, before Chen had time to react, Jose actually snarled himself from his mouth. Boom. Jose's unexpected blow hit Chen without any accident. The violent explosion enveloped Chen's whole body. The blazing flames and terrifying shockwaves shattered the ice powder and smoke that had originally covered their voices. All of them were blown away and melted away, revealing Chen who was completely enveloped in darkness, and Jose who looked embarrassed. Ha ha ha. The first weakness I mentioned is that you are too close to me as a summoning mage. All the magicians of the summoning system have a common weakness, that is, the summoned objects are powerful, but even if they have strong magic power, their physical strength is still not high. And you, who own a powerful beast, didn't stay behind the beast obediently and tucked your tail to command, but instead stood at the front and directed the battle? Your overconfidence is your second fatal weakness. Jose laughed wildly, but quickly realized, no, he should have dealt with Chen. Why does his beast still have such combat power? Advertisement Jose's complexion changed drastically. Looking at the suppressed death storm that was getting closer and closer, cold sweat dripped down his face. You're right, but your common sense shouldn't apply to me. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Chen appeared in front of Jose with his arms crossed, unharmed. My body has long been scoured by true ancestor-level magical power and is extremely strong. Whether it is speed, strength, senses, or spirit, I have undergone countless transformations. The strength of the physical body alone is not inferior to the physical strength of those top monsters. So, you made the wrong note. Do you think I can't dodge your attack just now? Chen patted the dust off his body, and raised his middle finger towards Jose Porla with his right hand. It's still the same sentence, your attack is not even qualified for me to dodge. What Chen said made Jose Porla's face turn blue and red. He is the Holy Ten, so he was underestimated? Brat. How dare you underestimate me? Who do you think I am? I am Jose Porla, one of the 10 wizard saints. With the roar, Jose's magic power increased to a higher level again, and he actually forcibly blocked the magic rays of the two beasts. You must know that the so-called magic rays are basically the strongest moves of monsters in this world. And the most famous one is a unique move of a legendary creature called Dragon's Breath. I'm tired of playing, so it's time for you to have a good time. Chen was also a little surprised that Jose still had the strength to resist the magic rays of the two beasts, but that was all. Chen's outstretched right hand began to gather magic power, and he was going to give Jose Porla, one of the strongest 10 wizard saints, a luxurious funeral. Huge magic power enough to destroy mountains and mountains began to condense in front of Chen, and soon, the powerful magic power condensed to the extreme began to distort the space, making Chen's figure crooked even from a distance. Jose wanted to dodge it, but because he was too big to fight two big beasts at the same time, now he was too hard to get off, and he couldn't dodge at all. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn, damn, damn. Jose kept cursing Chen, but it didn't help. Jose, I hope you can be a good person in your next life. Chen turned a deaf ear to Jose's cursing, and just looked at Jose indifferently, preparing to see off Jose Porla with the magic bullet that condensed his own magic power. At this moment, Jose Porla, who was still cursing Chen, suddenly shut up, with a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth, and spoke to Chen. Hey, Chen, you are too happy. What? Chapter 40 Sneak Attack. Chapter 40 Sneak Attack. Seeing Jose's ridicule, Chen was taken aback for a moment, and then an ominous premonition welled up in his heart. What are you waiting for? Don't do it yet. Boom. Although Chen reacted immediately when Jose laughed at him, but after all, Chen was tricked out of intentional calculation. I saw a man's hand directly piercing Chen's chest. Behind him, a young man with a familiar tattoo on his face was smiling at Chen mockingly. Jelal? Chen looked at Jelal and said his name with difficulty. You really know who I am. Jelal shook off the blood in his hands, and said to Chen with a smile. When Jelal heard Chen call out his name, it wasn't Chi Kelain, but Jelal, and he was sure that Chen got the news from somewhere, and knew that Chi Kelain was Jelal. After all, as the youngest 10 wizard saints, Zekalain's reputation has spread throughout the entire Ishgar continent, but Chen's name is Jelal, and Jelal is a little thankful that he corrected his plan in time. Go to hell. Chen punched hard behind him. Jelal didn't want to fight Chen, who was about to die, so he backed up, dodged a few times, and stood beside Jose. Although Jose was out of breath at the moment and consumed a lot of mana, Seeing that his enemy was already in danger, the excitement in his heart directly made him ignore his physical exhaustion, and taunted him unceremoniously. Ha 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 ha, brat, you can't do it, you just go ahead, and I will send everyone from Fairy Tail to accompany you in no time. Jose looked at the two familial beasts that gradually dissipated, and he was sure that Yi Chen's life would not be long. Ha 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 ha, finally dead, you can be proud of being able to push me to this point, noble son of the goblin. Seeing Yi Chen who had lost his breath on the ice, Jose laughed wildly, and Jelal beside him couldn't hide his inner joy, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Jelal. At this moment, Erza and Mirajane arrived together. The two witnessed Yi Chen from suppressing Jose all the way to being attacked by Jelal, and they felt dizzy for a while. After finally regaining his composure, Erza put on the goblin armor and raised his sword to slash at Jelal. Oh, it's Erza, long time no see. With his hands in his pockets, Jelal closed his eyes and dodged aside, avoiding Erza's slash. Advertisement. Go to hell. Soul Destroyer. Thoroughly stimulated by the scene just now, Mirajane rushed over. Mirajane uttered a heart-piercing roar, and then received the soul of Satan Sol, and directly released her unique move on Jelal. I saw Mirajane gathered a lot of dark magic in both hands, released a super powerful dark shockwave, and bombarded Jelal. Majin Mirajane. What a powerful magic. Facing Mirajane's unique move, Jelal didn't take it seriously at all. He saw that his body was emitting a faint golden light, and he avoided it at a speed that surpassed the dynamic capturability of the eyes. However, although Jelal avoided it, Jose, who was still recovering his magic power, was hit straight. If it weren't for him as 10 wizard saints, he has extremely rich combat experience. When he saw Erza and Mirajane, he subconsciously mentioned the little magic power left. Therefore, when he was tricked by Jelal, he immediately released the long-prepared magic shield, which blocked Mirajane's trick. HMPH. Damn Zekline. Jose didn't know anything about Jelal. He only knew that Zekline in front of him was the only 10 wizard saints in the Senate, and also the youngest 10 wizard saints. Although it was a little strange that Zekline approached him at that time, saying that he wanted to help him deal with Fairy Tail, but Jose did not refuse at that time. Although he was confident in the strength of himself and the ruler of the ghosts, there were strong people who would take the initiative to help, as also a good thing. Now Jose is extremely grateful that he agreed to Chickline's help at the beginning. If it weren't for Chickline's sneak attack, he would probably be cold. The main reason is that Jose didn't expect that Fairy Tail, besides Carlos Ma, the veteran Holy 10 level powerhouse, who has disappeared for 2 years, Gear Das, who has no name of Holy 10 but has the reality of Holy 10, is actually hidden. A strong man of the Holy 10 level. It would be fine if it was an ordinary Holy 10, but the strength of the opponent was ridiculously strong, even higher than his own, which made Jose have to admit that he really underestimated Fairy Tail. But this does not mean that Jose keeps trusting Chickline, who is helping him. He is wary of everyone except himself. Reason. It was this prudence that saved him, otherwise, if he was hit head-on by Mirajane's ultimate move, Soul Destroyer, even if he was 10 wizard saints, he would definitely not be able to bear it. Although the psychological activities are very intense, the surface is still calm and calm. It seems that Jose doesn't pay attention to Mirajane at all, and directly resists the Soul Destroyer with his own magic power. Unexpectedly, there are so many talents in Fairy Tail, and there are talents like you. How about it, are you interested in joining the new ghost I'm about to form? I can give you the status of the 4 elements. Jose is worthy of being the president of the ruler of the ghosts. At this time, he is still thinking about rebuilding the ruler of the ghosts. Go to hell. Where can Mirajane listen at this moment? There is only one voice in her heart, that is, kill him. Kill this B************* D who ruined everything in front of him. Mirajane does not care about whether her body can bear it, and constantly improves her magic power. Erza also fell into a rampage. At this moment, in Erza's eyes, Jelal is no longer a partner who needs to be rescued by himself, but an enemy. The enemy who hurt the person most important to him. Change, armor of the Skywheel, advertisement, Skywheel pentagram sword. Erza had a murderous intention towards Jelal, and his shots were extremely fierce, and his moves were full of endless killing intent. In this state, Erza's strength began to increase rapidly. Are you really trying to kill me? Erza. Jelal was also a little surprised at the moment. Erza actually wanted to kill him. Based on his understanding of Erza, he must have a special status in the heart of the other party. Jelal. You must die. Cut. Erza slashed his peak blow towards Jelal. The huge sword energy sliced through the entire ice surface. The cut surface was as smooth as a mirror, spreading to the end of sight. HMPH, if that's the case, then I won't hold back anymore. Let me bury you all here. Accept the sanctions of 7 stars, 7-star sword. At a speed comparable to a meteor, Jelal drew the magic circle of the Big Dipper in midair, and then countless golden rains of light slanted down from the magic circle of 7 stars. Boom, 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 boom. Countless explosions were produced as the 7-star sword fell, and the entire ice surface began to collapse continuously. This time, Jelal is different from the original plot. He didn't hold back half a point because he needed Erza as a sacrifice for Tower of Heaven, and he did his best. HMPH. It's a pity, but there's nothing I can do about it. Holy 10 level flesh, anyway, they're already made. Jelal looked at everything in front of him, and whispered in words that only he could hear. While speaking, he aimed at Jose. Porla, who was playing cat and mouse. Huh? It's foggy? It should be because the seawater has been evaporated. At this moment, countless mist began to fill up below. Jelal didn't care about it and subconsciously thought that it was the result of his own magic that evaporated the seawater. Chapter 41. The New Beast. Chapter 41. The New Beast. I said, don't you take me too seriously. What? Just as Jelal turned around to attack his sacrifice, a teasing voice came from below. Jelal immediately entered the meteor state and flew towards the sky. This voice. Yi Chen, you are still alive. Mirajane was also ecstatic at the moment, directly hitting the terrified and inexplicable Jose, and then relying on the speed of Satan's soul, turned several times and rushed into the fog below. What the hell is going on? Zekaline. Jose did not go after him, and flew directly into the air to stand side by side with Jelal, asking. HMPH, are you questioning me? Jose, Jelal snorted coldly. He was also at a loss now. Obviously his blow definitely pierced Yi Chen's heart, but why now? Why didn't Yi Chen die? Who knows if you're acting with fairy tale? Jose looked at Jelal warily. The scarlet dark magic had almost completely enveloped Jose. Think about it with your walnut-sized brain. What's the benefit of me doing this? Who knows, like someone offering to help me with fairy tale doesn't want any favors. Jelal was almost overwhelmed by Jose's annoyance, and he ignored him directly, staring solemnly at the growing magic power in the mist below. In the fog at this moment, Yi Chen was comforting Mirajane and Erza dryly. I'm fine. Impossible. We saw with our own eyes that you were pierced through the heart by Jalal's sneak attack, and the breath of life completely disappeared. How could you be fine? Erza moved nervously at Yi Chen, as if to confirm whether he was hallucinating. Let me tell you, Yi Chen is my boyfriend. Is it okay for you to touch me like this in front of me? Seeing that Yi Chen was safe and sound, Mirajane breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help but tease the nervous Erza. No, what, I just. Erza got a big blush from Mirajane's words, and then she realized that she was a little submissive and didn't know what to do. Advertisement, but what's going on? I clearly saw. Seeing Erza, who was blushing and looking extremely innocent and cute, Mirajane smiled lightly, and then asked Yi Chen curiously, only saying that when Yi Chen was pierced through the heart by a sneak attack, she was a little bit speechless. Seeing that I was attacked by Jelal and stabbed in the chest, I must die, right? Yi Chen took it and said indifferently, didn't I say that the strong man I copied is one of the true ancestors of vampires? The fourth true ancestor known as the strongest true ancestor, and the strongest true ancestor created for the purpose of killing gods. True ancestors are humans who have been cursed with immortality by ancient gods. Ordinary vampires are not completely immortal. If the brain that controls magic power and the heart that controls blood circulation are seriously injured, you will definitely die. But the true ancestor can be resurrected even if his brain is smashed or his heart is pierced. He is a lonely person who lives in eternity. So I was attacked just now. Although Jelal broke my heart, after a while, I have fully recovered. Yi Chen's magic is to copy the strength and knowledge of otherworld powerhouses. This matter is not very secret in the guild, and there are not many people who know it. Although it is known that the strong man copied by Yi Chen is the existence called the fourth true ancestor, and Yi Chen also said that the true ancestor can be resurrected even if the brain is smashed or the heart is pierced, and he is a lonely person who lives in eternity, but never seen it before. In the past few years, there is no doubt that Yi Chen can indeed summon a true ancestor-level beast like a natural disaster, so no one doubts that Yi Chen can replicate the power and knowledge of the fourth true ancestor. I just didn't expect Yi Chen to be able to copy the immortal body of the true ancestor. I thought it was just a talk, but today it is a stone hammer. The immortal body of the true ancestor is also a kind of power, just like a beast. Seeing that the two were still confused, Yi Chen continued to explain, made up. Makes sense. Mirajane and Erza thought about it, and before there was a better explanation, this was indeed the best explanation. But I've just been resurrected now, and it's not enough to deal with those two bastards on my head. Are you willing to help me? After Yi Chen was resurrected, he felt a powerful beast in his body ready to move. All he needed now was the blood of a psychic, and in this world, psychics do not exist, but some female wizards with excellent qualifications also it can completely replace the psychic. I do. Mirajane and Erza blushed, and then nodded one after another. They knew what Yi Chen meant and were willing to help Yi Chen. Then, I'm sorry. Advertisement. Yi Chen hugged Mirajane directly, bit down on it, and started to suck blood. After a while, he put Mirajane down. Seeing this, Erza raised her hair with a blushing face, and took the initiative to reveal her beautiful neck like a swan. Erza, thank you. I should be the one who feels sorry, after all, Jelal was my former partner. Erza always felt guilty towards Yi Chen. After all, it was Jelal who attacked Yi Chen secretly. However, after this battle, Erza's special feelings towards Jelal have completely dissipated. Why do you apologize, Erza? It's not you, it's Jelal. Yi Chen bit down while comforting. Gulu gulu. After a while, Yi Chen put down Erza who was limp on the ground, and then looked out of the mist with piercing eyes and looked at Jose and Jelal below with a wary face. Taste the great gift I prepared for you. Come into the world. The third beast, Quicksilver of the Dragon Snake. With the release of Yi Chen's turbulent magic power, the mist that was originally covered by the silver mist of the carapace was blown away, revealing Yi Chen with a fierce face, Erza and Mirajane whose eyes were blurred. Sure enough, it really recovered. What's going on here? I missed the shot. No, the feeling at that time really broke the heart. Is this guy immortal? Jelal looked at the three people below who were exposed. Although he was a little surprised by the blurred faces of Erza and Mirajane, All his attention was now on Yi Chen. Compared with the resurrected Yi Chen, other can be put aside. After all, the purpose of Gelal is to create the Tower of Heaven, revive Gelal, and create a paradise. Just when Gelal was going to catch Yi Chen and press him for the secret of Yi Chen's death and resurrection, Yi Chen had already summoned the dragon snake Mercury. A new beast? At this moment, Jose's whole mind is focused on Yi Chen's newly summoned beast. He has investigated Yi Chen's beast, but because of the difficulty, he only knows the general shape of Yi Chen's beast, but there is no one as entwined with the one in front of him in a spiral shape, and the two-headed dragon with a dragon head at the front and back can match the title. Second round. Start. Yi Chen's purple-black magic power increased wildly, and soon reached a new height. Feeling the full magic power in his body, Yi Chen made a gesture of 2 to Jose and Gelal, sending out a challenge. 2 feet Chapter 42 Self-Destruct Chapter 42 Self-Destruct. B************** D. Give you some color and you will open a dyeing workshop. Jose almost turned his nose out of anger at Yi Chen's arrogance, and the scarlet magic power from his hands turned into 2 huge skulls, which was Jose's unique move, Death Storm. Go to hell. Death Storm. 2 scarlet and evil spells blasted towards Yi Chen, and Yi Chen's mouth turned up slightly. Devour it. The quicksilver of the dragon snake. Hiss. The 2 faucets of the dragon snake's mercury opened their bloody mouths, and the mouths were vaguely visible, but Jose's Death Storm was directly swallowed by the 2 mouths, without even a ripple. What? My Death Storm. Jose couldn't help taking a step backwards. This was the first time he felt a sense of fear. Jalal's complexion was not looking good either. With his knowledge, he could see the abnormality of the magic of Mercury of Dragon Snake at a glance. Damn it, it's actually space-type magic, and it's the most difficult space devourer? Gelal has realized that things cannot be done at this moment, and now he does not have any tricks that can restrain the magic of devouring space. If Ultir is there, he is willing to give it a try. After all, there is an old saying. Time is respected, space is king. Thinking of this, Gelal kindly suggested to Jose. I said, President Jose, I suggest that we retreat temporarily. The new beast summoned by the other party this time has an attribute of space, and it is also the most difficult and unsolvable type of devouring. If you don't have any means of restraint, you'd better leave quickly. Jose looked pale when he heard Jalal's words. He also knew how incomprehensible space-devouring magic was. However, as one of the 10 wizard saints, Jose's dignity did not allow him to leave in such a desperate way. Advertisement moreover, both the ruler of the ghost and fairy tale have hit this point. If he escapes, wouldn't he admit that the ruler of the ghost is not as good as fairy tale? And his Jose is not as good as the horse Carlo. Not even as good as fairy tale's S-rank mage? I can't imagine that one of the mighty 10 wizard saints, known as the youngest 10 wizard saints in history, Zeppelin, would also be afraid? Thinking of the consequences of his escape, the proud Jose couldn't bear it, so he planned to stir up the generals and let Zeppelin and himself defeat Yi Chen together. In Jose's opinion, although the magic of space devouring is unsolvable, there are 2 holy 10 present, and there is a considerable chance of winning by directly forcibly breaking it. HMPH, Jose, put away your little thoughts. I'm not a pawn in your hand, I'm a chess player. With Jalal's wisdom, how can he not know Jose's little thoughts? But to reach that level, he has to work hard. For the insignificant Jose, think too much. Forget it, although his goal of killing Yi Chen was not achieved, but he also got a lot of information, and this shot was not a loss. Thinking of this, Gelal already had the intention to retreat, but his face did not show it. Have you finished the discussion? After the discussion, it's up to me? Lion's Gold. Dragon Snake Mercury. The Ice of the Enchantress. Do it. Yi Chen waved his hands and summoned the Lion's Gold and the Enchantress's blue ice again. As soon as the 2 beasts appeared, they immediately roared and shot magic rays at Gelal and Jose. The Dragon Snake's Mercury opened its bloody mouth again, and bit towards Gelal and Jose. Seeing this, Gelal didn't bother to beep with Jose anymore, and directly prepared to retreat strategically. Jose, that's all for now. Meteor. Gelal directly entered the meteor state, and with a dodge, he flew towards the distance. Damn it, Z-Crane. Jose didn't expect Gelal to leave as soon as he said it, but now that he was being targeted by Yi Chen's beast, he couldn't leave if he wanted to, so he could only curse secretly and dodge to the side. Jose finally found out that Yi Chen's magic power is so much that he is inhuman. Competing with him in magic power would be like an old birthday star hanged himself, seeking death. Advertisement, so Jose can only dodge first, looking for opportunities to make shots. Damn it, B******************* D. The so-called long-term loss. After all, under the attack of the 3 beasts and Yi Chen who did not release the magic bullet, Jose couldn't dodge, was swept by the magic jet of the Lion's Gold, and lost his entire right hand in an instant. Jose desperately found that he had no chance of winning. Just now, he discovered that after Yi Chen reappeared, the beasts he summoned were several times stronger than before, both in terms of magic power and destructive power. In this world, the power of magic depends on the magic power of the user. As for skills, it can only be used as a supplement. In other words, Yi Chen's magic power has directly increased several times in just a short while. This made Jose extremely frustrated and hopeless. After all, he was at a disadvantage before, let alone now. Thinking of this, a trace of cruelty flashed in Jose's eyes. HMPH, ha ha ha. Since the ruler of the ghosts has been destroyed, let me take the best new generation of magicians from fairy tale on the road together. Jose yelled at Yi Chen with a ferocious and distorted face at this moment, and then, Jose's body began to inflate like an inflated ball, and the magic power far surpassed that before surged crazily from Jose's body, even almost materialized. No, he's going to blow himself up. Yi Chen realized that he was a bit overbearing, and just now he patronized to vent his anger and teased Jose, but he didn't expect that Jose, a villain who must take revenge, would have such a decisive side. Yi Chen can actually deal with Jose long ago. In fact, with the awakening of the dragon snake Mercury, Yi Chen's strength has increased by about 1 level. Don't underestimate this level. The stronger the strength, the improvement of this level of strength will be brought into play. The combat power is higher. For example, it's like the combat power in Dragon Ball. A person with 1 point of combat power may be able to defeat a person with 2 points of combat power with blood and courage, but it is almost impossible for a person with 100 points of combat power to defeat a person with 200 points of combat power, and the farther you go, the bigger the gap becomes. So although Yi Chen has only improved by 10%, his external performance has improved several times. Because of this, Yi Chen was a little swollen, and Jelal ran away directly, so he could only vent his anger on Jose, and now he is reaping the consequences of himself, driving Jose into a hurry. Thinking of this, Yi Chen regretted slightly, but now is not the time to regret. Yi Chen immediately released the beast, came to Mirajane and Erza's side, picked them up, and started running towards the distance. Ha 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 ha, do you think you can escape, brat? Go to hell with me. Seeing Yi Chen running away like a bereaved dog, Jose couldn't help laughing happily, even if the price of this laughter was his own life. Boom. Chapter 43 Doubt. Chapter 43 Doubt, Defensive Magic Circle, 3 Pillar Gods. Just when Yi Chen and the other 3 were about to be affected by Jose's self-destruction, a short figure suddenly blocked behind the 3 of them, and then crossed their hands, casting a triangular defensive magic circle. The visitor was none other than Fairy Tail's 3rd generation guildmaster, Carlos Dreyer the Horse, and this magic circle was the strongest defensive magic circle in his hands, the 3 Pillars of God. I said, old man, you are almost recovered. Yi Chen also stopped at this moment, looked at Mrs. Carlo and couldn't help but smile and said, Brat, you really found me. Mr. Carlo, who was in the defensive magic circle and 3 pillar gods, couldn't help blowing his beard and staring at Yi Chen. This brat realized that he was already on the sidelines, so he deliberately provoked Jose. Hey, who made the old man grow stronger and stronger? But old man, your resilience is really strong. You have a heart attack, and you recovered in such a short time. Could it be that Poliusika's mother-in-law fed you some rare panacea? Or, because of the power of love, Yi Chen couldn't help teasing. At this moment, Ma Karloff was maintaining the defensive magic circle, the 3 pillars of God, and Yi Chen almost failed to maintain it. It's broken, old man, don't be distracted. Yi Chen said to Ma Karloff with some trepidation, because at this moment, there were obvious cracks in Ma Karloff's defensive magic circle. This is obviously because the magic power has been unstable because of the distraction of Carlos the Horse. Stinky boy, if you didn't talk nonsense, would I be distracted? Ma Karloff couldn't help replying, and immediately put all his mind into maintaining the magic circle. After all, this is the self-destruct of one of the 10 great magisters. Its power is simply unimaginable. This also led to the fact that even a strong 10 wizard saints like Ma Karloff had to be treated with caution. After a while, the explosion caused by Jose's self-explosion finally began to subside gradually. This Jose is really true. With such a small capacity, he is ashamed to be called 10 wizard saints. Yi Chen wiped the sweat that didn't exist on his head and complained. Boy, it's not that you push too hard. Jose is originally very narrow-minded, don't say you don't know about this. Advertisement, coupled with being abused by you like this, it's no wonder he doesn't go to extremes. Hey, don't you feel the magic power of the old man? That's why I started fighting so reassuringly and boldly. I couldn't help laughing too. Then what if I can't stand it? Old man, don't underestimate me. Although it will be a bit troublesome, if it really reaches that level, I can withstand it with my magic power. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Carlos Ma couldn't help but sighed. Compared with Laxus, Erza and Mirajane's various flaws in character, Yi Chen can be said to be very suitable to be the chairman in every aspect. But Yi Chen is not without shortcomings. He is too confident in his own strength, and even to put it bluntly, he is very conceited. This is Yi Chen's biggest shortcoming. This is the reason why Ma Karloff had watched the battle not far away before, but he didn't make a move. He wanted to teach Yi Chen some lessons through Jose, hoping to change Yi Chen's conceit. It's just that he didn't expect Jose to be so extreme that he blew himself up directly, which made Carlos Ma have to overthrow his original idea and make a move ahead of time. He didn't think Yi Chen could resist Jose's self-destruction. After all, Jose is one of the 10 wizard saints anyway. Yi Chen's beast is indeed very powerful, and it also has a lot of strange abilities, whether it is the atomization of the silver mist of the carapace of the 4th beast. It is also the abnormal ability of the number 6 beast, Mingji's rainbow flame, which can completely cut off the physical form of an object in its law of causality. And the indescribably destructive healing ability of number 11 beast of water essence, Beigong, which can return all existence to its original posture, just like turning back time. However, there were no defensive beasts like this, so Carlos the Horse had no choice but to make a move. Forget it, as long as you are sure. Ma Karloff took a deep look at Yi Chen, and finally said weakly. Yi Chen was confused by the sight of Mr. Carlos the Horse. He racked his brains and couldn't figure out what it meant. After a while, the power of Jose's self-explosion dissipated completely, and the four of them saw the situation clearly. A deep pit was blown out of the frozen sea surface, and even the mud on the bottom of the sea was affected by the explosion, reaching a depth of tens of meters. But because the frozen seawater nearby melted continuously during the explosion, this gap was filled. After a while, the deep pit was gradually filled. Unexpectedly, the self-destruction of 10 wizard saints has such a powerful power? Learned. Chen looked at the scene in front of him and nodded thoughtfully. Stinky boy, what have you learned? I always feel that it is not a good thing. Advertisement Ma Karloff squinted at Chen, his heart trembled, and he had a premonition that he would be tricked to death by Chen from now on. Hey, old man, tell me, what will happen if I blow myself up? X3 Carlos Ma, Erza, and Mirajane looked at Chen with idiot eyes, expressing that they did not want to answer this question of courting death. Hey, don't look at me like that. Didn't I say that the true ancestor I copied is a cursed undead? A lonely person who lives in eternity. Even if my head is smashed, my heart is smashed, or even my body is smashed into pieces, I can still be resurrected. So, I think you can give this a try. Chen smiled mischievously. Seeing Chen's look of looking for trouble, Carlos Ma shuddered. He was already mourning for Chen's future opponents. With Chen's character, he would probably find a chance to try. Mirajane looked at Chen with tears in her eyes. Although she didn't speak, it was obvious that her opinion was, no. After all, this is the self-destruction of a mage. The so-called self-destruction refers to the instant bursting of one's own magic power in the most violent way. Although Chen has repeatedly emphasized that the true ancestor he copied is immortal, but who knows that self-destruction can still be destroyed, can't be resurrected. On the contrary, Erza leaned on his chin and began to seriously think about Chen's words. Chen, do you rely on the curse of immortality or your own magic power for resurrection? It should be the curse of immortality, right? That's it. If your magic power is emptied, will the curse still work? I haven't tried it, so I don't know, but what you said makes sense. How about this, even if I blew myself up, I still retain a layer of magic power. Chen suddenly thought of something while talking, and his tone gradually lowered. Seeing Chen's strange behavior, the horseman who was sitting on the ice while resting while parking Chen's weird idea couldn't help but speak. Stinky boy, what's the matter? Grandpa, did 10 wizard saints blew himself up before Jose? It hasn't happened in nearly 400 years. Looking at the history of magic in the entire Ishgar continent, since the dragons disappeared and humans became the masters of the continent, let alone the 10 wizard saints level, even the S-level magicians who were forced to self-destruct have never appeared. Pass. Since that's the case, then why do we judge that Jose's blow just now was a self-destruct? Instead of some special magic? Chapter 44. Goblins and Spectres Conflict, Jelal gains. Chapter 44. Goblins and Spectres Conflict, Jelal gains. Hearing Chen's words, Ma Karloff pondered for a moment, thought for a while and said, Stinky boy, what you said makes sense. The so-called self-explosion just now is likely to be Jose Jinchan's trick to get out of his shell. He used self-explosion as a cover-up and slipped away by himself. Forget it, after this battle, Jose's vitality may be seriously injured, and there will be no troubles in a short time. As for the ruler of the ghosts, it is very likely that he will be forcibly disbanded by the council. Ma Karloff's words were approved by the remaining 3 people. Well, but Jose lives in this world, after all, he is still a ticking time bomb. If a magician of the Holy 10 level hides in the dark and attacks us, there are only a few people in the entire Union who can stop him. Even if we are prepared, it won't work. There are only those who can be thieves for 1,000 days, but there is no one who can guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Mrs. Carlo was taken aback by what Chen said, and said with some uncertainty. No way. Anyway, Jose is a member of the 10 Wizard Saints, one of the top group of people on the Ishgar continent, so he won't be so shameless? Chen took a deep look at the groom Carlo, and said calmly. Old man, there is a saying that I don't know if you have heard it. Never overestimate a person's lower limit and underestimate a person's shamelessness. And at this moment, Jose, who was being discussed by Chen and the others, was indeed as the two said, the so-called self-explosion was a cover-up to escape. Damn Carlo, damn Chen, I will definitely make you pay the price. Jose's face was distorted to the extreme, ferocious and terrifying. Damn it, the injury is too heavy, and there is only a little bit of magic left. I have to find a place to heal quickly. Jose cast a fierce glance in the direction of Fairy Tail. The resentment in his eyes was so strong that it couldn't be melted away. You really have someone behind you, Jose. Just when Jose was about to leave to find a place to heal and recover, Jelal suddenly appeared beside Jose, leaning against the big tree, and said in a teasing tone. HMPH, what are you doing here, Zekline? Come and see my joke. Sorry to disappoint you. When I recover, I will definitely make Fairy Tail go forever. Although Jose was surprised by Jalal's appearance, he didn't care too much. Of course I'm here to help you, the snake of restraint. The snake rope, which looks like a red magic circle, restrains Jose instantly, making him unable to move. What are you doing? Zekline, advertisement Jose was hit directly without any precautions. After being restrained by the restraining snake, he suddenly lost his standing and fell to the ground. Jose glared at Jelal. Zekrane? No, President Jose, you've been getting one thing wrong all this time. What? My name is Jelal Fernandez. As for the Zekline you mentioned, that's just part of my magic power. Jelal then exerted magic power and bound Jose into a big zongzi with the restraining snake. In this way, there is also a sacrifice to resurrect Zarif. Seeing the big red rice dumpling on the ground, Jelal muttered to himself. Fortunately for you, Erza, I originally planned to use you as a sacrifice. However, compared to your only 10 Wizard Saints level physical body, a real 10 Wizard Saints like Jose, Porla is more suitable. However, I hope you don't come to stop me, Erza, and Yi Chen. Fairy Tale Union. Yi Chen looked at the union that had been turned into a pile of ruins because of the battle between Gajil and Natsu, and could only sigh. The inertia of the plot is really strong. Speaking of which, I have done this, but the building of the trade union was still smashed into pieces, and Yi Chen was also drunk. By the way, isn't this iron lump inside the magic giant? When did it escape? It seems that he acted without authorization. He was eager to make contributions, so he ran out alone with a group of people. With Gray's support, Natsu managed to get up from the ground and sat aside. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Gray replied. Eager for meritorious service. Well, the Iron Dragon Gajil's target is Lucy. This time, the Spectre took over the task of Lucy's father and then attacked Fairy Tale. As he spoke, Gray glanced at Lucy, who was at a loss, and before he could speak, Natsu comforted Lucy. Don't worry about it, Lucy. The conflict between us and the ghost has always existed, and it has intensified in the past 2 years. Sooner or later, there will be a big battle. Your father's entrustment, at most, triggered this big battle in advance. Hiss, it hurts, hurts. Natsu comforted again and again, grinning and screaming pain. Natsu is right. The hatred between us and the dominator of the Spectre can even be traced back to when the two guilds were first formed. Yi Chen nodded, but Natsu's words continued, so you don't need to have a psychological burden at all. Basically, every one of us has fought against the ruler of the ghost. As long as people from the two trade unions meet in the wild, it's normal to fight. At most, it's just a big mess this time. However, because it was the ghost who made the first move, we are passively fighting, so there shouldn't be any punishment. Yi Chen's words made everyone present have black lines. Well, have you forgotten that even though the ghosts attacked our guild, at most they destroyed the buildings? It's you who really took the lead. Dragon Suit couldn't help complaining. Yi Chen was stunned, and he broke out in a random cold sweat. It seemed to be the case. Advertisement, what's the matter? Seeing you guys chatting so happily? Ma Karloff happened to come over, and seeing the suppressed smiles of several people, he asked curiously. Master, this is a big trouble. Yi Chen looked at Mr. Carlo with a blank expression on his face. What he said made Mr. Carlo confused. What do you mean? What does it mean to be in big trouble? Isn't the Phantom Lord already defeated? It's like this. It's true that it was the ghost who started the fight, but it seems that I was the one who escalated the war. Yi Chen pointed at himself with a wry smile. Ma Karloff reacted instantly, his face turned pale. It's over, I don't know how long I will be criticized this time. Seeing Mr. Carlo, who was about to float out of his soul, everyone present burst into laughter. Speaking of which, what about the iron bump of Iron Dragon Gajil? After laughing, Yi Chen looked left and right, but he didn't find the existence of Tilong Gajil, one of the culprits who dismantled the Union. He was crushed under the ruins. The other ghost mages saw that something was wrong and ran away, leaving behind the broken Iron Dragon alone. But to be honest, if it weren't for Natsu's explosion, I really wouldn't be able to keep Iron Dragon Gajil. As expected of a strong man standing above the 4 ghost elements. Alfman, who was cleaning up the ruins, said to Yi Chen without looking back. Old man, Iron Dragon Gajil is one of the culprits who destroyed the guild. How should we deal with it? Yi Chen looked at Gajil, who had already exposed an arm, and turned to Carlo the horseman and asked. Well, let's hand it over to the council first. Ma Karloff thought for a while, and Ma Karloff heard about some things about Iron Dragon Gajil from Bareno, one of the members of the council. It's just that the war has just ended, so it's not the right time, so Carlos Ma thought it better to hand over Gajil to the council. That's okay, but, old man, I have something to tell you. Next, I will leave the Union for a while to solve a person. You're talking about Jelal, the twin brother of Councillor Chickline? Twin brother? Maybe, but it's Jelal. After all, the other party has hit the door. It's not my style not to fight back. Although Mrs. Ma Carlos was a little puzzled by what Yi Chen said, he didn't go into it in the end and just warned him. Go ahead, but you have to be careful, after all, Zekeline is one of the councillors, so it's hard to guarantee that he won't make a move. Regarding Mr. Carlo's exhortation, Yi Chen smiled. Hey, come together if you want, I don't care. Yi Chen is very clear that Shi Kellane will definitely make a move, after all, Shi Kellane is Jalal's missing body. Chapter 45. Coincidence. Chapter 45. Coincidence. A few days later, Yi Chen finally got rid of the interrogation by the council, left Fairy Tale, and embarked on a journey alone to find the Tower of Heaven where Jelal was. In fact, Yi Chen can be regarded as one of the triggers of this battle between the two major guilds in the Kingdom of Fury. He was supposed to be tried, but later the royal family of Fury came forward, and it was only changed to a written review. Now that it has become a written review, there are a lot of things that can be manipulated, for example, ghostwriting and the like. Coincidentally, a blonde girl in the guild was short of money to pay the rent recently, so Yi Chen asked her to help write a 1 million word review at a price of 1 million J. It is touching, and it is best to make people cry after reading it. Now a certain blonde girl is scratching her head and thinking about how to write it. As for Yi Chen, she left the Fairy Tale Guild easily without telling anyone, except Carlos Ma, not even Mirajane, Who is closest to her? Know Yi Chen's whereabouts. I remember that in the opening chapter of Tower of Heaven in the original book, Erza and others went to Arcane, the most prestigious vacation paradise in the Kingdom of Fury. Let's go over there first and see if we can find any clues. Yi Chen was sitting on the train, studying the magic map carefully. It wasn't that Yi Chen didn't want to go directly to the Tower of Heaven, but it was mainly because it was too difficult to find a small island in the vast sea. Even if he knew the approximate range, it was quite difficult. Forget it, if you can't find it, go directly to the council headquarters to find him. After all, Zekaline is Jalal's thought body. It's not that Yi Chen doesn't want to go directly to the council, but mainly because of the battle with the ghosts. Now he is on the blacklist of the council. It is Jalal, the council will believe that he is a ghost. Coupled with the fact that the current council is rotten, even if these councillors know that Chickline is Jalal's nostalgia. But now Chickline has been awarded the title of 10 Wizard Saints by the council, for the sake of their own face, they will not recognize it. This is also the reason why Yi Chen doesn't like the Senate. Formalism runs from top to bottom, and bureaucracy prevails, although the Senate does have its own reason for existence. Forget it, Jalal on the council side is probably coming to an end soon, but I don't know what excuse he will use to cast the magical elf power, Eddie Leon. Yi Chen shook his head to get his thoughts out. Yi Chen has also been thinking these days, if Jose Porla's self-explosion at that time was really a cover-up, where would the current Jose Porla be? It is possible to hide and heal, and then hide in the dark, targeting Fairy Tail, just with Jose Porla's small-bellied character. So many days have passed, the injury should be healed. If he is still alive, he must jump out to find something. Advertisement, but until now there is no news about Jose Porla, so he is either dead, and there is only one possibility left, that is, Jose Porla is now taken away by Jalal. Others don't know, but Yi Chen doesn't know. At this moment Jalal is affected by Ultir's illusion, and he wants to resurrect Zareth, and Tower of Heaven needs 10 Wizard Saints level existence as a sacrifice in addition to huge magic power. If Jose had met Jalal when he was at his weakest, he would have been taken away as a sacrifice without any resistance. Jose, you'd better be taken by Jalal, so I can take care of 2 of my henchmen at once. Yi Chen looked at the magic map and murmured. A few days later, Yi Chen drove the magic boat casually on the sea. Although I know that the Tower of Heaven is nearby, but the sea is so big that I can't find it at all. Damn it. Where is the Tower of Heaven? Yi Chen looked at the endless sea with a little irritability. He wandered around for the past few days. Everything in front of him was the sea, and he didn't find anything at all. Huh? Is there a boat? Suddenly, Yi Chen focused his eyes, and saw a sailboat looming on the sea in the distance. Yi Chen didn't pay attention at first, but coincidentally, there was a figure on the sailboat that looked very familiar. I remember that person was Erza's childhood friend? It's called Miliana? If you're really sleepy, give me a pillow. Yi Chen was shocked, and immediately jumped into the water, driven by magic power, and quickly moved towards the boat where Miliana was under the sea surface. A few minutes later, Yi Chen came to the boat where Miliana was, and hid in the dark. Yi Chen planned to take a ride with the wind. After all, judging from the direction of the boat, it was away from the coast, so there was only one destination. That is Tower of Heaven. Huh? That's Hugh. And Wally Buchanan? Yi Chen watched the wizard named Hugh walking towards the cabin, followed by 2 other people, namely Miliana and Wally Buchanan, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. No, it's not such a coincidence, is it? Yi Chen hid himself and followed behind the 3 of them. With the magic power of these 3 who could reach a level, there was no way to find that Yi Chen was following them. When the 3 of them entered a certain room of the cabin, Yi Chen said that it was crazy, why Erza was still arrested. Advertisement at this moment, Erza was wearing a purple dress, with her hands raised high, and was hung on a pillar. In front of her were Erza's childhood partners, Hugh, Miliana and Wally Buchanan. Seeing the 3 of them sneering at Erza, Yi Chen almost couldn't hold back his hands, but in the end he endured it. After all, he had to let 3 idiots who were sold to help count the money lead the way, so Erza could only be wronged. Up. Wait, I remember one of Erza's buddies named Simon who seems to have a crush on Erza, and he's also very clear about the Jalal thing. If you let him lead the way, you shouldn't object. Thinking of this, Yi Chen struck directly, knocking down Zio, Miliana, and Wally Buchanan with lightning speed. Yi Chen? Erza looked at the 3 of them collapsed on the ground, and was really shocked when she saw that it was Yi Chen who came. She never expected to see Yi Chen here. It's me, Erza, I'm here to save you, Yi Chen said with a smile while untying the magic bondage on Erza's body. Why are you here? Erza loosened his sore wrist and asked curiously. Well, of course something has happened, but then again, how did you get caught? With your strength, it's impossible for these 3 rubbish to defeat you? Naturally, Yi Chen knew that Erza missed his old feelings, so he was tricked, but he couldn't show it in front of Erza, so he could only ask questions knowingly. Erza turned his head unnaturally, and Yi Chen took a look. He knew that Erza was still suffering in his heart. Thinking of this, Yi Chen felt a nameless anger rushing straight to his forehead. Erza, we're partners, no matter what it is, I'm willing to face it with you. Yi Chen lifted Erza's face and spoke affectionately. Chapter 46 Tower of Heaven Chapter 46 Tower of Heaven. Don't you want to say it? No, seeing Yi Chen's somewhat disappointed eyes, Erza blurted out, and then Erza slowly said everything that had happened. So you were caught on purpose to end up with Jalal? Erza nodded. Just right, I also have something to look for him. In the last battle with the Ghost Ruler, Jalal attacked me. I have to pay back. Yi Chen smiled a little creepy. Obviously, Yi Chen will never let Jelal have an easy time this time. Speaking of which, you haven't said why you are here. Erza looked at Yi Chen's smile, couldn't help but mourn for Jelal for 3 seconds, and then asked curiously. Me? He. I also learned by chance that there is a Tower of Heaven in the nearby sea area, and the owner of this Tower of Heaven is Jelal. No, he came all the way to take revenge. It's just that I've been wandering around here for several days, let alone the Tower of Heaven, and I haven't even seen a single hair. Fortunately, I was lucky. I met you. I sneaked onto the boat with the idea of trying my luck, and it turned out like this. After listening to Yi Chen's words, Erza smiled. If you search like this, you won't be able to find the Tower of Heaven. Why? The Tower of Heaven is surrounded by a huge magical barrier, hidden in the vast sea. Unless you touch it, you can't find this layer of barrier. This is why the Tower of Heaven has existed here for several years without being discovered by the Council. No wonder, that is to say, those who can go to the Tower of Heaven now can only be guided by others? That's why I got caught on purpose, Erza said helplessly. What now? Miliana and the others are so brainwashed by Jelal that they don't listen to me. Now we can only hope for Simon. Simon is also my former partner. Advertisement, he is different from Miliana and the others. He is mature and stable. Maybe you will listen to my explanation. Just then, a tall and strong man appeared in the cabin. Erza, I believe in you. I have always believed in you. The past 8 years have always been the same. Have you never suspected that you will betray me? Simon. Then even if you saw the person who came, you would exclaim, unexpectedly, among your former partners, there were actually some who believed in you all the time. Thank you, Simon, for always believing in me. Erza couldn't help but shed tears, as if several years of grievances broke out all at once. I never doubted you, Erza. Simon looked at the still heroic Erza. I buried my thoughts deeply in my heart. He knew he wasn't good enough for Erza. I was just waiting for the time to come, so I kept pretending that I was scammed by Jelal too. Afterwards, Simon slowly revealed his plan. That is to say, you have been waiting for an opportunity, waiting for Erza to bring a powerful mage to defeat Jelal and rescue you, is that true? That's right. Then congratulations, your plan succeeded. I've fought Jelal face to face, and if he hadn't run fast, I'd have left him long ago. So the powerful mage you were waiting for, who is better than me? Yi Chen touched his clean chin, and said firmly, I have never doubted the strength of the noble son of the goblin. I believe that with your strength, you will be able to defeat Jelal. It's just that Jelal is a scheming character. To be honest, I'm not very clear about his plans until now. So please be careful and don't be careless. Simon did not refute Yi Chen's words. In his opinion, Yi Chen has the strength and confidence. Don't worry, that's right, you take these 3 idiots away, you teach me how to get to Tower of Heaven, we can go by ourselves, the next road is no longer suitable for you. Simon looked at the 3 of Miliana who were lying on the ground, and nodded. Although Yi Chen's words were a bit hurtful, but in the next battle, even the relatively weak Erza had the ability to stand at the top of the S-class mage. Strength, not to mention Jelal and Yi Chen who are as strong as monsters. The strength of the few of us who can step into the A level is of no help at all. It would be good if we don't hold back, so leaving is indeed the best way. Then Yi Chen looked at Erza, hugged Erza gently, and whispered in Erza's ear. Erza, I really want you to leave with them too, but I know you won't want to, so sorry. Advertisement. Before Erza could react, Yi Chen hit Erza on the neck with a knife, making her faint. What are you doing? Simon watched Yi Chen's movements, his body was full of magic violence, and he was ready to shoot at any time. Yi Chen hugged the fainted Erza in his arms and said softly. Your inner demon, let me solve it. After speaking, Yi Chen handed Erza to Simon. Simon, I think my friends are nearby, and I hope you can bring Erza to them. Simon looked at Yi Chen, nodded, and agreed. Don't worry, I will definitely hand over Erza to Fairy Tail, even if it costs my life. It is good. The next thing is a matter between men. Seeing that Simon agreed to come down, Yi Chen asked for the location of Tower of Heaven from Simon, and flew towards Tower of Heaven. I leave everything to you, noble son of the goblin. Simon looked at Yi Chen who had turned into a small black dot, said calmly, then steered the magic boat towards the shore. A few minutes later, Yi Chen was floating in the air, looking at the endless sea below, took out the position given by Simon again, and checked it. Is it here? As expected of Jelal, it's really powerful, and I haven't sensed any fluctuations in magic power so close. This enchantment is really good. Yi Chen looked down coldly, and then, with the condensation of magic power, his right arm was dyed purple-black. Come into the world. Beast number 5, the gold of the lion. The lion's gold. Smash everything in sight, roar. With the roar of the lion's gold, it turned into a terrifying thunder, and bombarded the invisible magic barrier on the sea. Boom! With a loud noise, a new sea area instantly appeared on the surface of the sea where there was nothing. And in the middle of the sea, stands a towering building, which is really the legendary R system, Tower of Heaven. Celebrate the 7-day long holiday of National Day in Enjo Chapter 47, Erza is arrested. Chapter 47. Erza is arrested, come out to pick up customers, Jelal. The sound waves containing Yi Chen's powerful magic directly resounded through the entire sea area, and even the originally calm sea surface began to become choppy, and one wave after another hit the island where the Tower of Heaven was located. On the top floor of Tower of Heaven, Jelal was passing through the magic crystal ball at the moment, looking at Yi Chen floating in midair, with a meaningful smile on his lips. Below, there were 3 people kneeling on one knee, which was the strongest trump card in Jalal's hand. The famous assassination guild, Skull and Bones, the special guerrilla force, the 3 feathered crows. The leader has cherry-colored long hair and wears a white kimono. It is the captain of the 3 feathered crows, Turtledove. Master Jalal, do we need to take action? Hee, Turtledove, don't overestimate yourself. With your strength, you don't even have the qualifications to face this famous noble young elf. The disdain in Jalal's gaze is undisguised. Although the 3 feathered crows are quite famous, their strength is just that. Only the Captain Turtledove's strength has reached S rank, coupled with the unique swordsmanship Wu. Look, as for the other 2, Jalal just ignored them. Then what should we do? Let him be so arrogant. Udaludas looked at Jalal with an annoyed expression and Jalal chuckled lightly. If you want to die, I won't stop you. After finishing speaking, Jalal ignored the gloomy 3 feathers crow below and spoke to Yi Chen. Hee, welcome to my world, Mr. Fairy Yi Chen. The same rolling sound spread far away, accompanied by Jalal's astonishing magic power. Seeing Jalal's provocation, Yi Chen chuckled disdainfully. Why, is the tortoise ready to come out? If you don't come out again, I'm going to do it directly. Yi Chen's magic power surged, and he was ready to strike at any time. Don't be in such a hurry, I'll show you something good. As Jalal's voice fell, a scene that made Yi Chen's eyes tear open appeared in the air. Jalal. Damn you. I saw 2 women and 3 men tied to a cross in the picture, and the one in the middle was Erza, who was knocked unconscious by Yi Chen and handed over to Simon not long ago, asking Simon to bring her to Fairy Tale's partner. The other 4 can be imagined, namely Hugh, Miliana, Wally, and Simon, who was seriously injured and seemed to be dying. It's thanks to you, who knocked Erza out. Otherwise, with the strength of the 3 feathers crow, it might not be the opponent of the Fairy Queen Erza. Jalal's frivolous voice came, and Yi Chen's body trembled in anger. Simon, an idiot, do you still think that what he did was very secretive? I knew from the beginning that he didn't trust me, and he didn't do anything because it was harmless. Advertisement, now that you dare to betray me blatantly, you can only let him disappear from this world. Jalal looked at Simon, who was dripping blood continuously in the picture, and said lightly. Okay, without further ado, Yi Chen, let's play a game. It is good. Yi Chen has no choice at the moment. Now that people are fighting for the knife and I am the fish, he can only play by ear. It's a pleasure to agree. Another friendly reminder, look at the coast to your left. Hearing Jalal's words, Yi Chen subconsciously looked to the left, glanced a little, and saw the picture that left him speechless. I saw Natsu, Gray, Lucy on the left coast. Happy, plus the S-rank mage Zubia, who was the ruler of the ghosts, was sneaking forward. Following Jalal's point, the 4 of them and a cat looked at Yi Chen in embarrassment. Damn, why are you here? Yi Chen fell directly in front of these people, and almost cursed out loud. How did these guys come here? Of course they came to save Erza. Natsu spoke first. Forget it, no matter how you came here, if you leave here first, this place will soon become a battlefield, but you are my burden. As for Erza, I will definitely get her out. Yi Chen waved his hand, signaling the 4 of them to leave quickly. No, I must save Erza. Immediately Natsu didn't care about it, and before Yi Chen could react, he ran straight ahead and disappeared after a while. This guy can't understand human language, right? Yi Chen has a saying that I don't know if I should say it or not. Natsu's character is usually cute, but at this critical moment, he always causes trouble. Natsu, wait for me. Just as Yi Chen was about to say something, Gray directly gave Yi Chen a cut and then a play, and he disappeared after a few strokes. Natsu, wait for me. Happy's wings fluttered, and she was ready to follow. Before it could fly, Yi Chen grabbed its tail. Happy, I hope you will be obedient to me, otherwise, I will roast you. Love, advertisement. Happy looked at Yi Chen with black lines all over his head and confessed directly and wisely. 1 or 2, it doesn't make people worry. Yi Chen stomped the ground fiercely, the whole ground was cracked, and the dense cracks spread like spider webs. Then Yi Chen immediately stared at Lucy and said, Don't you want to go too? Seeing Yi Chen's expression that almost eats people, Lucy wanted to say that she wanted to go too, but seeing Yi Chen's unfriendly expression, she didn't dare to say that at all. Natsu and Gray are still at the peak of A-level strength. In the next battle, self-protection is still no problem. You can't, your magic power is too weak, go away first. Juvia, please take Lucy and Happy to leave the Tower of Heaven first, Natsu and Gray, and we will look for it. As for Jalal, he is dead. Jubia is also very powerful. Juvia also wants to go. Please. Just as Zubia was about to say that she could help, Yi Chen directly released a powerful magic power, interrupting Zubia's words. Seeing Yi Chen's earth-shattering magic power, Zubia couldn't help swallowing, and couldn't help recalling the previous battle scene where Jose was suppressed by Yi Chen the whole time. Juvia knows. Under Yi Chen's power, Zubia reluctantly agreed. After Juvia took Lucy and Happy away, Yi Chen turned to look at the Tower of Heaven and said, Jalal, tell me the rules of your game. Oh, are the arrangements over? Looks like the chess pieces on both sides are all in order, then the Paradise game should start. The rules of the game are very simple. I will take Erza as a living sacrifice and perform a ritual to revive Zareth. In other words, as long as the gate through the Paradise is opened, I will win. If you have a way to stop this from happening, you've won. However, such a simple game is not interesting at all, so I have arranged 3 fighters here, the ace of the Assassination Union Skull and Bones, the 3 Feathered Crows, to deal with you. If you can't pass this level, you will not be able to come to my round. Finally, let me add one more point. The judges are likely to cast the magic spirit power, Adirio, which is the ultimate destruction magic that can destroy everything. The remaining time is unknown, but as long as the magic spirit power is activated, then it means that both sides have failed. It's a game over where no one wins. Chapter 48 Dilemma. Chapter 48 Dilemma. This rule sounds very beneficial to me. It's impossible for mere 3 feathered crows to stop me. Yi Chen said lightly, his voice was full of confidence and disdain. Jelal, who was at the top of the Tower of Heaven, held up a goblet to sip the red wine and said with a smile. Of course, with the strength of the 3 feathered crows, it is indeed impossible to stop your footsteps, but they only need to block the footsteps of others. As for you, the famous fairy noble son, there will naturally be someone to be your opponent. For example, an unknown former president of the Phantom Lord who couldn't hold himself back for a long time. What is the unknown former president of Phantom Lord? Just say Jose. Porla would be the end of it. Mere Jose, he's defeated. There are other tricks, let's use them together. Yi Chen has absolute confidence in Jose. Porla, he doesn't believe that Jelal doesn't know that Jose can't be his opponent, and he definitely has a backup. You're right. If you just rely on the original president Jose, it is indeed impossible to be your opponent. However, the current president Jose has undergone a certain amount of magical power development, and his strength has improved a lot. You have to be careful. The magic power development that Jelal mentioned is actually similar to the technology of developing the second magic source 7 years later, but now it is forced to input a certain amount of magic power into the magician's body, so that the magician's strength can be increased to a certain extent in a short period of time improvement. For a strong man like Jose, Porla, even if he increases his magic power by 1 layer, his strength will be greatly improved, which is why Jelal is full of confidence. As for why Jose, Porla was used to deal with Yi Chen, in fact, Jose, Porla is too useless. I originally thought that Jose, Porla, as 10 wizard saints, would be more than enough to be a sacrifice for the Tower of Heaven. It turned out that this guy's physical body totally substandard. According to Jalal's estimation, 80% of the results are due to Jose, Porla's blind pursuit of powerful magic power after being defeated by the horseman Carlos a few years ago, while ignoring the strengthening of the physical body, which led to the current result. Advertisement. As everyone knows, magic power is water, and the body is a container. Only a bigger container can hold more water. It can be said that Jose has gone astray. As Yi Chen's opponent. Ha, noble son of the goblin, I didn't expect it, I didn't expect to meet again so soon. Jose. Porla's whole body is entwined with scarlet magic power. The boiling magic power brought a terrifying coercion, pressing the surrounding air extremely thick. Just this appearance, Yi Chen can be sure that Jose's strength has improved at least 3 floors. In addition, just to be on the safe side, there are 3 special guests, namely Brain, Cobra, and Angel. Friendly reminder, these 3 are 3 of Oracion Cis, one of the Balam Alliance. Their strength is extremely powerful, enough to fight against an army by 1 person. Jalal's words made Yi Chen's face extremely ugly. Just Jose is really not his opponent, but if you add Oracion Cis's Brain, Cobra, and Angel, it will be very troublesome. Among the Oracion Cis, Brain has the strength enough to rival the 10 wizard saints, even if it is only similar to the last Jura of Rock and Iron. Cobra and Angel have the strength of the S-level peak, which is the strength of the so-called quasi-Saint 10. Moreover, Brain's personality, that is, Oracion Cis's true president, without a president, is definitely as strong as that of the top 10 wizard saints, and will not be weaker than the horseman Carlos. And the reason why the original plot failed was because of plot killing. I didn't expect, Jelal, you would let us deal with such a brat, but forget it, when it's done, don't forget to tell us the location of Nirvana. Brain brought Cobra, and Angel appeared from the top of Tower of Heaven, looked at Yi Chen with indifferent eyes, turned to Jelal and said, "Don't worry, as long as you kill Yi Chen, a mere place of Nirvana, I will tell you naturally. However, I want to remind you that the strength of the opponent is not ordinary, and it is definitely second only to the strength of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. HMPH, don't worry, we Oracion Cis are not vegetarians." After Brain finished speaking, he flew towards Yi Chen with Cobra and Angel. Yi Chen looked at the 4 people who were gradually approaching in front of him, then at the top of the Tower of Heaven, and looked at Jelal himself with a half-smile, with a gloomy and terrifying expression. Yi Chen didn't think he could face the attacks of 3 powerful men of the 10 wizard saints level at the same time, plus 2 strong men of the quasi-holy 10. Advertisement. System, come out quickly, if you don't come out, I'm finished. Faced with such a predicament, Yi Chen thought about it, and now only the system can help. Now, although I have the B-level 4th true ancestor template, but it has not yet reached a 100% degree of fusion. Now, although I am stronger than Carlos, who is 5th in 10 wizard saints, but compared to the Ishgar 4 heavenly kings the 4th place is still quite a bit short. Ding, in view of the host's current predicament, the system offers 2 solutions. Scheme 1. Increase the fusion degree of the current character by 10% for every 10,000 energy points. Scheme 2. Obtain a random part of the ability of the A-level template designated by the host for every 10,000 energy points. System. Can I choose at the same time? I now have a total of 36,862 energy points, so can I choose the designated A-level template first, extract some random abilities, and then use the remaining energy points to improve fusion? Ding, no, you can only choose one of the two, option 2, I choose option 2. Yi Chen yelled inwardly. In the current situation, plan 2 is more effective. If he obtains a certain ability that Yi Chen has long wanted, then he can use a certain big move in his mind. Faced with this situation, is simply a piece of cake. As for why he didn't choose option 1, Yi Chen's current energy value is only 36,862 points. According to the system, it can increase the fusion degree by 30%. But the template of the 4th primogenitor is only B level, and the upper limit is obvious. Even if the fusion degree is increased by 30%, it may not be able to beat the combination of Jelal, Jose, Brain, Cobra and Gear at the same time. So Yi Chen chose the second option, and he has 3 chances, so he may not be able to draw out the ability he wants. Ding. Please choose the A-level template you want to designate. Yi Chen already had an idea about this, and directly selected someone. Chapter 49th. 1 against 5. Chapter 49th. 1 against 5. Ding. Please choose the A-level template you want to designate. Yi Chen already had an idea about this, and directly selected someone. The system selects the A-level template Ludaoben. Ding. The selection is successful, now start to draw some random abilities. The extraction is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Eyes of Reincarnation, with the ability of Ludao Mater's Eternal Kaleidoscope to ride sharing eyes. Great, I didn't expect to be able to extract it in one go. In this way, that trick can be used. Yi Chen showed joy, looking at the 4 people who had already surrounded him, he was already looking at the dead. Damn guy, what kind of eyes are you looking at? Jose. Porla has become extremely irritable since he lost to Yi Chen before. Seeing Yi Chen's eyes that looked like he was looking at someone dead, he couldn't hold back anymore, and immediately became furious. You will know soon, Yi Chen taunted, and then asked the system to fuse the Eyes of Reincarnation. Ding, fusion begins, 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%, 5%, 6%. HMPH, put on airs, go to hell. Death Storm. Jose couldn't hold back for a long time, it was his unique move to come up, gathering a lot of darkness with his hands, instantly generating a super powerful dark shockwave, blasting towards Yi Chen. Come into the world. The 3rd beast, Quicksilver of the Dragon Snake. Come into the world. The 5th beast, the Gold of the Lion. Come into the world. Beast number 6, Mingji's Rainbow Flame. Come into the world. Beast number 7, the Black Sword of Yemo. Come into the world. Beast number 12, Ice of the Demon Girl. At this moment, Yi Chen was full of magical violence, and directly summoned 5 of the 7 beasts under his control. Jose's Death Storm was directly blocked by the summoned Mingji Hongyan holding the Black Sword of Yemo. 10%, 11%, 12%, 13%, 14%. Seeing the progress of the fusion, Yi Chen gritted his teeth secretly. Before the fusion was completed, he might have to fight hard. HMPH, it's gimmicky, the roar of the poisonous dragon. Cobra looked ugly when he saw Yi Chen's 5 beasts. He could feel that each of these beasts was very powerful. With his own strength, he could only hold one at most. Thinking of this, Cobra took the lead, and the purple-red dragon's breath sprayed towards the dragon snake's mercury. Seeing this, the dragon snake's mercury also responded with magic rays, condensing into a line of magic rays, which easily blocked Cobra's dragon's breath. What a powerful guy, but it's a pity that he belongs to the Guangming Guild. Advertisement, open it, the Gemini Gate, Gemini. Gemini, transform into Cobra. Receive, with Gemini's transformation, a second Cobra appears. The roar of the poisonous dragon, facing Cobra and Ngir, Yi Chen's face remained unchanged. Although these 2 people are powerful, they still can't cause any trouble to him, and the ability is Dimensional Devour, it is not difficult to fight against 2. Fantasy of Ever Darkness. Sorrow. Brain also shot at Yi Chen, and the penetrating dark magic blasted towards Yi Chen. 7-star sword. At this moment, Jelal at the top of the Tower of Heaven also made a move, starting with the 7-star sword, which is also considered to be powerful in celestial magic. Damn it. Yi Chen looked gloomy and ordered immediately. Kang Bing of the Enchantress, stop Brain. Gold of the Lion, block Jose. The Rainbow Flame of Mingji, cut Jelal for me with the Black Sword of Yemo. Yi Chen summoned the 5 great beasts at the same time, even with his current magic power, it is extremely reluctant. After all, Yi Chen has not fully integrated the 4th true ancestor. The magic power is even greater. Although the appearance of the 5 beasts blocked the attacks of the 3 Holy Tens and the 2 Quasi-Holy Tens in front of them, the magic power was consumed so fast that the recovery speed of Yi Chen's own magic power could not keep up with the consumption speed at all. And because the 5 beasts were summoned at the same time, with Yi Chen's current magic power, there is no way to maximize the strength of each beast. In the current situation, it is not bad to be able to exert 5 levels. Therefore, among the 5 beasts currently on the field, except for Mercury of the Dragon Snake, which has completely suppressed Cobra and Ngir, the rest of them are the Gold of the Lion, the Ice of the Enchantress, and even Ming, who holds the Black Sword of Yemo. Ji Hongyan was more or less suppressed, but fortunately, they're just being suppressed now. Anyway, Yi Chen is delaying time now. As long as the fusion is completed, he will definitely want them to look good. Just as Yi Chen was trying to buy time, waiting for the opportunity to come, a fierce quarrel was taking place in the House of Representatives at this moment. In the special conference room of the Magic Council, Chickline's voice sounded, and Chickline said, A bunch of doves. What did you say? What do you mean, Zekarin? Zekaline continued. Only send troops. Your reaction makes you only worthy of being called meat pigeons. That thing is very dangerous, too dangerous. What do you want to say? Michelle stared at Zekarin and said. You guys don't understand at all. There is only one way to destroy the Tower of Heaven immediately, and the only way is to use the satellite magic circle to release the magic spirit power, Eddie Leon. When it came to the end, Shi Kelain opened his eyes with a wild expression. Advertisement, what did you say? Transdimensional destruction magic? Are you serious? A voice of disapproval sounded. Have you ever estimated the extent of the disaster? That's magic that will destroy a country even if you show mercy. Magic spirit power is our ultimate weapon. It is a more dangerous magic than the R system. But if you use satellite locking, you can lock everything on this continent as a target, and the only way to completely destroy that huge building is the power of magic spirits, Eddie Leon. Shi Kelain was not afraid, and still said to them unceremoniously. I agree. Ultir raised his hand inexplicably and said. Ultir, why even you? Looking at several members of Ultir, they were extremely surprised and said. We have a total of 9 people, and there are still 3 people left. As long as there are 3 more people supporting us, we can activate the magic spirit power. There is no time, and he must not be allowed to use the R system. Shi Kelain said to several people excitedly. Michelle raised his head and said to Zikarin. You need to understand that this means that the life of your brother Jelal is also about to be taken. Shi Kelain lowered his head, the expression on his face was a little low, and he said in a low voice. Of course, that's such a tricky system. The members of the council fell silent, as if they were thinking about something. Seeing that the congressmen were still discussing, Zekaline continued. Moreover, according to intelligence, 3 of the Oracion Cease, including Jelal, have gathered in the current Tower of Heaven. They're the Leader Brain, the Cobra, and the Angel Angir. In addition, Jose, Porla, one of the original Holy 10 and the president of the original Ghost Ruler. The one fighting them is Fairy Tail's noble son, Yi Chen. Shi Kelain's words were like pouring a glass of water into boiling oil, which directly shocked several members of the entire special conference room. What did you say? You mean, a small Tower of Heaven has gathered so many dark forces? Michelle narrowed his eyes and began to consider the gains and losses. Except for Mikhailo, the other congressman, except for Yajima, who was a good friend with Ma Karlov, fell silent. What are you thinking? Is it possible that you want to ignore human life? Yajima felt a bad feeling in his heart when he saw the many silent counselors. Chapter 50 Magic Spirit Power. Chapter 50 Magic Spirit Power. Don't say that, Mr. Yajima. As Yajima broke the eerie atmosphere, one of the counselors spoke. You have to know that a considerable number of dark forces have gathered there, whether it's the 3 of Oracion Cease, or the depraved Jose, Porla, and Jelal who doesn't know the depth, but built the R system. If you can wipe it all out with one blow, I think it's worth it. So, I agree. The words of this congressman seem to have opened the fuse, and the rest of the congressmen also voted for it. I agree too. Yes. All the counselors except Yajima raised their hands, agreeing to cast the magic spirit power. You are avenging private revenge. Senator Yajima, what you said is wrong. This is a necessary sacrifice for justice. Yajima pointed at a congressman, trembling with anger. I couldn't even speak. Okay, since 8 of the 9 of us here have already agreed, then it is inevitable to launch the power of the magic wizard. Shi Kelain ignored Yajima's murderous eyes, turned around and disappeared into the room. Damn it, Zecrane, what the hell are you thinking of? Yajima couldn't help cursing inwardly when he saw Chickline leaving, but now that the power of the magic wizard Eddie Leon has become a reality, now he can only rush Yi Chen and let Yi Chen leave Tower of Heaven. Thinking of this, Yakima also turned and left this disgusting special conference room. At this moment, Jelal, who was still struggling with Hongyun of Ming Ji who was holding the black sword of Yemo, suddenly dodges a few times and retreats backwards. Huh, Jelal, what happened? Jalal's action caught the attention of Brain and Jose. Jose didn't care about Jalal's thoughts at all, so although he saw it, he didn't care whether Jelal retreated or not. But Brain is different, he is only here to help because of Nirvana, he is not going to work hard here. It's nothing, it's just the magic spirit power, Eddie Leon, it's about to drop in 15 minutes. What? Although Brain heard Jelal say this before, he thought that Jelal said it just to put pressure on Yi Chen and others, but he never expected it to be true. What, are you scared? You are not talking nonsense. That's the magic spirit power, time and space shattering magic. When I was the director of the Magic Development Bureau, I saw some data about the power of magic elves. Advertisement, its power is strong enough to destroy a city. And this is just an ordinary export. If it is exported at full strength, it is enough to destroy a country. This weapon is a super weapon used by the Council to deter the Western continent. Brain's expression was extremely frightened. If others don't know, he still doesn't know. So you're scared? You don't want Nirvana? Seeing that Brain's attack gradually weakened, Jelal knew that Brain had other thoughts, so he directly spoke to Huang Nirvana. HMPH, I was almost deceived by you. Brain suddenly calmed down and resumed his offensive. You, Jelal, are not the kind of person who is willing to burn Jade and Jade together. You must have a backhand, and this backhand must be the so-called Tower of Heaven. In fact, Brain didn't have a deep understanding of Tower of Heaven. Although Brain loved knowledge, he directly ignored Tower of Heaven's magic, which claimed to be able to resurrect the dead. He didn't believe in such magic at all. As expected of Brain, the brain is flexible, that's right, even if the power of the magic wizard falls, it won't cause any harm to us. Gildarts nodded and said lightly, however, before the power of the magic wizard falls, we must solve Chen, otherwise, we will be affected by the power of the magic wizard. After finishing speaking, Gildarts waved upwards with one hand, sending out 6 magic stars to attack Chen powerfully. 6 consecutive stars. Humph. A mere Chen, what is it? Fantasy of ever darkness. Sorrow. Even though he said so, Brain stepped up his offensive against Chen, and Chen's pressure increased for a while, but Brain's eyes were always looking at Gildarts if there was nothing there. Cobra, and Gear, be careful, if there is any change in Gildarts, we will follow immediately. Good. X2 Brain notified Cobra and Angear with the magic of reading words. After hearing this, the two nodded their heads. Damn it, it's almost there. Chen looked at the system that had been integrated to 80%, and became a little anxious. At this moment, Chen has been completely suppressed by the 5 powerhouses, and even the Quicksilver of the Dragon and Snake has no longer the advantage it had before. But even so, Chen still firmly blocked the attacks of the 5 powerhouses. Although he was at a disadvantage, he did not show any signs of defeat. Damn it, this guy, what the hell is going on? Gildarts was also a little impatient. If he didn't deal with Chen, the Tower of Heaven would show up in real form after the power of the magic elves fell, and it would be troublesome at that time. At this moment, the sky suddenly changed, and a huge beam of light directly and accurately hit the Tower of Heaven with terrifying power. Even Chen and the others were all top experts, and they were directly hit by this sudden terrorist attack. Lost shape. After a while, the smoke and dust dispersed, and the true colors of the Tower of Heaven were completely displayed in front of the world. Advertisement. I saw a huge building completely composed of magic crystals, appearing at the original Tower of Heaven. Seeing everything in front of him, Gildarts was extremely excited. This moment, the moment I've been looking forward to, has finally arrived. This is the true form of the Tower of Heaven. The super huge magic crystal has absorbed the power of the magic wizard. Eddie Leon has successfully absorbed such a huge amount of magic power. Tower of Heaven has finally been successfully completed at this moment. Ask for flowers, Zarif. We'll meet soon. Gildarts looked at everything in front of him with a distorted face, and then flew towards the cross that tied the unconscious Erza. You stay away from Erza. Just when Gildarts was about to approach Erza and sacrifice Erza, Chen was already moving towards this side, blocking Erza in a few strokes. Oh, I didn't expect you to be dead yet. Gildarts looked at Chen with some surprises. Although most of the magic power of the magic spirit power was absorbed by the Tower of Heaven, because he had been prepared, he came to the Tower of Heaven in an instant before the magic spirit power fell. Heaven, along with 3 people from Oracion cease, also because of this, they did not suffer any harm. As for Jose, Gildarts saw very clearly just now that Jose was hit head-on during the attack of the magic elves. Who made this idiot Jose fly higher than the Tower of Heaven? In other words, the magic spirit power hit Jose first, and then hit the Tower of Heaven. However, with Jose's strength, the injury must have been suffered. As for the braid, it should not have reached that level. After all, he is a strong man at the Holy 10 level, and there must be means to save his life. Originally, Gildarts thought that Chen was the same as Jose, but he never expected that although Chen was injured, it was only a minor injury, which did not affect his combat effectiveness at all. HMPH, I don't die so easily. Chen sneered. With the immortality curse of the true ancestor taking effect, his injuries have almost recovered, and during the respite just now, the magic power that Chen lost due to summoning the 5 great beasts in a short period of time has also been exhausted. Recovery 7788, but at this moment, the opposite side has lost Jose. Porla, a powerhouse of the Holy 10 level, and the remaining 4 people including Gildarts and Brain, even if they don't integrate Uchiha Sasuke's reincarnation eyes, Chen is still sure to lead the team with his current strength. With Erza and others retreating completely, just as Chen, Gildarts and the others were confronting each other, the council at the moment was already in chaos. A huge magic crystal appears. The target still exists. It's the magic crystal. It's the huge crystal that absorbed Eddie Lion's magic power. What did you say? What the hell happened? All members of the House of Representatives were shocked when they heard the feedback from their subordinates. Z-Crane. What the hell is going on? Yujima, who was extremely skeptical about Chickline's motives, immediately came to Chickline and asked. But Chi Kellane smiled and disappeared in front of several people little by little. Is it the thought body? Boom. Before anyone else could react, the entire council was completely reduced to ruins. Before Gildarts left, he had already carved a huge self-discipline collapse magic circle in the council. Now that the council was useless, Gildarts naturally launched self-discipline collapses the magic formation. Chapter 51. Jose's Deathstroke. Chapter 51. Jose's Deathstroke. Yi. 1. Just when Chen and Gildarts were confronting each other, Erza had already woken up, looking at the blurry figure in front of him with slightly hazy eyes. Erza subconsciously called out Chen's name. Erza, are you awake? Sorry, I made you suffer because of my mistake. Chen looked at Gildarts vigilantly, while comforting Erza, while silently recovering from the injury, waiting for the fusion of the eyes of reincarnation to complete. As for Gildarts on the opposite side, he is also stalling for time at the moment. His thought body Chi Kellane has taken away 3/4 of his magic power, and now Jalal's magic power is only a quarter of what it was in its heyday. Although Chickline had already accomplished his goal, cast the magic spirit power and destroyed the council, and retreated unscathed, but it would take a few minutes to rush over from the council, even if he used space magic to hurry. As long as he takes back his magic power, Jellal will no longer be afraid of Yi Chen, and he doesn't even need the help of the 267 army and Jose. Jellal is also confident in defeating Yi Chen. He has absolute confidence in his own strength. Boom. Jellal. Erza shook his head, regained consciousness a little, and saw Jellal not far away. His anger was full. He broke free from the restraint with all his strength, summoned his own magic sword, and pointed at Jellal from a distance. Die, Jellal, long time no see, Erza, you still hate me that much. Shouldn't you be hated for what you have done? Just when Erza had concentrated his magic power and was about to chop Jellal alive, Zekline, Jalal's missing body, finally appeared. Zekline? Erza was slightly puzzled, and then looked at Chi Kelaine firmly. Zekline. Why are you here? Why can't I be here, Erza? Zekline looked at Erza inexplicably and said, but aren't you in the council? The council? The council is now a pile of ruins. The council is in ruins. Erza was taken aback for a moment, but then she suppressed the doubts in her heart, and the tip of the magic sword in her hand was still firmly pointed at Jellal. Get out of the way, even if you are Jalal's big brother, I will kill him today. Erza, haven't you noticed yet? Yi Chen put his hands on Erza's shoulders and looked directly at Jellal and Chi Kelaine. Advertisement, find what? Erza asked suspiciously. Before Yi Chen could continue, Klein spoke. Sure enough, you found out, although I don't know how you found out, but forget it, now all my goals have been achieved. Zekrane. You are indeed with Jellal. Erza was furious when he heard Zekline's words. Erza, remember the first time we met? That time, he and Mrs. Carlos came to submit a letter of repentance to the Senate. They mistook me for Jellal and rushed to attack me. After all, we look exactly the same. No wonder you admit your mistake, but there is nothing you can do about it. You didn't let it go until you heard that we are twins. But even so, you are not hostile to me. Does it need to be said, as Jalal's big brother, since you acquiesced to what Jellal did? No, more than that, you have been monitoring me. Erza said to Zekline, still full of hostility. That's right, this is indeed my mistake. I should have told you on purpose at that time that I would find Jellal and try to stop him. When I met you there is nothing more painful than finding an excuse all of a sudden. What's the meaning? Erza was slightly puzzled. Seeing this, Yi Chen said lightly. That means, Jellal is Chikline, and Chikline is Jellal. What? It's impossible. Hearing Yi Chen's words, even Erza, who was always calm, was shocked. There is nothing impossible, Yi Chen is right, we're the same person. From the very beginning, as Jalal's voice fell, the figures of Jellal and Zekline overlapped and merged together. Zekrane is actually myself. My strength, my magic has been fully restored. The powerful golden magic power soared into the sky, completely illuminating the originally gloomy sky. Even Lucy, Zubia and Happy, who were tens of nautical miles away, could clearly feel this amazing magic power. This magic power, it's not Yi Chen, it's not Erza, is it the enemy? It's terrible magic power, no, I have to go back and help. Lucy felt the powerful magic power, her heart trembled, and she wanted to go back immediately. No way, Lucy, your strength is too weak, you can't hold back even if you get hit. Zubia stopped Lucy and said indifferently, but. Advertisement, Lucy, trust Yi Chen, trust Erza, trust Natsu and Gray. Haba flew in midair with wing magic and said firmly to Lucy. Well. 11 Lucy looked at the Tower of Heaven unwillingly. She regretted it for the first time. She regretted that she didn't cultivate well, and now she wanted to help but didn't have enough strength. President Jose. Zubia looked at the Tower of Heaven with complicated eyes. She felt a familiar magic power from the previous battle. Jose, the magic of Porla. President Jose, I'm sorry. At this moment, Jose. Porla also flew to the top of the Tower of Heaven from nowhere, and the scarlet magic power became stronger and stronger. Jellal, is this your second hand? What the hell are you trying to do? Regarding Jose's questioning, Jellal didn't take it seriously at all. Now that his magic power has been fully restored, what is a mere Jose? Are you questioning me? Instead of questioning me, you might as well think about how to defeat your enemy. Your current strength can't last for a few minutes. Jalal's disdainful gaze made Jose annoyed for a while, but he calmed down soon. Jellal was right, he just used a special technique to improve his magic power in a short period of time, and when the time came, he would be beaten back to his original shape. Thinking of this, Jose has already made up his mind. This time, even if he dies, he must drag Yi Chen to be buried with him. Ha 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 ha, what are you, worthy of commanding me, Jose Porla? Although he already had the will to die, Jose was still very unhappy with Jellal telling him what to do. He didn't wait for Jellal to speak, and directly gathered all his magic power. Yi Chen, try my last blow, ultimate darkness. With Jose's roar, Jose's eyes have become completely black, only the pupils can see a little outline, which is far more than the previous burst of several times the magic power of 2.5. The powerful magic power even formed a terrible pressure, pressing out countless cracks in the Tower of Heaven that absorbed the power of the magic elves and turned into magic crystals under their feet. Damn Jose, what are you doing? Stop it. Jellal may not care about Jose's life and death, but he cares very much about Tower of Heaven. After all, this is his painstaking effort for 8 years. Jose turned a deaf ear and continued to speak to himself. Yi Chen, just accept death. Under Erza's horrified eyes, a torrent of terrifying magic power that could be called devastating was bombarding towards Yi Chen. Be careful. Dress up. Diamond armor. Erza wanted to block this blow for Yi Chen, so he directly put on the diamond armor, which has the strongest defense among his many armors. But before Erza came to Yi Chen, who was originally silent, revealed with a weird smile. The eyes instantly turned into round and round eyes of reincarnation. Chapter 52 The Death of Jose. Chapter 52 The Death of Jose. As Yi Chen's voice fell, a blue light flashed, and in an instant, a huge skeleton-like body wrapped Yi Chen and Erza, resisting Jose's death blow. Susano. HMPH. It's all fancy. Jose was shocked to see that Yi Chen didn't summon the beasts, but resisted with his own magic power. Boom. Jose's ultimate darkness bombarded Susano, and even Oracion Cease and even Jelal had to set up magic shields outside the body to prevent being injured by the aftermath of the violent explosion. Damn it, Jose, the old fox, really has a trick. Jelal watched Jose's blow, and was secretly surprised. He thought that Jose's death storm was his ultimate move, but he didn't expect Jose to hide his hand, and seeing the power of this blow, even Jelal had to admittedly, enough to rival myself. As for the three members of Oracion Cease, they were all quietly and passively defending. The three of them watched everything expressionlessly, making it hard to see what they were thinking. Ha 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 ha, 19 Yi Chen, you are dead. Forcibly eat the ultimate darkness that condenses all my magic power, you are absolutely dead. Facing the scattered magic crystals, Jose laughed wildly at Yi Chen's position. Yes. What? It's impossible. Yi Chen's voice came from the smoke, which surprised everyone. Jose's blow just now was indeed very powerful, but hearing Yi Chen's voice was full of air, as if he had not received any damage. Huh, in the next second, the upper body of a giant wearing armor completely condensed by magic power appeared in front of everyone. They saw that it had 4 arms, and each arm was holding a long sword completely condensed by magic power. The sword looks amazing. But at this moment, the front of the giant is covered with countless cracks. Obviously, this is the result of Jose's all-out blow just now. Damn, aggregation of magic power? How is this possible? Advertisement. Jose looked at Yi Chen unwillingly, watching Susano, who gradually recovered the cracks in his chest as Yi Chen input magic power and slowly fell to the ground. Yi Chen manipulated Susano, came to Jose, condescendingly looked at Jose who was exhausted and lying on the ground, and asked lightly. Jose, do you regret it at this point? Hey, he. Yet. No, I didn't develop the Spectre to become the strongest mage guild. It's not the tale of the goblin. The ghost is the strongest. I don't accept it. As Jose slowly uttered the last sentence, the president of the former ghost ruler, one of the former 10 wizard saints, the all-powerful generation of powerhouses, Jose Porla, slowly swallowed his last breath. Jose, you're going to die with your head stuck in your head. The strong only swing their knives at the stronger ones, and the weak draw their knives at the weaker ones, so the strong will always be strong, and the weak will always be weak. You are just not pathetic. After saying this, Yi Chen turned his eyes away from Jose and looked at Jelal and Oracion Cease. Now, the second round begins. Arrogance. Do you think that you can be arrogant if you block Jose's attack just now? Jose's death blow is really powerful, but the area is too large and scattered, so it will be blocked by your magic condensed giant. Even so, the front of your condensed giant is also shattered. My magic is penetrating magic, you can't stop it. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Brain said angrily. As for how confident he was that he could defeat Yi Chen's Susano, it was also based on the analysis of Jose's attack just now. Susano, who can definitely defeat Yi Chen. Ha 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 ha, Brain, if it's the woo in your body saying this, it's a bit threatening. Just you, a waste who has magic power of the holy 10 level, but can't even exert a single layer of power. Let's save money. Yi Chen's words surprised everyone present. Brain was surprised by Yi Chen. Why did Yi Chen know the existence of nothing? Cobra and Ngir were shocked, and Brain's secret. The most surprising thing was Jelal. Although Jelal admired Brain's knowledge before, he always despised Brain's strength, in Jalal's eyes. Advertisement. Brain's powerful magical power was wasted. But I never expected that there would be such an inside story. If the so-called Wu can perfectly display Brain's magical power, I am afraid that his strength will definitely not be weaker than his own, and may even be stronger. Thinking of this, Jelal put away his contempt for Brain. He was very clear about Brain. This is an old fox. If he is not careful, he will be tricked by Brain. Although I don't know where you got the news from, but you really underestimate me. Fantasy of ever darkness. Sorrow. The ever-dark whimsy, whirling, struck Yi Chen. In fact, the penetrating magic lived up to its reputation. In just 573 seconds, it broke through Yi Chen's Susano, and the dark green and gold intertwined with each other. The ever-dark Fantasia, Sorrow, directly stopped at a distance of about 1 meter from Yi Chen. What? Brain was extremely surprised. Although his ever-darkness Fantasia and Sorrow did penetrate into Susano's body, it didn't penetrate much, and he couldn't move forward at all. Impossible. My guess can't be wrong. It must be that the magic power I input is not enough. Fantasy of ever-darkness scream. Brain yelled loudly and increased the output of magic power. The ever-dark fantasy Sorrow that had stopped originally seemed to be pumped with chicken blood. He increased his horsepower and continued to get closer. Unfortunately, this time he still couldn't get through. Susanoo finally stopped in front of Yi Chen's eyes, less than a punch away. Are you happy? Aren't you happy that you can break the Susanoo? It's a pity, I've had enough fun. Next, I'll show you what God's power is. Yi Chen said lightly. Jelal, use whatever moves you have. If you don't use them, you won't have a chance. You should also be very anxious. After all, although the magical power of the magic wizard power has been absorbed by the Tower of Heaven, it is not stable and may go berserk at any time. HMPH, Yi Chen, you are really arrogant. Then as you wish. Chapter 53 Absolute Hole Card. Chapter 53 Absolute Hole Card, Dark Paradise. Jelal crossed his hands upwards, and a black hole that could suck everything appeared above his head, as if he wanted to suck everything into the endless darkness and destroy it. HMPH. How dare you underestimate me, taste my long-stored attack. Brain also grinned ferociously, and looked at Yi Chen. Just now, he asked Ngir and Cobra to transfer their two magic powers to himself, plus his own magic power far surpassing that of the Holy Ten, and the power of the Ridao amazing attack unleashed from his hands. Sorry to keep you waiting, Eternal Darkness Fantasia Sorrow Full Power. Take it. Dark Paradise. The Spiral Ever Dark Fantasy, Lamentation, and Full Power are attacking Susanoo, who has grown to the second stage of Yi Chen, with terrifying power, coupled with the Dark Paradise that condenses most of Jalal's magic power. Yi Chen, it can be felt that, not to mention Susanoo in the second stage, even the third stage is absolutely unstoppable. If that's the case, then open your eyes and see. Susanoo, the perfect body, a 100-meter-high Susanoo, covered in Valkyrie armor, rises from the ground. The two swords in Susanoo's forehands intersect each other, blocking Jalal's Dark Paradise and Brain's ever-dark whimsy scream full power. Boom. Boom. Crack. Crack. As Jelal and Brain's attacks hit the complete Susanoo, the terrible explosion directly covered the entire top of the Tower of Heaven. Countless cracks spread downward from the top of the Tower of Heaven, and even many cracks completely it runs through the Tower of Heaven at this moment. Damn, can't you hold on? Jelal took a look at the Tower of Heaven, and found that the Tower of Heaven was about to lose its balance and collapsed. The current Tower of Heaven is probably about to explode on the spot, not to mention starting up. Forget it. It seems that there is no way to activate the Tower of Heaven this time, but, give me another 8 years. No, this time it only takes 3 years, and I will be able to create a new Tower of Heaven. Although Jelal feels sorry for the Tower of Heaven, which has entered the countdown to destruction, he is not a person who is indecisive, and immediately decided to give up this chance of success. However, this Tower of Heaven can't be wasted, so let me give you a big gift. Jelal has made up his mind to let this Tower of Heaven bury Yi Chen. Advertisement in Yi Chen, who was shrouded by the strong explosion at the moment, was also a little speechless. He found that he seemed to have made a mistake in his estimation, and driving Susanoo in the form of magic power seemed to be a weakening of Susanoo. The defensive power that should have been extremely abnormal, but now it can't even defend against the attacks of Jelal and Brain. In those two blows just now, the complete Susanoo not only broke all 4 long swords in his hand, but also covered his entire body with the Valkyrie armor was also broken in many places, even the main body was broken. If it wasn't for Yi Chen's crazily repairing with his vast magical power, the complete Susanoo would probably be shattered. Damn it. Why is Mingming Uchiha Madara's full-body Susanoo so ridiculously strong? Why did it get weakened a lot in my hands? Yi Chen is a little upset, but he can guess the general reason, probably because Uchiha Madara is the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, which makes his perfect body Susanoo stronger than others. In addition, I use magic power to replace chakra, so it is normal that it will be weakened. In fact, what Yi Chen wanted at first was Ludao Madara's reincarnation eye ability, the Tomb of Reincarnation Border Prison. But after the fusion, I found that with my current strength, there is no way to use the energy of the Eye of Reincarnation. So although Yi Chen obtained the Eyes of Reincarnation, at most he can only display the ability of Eternal Kaleidoscope Writing Sharing Eyes, and among these abilities, the strongest is Susanoo, who is called the Power of God. Fortunately, I have watched Hokage, and I was deeply impressed by a certain move of Erzuzi. Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but sighed. Forget it, it's nothing, Erza, you take your little friends away, and I'm going to get real next. Also, I'm sorry, I'm also responsible for Simon's death. Lion's Gold. Take them away from this place immediately. Yi Chen looked at Erza, who was blocking the aftermath of the battle with his diamond armor not far behind him, and opened his mouth, and then Yi Chen summoned the Lion's Gold, and before Erza could speak, the Lion's Gold directly carried Erza and others, and within a few breaths leaving the Tower of Heaven. At this point, are you still caring about others? You underestimate us too much. Jelal didn't stop Yi Chen's action, but just made a mockery and then said to Brain. Brain, our deal is now over. Nirvana is in the depths of the Sea of Gas Trees. With the power and strength of the 6 demons, it is not difficult to obtain Nirvana. It is good. In fact, Brain already had the intention to quit, even if Jelal didn't say anything, he was going to take Cobra and Angir away with a few harsh words. After all, I have almost given all my magic power here, and Yi Chen's complete body Susanoo hardly suffered any damage, it recovered too quickly, so I didn't see it, so I thought it didn't break the complete body Susanoo's defense. Advertisement thinking of this, Brain decisively took Cobra and Angir away without any nonsense. Apart from the above reasons, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the Tower of Heaven has begun to distort, going berserk. If you don't leave, it will be very difficult after the magic elf force is gone, and because of this, Brain just dropped a word and slipped away. HMPH, if I didn't see that you were still useful, I would let you stay here together. Jell-El looked at Brain, who was going away, snorted coldly, and said in a voice that he could only hear. In fact, Jell-El already has a plan for how to build Tower of Heaven next time, just need some forces, and Horacion Cease and his subordinates is a good choice. But now is not the time to think about these things. What should be solved now is this huge monster that is obviously not easy to mess with. The resigned Yi Chen has completely repaired the damage. He manipulated the 100-meter high complete body Susanoo to fly up, and the two giant swords in Susanoo's hands slashed towards Jell-El fiercely. Damn it. Jell-El cursed secretly, Susanoo is too huge, even if it is just the sword energy that is cut down casually, it has the power like the sky falling. Jell-El is not unstoppable, but now he is gathering magic power, ready to unleash your esoteric level tricks. Meteor. Jell-El released golden light all over his body, his speed increased instantly, and he avoided Yi Chen's Susanoo's slash in a few strokes. It's amazing power. After dodging, Jell-El looked at the sea that was directly split by Yi Chen's slash, and was also surprised by Susanoo. However, everything, Wang Jiaohao, is over. Jell-El looked at Yi Chen with fiery eyes. To be able to bury such a strong man here, no matter what the price is, it is worth it. Jell-El tilted his body, his left hand touched the ground downwards, his right hand tilted upwards, and then he shouted angrily. True celestial magic star crash. Then, the sky changed, and before Yi Chen could react, a huge meteorite slowly fell from the black cloud, approaching the Tower of Heaven with unparalleled power. Trouble, the Tower of Heaven has reached its limit, and it has begun to gradually distort, and the power of the magic wizard may go berserk at any time. Jell-El. This B************ D gave me another meteorite. It doesn't matter, anyway, the true ancestor has the curse of immortality, even if he fails, he will not die. If this is the case, then let's make a big one. Huh, Yi Chen took a deep breath, and then, the magic power all over his body exploded in an instant. The huge magic power that could rival the dragon's veins instantly activated all the beasts in his body that had been released from the shackles, and then Yi Chen began to copy and copy. Susanoo Ultimate Form. Chapter 54. Escape. Chapter 54. Escape in Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke replaced the outsider golem with Susanoo as the container of the tailed beast chakra, fused the chakra into a human form, perfectly combined the power of the tailed beast and Susanoo, and finally formed the strongest Susanoo, the ultimate form of Susanoo. Yi Chen does not have chakra, but his own magic power is strong enough. The tail beast's chakra can also be replaced by the magic power of the beast, and it can barely simulate the demeanor of Susanoo's ultimate form. What is this? Jell-El stared dumbfounded at the gigantic Susanoo, which was hundreds of meters high, and his jaw almost fell to the ground. The Susanoo just now was already huge enough, but now it is bigger than the previous one. It can be several times larger. The meteorite, which was originally considered huge, is now not much bigger than Susanoo's ultimate form. This feeling is really good. Yi Chen felt the power of Susanoo's ultimate form. This power is so fascinating. Now Yi Chen has a feeling of being the only one in the world, as if there is no rival in the world. Yi Chen knows that this is just an illusion of soaring power, but it has to be said that Susanoo's ultimate form is indeed too powerful, so powerful that it makes people immerse themselves in it. Next, look at mine. Cut. As Yi Chen's voice fell, two extremely huge sword beams moved up and down towards the Tower of Heaven below 600 and the meteorite falling down with the momentum of Mount Tai. As the two huge sword beams cut out, the falling meteorite was cut open under Yi Chen's sword beam like tofu, and even after sword beam cut through the meteorite, the momentum continued to move towards the sky cut it off, until it exploded in the air at an unknown distance. And the sword light that cut towards the Tower of Heaven, after cutting the Tower of Heaven in half like a hot knife cutting butter. The island where the Tower of Heaven is located was also cut, and even the sea was cut. The two halves, even the seabed of the seabed, were cut open, and the traces of the slashing spread all the way to the sky. It is indeed very powerful, but then you can play by yourself. Jalal's complexion changed wildly, he dropped a sentence, and immediately fled towards the distance in the state of a shooting star. There's no way, I can't escape. Yi Chen's blow just now was indeed extremely powerful, but it also directly caused the magic power of the magic elf power in the Tower of Heaven to run wild. According to Jalal's estimate, within 3 minutes at most, an unimaginable explosion will occur here, and I am afraid that everything around here will cease to exist. Damn it. It didn't detonate. Yi Chen realized that he had made a mistake in his estimation. He originally estimated that the magical power of the Tower of Heaven's magical elf power was on the verge of going berserk, and the slash he just made should be able to detonate it. In this way, relying on the immortality of the true ancestor, at most it would take some time to revive, and it would be absolutely difficult for Jell-El to survive the explosion of the Tower of Heaven. But I miscalculated, the Tower of Heaven was stronger than I guessed, it was split in half by myself, and it didn't explode. In this way, Jell-El can naturally escape easily. Advertisement, HMPH, lucky you, Jell-El, I will kill you next time. Yi Chen is also a little helpless, but there is no other way now, and he can only leave first. He doesn't want to try his own method and try the power of the explosion of the magical elf power. Afterwards, Yi Chen turned into a ray of light and flew towards the position where the lion's gold was before. Yi Chen. A minute later, Yi Chen came to the boat where Erza and the others had joined Lucy and the others a few kilometers away. Erza saw that Yi Chen had returned safely, and couldn't help calling Yi Chen. Hurry up, this place is about to be destroyed, the power of the magic wizard is about to erupt. As soon as Yi Chen fell down, he said hastily, there was no time to say anything, he was not afraid, but Erza and the others were all mortal bodies, so they didn't have the curse of immortality. As soon as Erza heard this, he immediately poured mana into the magic ship crazily. The magic ship, which was running fast, was now moving forward like a sharp arrow off the string. Boom. A few minutes later, there was an explosion that resounded through the sky, accompanied by a super strong airwave, which almost overturned the magic ship. Not good, quickly defend. Lucy, who was frantically inputting magic power, glanced at the back, scared to death. In the far distance, where the Tower of Heaven was originally located, a huge mushroom cloud is rising up at this moment, accompanied by shockwaves that can tear apart steel. The sea continuously rolls up huge waves as high as hundreds of meters, BJAC. If it was hit head-on by a huge wave of this magnitude, Hikiri would be shattered into pieces, right? Thinking of this, Lucy immediately called a few people to defend. Yi Chen turned his head and took a look, but his face showed joy. Come into the world. Beast number 12, Ice of the Demon Girl. The Enchantress Kang Bing, it's up to you, crazy. With the appearance of the Demon Girl's blue ice, Yi Chen immediately planned the Demon Girl's blue ice to freeze the sea. The Enchantress's Kang Bing lived up to expectations. With just one breath, the entire sea behind her was frozen. Even a huge wave with a height of hundreds of meters, under the magic power of the Demon Girl's blue ice, it has no power to resist and turns into a huge iceberg. It's a pity that this alone is not enough. In just a few short seconds, this huge ice tsunami has already had many cracks, and it is still vibrating continuously, and large pieces of ice are brushing down. Advertisement, Erza, defend. Although Yi Chen has frozen the sea, it doesn't mean that it will be fine. With the strength of the shockwave formed after the explosion of the magical elf power, even if it is such a terrifying tsunami, although it is frozen by itself, it will definitely be hit by the shockwave, broken. At that time, although there is no power of millions of tons like the waves, the countless large and small pieces of ice are definitely not something ordinary people can bear. Erza also thought of this, and immediately summoned the diamond armor. Change. Armor of Vajra. Boom. Erza combined the arm shields on the arm of the Vajra armor into one, and then, a huge green magic barrier appeared in front of everyone. It took less than 3 seconds for Erza to get ready. The huge ice tsunami was completely torn apart under the bombardment of the continuous shockwave after the magic elf power exploded, and countless shattered ice, like meteors, headed towards crazy flying shot in the direction of several people. Boom, 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 boom. Countless large and small ice blocks hit Erza's defensive magic circle. 1 or 2 pieces was okay, but with such a large amount, even Erza couldn't resist it. Her magic power was rapidly consumed at an unimaginable speed. That's right. Come into the world. Beast number 4, Silver Mist of the Carapace. Silver Mist of the Carapace. Atomize all the shattered ice that comes close. Carapace Silver Mist received Yi Chen's instruction, and directly used its own ability to atomize all the ice shards that approach. The atomized shards of ice did not cause any damage to the magic ship that the few people were riding on. It has to be said that the ability of the Silver Mist of the Carapace is indeed bug level, but if it is atomized by the Silver Mist of the Carapace, all substances will lose their original form and entity, and therefore, the crushed ice that lost the entity has already completely lost the threat. After a while, everything gradually returned to calm. Following the explosion just now, the originally gloomy sky was completely blown away, and the dazzling and warm sunlight shone down on the exhausted people who had escaped from the sky. It's all over. Yeah, it's all over. Erza and Yi Chen lay side by side on the deck, clasped their fingers together, and smiled at each other. Chapter 55. War Letter. Chapter 55. War Letter. A few days later, Fairy Tail's new guild, Yi Chen and others happened to meet the Rune Knights who had come to deal with Jalal's council when they were returning to Akane's vacation paradise. Fortunately, Yi Chen and Erza are quite well known. After explaining the situation clearly, they were taken to the nearest branch of the council for several days of questioning. If the council hadn't been almost completely shut down now, although they had been questioned, but basically it's a process. Otherwise, it would take another double the time to finish, and after finishing the inquiry, they bid farewell to several old friends of Erza, and spent a long time in Guild's completion ceremony. It wasn't until they returned to the guild that they found out that Zubia had joined Fairy Tail, along with the Iron Dragon Gajeel. By the way, on the first day they returned to the guild, the brand new guild was due to Natsu and Gajeel not dealing with it, it almost turned into a dilapidated building. The next day, Yi Chen was walking hand in hand with Mirajane on the road, came to Magnolia's Central Park, and happened to see the Lane Engine team talking to Iron Dragon Gajeel. What? Later, Troy and Jeter from the Lane Engine team attacked Gajeel successively. Gajeel easily blocked the attack of the two, but did not fight back. It seems that although the Lane Engine team was prevented from being injured, they still clashed with Gajeel. Yi Chen had to lament once again the power of the plot's inertia. Yi Chen, are we going to stop them? Seeing this, Mirajane turned her head to look at Yi Chen, and couldn't help asking. Yi Chen shook his head and said, this is Gajeel's own choice, and we have no right to stop it. He also wants to express his apology in this way. At this moment, a strong figure appeared in front of several people and said arrogantly, what is this, bullying the few with the more? The person who came was one of Fairy Tail's S-rank mages, Laxus. He crossed his arms and said disdainfully to several people, is this guy the one who troubled my guild? That smelly old man, because he was not killed, he simply accepted him as a companion. That's how Fairy Tail is looked down upon, damn it. While walking towards Gajeel, Laxus said, the more he spoke, the more ferocious and distorted his expression became, and the magic power on his body expanded more and more. Advertisement, I heard infuriating things on the way back. Fairy Tail isn't anything special either. That guild is hopeless. Boom. As he talked, Laxus became more and more angry, and the more he spoke, the more astonishing his aura became. When he came to Gajeel, an astonishing magic power gushed out and turned into a bolt of lightning, hitting Gajeel precisely. It's all because of you. It was another powerful thunder magic that completely knocked the so-called Iron Dragon's Gajeel to the ground. Laxus's powerful magic just hit Gajeel with scars all over his body, and blue smoke wafted from many places. No matter how powerful Laxus is, he won't be unable to fight back. Troy said with some uncertainty, could it be that Gajeel didn't intend to fight back from the beginning? Would you like us to accept him as a partner? It's a pity that Laxus, who has always been conceited, ignored them and continued to beat Gajeel. I just want people to know what will happen to those who dare to resist Fairy Tail. Seeing this, Jeter wanted to stop Laxus. Enough, Laxus, this is going too far. Chop Suey, shut up. Laxus was in a fit of anger at the moment. When he heard that the ants that he usually couldn't even look at wanted to stop him, he waved his hand and released a terrifying thunderlight, attacking the 3 members of the engine team in the driveway. Laxus, you are too much. Chen made a dodge and appeared in front of the 3 members of the lane engine team. The majestic magic power formed a thick magic power barrier and easily blocked Laxus's attack. Oh, our hero is gone? Laxus looked at Chen distortedly and mocked with disdain. Advertisement, HMPH, Laxus, to be honest, I wouldn't be bothered if you just punched Gajeel to vent your anger. Ask for flowers, but you actually want to hurt your fellow Fairy Tail, I can't ignore that. Ha 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 ha, rubbish like this, I never regarded them as partners. What else can they do besides dragging their feet? Laxus laughed wildly, turned his head and taunted the 3 members of the driveway engine team. Come on, trash, tell me, what else can you bring to Fairy Tail besides slowing down? You are too much. The 3 members of the lane engine squad took pictures of Laxus's all-time strength. Even if they were ridiculed by Laxus, they dared not refute at all. 0. But both are S-level mages, and the current Mira has not gone through the period when she lost all her magic power. The current Mirajane is no worse than Erza. Even if she faces Laxus, she is not in vain. Therefore, Mirajane really couldn't stand Laxus's taunting of his partner, so he stood up directly, and the magic power of the demon Mirajane burst out directly, presenting a rivalry with Laxus at this moment. Oh, it's Mirajane, so you're here too. Why, you want to stand up for these trash? Even when Laxus saw Mirajane stepping forward, he didn't lose his arrogance in the slightest, and he continued to speak unrelentingly. Enough, Laxus, do you want to lose Fairy Tail's face in front of everyone? Chen walked to Mirajane's side, patted Mirajane's shoulder, walked in front of Laxus, and said in a gloomy tone. Ha 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 ha, that's right, Fairy Tail's face really can't be lost here. Laxus saw Chen stand up, and at this moment Chen had raised his magic power, and the clothes on his body would automatically move without wind. He knew that if he continued, this was probably the place where he and Chen would have a decisive battle. However, now is not the time, the battle with Chen must be put at the end. Thinking of this, Laxus laughed wildly, turned and left here, leaving a word before leaving. Chen, I'm really looking forward to fighting with you seriously and doing my best. Chapter 56, Thunder Gods. Chapter 56. Seeing the back of Laxus gradually going away, Mirajane calmed down her magic power with a strange expression on her face, and asked Chen. What did Laxus mean by that last sentence? It's nothing interesting, don't worry, a mere Laxus won't cause any trouble. Chen took a deep look at Laxus, and didn't say much. After all, at this moment, Laxus hadn't really provoked the Goblin Civil War. Yes? Mirajane looked at Chen suspiciously. Chen smiled slightly and said, Mira, you still don't trust your man, Hate, who said you are my man. Mirajane was indeed distracted by Chen's words, and retorted blushingly, but this rebuttal was so weak and powerless. After teasing with Mirajane, Chen strolled up to Jiaji, 760, Lu, and said lightly, Gajeel, although I personally don't like your joining, since it's the old man's arrangement, then I don't object. However, I have to say my ugly words first. Everyone can let go of the previous incident. After all, it only destroyed the guild building and did not hurt the partners. If you dare to do things that hurt your guildmates in the future, don't blame me for the new and old ones. While talking, Chen put pressure on Gajeel with super magic power. Understood. Gajeel didn't say much, just replied lightly, then dragged his seriously injured body and walked towards the other side. It's really a dead duck with a hard mouth. Seeing Gajeel's indifferent look, Chen gave a dry laugh with some embarrassment, turned his head and said to Mirajane. Mirajane and the 3 members of the driveway engine team looked at Chen with a funny face, and almost laughed out loud. Laugh if you want, who knows that Gajeel is so shameless. I'm just saying that casually. Chen spread his hands helplessly. However, the harvest festival is coming soon, Laxus. Mira was a little worried. After all, the current state of Laxus is not worthy of trust no matter how you look at it. Don't worry, Laxus can't make trouble, Chen said with a smile, but his thoughts had drifted far away. Advertisement. As for Laxus, who was going away, his whole body was bulging with veins, and his face was grim and distorted. Totally boring. This is not the kind of guild I want to build. I have endured to the limit. Fairy Tail, I will receive it. On the other side, in the northwest of Xyluasimen City, the soul of the Dark Guild, located here, is fighting fiercely at the moment. Boom. 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 Wow ah ah. Explosions and screams continued, and in the next second, the gate of the Corpse Souls Guild was violently broken open. The dark mage belonging to the soul of the corpse was beaten extremely miserably, screaming and falling through the door from the outside. Damn it. Who is it? The mages of Corpse Soul all looked at the door indignantly. How dare you laugh at us, brats? As soon as the voice fell, 2 men and a woman slowly walked into the Guild of Corpse Souls. The members of the Corpse Soul Guild all shouted angrily when they saw someone breaking in. How dare you break into our guild? B******************** D. Don't try to get out alive. As one of the mages of the soul of the corpse yelled loudly, with his roar, everyone rushed towards the coma immediately. Ah, I hate it when I see it. The guild that only hides in the shadows and sneaks dares to fight against our most powerful regular guild, Fairy Tail? Among the 3 people who came in, they had long brown hair, wore green clothes, and held a fan in their hands. When the woman spoke, she slowly raised her glasses, and her green pupils shone slightly. Immediately, just for a moment, the few wizards rushing to the front all suddenly turned into stone statues without any warning. What? Turned to stone? The people behind were startled when they saw it, but for the evil mages like the Dark Union, the petrification of a few people did not make them retreat, but aroused their ferocity. Damn it, FK them all, kill them all, one of the little bosses yelled loudly, leading the way over. Advertisement, come on, babies. Among the 2 men who came, the strangely dressed man suddenly said something strange. Then 5 drum-like dolls floated in midair and continuously shot out magic rays. Boom 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 boom. As the puppet continuously shot out magic rays, within a few minutes, all the dark mages to which the corpse soul belonged fell to the ground, completely losing their fighting power. All right, Bixlow. The last one of the 3 spoke. He was wearing a wine-red gown, with waist-length green hair, and said calmly with his hands folded over his chest. This is the end. It's so weak that you still have the face to form a trade union. The 3rd person said coldly, his eyes were like looking at ants, extremely indifferent. My darlings haven't had enough of it yet, it's not enough, it's not enough. The mage named Bixlow spoke with some displeasure. In this case, I have a better job for you. Fried brushed his hair, raised his head and said. You mean what Laxus said? It's finally time to do it. I've been looking forward to this moment so much, and so have the babies. The mage of Corpse Soul finally recovered a bit, raised his head with difficulty, and stared at the 3 of them. It's just 3 people, but they actually knocked down his Soul of Corpse Man 2.3. No, it's not 3 people, it's 2 people, only 2 people did it. Who the hell is spreading rumors that people in Fairy Tail are weak? If this is called weak, then what are we? The mages of Corpse Soul hate to death the rumor that the mages of Fairy Tail are weak except for a few S-rank mages. If the whole person is in front of them, they will eat it alive. His mind is gone. This is Fairy Tales. Laxus Guard, Thor Enterprise. Freed turned and took Bixlow and Evergreen away from Corpse Soul, leaving only his voice still echoing in Corpse Soul's guild hall. From now on, the Dark Union, the soul of the corpse. Removed. Advertisement Chapter 57 Yi Chen's suggestion. Chapter 57 Yi Chen's suggestion. No, I disagree. 1 week before the Magnolia Harvest Festival, on the 2nd floor of Fairy Tale's guild hall, in the room of the president, Carlos the Horse, Yi Chen was looking at Carlos the Horse. Old man, don't be so angry. I think my suggestion is very good. Hold the Fairy Tale Strongest contest, and use mutual battles to determine the strongest Fairy Tale wizard. Just to use this to motivate everyone's self-motivation. Old man, haven't you noticed that everyone is very slack now? If you don't work hard when you should work hard, you will regret it one day. Yi Chen looked at Erlang's legs, took a sip of tea, and said calmly. Stinky boy. Have you ever thought about how many people will be injured in this way? Ma Karloff's face was flushed at the moment, and he was drooling. It's not a big deal. The 11th beast among my beasts, White Steel of Water Essence, has an extremely abnormal healing ability. Injury or something, Kusaka can recover. Yi Chen helplessly put down the quilt in his hand. He couldn't help it, he couldn't drink anymore. No, you stinky 19 boy, have you ever thought that competing with each other will cause cracks in the relationship between everyone? Old man, your concerns are not worth mentioning at all. You are too underestimating the bond between everyone and Fairy Tale. I know what you mean, old man. You think it's fine for everyone to fight around in joking duels, but a real showdown can easily arouse everyone's jealousy. After all, no one wants to admit that they are weaker than others, and if they see that the other party is a little stronger than themselves, they will definitely be jealous. Everyone will even break up our relationship because of being competitive, right? HMPH, as long as you know. Advertisement. Ma Karloff snorted coldly, admitting his concerns. That's why I said, old man, you think too much. The relationship between everyone is so good that you are almost wearing a pair of pants. Although you don't want to say it, but old man, didn't you notice it? It is precisely because the atmosphere of the guild is so good that everyone is content with the status quo. The strength of many partners has not improved at all in recent years. For example, the pair of gay friends, Macau and Obaka. Yi Chen tapped his fingers on the table lightly while speaking. Carlos Ma fell silent when he heard Yi Chen's words. In fact, the talents of Macau and Obaka were not weak. When they were young, they were even expected to hit the S-level strength. Stop at the door VS class. Even with the accumulation of time, The strength is only at the peak of A level now, and it is not even as good as the younger generation of Fairy Tail, let alone S-level mages like Chen, even if they are of the next level, such as Natsu, Grey, Alphaman. The two are no longer rivals. Ma Karloff felt very sorry for the strength of the two of them, he just took into account their self-esteem and never pointed it out. But, Grandpa, we can divide the competition into several grades. S grade is 1 grade, A grade is 1 grade, B grade is 1 grade, and C grade includes C grade and below. It's too weak, it's a bit embarrassing. This way, even if there are conflicts, it won't affect the overall atmosphere. I can also let everyone take a look and understand my general position among the wizards of the same level in the guild. Chen saw Carlos Ma's hesitation, thought for a while, and gave his own suggestion. As for why mages of C level and below do not need to participate in the competition, the main reason is that they are too weak. Why should they go up? Is it? It's better to just throw it away. It's not that Chen looks down on the weak mages in Fairy Tail. The main thing is that this type of mages is really worthless, and if they are forced to take the stage, it may have the opposite effect. Seeing that Carlo's heart was a little moved, but he was still struggling, Chen decided to take a strong medicine. And doesn't Laxus always think that he is invincible? Everyone who looks down on the guild can just take this opportunity to let him see the guild's strength. Moreover, I believe that Laxus will definitely participate in the S-level competition. None of the S-level mages in our guild is fuel efficient. When the time comes, let him have a good taste of our methods. It can also sharpen his spirit. Advertisement. Hearing Chen's words, Ma Karloff's eyes lit up. It makes sense. Laxus is usually too proud. He prides himself on his strength, so he looks down on others, but as Chen said, Fairy Tail's S-level magician, none of them are fuel-efficient lamps. Not to mention Gildarts, who has gone out to do a century-old mission. Chen in front of him is ridiculously strong, and he is not fully sure of defeating Chen. Further down, Mirajane, her ability to absorb magic is astonishing. If it is serious, it is no problem to destroy mountains and mountains. Erza, who is evenly matched with Mirajane, is also extremely powerful, and her strength is not weaker than Mirajane. It can be said that in the contemporary magic world, basically no female mage can compete with these two. As for the most mysterious Mist Gang, other people don't know about it. Carlos the horse doesn't know yet. Mr. Gong is the mirror world of Aslante's world, Jelal of the Della's world, and Jelal of Aslant's world, but a real saint. Mist Gang can be said to have the same aptitude as Jelal, although because there is no magic power in the human body in the world of Della's, he can only rely on external objects, so his strength is indeed not as good as Jelal, but his weakness is limited. After all, where is the aptitude? It's on display. As for Laxus, his family knows his own affairs, and Laxus indeed possesses extremely astonishing aptitude and enormous magical power. Even now, he is enough to compete for the position of the top 10 magicians of the Holy 170. What's more, when Laxus was a child, because his weak body could not bear the powerful magic power from his grandfather, Ivan took a great risk to implant the Thunder Dragon Slayer crystal, and thus became the second generation Dragon Slayer. Masters the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic known for its offensive power. It can be said that Laxus's strength is definitely strong, not weaker than the Appealers, and because of this, Laxus has an arrogant character. He looks down on everyone in the guild, except for a few. Thinking of this, the balance in Ma Karloff's heart has been completely crushed. After all, Laxus is his own grandson. No, since the competition is going to be held, it will be treated equally, but it should be based on the principle of voluntariness. And Brad, are you absolutely sure that you can defeat Laxus? Laxus's strength is not what it appears on the surface. Ma Karloff finally agreed with Chen to hold a competition for the strongest Fairy Tail. Don't worry, old man, just a Laxus, I'll teach him to be a man in minutes. Okay, Brad, when the time comes, give me a hard lesson on Laxus and change his arrogant personality. Hey, I've been wanting to do it for a long time. The competition should be held 3 days before the Harvest Festival. As for the name of the game, it's called Chapter 58, The Strongest Goblin Contest. Chapter 58, The Strongest Goblin Contest, the world's #1 martial arts tournament. What? Just kidding, it's called The Strongest Fairy Contest. Why does it sound so silly? It's just a name. Then what exactly are you going to do? It's very simple, as I said, set up arenas of different levels, and mages of the same level will fight against each other until the final winner of the arena is determined, who is the strongest mage of that level. In addition, give the final winner another qualification, a qualification to participate in a higher level arena, that is to say, the strongest in the A-level arena can compete with several S-level wizards on the same stage. Well, that's it, a very simple and effective way. Then what is the reward for the final winner? Hey, as for the rewards, I think everyone doesn't value the rewards too much, but the title of Invincible at the same level is more important. For example, the strongest person at A level can be called the strongest person under A level or S level. Of course, if you think it's not enough, then spend some more money as a bonus. It doesn't need to be much. For example, the first place will get 1 million inch, the second place will get 500,000 inches, the third place will get 200,000 J, and so on. What Chen said made Carlos Ma fall into deep thought. I have to say that what Chen said touched Carlos Ma's heart. He will be very happy too. As for money or not, as Chen said, it is completely secondary, and honor is the most important thing. Okay, I agree, but the bonus? Ma Carlos nodded, and then twisted his fingers at Chen, which means that people all over the world understand. I said, old man, you are too stingy. Yi Chen despised Ma Carlos for a while, and he had come up with an idea, so he had to issue another ticket? Well, you don't know, the guild has no money recently. Even the prize money of the beauty pageant, I saved it by hard work. Advertisement Ma Karloff said to Yi Chen with an embarrassed face. How is it possible? The guild takes as much as 10% of the commissions we mages get from completing missions. How is it possible that they can't even take out less than 7 million? Yi Chen's eyeballs are about to fall out, and the current fairy tale guild is not the guild 7 years later in the original book. The dilapidated one almost went bankrupt. In the current fairy tale, there are many strong people and many masters. Every day, various tasks come from all over the Ishgar continent like snowflakes. How can there be no money? You have the nerve to say that the next generation of the guild is basically a king of destruction, and often the rewards for missions are not enough to compensate for the various losses caused during the mission. The money earned by the guild is basically used to compensate for various losses. As he spoke, Carlos Ma looked at Yi Chen with resentment. Yi Chen was taken aback for a moment, and then fell silent. After a while, Yi Chen spoke slowly. In my opinion, the reward for the first place should be changed to 300,000, the reward for the second place should be changed to 200,000, and the reward for the third place should be changed to 100,000. I can see it. In the end, Yi Chen paid 7 million people out of his own pocket as the prize money for this competition. Looking at the much shriveled wallet, Yi Chen felt a pain in the flesh, and the resentment in his mind almost broke through the sky. Laxus, this is the last chance I'll give you. If this still doesn't make you sober, then don't blame me for being rude. For my 7 million people, ah no, for my sister's tale. On the second day, all the mages of Fairy Tale gathered in front of the guild's announcement board, watching Yi Chen's announcement about the strongest goblin contest, feeling their blood rushing up. The strongest goblin contest. In view of everyone's recent performance, we will hold the strongest fairy contest 3 days before the Harvest Festival, aiming to determine the strongest wizard in the same level as Fairy Tale. Divided into S-level competitions, A-level competitions, B-level competitions and C-level competitions. In each level of competition, if you compete for the first, second, and third places, you can get 1 million each, 500,000, and 200,000 respectively. In addition, the top 3 in each competition will be eligible to participate in a competition that is 1 level higher than their own level. For example, the top 3 in an A-level competition will be eligible to compete on the same stage as the S-level competition. The strongest fairy tale will be determined at the end. Also, the competition adopts the principle of voluntary registration. Partners who have confidence in themselves, please fight to your heart's content. Mirajane finished reading Yi Chen's announcement slowly, and the next second, the entire guild was boiling. Advertisement, haha, the strongest fairy tale, he was born today. That's right, the strongest must be me. What do you think? The strongest must be those powerful and outrageous S-rank mages in the guild. It's a pity that Uncle Gildarts is not here, otherwise, I really want to see if Uncle is still the strongest in Fairy Tale by HMPH. I am optimistic about Yi Chen, but Yi Chen defeated the original 10 wizard saints, the leader of the ghost ruler, Jose. Porla head on. It looks like you have only been in the guild for a few years. Yi Chen can beat Jose. If Gildarts is here, he can definitely beat Jose. He. I'm not interested in the strongest guild. I'm very self-aware. This is beyond my imagination. What I'm more interested in is that the B level is the strongest. HMPH. The strongest B level must be me. It's me, you weakling. Fart, Lousy is much stronger than you. If you don't believe me, you can compare now. Compare. Who is afraid of whom? Similar conversations are everywhere in the guild. It can be said that Fairy Tale is usually very lively, but it has never been so hot as it is today. The strongest fairy contest. Fried looked at the announcement, muttered to himself, then turned and left, intending to tell Laxus the news. Don't ask me why Fried is in the guild. You must know that Fried's magic is word magic, and you need to write spells. Otherwise, how could the guild write down the spells in advance to set a trap? Fried, give me a word for Laxus. Just when Fried was about to leave the guild and go to the cathedral to find Laxus, Yi Chen not far away called him. Yi Chen walked up to Fried slowly, and asked, Tell Laxus, I understand his little thoughts, but it's just a child's trick, it's childish and ridiculous. If you want to become the next generation president of Fairy Tale, then come to the strongest fairy contest and fight in a dignified manner. After speaking, Yi Chen turned around and left to talk to Mirajane. Fried took a deep look. He didn't know where Yi Chen knew about his plan, but he believed that Laxus would definitely participate. I'll bring it. After speaking, Fried turned and left. Chapter 59. The Eve of the Competition. Chapter 59. The Eve of the Competition. That B***************** D really said that? Laxus is sitting on the steps of the central cathedral of Magnolia, opposite his escort, the Thorns. Well, Yi Chen said that Laxus's plan is just a child's anger. Fried thought about it, but nodded in agreement. It's really the words of a strong man. But Yi Chen is right, it is indeed a bit naive. You think so too, Fried? Laxus grinned and asked Fried. Fried said that he didn't know how to answer this question, but he really felt that Laxus's plan this time was a bit naive. Needless to say, I know what you think. Laxus is not stupid, how can he not know what his number one confidant thinks? I participated in this competition, I want everyone to be convinced by me, Laxus. Including the B***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** you guys should join in too. With your strength, it's more than enough to take part in the A-level competition and get a good title. This is an opportunity to show our strength openly, and it would be a pity not to seize it. Laxus sat down again and said lightly, understood. Fried nodded, and then went to sign up with some Guthrow and 910 Evergreen. When the three Thors left, Laxus stared blankly at the top of his head. Yi Chen, you are really a nice person. This time, count me as your favor, but I will definitely defeat you. Prove that I, Laxus, are the strongest wizards in Fairy Tail. After the voice fell, Laxus turned into a bolt of lightning and left the church, and the church returned to calm again. At Fairy Tail Tavern, following Yi Chen's announcement, the guild was full of excitement, and there was an endless stream of applicants. Natsu was the most excited about this competition for the strongest. At this moment, Natsu found a corner and began to do push-ups, which is called warming up before the game. Advertisement, Natsu, this time, I will beat you upright. Gray walked up to Natsu shirtless, clenched his fists, and challenged Natsu. HMPH, this sentence is exactly what I want to say. I've thought about beating you upright for a long time. Not to be outdone, Natsu replied directly, you have no chance, hang yourself. You are. Drooping eyes. Lucy and Happy, who were accompanying the two, showed helpless expressions. Natsu and Gray are simply natural enemies. As long as they meet, BJFH will definitely meet. Lucy, have you signed up yet? Lucy's best friend Levy suddenly appeared at this moment and asked Lucy. It's Levy, it scared the hell out of me. Levy, are you done yet? Me? My magic is not suitable for fighting, so I didn't sign up. Oops. Lucy, you were good or bad? Obviously I came to ask you. I was dragged by Erza, signed up, and it was a monster-studded A-level competition, W.O. Speaking of this, Lucy felt bitter in her mouth. She didn't intend to participate in it. Lucy is still very self-aware of her own strength. Although she also has A-level magic power, her strength is just that. Where? Comparable to monster-level mages like Natsu or Gray. Just happened to meet Erza, who was excited. Lucy just said hello to Erza, but Erza caught him and asked if he participated in the competition. As a result, when Erza learned that he did not plan to participate, he said, Lucy, you are so strong, it would be a pity not to participate. Erza dragged her to find Yi Chen, and finally, in Lucy's crying expression, put your name on it. Oh, Lucy, you have to have confidence in your own strength, I'm optimistic about you. Farewell. Among the mages who signed up for the A-level competition, it is simply a gathering place for monsters. Let's not talk about Natsu, Gajeel, Gray, Juvia, Kana, these outrageously strong A-level mages. Even Alfman, Lasana brothers and sisters trained by Yi Chen, Max with a cute face over there, and the veteran A-level mages of the guild, Macau and Wakaba, are not good at it, each of them is very powerful. All the A-level mages participating in the A-level mage competition, I am the only one. I just want to say, weak and helpless and pitiful. Lucy couldn't help complaining, she was just pushed out of the shelves. Lucy, come on. Pound equals. 0 ****. On the other side, Gajeel was also full of fighting spirit. He stared at his opponent, Natsu, talking to himself. This time, I will definitely defeat you. Let everyone see who is the strongest dragon slayer. Advertisement. As for Zubia, she was hiding behind the pillar at the moment, looking at Gray with love on her face. Master Gray, don't worry, Master Gray, Juvia will definitely remove all obstacles and let Master Gray win the first place. Then, Lord Gray will definitely be moved and propose to Zuya. Will Juvia agree then? Yes or yes, after marriage, Juvia must have 10 babies with Gray, and then. At this moment, Zubia was already twisting and turning behind the pillar with her face flushed, and she didn't know what picture was not suitable for children. Macau, how are you? Do you have confidence in yourself? Not far away, Wakaba took a deep breath with his pipe in his mouth, then let it out slowly, and asked Macau. Don't ask me, I just don't have confidence. After all, except for a few A-level mages in our guild, which one is not the strongest among A-level mages, such as Natsu Gray, and the newly joined Gajeel over there, the S-rank mages of ordinary guilds may not be their opponents. Then you still participate? Didn't I see you participating? Macau, what do you mean? Although I don't have much confidence in my own strength, and I don't even have the confidence that I can beat these perverted A-level mages in the guild, but it's okay to beat you. Mao said with a proud face. After Wakaba heard this, the veins on his forehead were bulging. He stood up directly, stretched his head over, and opened his mouth with a fierce face. HMPH, how dare you underestimate me? See if I don't beat you all over the place in the game. If you have the ability, come here, whoever is afraid of whom. As they spoke, the two began to quarrel. At the door, the trio of thunder gods who had just entered the door, looked at the smoky guild, and felt like they had gone to the wrong door. You must know that although under the influence of Laxus, the three of them usually don't like the lazy people in the guild, but the three of them still like the harmonious atmosphere of the guild. But in the current guild, the smell of gunpowder is so strong that it almost feels like a spark can completely detonate. I said, is this still fairy tale? Are we sure we're going the right way? Evergreen shook the fan in his hand awkwardly, and asked Fried with some uncertainty. That's right. The one over there is Natsu, the one over there is Yi Chen, and the one next to Yi Chen is Mirajane. As mentioned above, we are right. Fried replied solemnly, and by the way pointed to a few members of the guild to prove his words. Nonsense, although I don't come to the guild very often, I don't even know Natsu, Yi Chen, Mirajane and other highly active mages in the guild. I want to ask, how did the atmosphere of the guild become like this? Evergreen complained inwardly. Fried was good at everything, but he was too serious. Chapter 60 The game begins. Chapter 60 The game begins. Yo, it's Thunder Gods, are you here to sign up? At this moment, Chen saw the trio of Thunder Gods and greeted them with a smile. Fried nodded and said, yes, I, Bixlow, Evergreen, signed up to join the A-level competition. Plus, let's sign up Laxus for level 5 competition. As Fried's voice fell, the entire guild became extremely quiet in an instant, and a needle could be heard, and in the next second, people kept whispering. No way, all the Thunder Gods participated. Haven't the Thunder Gods never participated in the guild's activities? Why are you here this time? Stupid, they didn't participate in the previous activities because they thought it was boring. This time, they are competing for the strongest at the same level. Why can they not participate? Makes sense. Compared to Thor's participation, Laxus's participation is more unexpected to me. Yeah, I thought that with Laxus's personality, he wouldn't even bother to participate in the competition. No, I think it's strange that Laxus doesn't participate. Although Laxus is a bit lonely and arrogant, his strength is beyond doubt. Doesn't he want to fight with all the other S-level mages in the guild in a fair and honest manner? Field? That's right, I'm lucky this time. The S-level mages in our guild are all incredibly strong. I only knew them to be very strong, and frighteningly strong. This time, I can finally see them for real. Their strength is gone. That's right, even if it's because he's a partner in the guild, he won't go all out, but he will definitely display most of his strength. I don't know what will happen. Who do you think can be the final winner of this competition? It's hard to say. If Uncle Gildarts is here, I will definitely choose him, but Uncle has been out to do missions for a long time, and there is no news so far. Among the remaining S-level wizards, I think Chen is the strongest. HMPH, Chen is indeed very powerful, but Laxus is not weak either. Judging from Laxus's invincible performance, I am more optimistic about Laxus. Advertisement, Shoo, Laxus, the Fairy Queen Erza can knock him out in a few hits. Fart, Mirajane is the strongest. Mirajane's whole body absorption Satan soul is an extremely terrifying magic, not to mention that there are said to be forbidden moves that even the old man would prohibit her from using. Haha, if you say that, then I think Mirajane is useless. After all, it is a forbidden move, how could it be used in the game? That makes sense. Speaking of which, why doesn't anyone support Mistgang? No way, Mistgang is too mysterious. Every time I come here, I use sleep magic to make everyone fall asleep. There are not many people in the guild who have actually seen him. Naturally, everyone doesn't know how strong he is. Gone. Soon, the guild was full of voices discussing which of the guild's S-rank mages would be the guild's strongest laurels. Boom. Just when everyone was talking about it, Laxus turned into a thunderbolt and flashed into the guild. His arrogant expression was full of confidence. As soon as he came, he challenged the several S-level mages present. Chen, I really want to thank you. Thank you for giving me the chance to defeat you head-on. Whether it's Erza, Mirajane, you, or the unknown Mistgang, or the mysterious Gildarts, I will defeat you all. Come and prove that I am the strongest in Fairy Tail. Ha 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 ha. After sending out the challenge, Laxus left arrogantly, leaving only his domineering laughter echoing in the guild. On the second floor of the guild, Carlo the horse is standing on the windowsill at the moment, looking at Laxus's insolent appearance. The Carlos the horse has a heartache on his face. It's because his education is not up to standard, which makes Laxus arrogant and conceited. Character. Don't let me down, Laxus. I hope this competition can let you know yourself again. Don't worry, old man, this time, I will definitely let Laxus correct his bad habits. At some point, Chen had already stood behind the horseman Carlo and spoke comfortingly. Stinky boy, everything is arranged. Well, except for Uncle Gildarts who has completely lost contact, everyone else has been contacted, and most of them said they will come back before the game. Advertisement, in addition, under my persuasion, Mistgang also agreed to participate in the competition. Ask for flowers. Okay. You can even talk about Mistgang. This kid has too many secrets. Will it be exposed in the game? Don't worry about this. Mistgang still has this bit of propriety. Stinky boy, you really know the secret of Mistgang. Haha, old man, you underestimate me too much. This kind of thing can be found out with a little investigation. After all, the existence of Idelas is not a top secret. 3 days before the Harvest Festival, the day that everyone in the guild was looking forward to finally slowly arrived. Everyone, I am Max, the Magister of Sand, and I will host the Fairy Tail Strongest Fairy Contest this year. This competition is divided into S-level competitions, A-level competitions, and B-level competitions. In each level of competition, if you compete for the first, second, and third places, you can get 1,500,000 and 200,000 respectively. In addition, the top 3 in each competition will be eligible to participate in a competition 1 level higher than their own level. For example, the top 3 in an A-level competition will be eligible to compete with the S-level competition on the same stage. Finally, the strongest fairy tale will be determined. And today, we will hold B-level and C-level competitions. Tomorrow we will hold A-level competitions. The day after tomorrow is the much anticipated S-level competition. The lottery adopts a random system. If you draw the same number, you will be your opponents. If there is an odd number of contestants, there will be a note that says empty. If you draw it, you will automatically enter the next round. So, this is a competition of strength and luck. Only those with strong strength and luck against the sky can continue to make great strides. Until the top 3 are contested. Now, all the contestants of the C-level competition are invited to come and draw lots to determine their opponents. As Max's voice fell, a large group of mages who cheered came forward to draw lots, and soon, as the lottery ended, the contestants all knew their respective opponents. Now, I declare, Fairy Tail's first strongest fairy contest, Class C contest, now begins B. Chapter 61 Natsu vs Bixlo. Chapter 61 Natsu vs Bixlo. The Golden Crow falls to the west, and the Jade Rabbit rises to the east. After a day of fighting, they finally competed for the top 3 of the Fairy Tail B-level mages, and the first place was Jet, who used the magic of magic feat. However, including Jet, none of the top 3 mages have any intention of participating in the A-level mage competition. The main reason is that the A-level mages participating in the A-level competition are too high level, and they don't think they will be one of them, opponent of anyone. I didn't expect that not all the B-level mages in the guild are weak. Standing on the roof of the guild, Laxus looked down at Jet, who was surrounded by everyone, and left, and sighed. Although Laxus is proud and conceited, his vision is definitely not bad. The top 3 in the B-level competition are all in the same level. Stand out. Laxus, 453, didn't expect you to praise others? Chen was standing beside Laxus at the moment, and said with a smile on his face. HMPH, what's wrong with acknowledging the excellence of others? I'm Laxus, and I still have some courage. Looking at the proud Laxus, Chen feels that Laxus at this time is like a primary school student who wants to be praised by the teacher. So cute. Ha ha ha, that's right, you are Laxus, none other than Laxus, 17. So what do you think? How do you feel? It's too weak. How can this kind of weak person make me feel? After speaking, Laxus directly turned into lightning, lighting up the night, and left the roof. There's enough Tsunere. Time soon came to the second day, and this time the venue was changed to the outskirts of Magnolia. After all, the strength of A-level mages is already extraordinary, and their destructive power is already extremely strong. A very small number of them can be called kings of destruction. The host has also been replaced by Chen. After all, Max is also an A-level wizard of the guild, so he will naturally participate. Hello everyone, I'm Chen. Because Max needs to participate in the competition today, so I will be the host of this A-level competition temporarily if I don't do well. Please hold it in your heart. My heart is very small. If you want me to be unhappy, I will wear small shoes for you. Ha ha ha. Advertisement. I'm so scared. Chen's blatant threat caused everyone to burst into laughter. Everyone didn't pay attention to Chen's joke. Now everyone just wants to watch the match of A-level wizards. Okay, enough nonsense. The rules are still the same as yesterday, and now the contestants are invited to draw lots. As Chen's voice fell, many A-level contestants came to the stage one after another and began to draw their opponents. A few minutes later, Bairang's opponent has come out. Natsu vs Bixlo. Lasana vs Grey. Alfman vs Evergreen. Wakaba vs Kana. Macau vs Max. Freed vs Gajil. Juvia vs Lucy. Okay, now that everyone knows their opponents, I won't talk nonsense anymore. Now, the first A-level match of the strongest fairy contest, Natsu vs Bixlo, starts now. Stand back, everyone else. As Chen's voice fell, everyone in the guild consciously left a space for Natsu and Bixlo, leaving only Natsu and Bixlo who were fighting fiercely. Yo, Natsu baby, long time no see. I still remember the messy scene where you were beaten by me. Bixlo stuck out his tongue and sneered at Natsu. HMPH, Bixlo, you are already out of date. I was still young at that time, but now I have enough strength to defeat you. My target is Laxus. Natsu ignored Bixlo's ridicule directly. Natsu's character is very carefree, and he forgot about the fact that he was defeated by Bixlo. Notes for the current Natsu, his opponents are only those few people, those S-level mages who stand at the top of the guild's strength. Ha ha ha, you are worthy of challenging Laxus. Advertisement? Accept it, baby. Straight line formation. Bixlo has rich combat experience, and he has heard about Natsu's growth in recent years. He knows very well that the current Natsu will definitely not be inferior to himself, so although he belittles him in words, he will not despise him, so the first to attack. Fire Dragon's Wing Strike. Seeing this, Natsu was not to be outdone, and directly wrapped his arms around the flames and fought back. Boom. It has to be said that Natsu is worthy of being the protagonist, and his strength has improved extremely fast. Fire Dragon's Wing attack easily resolved Bixlo's probing attack. HMPH, I seem to have underestimated you, Natsu. Seeing this, Bixlo was not discouraged. He just recalled the 5 dolls that were broken up by Natsu, and praised with his tongue out. Hey, use whatever tricks you have. Then I won't be polite. I still have to save my magic power to fight the next game, so one move will determine the outcome. Baby, form a Baryon formation. Bixlo immediately released his strongest magic, and saw his 5 dolls form a 5-pointed star formation, shooting out powerful laser rays. After seeing the dark green laser light, Natsu's chest puffed up, he took a deep breath, and then blew out Dragonslayer's best dragon's breath towards Bixlo. Fire Dragon's Roar. Not good. The blazing flame covered Bixlo's laser light with the power to burn everything, and the 2.0 easily burned up the laser light, and then swallowed Bixlo before he had time to show his modeling eyes in a destructive posture. Boom. A few seconds later, the flames dissipated, and Bixlo had become a black man, lost his sense of fighting and fell to the ground. As for his 5 dolls, they had already been burnt to ashes in the dragon's breath. Ha ha ha, as I said earlier, Bixlo, I am no longer the person I was when I was a child, and now I have grown up. Natsu saw Bixlo, who had fallen to the ground and completely lost consciousness, and laughed wildly with his hands on his hips. Seeing this, Chen came to Natsu's side in a flash, raised Natsu's hand, and announced Gao Sheng. I declare. Fairy Tale Strongest Fairy Contest Class A, Natsu vs Bixlo. Winner, Natsu. Dragneel. Chapter 62 Lasana who rubs Grey on the ground. Chapter 62 Lasana who rubs Grey on the ground. It's too powerful. Natsu is really too powerful. That's Bixlo, one of the Thunder Gods. He was defeated by Natsu in just such a short time? Sure enough, Natsu is a monster. I thought Bixlo, one of the Thunder Gods, was strong enough. I didn't expect Natsu to be so strong. You said that I beat Natsu when I was a child. Will he come to seek revenge on me? When you put it that way, I seem to have bullied Natsu when I was a child. Well, it looks like I have not far away. Laxus was watching the game on the court. He was not surprised by Bixlo's defeat. Don't look at Laxus bullying Natsu at every turn. It seems that Natsu is very weak, but he is very clear that Natsu is very strong. Even if he is not the first among the many A-level wizards in the guild, he is still the second. The presence. What Laxus didn't expect was that Bixlo would lose so cleanly. Careless, Bixlo. Laxus sighed, and then said to Freed and Evergreen behind him. Your opponents are not weak, but you are stronger. Don't lose face of the Thunder Gods. Don't worry, 19 Laxus, we will definitely win, and Bixlo is just careless. In terms of strength, he is definitely above Natsu. Evergreen unfolded the folding fan, pushed the glasses and said. Idiot, can't you even see the strength of both sides clearly? Laxus did not agree with Evergreen's words. He glanced at Evergreen coldly and said. Natsu's strength is obviously higher than that of Bixlo. Even if Bixlo is not careless, he is not Natsu's opponent. It is only a matter of time before he loses. It's the same result when you fight against you. Among the Thunder Gods, maybe only Freed has a chance of winning against Natsu. Just when Laxus taught Evergreen, the second Grey vs Lasana has already started. Lasana, you are not my opponent. Surrender, Brother Grey. Don't be careless. After being trained by my brother-in-law, my strength is no longer what it used to be. The confidence on Lisana's face, but the words in her mouth made everyone look at Chen with strange eyes, especially Mirajane, who was looking at Chen with a murderous look. Chen was also swaying coldly and was speechless for a while. Lasana, if you say training, just train. If you don't want to use special training, you can also use words like guidance. Why do you want to use the word training? It's easy to be misunderstood, especially your sister. Advertisement, ahem, what? Then come and try, ladies first, let you shoot first. Grey also looked at Chen's member with strange eyes. Seeing Chen's embarrassing appearance, he coughed, straightened his expression, and said to Lasana. Then I won't be polite. Take over, animal soul cat. A flash of light flashed. Lasana grew cat ears and a cattail, and her hands turned into cat paws, or in other words, directly turned into a cat-eared girl, and many men in the guild screamed. Lasana, come on, it's a cat-eared girl. My girlish heart, so cute. Lasana posed and looked seriously at Grey. Brother Grey, be careful. Shave. Lasana stomped on the ground dozens of times at high speed in an instant, and with the help of its explosive reaction force, she came to Grey at an extremely fast speed. Before Grey could react, Lasana had already clenched her right hand and punched Grey wolf. If it wasn't for Grey's rich combat experience, before his brain could react, his body had already had a subconscious reaction, and he turned to the side. Otherwise, this alone would be enough to make Grey lose his fighting power. Style of Ice. Battle Axe. After Grey avoided it, he broke out in a cold sweat. He realized that he was indeed careless, so he became serious and counterattacked directly. Lasana backed away immediately when she saw that the blow was not going to succeed. Fortunately, Lasana backed up quickly, otherwise she would have been hit by Grey's attack. Brother Grey, let me show you the second trick my brother-in-law taught me. Land feet. Lasana struck Grey forcefully, and then a vacuum slashed towards Grey. Grey had stabilized at this moment, directly crossing his hands. Advertisement, Style of Ice. Ice Cube, Form of Ice, Ice Shield. As soon as Grey's ice cube appeared, it was cut in half by Lisana's feet like a kitchen knife cutting tofu without hindrance. Seeing this, Grey once again cast the Ice Shape, Ice Shield, which blocked Lisana's attack Lanjiao, but even so, Ice Shape, Ice Shield was almost cut open. Looking at the battle on the field, all the onlookers felt that their three views had been refreshed. Is this still Lasana, who can suppress the famous Grey fullbuster? Am I hallucinating? That's right, I saw Lasana pinning Grey all the way? Am I blinded? I seem to have seen it too. Lasana beat Grey? You saw it too? So it's not my hallucination? That's impossible. That's Grey fullbuster. How could he be beaten by Lasana? But the facts are in front of you, how do you explain this? I think I'm still hallucinating. I think so, how about you? Since you are all hallucinating, I guess so are. No wonder everyone didn't believe it. After all, Grey is usually very active in the guild, and his strength is not inferior to Natsu. In everyone's mind, Grey is the top powerhouse next to the few S-level mages in the guild, one of them. And what about Lasana? Except for the title of Mirajane's sister, Lasana didn't show much strength at all in 090, but now, she can easily suppress Grey. Even if Grey is just careless and misses the initiative, this is already amazing up. Chen, is this the result of your special training? Mirajane looked at Lasana in disbelief. as Lisana's sister, Mirajane knew Lisana well. Although Lisana's magical power is good, her strength is not very strong. After all, Lisana's receiving magic receives the souls of small animals. It can be said that she is the bottom of the A-level magicians. But just being brought to special training for a week by Chen not long ago, he has such strength? Is this a big joke? That's right, this is the result of my 1 week special training with Lisana. In fact, I only taught Lisana 3 tricks. You also know that Lisana received the magic of animal souls, and cats are the most suitable for fighting. The combat power of other animal souls is too weak, so I taught her 3 tricks to fully display the animal souls. Cat power tricks up. After all aspects of cats are very suitable for fighting. Chen nodded with a smile. In fact, Chen thought of teaching Lisana the 6 moves after knowing that there was a cat among the animal souls Lisana received. After all, Lisana's animal soul is somewhat similar to the animal-type devil fruit, both can improve physical fitness, speed and strength will be greatly improved, so in Chen's opinion, learning the 6 styles is very suitable. Chapter 63. Lisana's Whole Card. Chapter 63. Lisana's Whole Card. In fact, Chen also discovered it by accident. He found that after Lisana and Alfman's receiving magic received the soul of an animal or the soul of a beast, the physical fitness of Lisana and Alfman would be greatly improved. Whether it is strength, speed, resilience, physical strength, or other aspects, all aspects related to physical fitness will be improved, so Chen directly opened his mind. Isn't this the animal-type devil fruit in the world of One Piece? Magic version? And the most suitable ability for animal devil fruit is taijutsu and the like, and in taijutsu, it is easier to learn, powerful enough, and Chen also knows the principle, there is no better than 6 forms. With the mentality of giving it a try, Chen tried to teach the 6 forms during the special training for Alfman and Lisana, and explained the principles of the 6 forms in detail. As a result, something both expected and unexpected happened. What was expected was that the 2 of them could really learn the 6 styles. What was unexpected was that neither of them could learn all the 6 styles. Lisana only learned how to point a gun, shave, and feed. As for the moonstep, it is in the practice stage, but Lisana is completely confused about iron block and paper painting. And Alfman is similar to Lisana, he only learned pointing guns, shaving, haze feed and moonsteps, and also can learn iron blocks and paper drawing, but what's more interesting, Alfman actually didn't learn all 6 styles after a while, he actually learned how to return life, which directly made Chen's eyeballs almost fall out. After teaching Alfman and Lisana, Chen also secretly tried to practice it himself, and the result was very touching. In addition to pointing the gun, shaving, hazy feet and moonsteps, which he learned with the physical fitness of the true ancestor of the vampire, the same there is no way to use iron blocks and paper paintings, and as for the return of life and the 6 Kings spear, I have no clue at all. But at the moment on the court, Lisana continued to use the shave, combined with the land foot, mixed with the finger gun, and actually suppressed Gray again. Shave, land feet, finger, Gray, who was disoriented by Lisana's combination punch, was also a little angry. Even if he doesn't say it, Gray usually doesn't think much of Lisana's strength. In Gray's eyes, Lisana's strength is just that. There is no way to compare with other A-level mages. But now he was directly suppressed by Lisana, which made it difficult for Gray to accept. It was like a beggar whom he had always looked down upon, and one day suddenly found out that the other party was a millionaire. Damn it. Look at mine. Style of ice. Floor. After avoiding Lisana's finger gun, Gray condensed the magic power in his hand, and then released a magic to create a smooth ground with ice, which was the way Gray thought of. Lisana's shaving is to continuously step on the ground dozens of times at high speed to generate explosive reaction force to move at high speed, then make the ground smooth and reduce the friction of the ground. Oh, in fact, just as Gray thought, Lisana did accidentally slip and fall to the ground because of the ice surface, and her whole body was lying on the ice surface. It hurts, just as Lisana was sitting on the ice, rubbing her forehead that had been bumped out, Gray slid in front of Lisana with a few strokes. Lisana, admit defeat, your speed is limited by my ice surface, and you will not be able to pose a threat to me, so, quickly admit defeat. Gray had his hands in his pockets, his shirt had been subconsciously taken off and thrown somewhere, and he said to Lisana confidently. HMPH, Brother Gray, don't underestimate me, advertisement. Lisana slapped the ice hard, and the huge force smashed the ice directly. The reaction force made her jump in the opposite direction, but when she landed, she almost slipped and fell again. Lisana, you can't escape the range of my ice shape, floor. Gray still spoke confidently to Lisana. Lisana smiled mysteriously and said playfully. Brother Gray, that's not necessarily the case. My magic is essentially the same as Sister Myra's magic, both can receive animal souls or monster souls. Because I was weak, I couldn't receive powerful animal or monster souls, but not long ago, with the help of my brother-in-law, I got this. Except, the deep crimson with 2 horns. Following Lisana's coquettish shout, a huge 2-horned horse with a crimson mane appeared behind Lisana, and snorted at Gray with piercing eyes. Full of disdain. Gray was stunned. This FCK, even if he is blind, he knows that this thing is obviously not what Lisana called the soul of the beast or the soul of the monster. Isn't this G Chen's beast? Others were also stunned by Lisana's hand. Those who didn't know thought that Lisana possessed such powerful magic power. You must know that the beast is a collection of magic power. It can be said that it is a group of conscious magic power. But those who knew the situation looked at Yi Chen, who was turning his head away as if he didn't see it with contemptuous eyes. Isn't this thing Yi Chen's beast? Wo sao, Yi Chen, you are cheating. Natsu jumped out at this moment to complain for his good friend. Cheating? Yi Chen squinted at Natsu and said cunningly. Laxana got the approval of the Enchantress Kongbing, Yi Chen, with her ability, and also summoned the Enchantress Kongbing. Yi Chen provides vitality and magic power, with her ability, so there is no shame in it. Oh, Natsu's eyes widened. He knew that Yi Chen was helping Laxana to cheat, but he couldn't find the evidence. What should I do? I was waiting online. Yi Chen, I also receive magic, why don't you give me a beast? Yi Chen looked at Mirajane, who was dressed in black, and felt like shooting himself in the foot. If he had known earlier, he would not have helped Laxana. Then what, when the time comes, I will summon a new beast, and I will put the beast under my control, and then transfer it to you. Yi Chen said to Mirajane with a flattering face, and the other people on the side were speechless for a while. You are not calling yourself. As for Gray in the field, although he was speechless at Yi Chen's tactics, he was not prepared to just admit defeat. Laxana, your whole card really surprised me. It can even be said that it made me speechless, but I will not admit defeat. Style of Ice. Hammer Soldiers. Gray knows that his current victory rate against the two-horned Scarlet summoned by Laxana is very low, but if he takes the upper hand, he may not be invincible. After all, as long as he defeats Laxana, the two-horned Scarlet will naturally be defeated. Advertisement. I saw the huge ice hammer made by Gray appear out of thin air above the heads of Laxana and the two-horned Deep Scarlet, and fell straight down. The deep crimson of the two horns. Shi la la. The crimson body with two horns shone slightly, and then the ice hammer on top of the head instantly shattered, turning into ice shards all over the sky. Damn it, look at mine. Style of Ice. Lancer. Gray struck with both hands, creating a large number of ice spears, stabbing at Laxana and the two-horned Scarlet. The two-horned Deep Scarlet didn't move too much, but the horse's eyes lit up slightly, and the massive ice spears also stepped into the footsteps of the ice hammer, turning into countless ice shoulders. What kind of method is this? Gray's complexion was a little ugly, and he didn't understand how the two-horned Scarlet could neutralize his own attack without making a sound. But even though he doesn't know the method of the two-horned Deep Scarlet, it doesn't mean that Gray will admit defeat. If he doesn't know now, he can try it out in the battle. Style of Ice. Ice-O Spring. Style of Ice. Ice Cannon. Style of Ice. Super Freeze Frostbolt. Style of Ice. Bombardment. Style of Ice. The Form of Ice. Form of Ice. Nuomas. Gray used his own tricks one after another, and all kinds of dazzling ice modeling magic were displayed in Gray's hands crazily. Huge. Deep Crimson with two horns. Defeat him. But in the face of so many ice modeling magics, Laxana didn't panic. She just took a step closer to the double-horned Scarlet, then patted the double-horned Scarlet, commanding to it. Xylulu, nephew. The two-horned Deep Scarlet snorted, and then the whole body radiated light. All the incoming ice magic was reduced to debris under the resonance of the two-horned Deep Scarlet through the high-frequency vibration frequency, and there was no attack at all. Close to Laxana and the two-horned Deep Scarlet. Then a powerful ray of magic power was sprayed out from the mouth of the two-horned Deep Scarf, and it was drawn directly towards Gray. A violent explosion occurred where it passed, and a deep ray was plowed out of the ground that was originally frozen by Gray. The scorched marks in the ground were slightly red and steaming. As for Gray, Yi Chen took him into the air at this moment. I said, you're going too far. Gray pointed at the scene below and roared at Yi Chen. It seems to be a little. Chapter 64. Chapter 64. In the end, under the unanimous protest of the entire guild, Laxana was disqualified for cheating, so the winner was Gray in the end. Laxana was not dissatisfied with this, on the contrary, she was quite happy. After all, she defeated Gray. Although there are means of cheating, as for Yi Chen, he was also asked not to allow the beast to be loaned out, otherwise Yi Chen would be disqualified from the competition, causing Yi Chen to murmur. Okay, this interesting game is over, let's start the third round of the A-level mage contest. I'm going. What's so interesting? This is a naked work. It's just that, it's not interesting at all. However, I didn't expect Laxana to be able to crush Gray with the help of Yi Chen's beast. Does that mean that if we get the help of Yi Chen's beast, we can easily defeat Natsu Gray? Rival level 5 wizards? If you say that, then I agree that this is a fun game. You are really a fool on the fence, falling on both sides. Che, don't you want to obtain a king of power that can rival or even surpass a powerhouse like Natsu Gray with the help of Yi Chen? Yi Chen, you are right. This is a fun game. Yi Chen directly ignored the eager eyes off the court, he didn't want to lend the beast out. Besides, the reason why the two-horned Deep Scarlet can be lent to Laxana is because Yi Chen sucked 510 Lisanna's blood not long ago, which awakened the two-horned Deep Scarlet. It is precisely because of this bond that the two-horned Scarlet can enter Lisanna's body and temporarily obey Lisanna's orders. This is what Yi Chen discovered not long ago. It turns out that the beast can be lent to the woman who awakens the beast. As for the magic power and life force required by the beast, the vitality is provided by Yi Chen. When the magic power enters the body of the woman who awakens the beast for the first time, it carries the magic power of Yi Chen, which can fully exert the true ancestor level strength. After that, you need to look at the magic power of the host. And if the beasts want to exert their true ancestor level strength again, they have to replenish the magic through Yi Chen. As for the method, I understand it. Okay, enough gossip, let's start today's third match. Alfman, a muscular beast mage who possesses the same magic as the guild's level 5 mage Mirajane, and Evergreen, one of Laxus's personal guards. Who will be the final winner? Let us wait and see. I'm gonna win, man. You were wrong. My magic is inextricably linked to the name of the guild, so I must be the one who wins. Evergreen opened the fan and smiled lightly. Advertisement. It seems that the two contestants are very confident in themselves. Then, let us see who is stronger. Competition, start. Chen raised his right hand and loudly announced the start of the game, then he dodged and left the field, leaving the field to Alfman and Evergreen. Full body reception. Soul of the Beast Tiger Man form. Alfman took the lead, taking over the human form of the Soul of the Beast known for its speed. Shave. Alfman approached Evergreen rapidly at a razor-sharp speed. Evergreen saw Alfman approaching less than 20 meters away from him in just an instant, and a triumphant smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I've been waiting for you. Evergreen stretched out 4 wings from behind, flew into the air in an instant, and then waved his arms, producing many needle-shaped bombs with concentrated magic power, which were released towards his original position. Oops. When Alfman leapt into the air and took off from Evergreen, his heart skipped a beat. He could indeed achieve fast movement with shaving, but because he had just learned it not long ago, he was not yet proficient in using it, so he could only go straight and turn. What, can't do it yet? And Alfman's goal at the beginning was to make a quick decision, relying on his own speed to quickly approach, and then hit Evergreen with his own strength. This is Alfman's well-thought-out plan, which can be said to perfectly utilize the speed of the Soul of the Beast's tiger form and its own strength. But never expected that Evergreen could easily see through his actions. Fairy machine gun, goblin. Evergreen in midair, condescending, bombarded Alfman who appeared at his original position at this moment. The needle-shaped bombs released by the goblin machine gun goblin were so numerous and dense that they almost destroyed Alfman's entire body. Everyone is covered. Damn it. The whole body receives it. Soul of the Beast lizard man form. Alfman lost the upper hand, but his combat awareness was not bad, so he immediately switched to the lizard man form known for its defensive power, and directly crossed his hands to protect his whole body, intending to use the super defense power of the lizard man form to resist Evergreen's goblin machine gun. Goblin. Ha ha ha, beasts are beasts that don't know how to be flexible at all. Just now when Lasana showed the fast-moving technique, I found that although this technique can give the user extremely fast, BJFE, speed, it can only go straight. I wondered if you, as Lisana's big brother, would do the same. Considering that your speed might be faster than Lisana's, I was on guard against this trick from the beginning. Evergreen used the goblin machine gun goblin to suppress Alfman desperately, while constantly mocking and provoking Alfman, trying to make Alfman lose his calm and reveal his flaws. Advertisement. Evergreen also discovered that although he can now suppress Alfman with the goblin machine gun goblin, Alfman's lizard man form has too high a defensive power. Basically no harm to Alfman. That's why Evergreen wanted to disturb Alfman's mind, and then used his other magic, the petrified eye, to give a decisive blow. Thinking of this, Evergreen took off his glasses, and slightly slowed down the goblin machine gun goblin's offensive, intending to make Alfman think that his magic power is weak, and then lure Alfman to show his flaws. Full body reception. Soul of the Beast Tiger Man form. It's a pity that when Alfman felt that Evergreen's offensive had weakened, he directly switched to the Soul of the Beast Tiger Man form again, hardwired dozens of needle-shaped bombs from the goblin machine gun and goblin, and jumped back. Moon steps. After stabilizing his balance a bit, Alfman directly performed one of the 6 moves that he was not familiar with. With everyone stunned, Sheng came to the midair with his physical strength, and shot out a ruthless attack towards Evergreen. Fist. What? Evergreen never thought that Alfman could fly. In the world of fairy tale, there are quite a few wizards who can fly, and even many wizards can use their own magic to temporarily float in the air with special skills. But this definitely does not include Alfman, a purely physical mage. When Evergreen participated in the competition, he had conducted a detailed investigation of the A-level mages of the guild from various channels, and he knew the relevant information of each A-level mages like the back of his hand. Alfman absolutely can't fly. Even if he can leap into midair with the amazing jumping power of the beast soul he received from magic, it still can't compete with his own flying kufa after all. And just in case, Evergreen deliberately flew to a level that was more than 10 meters higher than Alfman's previous jump to the highest limit. Therefore, when he learned that his opponent was Alfman, Evergreen was secretly delighted. With the Air Force against the Army, no matter how you look at it, he is invincible. But never expected that Alfman could easily come in front of him with physical strength, so Evergreen was completely unprepared and was hit hard by Alfman's fist. Boom. Evergreen fell to the ground from a height of 100 meters in less than a second under Alfman's fist like a meteor falling to the ground, leaving a deep crater in the ground. As for Evergreen himself, he has completely passed out. Tisk tisk, Alfman's brain is full of muscles, and he doesn't know how to sympathize with others. Seeing this scene, Chen couldn't help sighing, causing Mirajane and Lasana, who were on the left and right, to show 2 fingers at Chen, twisting Chen's waist fiercely, causing Chen to burst grinning. Why, Chen, do you like the Evergreen type? How come, don't you think, Alfman and Evergreen are a good match? Good match. A picture appeared in the minds of Mirajane and Lasana, the picture of Beauty and the Beast. I have something to do tonight, so I can only stop here today. Chapter 65. Accident. Chapter 65. Accident. I don't know if they're compatible or not. I feel that the picture of Alfman and Evergreen together and even giving birth to a baby is really eye-catching. Although Erza was watching the game not far away, most of his mind was on Yi Chen. Hearing Yi Chen's words, he subconsciously recalled the love story between Alfman and Evergreen and then shuddered. Mirajane and Lasana also nodded their heads in agreement. TCH, you guys, don't you know that there is a word called contrast cute well? Yi Chen gave the three of them a look of contempt. Seeing the malicious eyes of the three of them, he hurried to the playing field and motioned for Alfman to raise his hand. Evergreen has completely lost his fighting spirit, so I declare that the winner of the third match is Alfman Strauss. Papa, there was sparse applause from the audience. The main reason was that the battle between Alfman and Evergreen was too boring, and there was no passion at all. The main reason was that Evergreen was careless, which led to the two people who were obviously not much different in strength, but it ended after just a few blows. Up. The next thing is today's fourth match, Shenkaba vs Kana. Following the sound of Yi Chen's voice, Wakaba walked onto the arena with a pipe in his mouth. As for Kana, at the moment, he was holding a large wine barrel in one hand, swaying while drinking. Kana, are you okay? If it doesn't work, just admit defeat? Seeing that Kana was about to lose her footing, Lucy couldn't help but step forward to help Kana and asked with concern. Hi, who is it? Hip, oh, it's Lucy. Don't worry, hiccup. I can drink another 10 barrels of wine, hiccup. A strong smell of alcohol followed Kana's belch and sprayed directly on Lucy. Lucy almost fainted from the smoke. Without waiting for Lucy's reaction, Kana pushed Lucy away, walked drunkenly to the center of the ring, and met Wakaba's eyes, but one pair of eyes was full of drunkenness. Kana, can you do it? It's time for a competition, and you still drink so much? Yi Chen was also a little speechless. Kana's alcoholism was famous in fairy tale, but he didn't expect to drink like this even before Bizon. It's okay, I can still call. Let's get started, I'm going to drink after beating, hiccup. Kana drank the wine in the barrel in one gulp, burped comfortably, then looked at Yi Chen with fascinated eyes, and urged Yi Chen. Okay, then, the game begins, advertisement, smoke assault. As a veteran A-level mage, Wakaba doesn't pay attention to the words of being courteous to women. He knows very well that in battle, it is only correct to defeat the opponent. Any other so-called gentleman's demeanor, winning is called a gentleman's demeanor, losing is a joke. In the face of Kana, even Wakaba will not underestimate the opponent, after all, Kana's strength is not weak. So as soon as Yi Chen announced the start of the match, Wakaba took a deep breath, then shot smoke from his pipe, formed dozens of fists, and attacked Kana. Hi, you really have no taste, hiccup. Kana hiccuped, complained, and took out his magic card, and blew on the magic card. In the next second, Kana's eyes that were originally drunk became sharp in an instant. The explosion of the sun. In the next second, a raging flame was ejected from the card, sweeping across the audience, burning the fists of smoke that filled the sky into nothingness in less than a second. Cut. Wakaba cut angrily, then turned into smoke, dodging Kana's attack. Smoke clone. Endless assault. In the next second, Wakaba used his own magic to create multiple smoke clones that were exactly the same as himself, and then all the clones sprayed out countless smoke fists from the pipes, and attacked Kana, densely packed, almost covering the entire area, most of the field. As expected, the strength of the veteran A-level wizard Waka is truly astonishing. Yeah, as expected of Wakaba. Alright, all of you are underestimating Kana. Kana is not weak. Yeah, just watch, Kana will beat Wakaba to pieces in no time. With Wakaba's efforts, the audience was divided into two groups. One group was the old magician who had been in fairy tale for more than 10 or even 20 years, and they lamented Wakaba's strength. The other group was fairy tale. Tale's younger generation is more optimistic about Kana. And Kana did not disappoint, and took out the magic card again. The Emperor's Windblade. The gust of wind mixed with countless wind blades shot out from the card. Even the countless smoky fists covering the sky and the sun were blown away in front of Kana's wind attribute magic card. Damn it. Wakaba's avatar was also wiped out by the gust of windblade, leaving only Wakaba in the field. Seeing this, Wakaba took a deep breath and immediately sprayed countless smoke from his middle nose. Smoke spray. Advertisement. Countless smoke spewed out from Wakaba's mouth, but under the action of Kana's wind attribute magic card, it was difficult to penetrate an inch and was blown away one after another. However, as countless smoke was blown away, the entire arena was surrounded by smog, and it was impossible to see the situation in the arena clearly. Oops. Wakaba. Suddenly, Kana's coquettish cry came from the smoke, followed by the sound of Kana gnashing her teeth, and in the next second, countless blows sounded. Boom. Boom. Accompanied by the blow, Wakaba begged for mercy. Don't hit, Kana, I was wrong, that was an accident. Don't hit there, help, that's my lifeblood. What, help? I admit defeat, help. Wakaba's begging for mercy sounded sternly, making everyone look at each other in blank dismay, not knowing what happened, but the sound really made the listener sad and cry. A few minutes later, the smoke gradually dispersed, and when everyone saw the scene clearly, they almost burst out laughing. At this moment, Kana was stepping on Wakaba, with an angry expression on his face, and Wakaba on the ground had been beaten into a pig's head at this moment, and he couldn't recognize that it was the middle-aged Uncle Wakaba at all. The funniest thing is that there is still a footprint in a certain position of Wakaba, which is painful to see. Wakaba, what's wrong with you? Did you eat Kana's tofu? Macau smiled and asked Wakaba, who knew this question, and got Kana's knife-like eyes, which almost made Macau jump up in fright. It seems that Wakaba took advantage of Kana. It's not bad, Kana is an out-and-out beauty. I think it's worth it for a cheap call. Hey hey hey, the hero sees the same family. Chapter 66. Taboo versus Profound Truth. Chapter 66. Gajeel vs Fried in the end, with Chen announcing Kana's victory. Kana still dragged Wakaba off the ring in frustration, not knowing where to continue repairing. In the next match, Macau faced Max, and finally beat Max slightly with more experience, winning the 5th game. The next match will be a strong duel. One side will be Laxus's personal guards, the captain of the Thunder Gods, Farid. And the other side is Dragon Slayer Gajeel of Iron. Among other things, just the Dragon Slayer magic is enough to imagine his power. Yes, both parties are invited to enter. As Chen's voice fell, Fried slowly walked to the center with a western sword in his hand, while Gajeel was wearing a white suit with a bag at the moment. With a confident expression on his face, he jumped out of the audience, came across from Fried. 157. Hey, little boy, admit defeat, you are not my match. Gajeel smiled evilly and said provocatively. It's a pity that Fried was completely unmoved, and still looked at Gajeel calmly, waiting for Chen to announce the start of the game. It seems that both sides are very willing to fight, so I won't say much and the competition will begin. Dark text. Wing. Fried grew his wings and used them to increase his speed. In less than a breath, he came to Gajeel, pulled out the western sword in his hand, and slashed at Gajeel fiercely, almost blinding. Not bad, but this attack is not enough. Gajeel crossed his arms in front of his chest. Although he was pushed back several meters by Fried's blow, he was not injured at all, because when Chen announced the start of the match, Gajeel had already turned his skin into iron scales. Power has been greatly improved. Cut, it's really hard enough, but don't try to stop me just like that, ghost scum. Dark text. Painful. Dark text. Terror. Dark text. Pain. Although Fried was surprised by Gajeel's defensive power, he didn't plan to rely on it. He just wanted Gajeel, the trump card who used to be the ruler of ghosts, to feel the pain, for Laxus, for himself, because fairy tale everyone vented their anger. Gajeel did not expect that Fried's attack would be so powerful, and the pain could be said to go deep into the bone marrow. Even a tough guy like Gajeel couldn't help but scream out in pain. Advertisement, dark text. Painful, dark text. Terror. Dark text. Pain. Hearing Gajeel's screams, Fried continued to use the western sword in his hand to display the dark text without any hesitation. No way, is Fried so strong? That was once Spectre's trump card. That's right, even if the ghost's water content is relatively large, it shouldn't be so powerless to fight back. That's right, that's too weird, could it be Jishin? How is it possible? You probably didn't expect Fried's magic to ignore the defense of the body. Probably. Just when everyone was talking, Gajeel suddenly grabbed Fried's western sword, and a deep voice sounded. Enough. What? Fried fully expected that someone could forcefully support his own dark text and fight back. Crack. As soon as Gajeel exerted force, he directly broke Fried's western sword, and then swallowed the part in his hand, making the corners of Fried's eyes twitch. I said, you've had enough fighting, the next step is my counterattack. Iron Dragon Stick. Gajeel kicked Fried hard, halfway Gajeel's foot turned into a steel rod, and stretched, directly blocking the retreat of Fried who was about to retreat. Seeing this, Fried also gave up retreating to avoid it. He directly raised his right hand, pressed his left hand against it, and abruptly blocked Gajeel's Iron Dragon Stick with his forearm. Although he was kicked staggeringly because of his haste, this totally innocuous. Damn it. Dark text. Dark. Fried knew from the fight just now that although his swordsmanship is good and his boxing skills are not weak, he is still far behind the Dragon Slayer who is born with a strong physical body. In addition, Gajeel's nerves are extremely tough, and he can actually resist his own dark magic to fight back. Fried knew that the ordinary dark text had no effect on Gajeel, so he directly used the forbidden magic he had mastered. Advertisement, drink. Following Fried's roar, his body turned into a demon-like shape, but he looked strangely handsome. Oh, I've become serious so soon. This means I understand the gap between us and I'm ready to fight to the death. Gajeel was unreasonable, and after directly mocking, continues to attack. Iron Dragon Sword. Gajeel's right hand turned into Iron Dragon's steel sword, spinning iron teeth, ready to hit Fried seriously, but in the next second, Fried, who turned into a demon, blocked it with one hand. I saw countless iron filings splashing and sparks shooting out, but Fried's hand that blocked the Iron Dragon sword was unscathed. It has to be said that Fried's defense in this form is really amazing, not at all better than that of Iron Dragon sword at this moment. Gajeel, who has scales covering his whole body, is barely there. Dark Breath. Fried blocked the Iron Dragon sword with his right hand, and released a dark breath with his left hand, knocking Gajeel into the air, and then formed a powerful dark magic bullet between his hands, ready to kill Giroux with one blow. Iron Dragon's Roar. Gajeel has rich experience in combat. The moment he was knocked into the air, he immediately took a deep breath, puffed up his cheeks, and breathed out the dragon's breath towards Fried's position. Boom. The attacks of the two collided in midair, and the violent explosion instantly destroyed the arena, and the onlookers who saw this scene retreated another 100 meters to prevent accidental injury. Come again. 1.9 Gajeel, who was blown into the air by the explosion's airwave, focused his eyes, and saw Fried flying soaring into the sky from the explosion's smoke and dust, looked at him frantically, laughed wildly, and shouted. Who is afraid of whom? Fried was also aroused by Gajeel, and the taboo magic of the dark text used at this moment, darkness, also had a considerable impact on his character. At this moment, the string called reason in Fried's mind was completely broken. Dark light bomb. Dark light bomb. Dark light bomb. Fried released 3 dark light bombs that released a destructive aura one after another from between his hands, and flew towards Gajeel in a zigzag shape, completely locking Gajeel's evasion space in midair with nowhere to rely. Who do you think I am? Dragon Slayer Profound Truth Karma Iron Chapter 67 Dragon Power. Chapter 67 Dragon Power. Seeing that it was impossible for Gajeel to dodge Fried's attack, Gajeel made a quick decision, put his palms together, and turned into a 40-meter-long sword. Then he slashed at Fried fiercely with his waist. The slash tore through the air and turned into a bright green light. Boom. Boom. Gajeel's slash killed Fried's 3 dark light bombs in midair, but he also turned into nothingness. But this is enough. Gajeel has already landed at this moment. Just standing in midair, Gajeel can be said to be less than 60% of his strength at the 10th level, but now, he already has the confidence to win. Little boy, don't die next time. This is a power that I have managed to master. Gajeel took a deep breath, and afterward, a stronger magical pressure emanated from his body. The ground couldn't bear the huge pressure, and it continued to shatter towards the surroundings. Countless small gravels followed with Gajeel's ever-increasing magic power. 19 began to levitate. Its name is Dragon Power. Following Gajeel's roar, a terrifyingly strong magic power rose from his body, and the iron scales on his body were completely transformed into dragon scales at this moment. Although it seems that there is no change on the outside, there are indeed exponential changes inside. Promote. In addition to the increase in defense, strength, speed, and magic power have all been greatly improved. It can even be said that Gajeel in this state alone is enough to rival the powerful inhuman S-level wizards of the guild. At this moment, Gajeel is covered with the power of the Grey Iron Dragon, and his eyes have become extremely fierce, which is enough to make a child stop crying. That's right, I didn't expect Gajeel to have mastered the power of the dragon. Now Fried is in trouble. Yi Chen's eyes lit up when he saw Gajeel displaying the power of the Iron Dragon. The power of the dragon. This is a cheat that can turn against the wind in the story of Fairy Tail. Didn't you see that in the original plot? Every time Natsu was beaten by a strong enemy and couldn't get up, or when he was no match at all, didn't he always rely on the power of the dragon to explode, such as Tower of Heaven facing Jelal, such as facing Oracion Cease's president? None. Dragon power. What is this? Lasana felt the magic power of Gajeel at this moment and secretly staggered. What kind of dragon power? The improvement is too much, right? Advertisement. I'm also very curious. What is the power of the dragon? I feel that Gajeel at this moment, even if it is me, may not be able to defeat it. Mirajane also looked at Yi Chen curiously, ready to wait for Yi Chen's explanation. Dragon power. That is a unique power of Dragon Slayer. Don't look at the powerful dragon slaying magic, but do you think that with this power, you can hunt dragons like the Dragon Slayer magic said? This is obviously impossible, and the reason why dragon slaying magic claims to be able to hunt dragons is that it relies on the same power as dragons. This is the power of dragons. So smart? Mirajane also looked at Gajeel below in shock, not expecting that Dragon Slayer magic had such a whole card. So, Natsu can also become this strong. Well, as long as Natsu masters the power of the dragon, he will immediately become an S-rank mage comparable to the guild. Dragon Slayer magic is really cheating. Lasana sighed, causing Yi Chen to roll his eyes. Don't say that, your receiving magic is not the same, let alone your sister, just you can even receive my beasts. No matter how you look at it, it is no different from cheating. Hee, brother-in-law, you helped me. Saying that, Lasana smiled charmingly at Yi Chen, hugged Yi Chen's arm, and buried Yi Chen's arm deeply into her chest. Yi Chen felt the softness coming from his arms, and his heart swayed, but on the surface, he looked at the field calmly, and glanced at Mirajane cautiously. Seeing that Mirajane didn't seem to notice, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, enjoying the benefits from my sister-in-law with peace of mind. As for Mirajane, the corners of her mouth are just slightly raised at the moment. What the hell is this? Fried, who was in midair, was also surprised by this change of Gajeel, but at this moment it was probably under the influence of the dark text. Darkness. Even though Gajeel felt that the strength of Gajeel in this state had surpassed his by several times, he still went forward without hesitation. Gajeel swooped down, and as it kept approaching, Fried's hands saw that once again condensed a group of extremely rich dark magic power, and it was still getting bigger and more concentrated. Advertisement. Just lie down obediently, darkness and despair. When he was less than 10 meters away from Gajeel, Fried ruthlessly condensed his hands to the ultimate attack, and slammed towards Gajeel fiercely, and because this blow almost exhausted all his magic power, he was killed. Forced out of the dark text. The form of darkness. However, because he didn't see the result of his attack, even if he fell out of the dark word, dark form, Fried still reluctantly used the dark word. Wings to make himself float in midair. Gajeel just grinned evilly in the face of the attack that was almost output to the face, and then, with everyone dumbfounded, he used his body to resist the darkness and despair that condensed all of Fried's magic power. But even so, he was knocked back more than 10 meters by Fried's darkness and despair. Gajeel's legs left 2 deep marks on the ground of 693. But in the end he still firmly blocked the darkness and despair huge impact. Return it to you. Against the darkness and despair, Gajeel ran forward to help, and after running for more than 20 meters, he pushed the darkness and despair towards Fried fiercely, and the darkness and despair flew towards Fried like a shot put. It's just that the shot put is a bit bigger, with a diameter of 4 or 5 meters. Monster. Fried murmured a word, and then directly cancelled the dark text. Wing, in a free fall, avoided the darkness and despair that was pushed back. After landing, Fried took a serious look at Gajeel, who was gradually walking towards him, and slowly uttered 3 words. I surrender. Boom. As if to set off the atmosphere for Fried, the darkness and despair pushed into the air by Gajeel burst completely, and the endless darkness dyed the entire sky black. Just like the night, after a few seconds, the light just came back here again. TCH, I still want my child to repay you. When Gajeel heard Fried's words, he immediately put away his Iron Dragon power, didn't say anything, just turned around and left here. It seems that there is a result. The winner of today's 6th game is Gajeel Red Fox. Chapter 68 Take the initiative to admit defeat. Chapter 68 Take the initiative to admit defeat. Okay, the next one is the last match of today. It's a battle between 2 beautiful girls. They are Rain Girl, who has a special physique and is good at water magic, and Zubia. And the Celestial Spirit Envoy, who has already made a name for herself in the guild even though she joined the guild not long ago, Lucy. Following Yi Chen's announcement, the two walked to the center of the arena, but as soon as they met, Lucy's head was full of black lines. The main reason is that Zubia's expression at this moment is really too impotent. At this moment, Zubia's eyes are shining, and his whole face is gloomy and excited, which looks extremely strange. Well, it seems that Zubia can't wait. Then, the battle begins. Yi Chen was also taken aback by Zubia's expression. As expected of a woman who regards Lucy as a rival in love, forget it, and slip away if she can't be provoked. Yi Chen casually said something on the scene, immediately announced the start of the battle, and withdrew from the war between women as if fleeing. Rival. Before Lucy could say hello, Zubia directly spit out the word, rival in love, which made Lucy really not know where to start complaining. Juvia won't show mercy. Well, Juvia, have you misunderstood? Before Lucy could finish speaking, Zubia suddenly screamed, biting the handkerchief she took out from nowhere, and said to herself with tears. Master Grey, you actually like a scumbag. Master Grey, don't worry, Juvia will definitely rescue you. The others were far away and couldn't hear clearly, but they were just curious when they saw Juvia's strange movements. Only Lucy was completely speechless. She had said many times that she didn't like Grey, but Juvia completely listened. Don't go in, still immersed in your own thoughts. Forget it, never mind. Lucy also broke the jar at this moment, stomped her feet directly, and was ready to start fighting. Juvia, do it. Just what I want. Open the gate of Taurus. Taurus. Moo, Miss Lucy is still in good shape. As soon as Celestial Spirit appeared, he gave Lucy a thumbs up, so that Lucy could only cover his face with his hands, and was ashamed to see others. Taurus. Your opponent is her. Beat her. Advertisement. Lucy issued an order to Taurus. After receiving Lucy's order, Taurus raised his 2-handed giant axe and slashed at Juvia as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Although you have a good figure, I'm only loyal to Miss Lucy. Humph. Seeing Taurus attack, Zubia didn't bother to dodge, and stood still, allowing the slash formed by Taurus' giant axe to pass through her hydrated body. Zubia is a rain girl, originally made of water. Physical attacks are useless to Zubia. Zubia's body is simply the elementalization of the natural fruit ability user in the One Piece world, and it is absolutely impossible for the water attribute natural system devil fruit ability user to exist in the One Piece world. Next, it's my turn. The water flow cuts through. Zubia released dozens of water blades with a wave, and attacked Taurus. Seeing this, Taurus directly spun the huge axe in his hand, which was called a door panel, in front of him, and easily blocked the water blades. Moo, although you are immune to physical attacks, your attacks can't hurt me. Seeing that he had completely defended against Juvia's attack, Taurus couldn't help but said triumphantly, and the ox's tail kept shaking, and the corners of the eyes of those watching twitched. Water restraint. Zubia was not annoyed, but just released the trick she had prepared for a long time at Taurus. Before Taurus could recover, she was sealed by Zubia in the water polo. He rolled his eyes and lost consciousness. Taurus. Seeing that Taurus had lost his combat effectiveness, Lucy immediately took out the golden key of Taurus and swung it down vigorously. Close it. The door of Taurus. Sorry, Miss Lucy. A flash of golden light flashed, and Taurus, the Taurus, was directly sent back to the celestial spirit world. Surrender, Miss Lucy. You are not my match. Zubia raised one hand and pointed at Lucy, ready to repeat the same trick, restraining Lucy with water flow to lose her fighting power. I haven't lost yet. Open it. Leo Gate. Leo. A flash of light flashed, and a young man with orange hair, light-colored sunglasses, and well-fitting leather shoes appeared in the middle of the two. Yo, Lucy, this is the first time you summoned me since the last time I repented of the celestial spirit world with your help. The one who came was Loke, a member of the original fairy tale, and Leo, who is also the head of the zodiac sign Leo. Okay, now it's a battle. Don't worry, Lucy, I will definitely wipe out the enemies for you. Then let's get married happily, Lucy said. Why doesn't one of his celestial spirits have a normal personality? One or two are both weird. Advertisement? Leo from Leo? Haven't you disappeared for 3 years? As for Leo, the head of the zodiac, even Juvia, who is not envoy of celestial spirit, has heard of his name. Yeah, some of it happened, and I just recently recovered. Even if you are Leo Celestial Spirit, the head of the Zodiac, you will not be Juvia's opponent. Juvia felt very powerful magic power from Leo, but she didn't have any fear. It's not that Juvia has never seen Celestial Spirit envoys, and even killed a lot of Celestial Spirit envoys from the Dark Union. The strength of the Celestial Spirit depends entirely on the strength of the Celestial Spirit's own magic power. If the Celestial Spirit's magic power is too weak, even Leo, the head of the Zodiac, cannot fully exert its power. If Leo can give full play to his strength, he really has to face it cautiously, but in the face of Leo who may not even be able to use half of his strength, Zubia has absolute confidence. Really, let's try, I will definitely win for Lucy. Lion Star Shock. Leo has not fully recovered at this moment. Although he looks relaxed and comfortable, the deep wounds and the lost vitality that have been silent for 3 years can't be recovered in such a short time. So the battle at this moment is actually very heavy on Leo's body, so Leo intends to make a quick decision, and the first move is his special move, even the temptation is saved. Waterflow Saw. Zubia hydrated her body, then spun at super high speed like a tornado and hit Leo. Boom. In the end, it was Zubia who was superior. The ultra high speed rotating hydration body, after tearing apart the impact of the Lion Star, was able to drag Leo into it with unabated momentum. Don't underestimate me, look at me. Cough cough, poof. Damn it, have you reached the limit so soon? Although Loke was drawn into the water, relying on the powerful physical body of the combat type Celestial Spirit, he didn't suffer much damage. It was just because of the attack in front of him, Wan Lies, just now, which affected his injuries. He couldn't help vomiting a mouthful of blood, and his body also it began to fade gradually, which was a sign of being seriously injured and about to be sent back to the Celestial Spirit world. Sorry, Lucy, I broke my promise. It's me who should say I'm sorry, Leo, I didn't know you hadn't recovered yet, so I called you out to fight without authorization. When Leo was about to be deported, he looked at Lucy apologetically and apologized slowly. At this moment, Lucy kept apologizing to Leo in tears to express her apology. Miss Lucy, Leo of Leo is the strongest Celestial Spirit in your hands, admit defeat. Zubia released the water shock saw, and spoke persuasively at a distance of less than 1 meter from Lucy. I surrender. Just when a few people who knew Lucy thought that Lucy would summon the strongest and worst-tempered Celestial Spirit in her hands, Aquarius of Aquarius, Lucy actually gave up. Sorry, Miss Lucy, for hurting your Celestial Spirit. Others didn't know, but Juvia, who was standing in front of Lucy, clearly saw that Lucy was holding Leo's golden key, and 2 lines of tears flowed down slowly. Chapter 69. A Song of Ice and Fire. Chapter 69. A Song of Ice and Fire. Well, the 7 battles in the first round of today's competition have all ended, and the winners of each battle are: the winner of the first battle, Natsu Dragneel. Victor of the second battle, Grey Fullbuster. Winner of the third battle, Alfman Strauss. The winner of the fourth battle, Kana Alberona. Victor of the fifth battle, Max Allure. The winner of the sixth battle, Gajeel Redfox. Victor of the seventh battle, Juvia Loxer. Let's cheer for the winners of the first game. It has to be said that Yi Chen's rendering ability is still good. Following Yi Chen's announcement, the entire arena burst into applause. Okay, the next round is the second round. All contestants, please step forward to draw their opponents. In addition, it is the old rule that the empty ones will automatically advance to the next round. Of course, if you are unlucky, then you can only fight honestly with 663. Don't talk about luck, after all, luck is also a part of strength, everyone said, right? Haha, that's right, luck is part of strength. The audience in the arena echoed Yi Chen's words one after another, and the groom Carlo in the stands also nodded secretly. The more he looked at Yi Chen, the more he felt that Yi Chen was very suitable to inherit the guild. After all, Yi Chen is among the best in the guild, no matter in terms of strength, character, vision, insight, wisdom or popularity. No matter how you look at it, he is the most suitable person to be the next president of the guild. The only downside is that she is a bit fiddly, but this is nothing. After all, it is normal for a strong man to attract the opposite S*X, even if these excellent opposite S*X are somewhat abnormal. Naturally, no one knew what Ma Karloff was thinking, so the 7 people who won the first game walked in front of Yi Chen one after another, and began to draw their opponents. When the 7 people randomly drew their names from the lottery tool provided by Yi Chen, their faces were either beaming, fighting, or ashen. Oh, it seems that a certain lady is lucky. She will go directly to the next round. No matter how bad BJFB is, she will be the 4th place. Seeing Kana with a happy face, Yi Chen said with a smile. Advertisement, no, my opponent is Max. Seeing Yi Chen's gaze, Kana was stunned for a moment, then smiled and unfolded the name in his hand for Yi Chen to see. What? Not a buy? Then why were you so happy just now? He, there's no way, Max and I are number 2, and I can't beat any of the contestants in the second round except Max, but I'm lucky, and I met the only person I have a chance of winning as my opponent, of course I'm happy gone. Max said that he was already crying and passed out in the toilet. It's Juvia's buy. Zubia cut open the writing with a blank expression and showed it to Yi Chen. Not bad, Juvia, good luck. So, you will be at least the 4th place. When Yi Chen heard Zubia's words, he acted like a scumbag, and directly abandoned Kana who was chatting with him just now, and came to Zubia in a flash. Yi Chen praised Juvia's luck, then turned to ask the remaining 4 people. So, where is your opponent? Ha ha ha, My opponent is exactly what I've been dreaming of. Natsu and Gray took out the note that was also number 1, their faces were full of fighting spirit, and there seemed to be a faint flash of lightning that exploded in the void with their sight. Oh, not bad, this is a contest between ice and fire. Chen said that he is still looking forward to the duel between good friends Natsu and Gray. Then Gajeel is against Alfman. Chen turned his head to look at Gajeel and Alfman, and cast a self-seeking look at Alfman. When Alfman saw Chen's eyes, he also looked aggrieved. He didn't expect that in the eyes of his brother-in-law, his strength was so weak, and he couldn't compare to Gajeel who just joined the guild. After learning the 6 styles from Chen's special training, Alfman is very confident in his own strength. No, I must defeat Gajeel and make my brother-in-law look up to me. Advertisement at this moment, Chen also looked at Alfman who was aggrieved but had a fierce fighting spirit in his eyes, feeling a little speechless at the moment. This kid, didn't he think that he could defeat Gajeel who had initially mastered the power of the dragon? As for Gajeel, his face is full of displeasure. In his heart, his opponent is only Natsu. As for the others, he also admits that none of them are weak, especially Juvia, whose hydrated body makes Gajeel feel very uncomfortable tricky. After all, Zubia's body is almost immune to all physical attacks, and her own attacks are basically from the physics department. But even so, he is not afraid. With the power of the dragon that he has mastered, even if he can't break the hydration of Zubia's body, he can still cause harm to Zubia, he is very sure of this. Now that the respective opponents have been determined, let me announce the order of the next battle. Scene 1. Natsu vs Gray. Match 2. Kana vs Max. Match 3. Gajeel vs Alfman. Jubia's bye. Okay, it's getting late now, let's start the battle now. Let us witness the fateful confrontation between ice and fire. After Chen finished speaking, he walked out of the arena immediately, took out the drink melon seeds that had been prepared, and prepared to be a melon-eating crowd. Natsu, this time, I will beat you all over the place. While speaking, Gray casually took off his shirt handsomely and threw it aside. Heh, it's not certain who beat the other so hard. Natsu's hands were burning with flames, and his face was full of confidence. Except, Gray wasn't going to talk about it either, so he did it directly. Ice shape. Reaper's side. A huge ice-made death sickle several meters long appeared in Gray's hands. Gray waved the ice-made death sickle and slashed straight at Natsu. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu was not to be outdone, his clenched fists were on fire, and a warlike smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he swung his iron fist towards Gray's ice-made death scythe. Boom! Shards of ice and sparks are flying in all directions, the battle between ice and fire has officially kicked off. Chapter 70 Ice Shape. Thousands of hands. Chapter 70 Ice Shape. Thousands of hands. Boom! Style of ice. Hammer soldiers. Fire Dragon's Wing Strike. Boom! Style of ice. Hammer Vice Strike. Fire Dragon's Claw. Boom! Fire Dragon's Smashing Teeth. Style of ice. Lancer. Boom! Fire Dragon's Grip. Style of ice. Frisbee. Boom! The two kept casting their respective special spells and clashing constantly. The fierce battle raised countless dust, endless shards of ice and sparks, almost covering both of them, making it impossible to see clearly. Battle. But even if you can't see it clearly, just hearing the sound of the battle in it is enough to prove how fierce the battle is. Sometimes the whole venue is flying with flames, and sometimes it is icy, making it impossible for people to get close. Such a fierce battle lasted for more than an hour before it calmed down. The endless smoke and dust began to gradually dissipate. Under the eager eyes of everyone, they finally saw the scene in the arena. I saw that both Natsu and Gray were panting heavily, sweating profusely, covered with bruises, and their faces were swollen into pig heads at the moment. If it weren't for someone they knew well, it would be absolutely impossible to compare the faces of these two people. Connect with the handsome look before. Who the hell won this? It's hard to say, it looks like they're evenly matched. Well, the current situation is that the two of them are basically exhausted at the moment, and they can only hold on with one breath. Why do your words sound so strange, as if you were about to hang up? Hey, I made a slip of the tongue. It should be said that I relied on an unyielding willpower to hold on. At this time, Natsu and Gray have no extra energy to care about other things at all. In the eyes of both of them, they only have this friend and opponent since childhood. Natsu, I still have the magic power of the last blow, and I believe you still have the power of the last blow. Advertisement, let us use our last strength to decide the outcome. Gray gasped and offered his own suggestion. I was discovered by you, and I plan to sneak attack you by surprise. Natsu was also panting heavily, his face still full of excitement. Hey, I created this trick under Chen's guidance, but it's still immature, so it may not be acceptable. If you're afraid, just throw in the towel as soon as possible. Gray put his palms together in front of his chest, his face was full of pride, the strong cold air kept wrapping around Gray's body, spreading continuously, everything nearby turned into ice crystals. He, I only mastered this trick not long ago, don't die, I don't want to bear the reputation of killing my partners. At this moment, Natsu was also burning with hot flames all over his body. The temperature of the flames turned the ground into a dark red. Really, then come on, fall in my hands, Gray. Lie down, Natsu. The two drank loudly at the same time, and then their magic power soared crazily. In an instant, the entire area became a world of ice and fire. The power of the Dragon of Fire, style of ice, really thousands of hands. At this moment, dragon scales appeared all over Natsu's body, and the magic power has also undergone a qualitative change. If the original magic power is cotton, then the dragon power at this moment is fine steel. At the moment, behind Gray, there is also a gigantic thousand-handed Buddha statue. The 100-meter-high ice-made thousand-handed Buddha statue is so majestic and sacred, it is like a god reappearing in the world. This trick is also the product of Yi Chen's head opening once. When Yi Chen saw Lackey cast the wood-shaped magic, he suddenly thought of the ninja god Senju Hashirama in his mind. And there is a part of Senjujuma's tricks, isn't it very suitable for modeling magic? Because of this, Yi Chen tried to let Lackey try that day, and found that it was similar to the birth of the tree realm. Lackey couldn't learn it, but for the jutsu of the wooden man, the jutsu of the wooden dragon, and other wood-escape ninjutsu, as well as the strongest true thousand hands, Lackey can display them. It's just that the power is poor. The wooden dragon technique can only create a wooden dragon about 10 meters high, and the wooden dummy technique can only be 4 or 5 meters high. However, if it is really thousands of hands, Lackey exhausted his magic power and created a wooden dragon. It is 7 meters high, and the hands on the back are pitifully few, only dozens of pairs. Yi Chen expressed understanding for this. After all, Lackey is only a small B-level mage in the guild. He is not strong and has little magic power, so even if he masters it, he cannot show the power of wood-escape ninjutsu in the fairy tale world. But it happened that Gray passed by Yi Chen's teaching place to Lackey that day, and he was very interested in hearing Yi Chen's thoughts, so he sat down to study, and Yi Chen didn't care about it at all. The result is that Gray is not very interested in other wood-escape ninjutsu, but he is really very thoughtful about the real thousands of hands, and he has continued to experiment after leaving. In the end, it actually made him come up with a version of the ice modeling magic called True Thousand Hands. From this point of view, I have to say that Gray's talent is indeed very strong, and he deserves to be the second male. Advertisement, FK me. What the hell is that? It's 100 meters high by visual inspection, and close to 200 meters wide, right? When did Gray learn this trick? Didn't you hear that Yi Chen inspired him? It's amazing, it's really amazing, it's Gray, ask for flowers oh. All the spectators stared at this huge ice figure and dumbfounded. It's really thousands of hands, although I don't know how to activate it, even if I didn't make a move, just pressing it down is enough to kill more than half of the people present. Among all the people present, the one who was most shocked was Yi Chen. Damn it, Gray actually made this thing out? There's also an ice version? What's going on? Yi Chen, Mirajane and Lasana are on the left and right, and Erza next to Mirajane. All three of them turned to look at Yi Chen. Then Yi Chen told how he taught Lackey, and Gray was listening to him, and then the three women looked at Lackey in unison, with pity in their eyes. After all, there is such a powerful magic, but it can't be used to truly show its power. On the contrary, other people use it to modify it and become their own unique move, and can fully show its power. Isn't this a kind of sadness? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dragon Slayer Profound Truth Dragon Power Red Lotus Explosive Flame Blade. In the field at this moment, Natsu looked at this giant monster fearlessly, wrapped the burning dragon power around his arms, formed two sharp blades of fire, continuously spun his body and slashed with flames, intending to form a flame the whirlwind tore Gray's real hands apart. Gray shouted loudly when he saw this. The huge thousand-handed Buddha finally showed its incomparable power. It's really thousands of hands, the top of the Buddha. Thousands of huge ice-made fists crazily poured down towards Natsu's position, falling towards Natsu like a strong wind and rain. In the beginning, Natsu could barely resist with the Dragon Force version of the Dragon Slayer Profound Art, Red Lotus Explosive Flame Blade, constantly chopping up ice to make fists, but it was too much. Just in the past 10 seconds, countless fists made of ice broke through the flame whirlwind of Dragon Slayer Profound Art Red Lotus Explosive Blade, and crazily fell on the ground where Natsu was at this moment. Countless smoke, dust and ice rose into the sky, rising to an altitude of hundreds of meters. Everyone was stunned by this scene. They never expected that Natsu, who had activated the power of the dragon, would almost be completely crushed by this move. In fact, not only the B-level and C-level mages of the guild, but also the A-level mages of the guild were also greatly shocked, asking themselves whether they could stop it. The result is gratifying, except that the Iron Dragon Gajeel is almost certain to fight head-on. Lasana and Alfman are sure to rely on the newly mastered Shaving to escape, and Fried can use the Dark Text Wing to avoid. Others feel that they are not good enough may jump off. Even the few S-mages present had serious expressions on their faces. With this move alone, Gray was able to stand in the top echelon of the S-level mages. 0. Chapter 71. Smelly Woman, are you crazy? Chapter 71. Smelly Woman, are you crazy? Sorry, Natsu. Gray looked at Natsu, who was lying in the deep pit completely unconscious, and said slowly. Then his feet went limp, his eyes went dark, and he lost consciousness, which is the aftereffect of exhaustion of magic power. As Gray's only magic power was completely exhausted, the ice shape, True Thousand Hands began to be unable to bear its own weight, and cracks continued to appear, and large pieces of broken ice fell from the giant thousand-hand Buddha at a height of 200 meters. It fell and fell to the ground, stirring up waves of dust. Although both Natsu and Gray lost consciousness successively, Gray lost consciousness after Natsu. Therefore, the winner of this battle is Gray Fullbuster. After Yi Chen announced the result, he immediately used the power of the white steel of water essence to treat Natsu. As for Gray, sorry, although he was injured, it was not serious. It was just that his magic power was exhausted, so he will be fine after a short rest. Yes. Thanks to Gray and Natsu for bringing us a beautiful duel of ice and fire, and the next one is the second one. Kana vs Max. After a while, Kana easily defeated Max with an absolute advantage, which means that Kana has at least the top 4 results in a level, and if he works harder, he will get a bonus. Thinking of the bonus, I feel like I have committed another crime in Jiunan. As for Gajeel vs Alfman in the third game, there is no doubt that Gajeel won. Even if Alfman has mastered the spear, shaved, hazy foot and moon step in the 6 styles, and has also mastered the return of life, but this is completely not the opponent of Gajeel who has initially mastered the power of the dragon. However, because of the terrifying endurance of life return, although it was crushed unilaterally, it took a long time. Even Laxus, who has always been proud and arrogant, admired Alfman because of his tenacity. In the past, Laxus only regarded Alfman as Mirajane's younger brother, but this time, he regarded Alfman as a man. Okay, the next step is the semifinals of the A-level competition. The top 4 contestants, please come to the stage to draw their opponents. Soon, the 4 of them drew out their opponents. Game 1. Gajeel vs Juvia. Game 2. Gray vs Kana. Well, it's very interesting, it's actually a male-female confrontation? Could this be the legendary pairing of a man and a woman, and the fields are not tiring? Advertisement Chen said exaggeratedly, and then seeing the 4 of them looking at him with displeasure, he smiled awkwardly and speeded up his time. It seems that the players can't wait to decide 1, 2, 3, 4. Then let me say one more thing here. The winners of the semifinals will compete for the first and second places, while the losers will choose the third and fourth places. Don't let me down. Okay, Game 1, Gajeel vs Juvia, starts now. As Chen's voice fell, Zubia's eyes sharpened instantly. Gajeel, I won't show mercy, for Master Gray, what? Gajeel was confused by Juvia's words. After all, he was also a partner of Spectre. What does this mean? Water laser. It's a pity that Zubia didn't give Gajeel time to react, so she did it directly. Zubia knew very well that she was not Gajeel's opponent, but she also had her own little plans. Mr. Gray is obviously stronger than Kana, and he knows Gajeel well. He is much weaker than Gajeel, so Gajeel and Mr. Gray must be fighting for the first place. So I don't need to consume Gajeel's magic power and physical strength as much as possible, so that I can gain some advantages for Lord Gray. Zubia's little abacus made a crackling sound, so the starting hand was a water laser that was powerful enough to cut steel. Smelly woman, are you crazy? Gajeel saw the water laser coming from the lacing. As Juvia's old friend, he didn't know the power of this move, so he hurried to avoid it, and saw the water laser directly shoot a shot on the ground where Gajeel was before, a bottomless little hole. Everything Juvia does is for Master Gray. Seeing Juvia who has fallen into love and become completely unreasonable at this moment, Gajeel has black lines all over her head. This woman is hopeless. Iron Dragon Stick. Gajeel's right hand turned into an iron rod and stretched out, piercing through Juvia in an instant, but unfortunately, the effect produced was basically zero. The Iron Dragon Stick only caused waves of splashes on Zubia's body. Other than that, it had no effect. Gajeel, Juvia's body is made of water. Before Juvia's magic power is exhausted, physical attacks basically have no effect on Juvia. Advertisement Zubia looked at the body penetrated by the Iron Dragon Stick and said without changing expression. TCH, it's still such a troublesome magic. Gajeel cut out in displeasure, and then he no longer kept his magic power. He originally planned to play the emotional card to make Zubia take the initiative to admit defeat, so that he could better face the next powerful enemy, take the snow. It's just that Zubia took the lead from the very beginning, and Zubia was obviously ready to fight with herself, which led to the death of the original plan. Iron Dragon's Roar. Gajeel knew that if he wanted to hit Juvia's hydrated body, he would either wait until Juvia's magic power was naturally exhausted, as Juvia said, or use pure magic power. As an Iron Dragon of the Pure Physics Department, the only magical attack that Gajeel controls is only the dragon's breath, and the rest, even if it is the secret of killing the dragon, is actually a physical attack. Of course, if it is attached to the power of the dragon, that is another matter, but it is not a last resort. He does not want to use the power of the dragon to really hurt Zubia. After all, it is a partner. Water Typhoon. Zubia has a wealth of combat experience, so she is ready to head-to-head. After all, head-to-head is what consumes the most magic power and stamina. Under the control of Juvia, the massive water flow collided with Gajeel's dragon's breath, splashing water and flying iron pieces. Is Juvia planning to consume my energy? While maintaining the stalemate between dragon's breath and Juvia's water typhoon, Gajeel muttered to himself, he still doesn't understand, is it necessary to do this? Since it is a competition, it is natural to have an upright and fair battle, otherwise, the winner will be unhappy, and the loser will be unwilling. After thinking for a while, Gajeel still didn't understand Juvia's idea 1.2. In the end, Gajeel could only attribute it to the fact that women's ideas are different from men's. I can't help it, I wanted to preserve my strength, but now I can only use the power of the dragon to quickly defeat Zubia. Sorry. Power of the Iron Dragon's Roar. Gajeel entered the state of Iron Dragon power in an instant, and the power of the dragon's breath was greatly increased, directly overwhelming Zubia's water typhoon. Damn it. For Lord Gray. Zubia felt the pressure increase instantly, but when she thought that everything she had done was for Gray, her whole body was on fire, and the already huge water flow increased by 3 points again. It's just that facing Gajeel who has entered the state of dragon power, this only delays the time of his defeat. 1 minute later, Zubia has already lost the battle and passed out. Juvia on the ground. Chapter 72. The Birth of the Strongest A-Class Mage. Chapter 72 Final. After Gajeel, the winner of the first game, left the field for a break, Gray played against Kana in the second game. Gray also defeated Kana within half an hour. It means that there is no outstanding point. Therefore, under Gray's attack, apart from the strong attack at the beginning, Kana barely resisted Gray's increasingly sophisticated ice modeling magic. Otherwise, if you go all out, you can beat Kana in less than 3 minutes. And after Gray defeated Kana, Chen announced the match for the 3rd and 4th places. This time, Kana won. After all, in order to consume Gajeel's magic power, Zubia went all out and did not hesitate to use her own magic power. Basically, when the battle was defeated, even the last trace of magic power was drained. And in such a short period of time, Zubia's magic power recovered less than 3 levels, so even though she was stronger than Kana, she was eventually killed by Kana because of her lack of magic power. Okay, the 3rd and 4th places in the A-level competition have appeared, and they are Kana, who is ranked 3rd, and Jubia, who is at the end of the semifinals. 19 is now the championship and runner-up of the much-anticipated A-level competition. I don't know whether the Ice Mage Gray is stronger, or the Iron Dragon Slayer Gajeel is better. Now, the finals begin. Gajeel and Gray waited until Chen announced the start of the battle, and the two moved quickly, and the shadow of Shaved could be vaguely seen. As expected of Gray and Gajeel, they can barely use Shaved just by watching it a few times. The talents of these two people are really terrifying. Chen couldn't help sighing. Erza beside him stroked his crimson hair and said seriously, "The technique of shaving you mentioned is actually not difficult. From my observation just now, I can roughly perform it. As long as I practice a little bit, it will be fine. Yes, I feel that I can also use it, but it's not very useful to me. My whole body absorbs the soul of Satan itself, which has greatly enhanced the speed. It is no better than shaving speed difference." Mirajane also nodded in agreement, indicating that she has almost mastered shaving. What about Lanzhao and Yubu? Chen asked a little curiously. Compared with the most basic 6 styles of shaving, Lanzhao and Yubu can be said to be advanced versions of shaving. Advertisement, it can also be used. Erza nodded, and then proposed to strike Lan's feet in front of him. It was just because it was a proof, so it was very casual and not very powerful. It dissipated after only flying a few meters. Afterwards, he used the moon step, running continuously in the void, and after staying in the air for more than 10 seconds, he landed in front of Chen again. Sharp. Chen couldn't help but praise, and I have to say that Erza's talent is definitely second only to Jelal in the world of fairy tale. As for Mirajane, she has the same talent as Erza. Since Erza has mastered it, then Mirajane has definitely mastered it too. Thinking of this, Chen looked at Mirajane beside him. Seeing Chen, Mirajane couldn't hide the smile in his eyes, and nodded happily. Lasana, who was silently hugging Chen at the side, said that these people are all monsters. I thought that I had been in contact with Chen for a long time before I could barely grasp them. These monsters can be barely used just by observing them? In the arena, relying on the ultra-high speed brought by the shaving, Gajeel and Gray had already engaged in a quick hand-to-hand combat. After the two separated, they stood still. Take advantage. As for Gray, his hands were still trembling slightly at the moment, and his body was bruised and purple. Fortunately, it was probably because he was used to fighting with Natsu since he was a child, and this injury did not affect his performance at all. But even so, Gray cursed inwardly. Gajeel is really too hard, as expected of an iron lump. Hey, my body is made of iron, so it's very hard. Gajeel laughed wildly, and patted his chest vigorously with his hands, making the sound of gold and iron clashing. HMPH, so what? Although your body is very hard, your fist is no match for the hanging eye over there. Gray said that losing is not losing, and he must not show weakness. Whatever you want to say, the warm-up exercise is over, and it's time to get down to business. I'm interested in how you beat fire dragons. Gajeel was not annoyed either. It was enough to take advantage of it, and if there was no need, he had to take advantage of the tongue again. Advertisement, then let me see if you are qualified. Gray hit each other with both hands, and then a puck with a diameter of nearly 20 meters appeared above Gajeel's head and fell slowly. Style of ice. Ice puck. In fact, the successful use of the true thousands of hands before gave Gray an inspiration, that is, the larger the size, the greater the power. Respectable kill 5. TCH, this is not what I want to experience. Iron Dragon Spear 077 Ghost Salary. Gajeel's right hand was facing upwards, a green magic circle wrapped Gajeel's right hand, and then his hand turned into a spear, and rushed towards the ice puck that was about to land on him, piercing the ice puck directly, and then using a little force, the puck directly turned into 2 halves and fell beside Gajeel. Since you don't want to cast it, then let me hit you to cast it. Gajeel sneered, then dragged his right hand that turned into a spear, and appeared in front of Gray in an instant, stabbing fiercely. Don't underestimate me, form of ice, shield. Crack. Gray instantly created a thick ice shield. Although Gajeel's Iron Dragon Spear Guaxin pierced into it, it was difficult to penetrate after 1 meter. It's really tough. Seeing the ice shield blocking him, Gajeel took a few steps back. Gray, who put his hands on his waist one after another, could only pull out his right hand, which had cancelled the Iron Dragon Spear and Guaxin. Look at mine. Ice Blade 7 dances. Gray used the ice as his blade, and slashed 7 slashes containing freezing power towards Gajeel in rapid succession, directly freezing Gajeel's entire body. I said, you want me to use the ice form? It's really thousands of hands, it depends on your ability. Chapter 73 The whole card of the semi-finished version. Chapter 73 The whole card of the semi-finished version. Crack, click, click. Boom. The ice that had originally sealed Gajeel continued to shatter, and within 3 seconds, it exploded completely. At this moment, Gajeel had already cast the power of the dragon, and the gray iron dragon power looked so terrifying. I also said that I don't pay attention to other tricks except your real 1000 moves. Gajeel frantically raised his middle finger at Gray, saying, Humph. Gray snorted coldly, but he had to admit that the Dragon Slayer who has mastered the power of the dragon is indeed very powerful, but he has learned a lot from Yi Chen's intentional or unintentional teaching during this period of time. Then try this trick, Style of Ice, Storm Pheasant's Mouth. Gray moved towards Gajeel with one hand, and then the cold air condensed in his hand, and then a loud shout, a blue magic circle appeared, and then 10 ice birds rushed out of the magic circle. The huge ice bird flew towards Gajeel with a huge impact force, leaving an ice track wherever it passed. It really is an endless trick. Gajeel laughed wildly, then took a deep breath towards the speeding ice bird, puffed up his cheeks. The power of the Iron Dragon's roar. Gajeel spit out the dragon's breath containing the power of the Iron Dragon. The terrible dragon's breath swept across the earth, and collided with the storm's mouth in midair with a power no less than that of the storm's mouth. Then the terrible cold air and the astonishingly lethal iron pieces splashed in all directions. After a while, the earth was completely frozen, and there were countless iron pieces in the ice layer, which seemed to be in pain. So troublesome. Gray cursed inwardly, never thought that the tricks he created, imitated, according to Yi Chen's words, could only fight Gajeel on par? In fact, Yi Chen used to feel the ability of ice. If in other novels or anime, it is usually the ability of the protagonist, but in fairy tale, the magic of ice is not bad, and no one knows it. Phew. Advertisement, but there are not many outstanding ones among them, and Gray is one of them. Yi Chen also wanted to make the ability of the ice system shine in this world, so he did not hesitate to tell Gray the tricks of the ice system that he knew. Gray absorbed a lot of tricks from it, some tricks that Yi Chen could only describe but didn't know the principle. Gray also tried to imitate, and many tricks were restored, and the violent pheasant's mouth is one of them. But there is also a problem. Most of Gray's tricks are just imitations, and they are just in shape. To put it bluntly, they are still ice modeling magic. Gray began to recall what Yi Chen said about the so-called extreme of ice magic. According to Yi Chen, the ultimate ice magic is enough to freeze time and space. Obviously, he can't achieve it for the time being, so he can only settle for the next best thing, lower the temperature, and use low temperature to kill the opponent. You must know that even steel is very brittle at low temperatures of tens of degrees below zero and hundreds of degrees. Huh. Thinking of this, Gray breathed out a breath of cold air, a white mist formed from his mouth, and Gray spoke slowly. If you can accept my trick, I will let you experience it for yourself, the shape of ice. Really thousands of hands. Hey, no problem, use whatever tricks you have. Gajeel chuckled, he was very confident in his defense, and with the awakened power of the dragon, he was confident in the face of all tricks except the real 1000 hands. As for the real thousands of hands, it is mainly because he has never fought head-on, so he is not very good at judging, but according to fire dragons, the power of the fist is incredible. Then you have to be careful. This is the inspiration I got from the ultimate mystery of ice magic, absolute ice cleanliness, and with some suggestions from Yi Chen, I finally created this trick. Its name is Extremely Cold Domain. At this moment, Gray was exuding an extremely cold air, and countless icicles began to spread towards the surroundings continuously. In less than 3 seconds, the extremely cold air had already spread to Gajeel's feet. Looking at his frozen feet, Gajeel used the power of the Iron Dragon to directly shatter the ice, and the power of the dragon wrapped around his body prevented him from being eroded by the cold air. This is your trick? But that's it. Gajeel also felt cold at the moment, but he could still accept this temperature. Really, the next thing is dinner, advertisement. Seeing that the cold air engulfed Gajeel, Gray sneered, then gritted his teeth slightly and the magic power in his whole body began to boil continuously. Freeze it for me. All the cold air escaping from the surroundings instantly reversed, and the center of the reversal was Gajeel who was still crossing his arms. What? Before Gajeel could react, he was frozen in an instant. The ice this time was not ordinary ice, it was a state between the ice formed by absolute ice and ordinary ice. Sharp. Yi Chen couldn't help but give Gray a thumbs up. It has to be said that Gray has brought him many surprises. Everyone could see that Gray's move was a sealing move, and before the caster took the initiative to undo it, it would be very difficult for the sealed person to escape. I announce that the champion of this year's Strongest Fairy Contest, the A-level competition, has been born. He's the Ice Mage, Gray Fullbuster, excellent, as expected of Gray. Master Gray, you are the best. Master Gray, I want to give birth to a monkey for you, good king. Go away. Master Gray is mine. I have to say that Gray's handsome face and impressive strength make him very popular in the guild, especially among the female wizards. There are more than 10 Juvia who are greedy for Gray. Damn it, Juvia has more rivals in love again. Zubia bit her handkerchief, exuding black air all over her body, as if she was not close to strangers. Okay, Gray, let Gajeel out. Yi Chen patted Gray's hand and signaled Gray to release Gajeel. Gray smiled wryly upon seeing this. Sorry, I just developed how to cast it, but I haven't developed how to release it yet. But it doesn't matter. It only takes 3 days to turn into ordinary ice. At that time, with Gajil's strength, it's still very easy to break free. Chapter 74. The 5 S-Class Magisters. Chapter 74. The 5 S-Class Magisters. In the end, everyone failed to lift Gajil's ice seal. In desperation, Gray, the instigator, returned to the guild carrying the ice block that frozen Gajil. To be honest, the main thing is that there is no danger to life, it is just frozen for 3 days, otherwise, Chen and Carlos the Horseman will find a way to release the freezing of Gajil in the extremely cold field. As for Gray, his body is still in good condition because he performed the esoteric level moves twice in a day. Chen's water essence white steel easily healed Gray. He recovered, so he resolutely gave up the opportunity to compete with the S-rank mages on the same stage. In fact, this is also the reason why Gray has always been reluctant to cast the ice form, True Thousand Hands when fighting against Gajil. The extremely huge True Thousand Hands requires not only huge magic power, but also extremely huge spirit, almost hollowed out Gray. Therefore, Gray can only use the half-finished version of the extreme cold field, which consumes less energy. Just giving up this opportunity made a Dragon Slayer of Fire very jealous, but he had long wanted to compete with the S-rank mages of the guild again. So on the way back, they kept yelling that since Gray couldn't participate, we should give him the chance, which finally made Erza unhappy. Erza directly grabbed Natsu and punched him, lightly, in the abdomen. Dragon Slayer completely passed out. And this burden of 323 naturally fell on Lucy of the same team, which made Lucy complain a lot. On the second day, Ma Karloff personally acted as the host, hosting the battle of the 5 S-Class Wizards. The mode of the competition is a chaotic battle between the 5 S-rank mages, only the other 4 fall down, and the one standing in the end is the final winner. This rule was proposed by Chen. According to Chen, since ancient times, there has been no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts, as long as you compete for the strongest. As for the second, third, fourth, and fifth places, there is no significance. This rule has also been agreed by Laxus, and Laxus doesn't care if he will be besieged by the other 3. He has absolute confidence in his own strength, after all, he is Laxus. And Mirajane has always followed Chen's lead, and has no objection, and Erza doesn't care about it, and Mistgang is silent. For him, participating in this competition is only because of Chen's words. The competition venue is a sea area some distance away from Magnolia. Chen used the power of the Enchantress's blue ice to freeze the entire sea, and this entire sea is the 5 S-rank wizards of Fairy Tail, battlefield. This is why Ma Karloff considered that the destructive power of S-level mages is too amazing. If they attack recklessly on land, I am afraid that they will be invited to drink tea by the council again. The reason he has thought of is to destroy the environment. Thinking of this, Carlos Ma shuddered and felt that he had to discuss with Chen. In the end, the 2 of them came up with such a method. They would hit casually on the ice, and wait for the ice to melt naturally or use some magic power to melt the ice forcibly. They disappeared soon, which is a good way to destroy corpses and traces. Ah bah, it's a good way to remove traces. Okay, next, let's invite our Fairy Tail's S-level mages to enter the arena, and they are the noble son of the fairy, Chen. Advertisement, the devil, Mirajane, Thor, Laxus. Fairy Queen. Erza, Sleeping God, Mistgang. I really don't know the name of Mr. Gong, so I can only make up one, anyway, just come out and list it. Ma Karloff slowly announced the names of the 5 people, which made everyone cheer, especially Chen and Mirajane. Everyone was guessing whether Chen would be a hero and saddened by the beauty pass, and throw water at Mirajane. Interesting, I don't know how Chen will experience it. He, you said if Chen defeated Mirajane, would he kneel on the washboard when he returned home? I don't count, maybe it's kneeling on a magic scale, and I have to kneel down to get something like 520, the kind where the numbers can't jump, carrot hash. You are a devil, you can think of such a trick? You must have experienced it yourself? It's hard to say. 27 Everyone felt that their knees were starting to hurt, and they all cast pitiful eyes on this man. The people off the field did not affect the 5 people in the field, and among them Chen and Mirajane were standing together, talking quietly. BJEC, pull, I think you should surrender, you know, you are not my opponent, I am not injured like you, I will feel bad. That's right, we haven't played seriously for a long time, I don't think I'm weaker than you. Mirajane still has a smile on her face, but anyone who knows her knows that Mirajane is serious now. All right, but don't cry if you lose. Chen also knows Mirajane very well, after all, the 2 of them have done everything they should do except the last step. Advertisement, don't worry, but you won't be serious about me, will you? Of course, who made you my girlfriend? Chen spread his hands, indicating that he would not shoot at Mirajane. Among the other 3, Erza saw Chen and Mirajane whispering, and felt uncomfortable. Obviously, he is also very beautiful, and he has a very close relationship with Chen. Why does Chen always like to stick with Mirajane? Did not come to find themselves. And Mistgang is still silent, just glanced at Erza. As for Laxus, he didn't care about these at all. At this moment, Laxus just felt his blood boiling, violent thunder and lightning kept flashing on Laxus, and bursts of magic power escaped from Laxus's body. Okay, without further ado, then, Fairy Tail's first strongest fairy contest begins now. Let's see, Wei is the strongest in Fairy Tail. Following the words of Ma Karloff, the 5 people present took action one after another. The whole body accepts the soul of Satan. As a flash of black light flashed, Mirajane directly entered the satanic mode, and violent magic power radiated from Mirajane's body, as if proclaiming to the world that she was powerful. Boom! Chen also erupted a burst of super magic power immediately, and the terrifying magic power soared into the sky, directly dyeing the entire sky black, just like a demon god. Change. Armor of the Skywheel. With a flash of brilliance, Erza put on her most commonly used Skywheel armor, which has a well-balanced offensive and defensive range, holding a magic sword in each hand, and looked at the 4 of them with alarming vigilance. At this moment, Mr. Gang's face covered under the black cloth couldn't see his emotions clearly. He just slowly pulled out the magic wand behind him, but no one dared to underestimate Miss Gang. After all, this guy is also a top strong. Ha 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 ha. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Laxus laughed wildly, and then the golden thunder magic power unscrupulously erupted from his body, and the fine lightning kept raging on the ice surface, cutting out a trace with 10 lines. Thanks for the 100.x5 reminder from the Eternal Master of Desire. 15,000 words have been completed, the author has written exhaustively, and has not saved the manuscript. Chapter 75. The Fight. Chapter 75. The fight. The 5 of them were all ready, each staring at the other 4, ready to launch an attack at any time, and at the same time prepared for a defensive counterattack. The first to prepare to attack is Miss Gang. Compared with Chen, Mirajane, Laxus and Erza, Mr. Gang has a fatal weakness, that is, as a person of Adela's, he has no magic power. Miss Gang can almost be said to be the most mysterious one in Fairy Tail, joined the guild 3 years ago, and passed the guild's S-level mage assessment shortly after joining, becoming an S-level mage. Miss Gang's whereabouts are secretive and suspicious, and he rarely appears in the guild, and even if he returns to the guild, he will hypnotize everyone in the guild in advance. Therefore, in the guild, except for the president Carlos Ma, Laxus and Chen, almost no one has seen Miss Gang, even Erza and Mirajane, because they can't resist the hypnotic magic of Miss Gang. They have never seen Mr. Gang, met him. The rest of the guild only know about Miss Gang as long as they know that there is such a person, and his name is Mr. Gang, and they don't know anything about the others, whether it is appearance or magic. Let's put it this way, if it weren't for the fact that Miss Gang would appear in the guild several times a year to accept tasks, and would hypnotize everyone when he came, in order to face his own existence, most people would doubt Fairy in the Tail Guild. Is there really such a person? However, it is such a low-key person who is almost regarded as non-existent but is recognized by everyone in the guild as one of the strongest backups for Fairy Tail. Even Erza did not question this, which is very strange. After all, Miss Gang is not like Chen, Laxus, Mirajane, Erza, or even Gildarts who went out to do a century-old mission. No one has ever seen him make a move, but he is placed among the strongest in the guild. It felt a little abrupt, as if it should be taken for granted. The reason is that Miss Gang hypnotizes everyone every time he returns to the guild. How about a person who can easily hypnotize Fairy Tail except for a very few top powerhouses, and let them be slaughtered? Even an S-level monster like Erza Mirajane, a person who cannot be spared even a mentor, who else would question his strength? But there is actually a bit of a mistake, that is, the reason why Mirajane and Erza were hypnotized by Mr. Gang, besides the fact that Mr. Gang's hypnotic magic is really powerful, on the other hand, it is because Mr. Gang is a partner and has no malicious intentions, so the resistance of the 2 of them to the hypnotic magic of Miss Gang is not strong. Mr. J pulled out several magic wands behind his back and stood them on the ground. An invisible wave of magic swept out from the wands in an instant, permeating the entire sea area. All 4 of them felt heart palpitations. The eyes of the 4 looked at Mr. solemnly, and they all knew that the real attack of Mr. Gang was coming. I'll show you magic like you've never seen before. Miss Gang spoke slowly, and as the words fell, the fluctuations in magic power became more and more intense. Ha ha ha, come on, I've been waiting for this battle to decide who belongs to the strongest wizard in Fairy Tail. I will prove with facts that I, Laxus, is the strongest wizard in Fairy Tail. Laxus looked excited, and the magic power on his body exploded more and more violently. Terrible thunder and lightning surrounded his body, and a compelling aura instantly enveloped the hearts of the other 4. Advertisement. The corner of Miss Gang's eyes twitched. Is this ready to fight for? Is this looking down on yourself? This must be looking down on yourself, right? Thinking of this, even with Miss Gang's indifference and calmness, he became a little angry. He directly controlled the magic wand, and an aura that was not inferior to Laxus rose up. Looking at the 2 people on the court, no matter if it was Chen, Mirajane, or even Erza, there was a burst of excitement in my heart, and there was a faint feeling of blood boiling. Boom! As Chen's 3 people's fighting spirit was completely ignited, 3 auras that were not inferior to Laxus and Mr. Gang rose up, and Laxus and Mr. Gang stood up against each other. A strong aura entangled among the 5 people, and the surging airwaves kept rolling. Even the ice surface formed by the enchantress's blue ice finally began to be unable to withstand this strong pressure and began to crack. Laxus's aura was full of rage, golden thunder and lightning covered his whole body, flickering non-stop, and the sound of electric currents chirping intertwined. The aura was the strongest. It was obvious that Laxus is ready to attack. Mr. J didn't burst out any powerful magic power, but a dark purple magic power was faintly entwined between several magic wands, which seemed so insignificant in front of the tyrannical magic power of the other 4 people. However, neither Chen nor Laxus, nor Mirajane Erza dared to underestimate Mr. J. All 4 of them felt a deep threat from the simple wands at the foot of Mr. Hill. I saw Miss Gang pointing the staff in his hand towards the several staffs inserted under his feet. Suddenly, the ice surface shook violently, and the ice surface under the four people's feet suddenly arched, and then several white beams of light passing through the ice. Each beam of light is full of magical power that will destroy the world. The four were startled. Mirajane immediately flew into the air. Erza also relied on the short-term floating feature of the armor of the Skywheel, and stayed in the air. Laxus seemed to be the target of Mistgang, and was chased by the beam of light. As for Yi Chen, although he was taken aback when he saw this scene, he quickly activated the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, and easily saw through Mistgang's illusion. Interesting. The Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly turned. Yi Chen directly saw through the illusion of Mistgang, and learned it easily. As long as he wanted, he could cast it at any time. At this moment, the beam of light piercing through the ice seemed to have finally reached its limit, and exploded violently, destroying a large area of ice in an instant if it wasn't for Yi Chen. What? Ask for flowers. Laxus was taken aback. The sudden explosion directly enveloped Laxus in it. Skyscraper. Advertisement. Laxus managed to escape from the explosion with lightning, and the voice of Mistgang slowly spread to everyone's ears. In the next second, the entire ice surface seemed to be pushed up from the bottom by something. People were in a trance, just for a moment, as if a century has passed. When the four of them came back to their senses, the surroundings became darker, as if they were in the starry sky, and the dots of starlight were constantly flickering, and above their heads was a scarlet crack, and in the crack, there was as if something was about to crawl out. It was full of invisible oppression. What is this? Mirajan subconsciously flew to Yi Chen's side, hugged Yi Chen's arm tightly, and watched the scene with a little fear. Don't worry, it's just an illusion. Yi Chen patted Mirajane's delicate body trembling with fear, and said. Illusion? Mirajane was taken aback for a moment. Before Mirajane could react, the scarlet crack on the top of his head suddenly tore open. One eye was glowing fiercely. A huge and ferocious demon crawled out of it, stretched out a huge. The claws grabbed four people. Looking at the meaning, it felt like he wanted to eat up all four of them in one gulp. And the one who bears the brunt is Laxus. Laxus has long been completely stunned by this exaggeration, and couldn't help but exclaim. What the hell is this magic? What? Looking at the big hand that was getting closer and closer to him, Laxus had both fear and anger on his face. In the end, with a loud roar, Laxus burst out all his magic power. With a flash of electric arc, the soaring magic power was like the sharpest the sword slashed towards the gigantic demon. Stab. In the next second, whether it was the demon or the starry sky, they all turned into pieces and slowly dissipated. Laxus was stunned for a moment, then looked around, and suddenly laughed wantonly. The laughter was full of complacency and a hint of joy of escaping death. Ha 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 ha, it's really boring. Do you think you can subdue me with this mere illusion, Mistgang? It's really an illusion. Mirajane felt that she had underestimated the illusion. Before today, she had never seen such a terrifying illusion. Erza was also terrified, but Erza was firm in her heart, and one of her eyes was a prosthetic eye, so I have already guessed before, but I just can't be sure. Laxus was the last one to fear in the arena. Laxus knew very well in his heart that the reason why he was able to break free from the shackles of illusion was not because the power of illusion was not strong, but because he vaguely heard the word, illusion, in Yi Chen's words before. And once there is doubt, the power of the natural illusion will be greatly reduced. Can Laxus break free from the illusion through the burst of magic power? Chapter 76. Great Melee. Chapter 76. Great Melee. Rampaging Darkness. Mirajane attacked Mistgang with a face of shame. After all, he was frightened by Mr. Gang's illusion just now. If it wasn't for Yi Chen's reminder, he really couldn't react, but even so, I also made a fool of myself in front of Yi Chen. Thinking of this, Mirajane, who became furious, directly released her special skill at Mr. Ridge. Relying on the huge magic power of the soul of Satan, a terrifying torrent of dark magic power hit Mr. Ridge. Wherever it passed, the ice surface torn. Triple magic circle mirror water. With a wave of Mirajane's hand, the magic wand originally inserted at his feet flew in front of him in an instant, and then three overlapping magic circles unfolded, blasting Mirajane's berserk in dark direction towards Erza, who was nearby. HMPH. Skywheel 5-star sword. Seeing this, Erza didn't want to be outdone, and directly cut through this torrent of magic power with the sharp sword in his hand, and the sword's light remained undiminished towards Mistgang. You are treating me like I don't exist. Lightning shock. Laxus released a pillar of lightning from his hand, covering Erza in an instant. 410. Waited until the pillar of thunder passed, and Erza had already put on the Thunder Emperor's armor with a light green background and a pattern of thunder and lightning. Holding the Thunder Emperor's spear, he fell freely from the air and hit the water on one knee. Come into the world. The fifth beast. The gold of the lion. Terrible magic power condensed in Yi Chen's right hand, and golden magic lines appeared immediately. Following Yi Chen's angry shout, the lion's gold obeyed Yi Chen's call and appeared in the field. The gold of the lion. Let everyone see what is called a true ancestor-level beast. Roar. Following the input of Yi Chen's magic power, Lion's Gold let out a roar, and countless lightnings began to gather in Lion's Gold's mouth. Terrifying magic power erupted from Lion's Gold's book that was completely condensed by magic power. I've been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Resounding across the sky was the roar of summoning thunder and lightning, which fell from the sky and reduced everything to ashes. When Laxus saw Yi Chen making a move, he waved directly at Yi Chen, and then, a terrifying thunder fell from the sky. Show your true skills. Laxus. Faced with this attack that was enough to smash a hill, Yi Chen only gathered his magic power in his right hand and swung it fiercely at the thunder. Then, the magic power that surpassed the dragon veins of the earth, directly wiped out this super powerful thunder. You really are ridiculously strong. Although his attack was easily blocked, Laxus was not discouraged at all. On the contrary, he became more and more excited. This is the opponent he always wanted to surpass. At this moment, the lion's gold has also fully charged, and the golden thunder roared out of its mouth, instantly turning into a wide-ranging thunder net, which almost enveloped the other 4 people present. Abusive flash. Triple magic circle mirror water. Look at me with thunder against thunder. Green thunder. Advertisement. It's not enough. Laxus condensed a huge thunderbolt in his hand, and punched it out directly. The thunderbolt belonging to Laxus and the lion's gold thunderbolt that had been sprayed in front of him directly collided with each other, crackling non-stop. 5-fold magic circle Kagura. I don't know when. Mistogen has carved a magic circle around Yi Chen, and the 5 overlapping magic circles produce beams of light, and Shikong and Yukong start to rise upwards. You are too careless, Yi Chen. Go to sleep. Seeing that Yi Chen has been wrapped by his own 5-fold magic circle, Yu Kagura, the corners of his mouth under the veil raised slightly, and then he shouted loudly, and the beam of light produced a powerful laser, trying to put Yi Chen to sleep. Boom. A violent explosion sounded, and the 5-layer magic circle of Mr. Gang, Yu Kagura, was completely shattered before it fully showed its power. What? Mist Gang never imagined that Yi Chen could forcibly break through his own 5-layer magic circle, Yu Kagura. This has never happened before. Then, a huge blue skeleton appeared in front of everyone, and a huge amount of magic power enveloped Yi Chen completely. Just pretend that I didn't notice your little trick, Mist Gang, don't show this little trick out of embarrassment. The Scarlet Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly rotates in Yi Chen's eye socket, terrifying and strange. What is this? The Susanoo Laxus who saw Yi Chen for the first time was also stunned, and then his face became completely gloomy. This is a magic that Yi Chen has never shown before. Beast only. Using this move now, doesn't it mean that in Yi Chen's eyes, Mist Gang is stronger than him? Thinking of this, Laxus was furious, and directly punched back Erza who had changed into the flying armor, and then attacked Yi Chen. Rage Volt. The powerful thunder and lightning bombarded Susanoo's body fiercely. Even with Susanoo's super strong defense power, the skeleton was shattered a lot, but Laxus's attack still failed to break through Susanoo in the end. The defense hit Yi Chen. Laxus, why are you so insane for no reason? Yi Chen was confused when he saw Laxus who was full of hatred for him. What is wrong with this? Don't look around. Yi Chen. Mirajan's right fist, which condensed huge dark magic power, hit Susanoo's back fiercely at this moment, breaking a large piece of Susanoo's back. I'm going. Mira, are you such a wolf? Be careful of being a widow. Peng Lai Zheng. When Yi Chen turned his head to make fun of Mirajan, Mist Gang directly thrust the magic wand in his hand into the ground with a muffled low drink, and then released a powerful whirlwind, almost Susanoo can almost blow away. I said, do you think I'm easy to bully? Advertisement. Gobama of Yasaka. After being attacked one after another, Yi Chen also became angry, and directly used the most powerful move that Susanoo can use in the second stage. Multiple hook balls were thrown with all the force of Susanoo, and hit directly on the ground. Where Mr. Hill and Laxus are located. As for Mr. Gang and Laxus, they had already jumped into the air to avoid this extremely powerful attack. As for why they didn't attack Mirajan and Erza, Yi Chen said that he was sympathetic to each other. However, although he fought back, Yi Chen was not prepared to stop there. After all, he still had many methods that he had not used yet. Let me tell you, the warm-up is almost over, it's time to get serious. As Yi Chen spoke, Susanoo's body began to grow taller, with 2 feet growing out, and the Valkyrie armor appeared, which became extremely large, and then the armor on the back changed into wings and equipped with double swords, allowing Susanoo to soar in the sky. You're right. Let's stop here for the temptation, it's almost time to show your real skills. That's right, up to now, although the 5 of them have each displayed fighting strengths that surpassed Super S-rank mages and were close to the level of the Holy 10, Yi Chen knew that Laxus's true strength was not so simple. At the very least, the dragon-slaying magic that Laxus has been hiding all along has not been used. In the Battle of Laxus, Luo En has personally experienced the power of Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. The improvement of Laxus' strength using dragon-slaying magic is not just a little bit, it is multiplied. As for Mist Gang, although Yi Chen doesn't know him very well, just his identity as the Jello of the Adela's world is enough to make people pay attention. You're right. Let's stop here for the temptation, it's almost time to show your real skills. Sure enough, after hearing Yi Chen's words, Laxus grinned. It's about time for you to see Laozi's true strength. Drink. Laxus yelled angrily, and then his whole body swelled instantly. Pieces of dragon scales emerged on the surface of his body. The strong muscles shredded Laxus' shirt abruptly. Piece after piece of strong muscles continued to swell by 0.5. At this moment the Laxus is literally stronger than a champion bodybuilder. Huge magic power soared into the sky, and the oppression of the powerful magic power that escaped invisible even made people feel vaguely suffocated. Then let's fight. Change. Fairy armor. Not to be outdone, Erza put on his most powerful armor, the fairy armor named after the guild, and held a matching magic sword in each of his left and right hands. The powerful magic power emanated from Erza, and the sense of oppression was not inferior to that of Erza. Laxus has entered the state of Dragonslayer. I'm the devil Mirajane. Do you think I'm afraid? Accept the whole body. Demon God Hafiz. Mirajane has also accepted the move that was banned by the horseman Carlos. This move is Mirajane's strongest move at this stage. Mirajane in the state of the demon god Hafiz has incredible speed and magic power. A city was destroyed.
Let's start the second round of fighting. As for Mr. Gang, it is already messed up in the wind. Advertisement Chapter 77 Hour Wish. Chapter 77 Hour Wish. Facing Yi Chen, Laxus, Erza, and Jelal, who erupted with more powerful forces, Mr. Gang didn't say a word, nor did he intend to explode, and thoroughly implement his usual low-key handling principles. Under the cover of the dark green veil around Mr. Gang's neck, no one knew what he was thinking, let alone that Mr. Gang's face, which was exactly the same as Jalal's, was already extremely dark at this moment. What the FCK is this? You're cheating. Playing with me. Who can tell me that everyone was evenly matched a few minutes ago, and you came and I fought with great vigor? Why all of a sudden, just like taking a stimulant, the strength soared, in an instant and surpassed myself by a level? How can I still play happily? Perhaps in the eyes of everyone, even Carlos Ma, they think that Mr. Gang is not inferior to Yi Chen, Laxus, Mirajan, Erza's top powerhouse, and is a superclass who is qualified to compete for the strongest throne in the guild wizard. It's a pity that everyone has a high opinion of Mr. Gang's strength. I have to say that Mr. Gang is indeed very strong, but compared to the other S-level mages in the guild, whether it is Yi Chen, Laxus, Mirajan, Erza, and Mr. Gang are all weaker. As I said before, because there is no magic in the human body of the world of Delas, the people of Delas are generally weaker than those of the world of Aslant.
If it is the Jelal of this world, it will naturally be no worse than Yi Chen and others, and even with his strength, he is slightly stronger than Mirajane and Erza. As for Laxus, he may have to fight to know, but it should be still Jelal is slightly stronger. As for Mr. Gang, because of the reasons of the world, it is still not as good as the Jelal of this world after all, so now he can only say nothing, and the thoughts are spinning wildly in his mind. Now he just wants to know, what is he doing? How can I step down safely? Damn it, if it really doesn't work, Lousy will fight twice, and then find an excuse to slip away.
In any case, it would be embarrassing to be recognized like this. Mr. Gang keeps a low profile, and his self-esteem is still very strong. Jelal of Delas, I am Jelal of Aslant, I can lend you my magic power, there is only one request, and that is to defeat Yi Chen and teach this scumbag a lesson. Just when Mr. Gang was about to find an excuse to escape, a voice sounded in his heart, and the owner of the voice was Jelal Fernandez. Advertisement. What is your purpose? Why are you helping me? Mr. Gang was also stunned when he heard Jalal's words. Jalal's name has been well known in recent months, and the man who played tricks on the council is not an easy character to get along with in Mr. Gang's heart. Jelal, who was hiding to watch the Fairy Tale Strongest Fairy Contest S-Class Mage Contest, raised the corner of his mouth slightly when he heard Miss Gang's question, but then thought that Yi Chen was clearly not clear with Erza Neptune, who still wants to provoke love debts everywhere, is clouded again. Jelal thought about it and organized the language. I know that I am an out-and-out bad person in your heart. I don't deny this, but I have come to my senses now, and I am going to embark on my road of redemption soon. The purpose of my life is to destroy Zirf. Before that, the only thing I was worried about was Erza. I planned to see Erza again before I left, but I didn't expect that Yi Chen, who Erza liked, was a scumbag. Not only did he not get along with Erza, but he also had S*X with many women. There are also various relationships. Speaking of this, Jalal's inner jealousy was overturned directly, and his tone was sour.
When Mr. Gang heard Jelal mentioning Erza, his eyes darkened, and he also had special feelings for Erza. So I must teach Yi Chen a lesson. With our strength, we can definitely defeat Yi Chen. I read from an ancient book that Aldelas and Aslanti are like a world of mirrors, and the people outside the mirror must have a person inside the mirror. 1. Delas and Aslanti still had contacts at that time, so they both knew each other's world. At that time, out of curiosity, a magician conducted research on the people of the two worlds, and found that the same individuals in the two worlds could actually be superimposed and complementary, and once superimposed and complementary, they would gain super strength.
It only needs to be voluntary by both parties, and this power can only last for one day. Once it exceeds one day, it will separate again and become two individuals. And I have done research on this magic, so I can pass my magic power to you through the induction in the dark, so that you can display it. Advertisement. As long as you and I gather together, we can definitely teach Yi Chen an unforgettable lesson. As he talked, Jelal thought of the excitement and almost laughed out loud. If he hadn't remembered that there were fairy tale people around here, he was still hiding in the crowd, and if he didn't make sure, he would really expose himself. In fact, this is Jalal's true thought. Not long ago, Jelal originally wanted to build another Tower of Heaven, but Ultir came to the door and told him everything, which almost made Jelal collapse. It never occurred to him that the goal he had worked so hard to achieve, even almost sacrificing his life, did not exist at all. Jelal is worthy of being Jelal. After a few days of collapse, he regained his spirit and set his target on Zirf. He vowed 363 that he must destroy Zirf. Only in this way, no one will repeat his mistakes. It is good. Mist Gang felt the sincerity in Jalal's heart. This kind of dialogue is not a dialogue of words, but a dialogue of the heart. There is no way to deceive people. Since Jelal said so, then he must think so. It just so happened that Mr. Gang was also very dissatisfied with Yi Chen's behavior of attracting bees and butterflies everywhere, so after thinking for a while, he agreed to Jalal's request.
Then, let's begin. Seeing that Mist Gang agreed to come down, Jelal disappeared in an instant. It turned out that what was here was Jalal's thought body, and with the return of the thought body, Jalal, who was hiding in the dark, instantly recovered his magic power, which was enough to rival that of Carlos the horse. I must teach Yi Chen an unforgettable lesson, this is my wish.
Jalal muttered to himself, and then a magic circle appeared on his body. Accept my power, Mr. Gang. Forbidden technique. Demon crossing. The magic power in Jalal's whole body disappeared in an instant, and at the moment standing in the ice facing the 4S rank mages who faced the full burst of magic power, Mistgang, who was already a little bit unable to support it, a terrifying wave burst out of his body instantly. Magic. Afterwards, this magical power leaked out of Mistgang's body, and the extremely huge magical power shook the heavens and the earth, enough to shake the entire sea area. Chapter 78 Another Cheating. Chapter 78 Another Cheating. As expected of Mistgang, it still retains such a powerful magic power. Laxus turned his head and looked at Mistgang, whose magic power was completely overflowing at the moment, no less than himself, no, maybe even bigger than himself, and couldn't help but praise. But Laxus is also a little strange. Mistgang seems to be unable to control his own magic power. Is it because it is too big and difficult to control? Sure enough, Erza also nodded secretly. This vast magical power is simply astonishing, but the strange thing is, from this magical power, there is a trace of familiar feeling, as if it has been felt somewhere. And Mirajan, who was suspended in the air, looked a little ugly. She found that among the 5 people present, she and Erza seemed to be the weakest. Whether it was Yi Chen, Laxus or Mr. Gang, their strength almost surpassed her and Erza's level.
As for the most shocking thing is Yi Chen, at this moment Yi Chen's brain has completely shut down. FCK. Can someone tell me what the FK is going on? Isn't Mr. Gong the Jalal of the world of Delas? Doesn't it mean that people in the world of Delas don't have magical powers in their bodies? Then what the hell is this Al Delas man who can be said to have exploded into a small universe? Could this be the legendary mutant? Yi Chen has already been confused. If he is not in the body of Susano completely at this moment, Yi Chen at this moment must hold Mistgang and ask him for clarification.
This 860 strong force is worthy of Aslante's me. Mistgang felt the surging magic power in his body. This magic power was not inferior to Yi Chen and Laxus, who had exploded with magic power that could rival the Holy Ten, and he secretly sighed in his heart. Don't be careless, this is my magic power after all. There is no magic power in the body of a Delas person, so there is no way to recover it. Jalal's extremely weak voice reached Mistgang's mind. If the two of us merged into one, naturally there would be no such problem, but because I just transferred my magic power and magic power to you, once you consume it, you will really consume it, so hurry up and don't worry about it. Waste of magic power, teach me Yi Chen a hard lesson. Don't worry, Aslante's me. Mistgang felt all kinds of magic in his mind, and the magic power in his body even began to boil with his will. Since everything is ready, let's fight. Yi Chen shook his head. Although he couldn't figure out why Mistgang suddenly had magic power, it was nothing. If it was just magic power, his magic power as the ancestor of vampires was higher than that of the other 4. Add up to 100 times more. That's right, then I won't be polite. Laxus responded first, then he took a deep breath, gathering the endless thunder and lightning in his lungs, and then breathed out BJCG, dragon breath towards Mirajan in the air. Brontosaurus roar. Advertisement. I'm not a softie, Laxus. Seeing that Laxus took the lead in attacking him, Mirajan knew what Laxus was thinking with a little movement of his head. It was obvious that he was going to kick out the weaker self.
What? Damn it, I'm not weak. Thinking of this, Mirajane's anger has basically exploded. She held up a huge dark sphere with both hands, and the strong dark power dyed the entire sky black. Give me this trick. Dark star. A huge dark sphere with a diameter of nearly 50 meters fell towards Laxus, and Laxus's dragon breath also sprayed on the dark sphere at this moment. As the two intersected, the darkness and lightning continued to escape and annihilate each other. Against each other. However, it is obvious that the darkness at this moment overwhelms the thunder and lightning, and even though the dark stars are constantly dispersing, they are still falling slowly against the thunder dragons roar unswervingly. That's good enough, but not enough. Look at mine. Dragon power. At this moment, Laxus also actively activated the power of the dragon. The thunder dragon's roar, which was already very powerful, swelled up in an instant. There is a flaw. Yi Chen would not just sit back and watch his girlfriend lose like this. He manipulated the huge full-body Susano, and with the sword in his hand, he made a cross shape and prepared to slash towards Laxus fiercely. Yi Chen, your opponent is me. 7th magic circle, nothingness. Mistgang, who has obtained Jalal's magic power, now has the strength enough to rival the Holy Ten. His magic staff has obtained his magic power, and its power has risen instantly. The power has reached an unprecedented height. Don't get in the way. Yi Chen is also a little angry. I'm going to help my girlfriend. What are you doing here? Thinking of this, Yi Chen turned the direction of his slashing attack completely to Mistgang, and slashed down towards Mistgang with both hands. Afterwards, 2 super slashes that could cut mountains and seas were cut out from the hands of complete body Susano, and they moved forward rapidly in a crossing manner, and the crossing point was exactly Mist Hill. Start. 7th magic circle, nothingness. At this moment, Mistgang is ready to use the injury for injury style of play, and hit Yi Chen hard first. Advertisement. Boom. The incomparable power of the 7-fold magic circle, nothingness, exploded in front of perfect Susano, and instantly blew up Yi Chen's right arm. Fortunately, Yi Chen's magic power is extremely abundant, yes, directly spend mana to fix it. However, the two slashing attacks were blocked by another person present, which was Erza. Let me meet you. Wearing fairy armor and holding a magic sword in each hand, Erza spoke heroically to Yi Chen, who was standing in the smoke. Damn, one or two are targeting me. Yi Chen couldn't help cursing inwardly. Forget about Laxus. Mistgang is a little strange, but I can barely accept it. What's the situation with you, Erza? You know we still. Ah bah, if I write any more, I will enter the little black room. Anyway, Laxus and Mr. Gong can understand Yi Chen, but Erza and Mirajane are also staring at him, so Yi Kong has no way to understand. Never mind, Erza, be careful. Yi Chen's complete body Susanoo swung the two 100-meter giant swords in his hand, and slashed at Erza and Mr. Gong respectively. Seeing this, Mr. Gang's whole body shone with golden light, and took the initiative to slash at Yi Chen's sword, hit and run. While running, he wears a special magic seal, 9 thunderstars.
This is the first time Mistgang used Jalal's magic. 9 powerful magic stars collided with Yi Chen's 2 slashes and shattered, but Yi Chen's slashes were also dissipated. It's my turn. True celestial magic star crash. Mr. Gang tilted his body, touched the ground with his left hand downwards, and tilted his right hand upwards, summoning a super huge meteorite. This time was different from the one in Tower of Heaven. Jalal is not Yi Chen, and possesses almost unlimited magic power. At that time, Jalal's magic power was less than 1 level, but the current Mistgang basically didn't consume much magic power. Mistgang found that almost all of his own magic and Jalal's magic were not enough for Yi Chen's huge body, and they lacked enough lethality, and the only thing that could cause damage was Jalal's strongest. The magic, true celestial magic star collapse. So Mistgang has decided to bet all of Jalal's magic power on this move. He believes that under this move, if Yi Chen eats it head on, it will definitely be very uncomfortable, and the others present will not it's life-threatening, at most it's just a little bit of injury. Yi Chen saw this magic, and although he didn't know what it was likely that Mistgang and Jello had reached an agreement. Either Jello was fighting with him now, or Jello was helping to fight.
But this is nothing. Since I can beat you the first time, I can beat you the second time. What's more, it's just summoning meteorites. Whoever doesn't know who is a puppy. You think you will. Heavenly Obstruction Earthquake. Chapter 79 Mistgang. Out. Chapter 79 Mistgang. Out. Following the complete seal of Susanoo, an equally huge meteorite fell from another angle and directly collided with the meteorite summoned by Mr. Gong in midair.
2 super huge meteorites with a diameter of more than 500 meters directly collided in the air, and then they were all turned into countless fragments, flying towards the surroundings continuously, and an astonishing meteorite rain fell. Fortunately, here is the sea area, and it is far away from Magnolia, so that the two of them can use it to their heart's content without causing any loss. The amount is not right, there is still some loss, that is, hundreds of tons of seawater evaporated. Mistgang said that he has completely lost his move, and now even the meteorite summoned by betting all the magic power he borrowed from Jelal has been destroyed by Yi Chen. I surrender. Mistgang is also helpless, he basically has no magic power now, and the magic power in the magic wand is almost exhausted in the 7-fold magic circle nothingness that has just been fully powered. And Jalal's magic power was all used up because of the real celestial body magic star collapse just now, and now I basically have nothing to do. Mr. Gang, I hope you can explain to me later why you and Jelal are together. Yi Chen used magic power to condense the voice into a thin line, just like the sound transmission in the martial arts novel, and sent the voice to Mistgang's ear. After listening to Mistgang, he nodded towards Yi Chen, then put away his magic wand and left the battlefield.
Oh, it seems that Mistgang was the first to be eliminated. Mistgang was also unlucky, but he chose Yi Chen as the first target, so he was eliminated miserably. But even so, the strength of Mistgang is obvious to all, so let us give our applause for Mr. Gong. Ma Karloff saw Mistgang raise his hands in surrender and announced loudly with a magic microphone, and everyone cheered.
Although Mistgang has been eliminated, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Mr. Gang is not strong enough, but the opponent he chose is too strong, which led to his elimination. If Yi Chen is not found, then Mistgang Gang is definitely in the top 3. Jelal. Cheating is only the top 3. I don't accept it. The most touching thing among the audience is the top existence among the few A-level wizards, Gray, Natsu, and Gajil. In fact, the strength of the 3 of them has reached the level of S level. At most, they are not as strong as the 5 abnormals in front of them. The 3 of them have now reached a unified opinion, that is, if they are 3, they may not even be able to take the first round, even if Gray uses the ice form. True thousands of hands. Advertisement. After all, Gray's ice shape, True Thousand Hands is just a pirated and modified version, not the real fairy magic, would escape, True Thousand Hands, Buddha on top, and its power is far inferior to the genuine fairy art magic escape. Thousands of hands Buddha on the top. Quote. Che, I haven't played against you yet, you are the first to be eliminated, Mistgang, you are nothing more than that. Laxus and Mirajan punched each other in midair. Hearing the surrender of Mistgang, he couldn't help mocking, but that's what he said, but Laxus also saw the scene just now. Tagang's strength is still very recognized. Laxus didn't think that he was facing a huge meteorite with a diameter of more than 500 meters, which could be easily crushed. Just because of this, Laxus placed Mr. Ridge at the same height as himself.
Laxus, are you looking down on me? Abusive flash? When Laxus was distracted, Mirajane came to Laxus's side at some point and slapped Laxus's strong body fiercely with her bare hand, killing Laxus with zero distance. Peeved. Even if Laxus has already displayed the power of the dragon at this moment, and dragon scales have emerged on his body, facing Mirajane's super cruel flash that hit him head on at zero distance, he was also knocked away tens of meters away, and because of the erosion of the power of darkness, couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood.
Not bad. Eat my trick. Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji. Laxus transformed the thunder into Fang Tian's halberd, and then threw it towards Mirajan at high speed. Change. Armor of Vajra. Just when Mirajan was about to fight back, Erza charged in front of Mirajan and blocked the Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji with the diamond armor. What are you doing, Erza? Mirajan looked at Erza, who blocked the attack for herself, and couldn't help asking. Mirajan, let's cooperate. You and I are weaker in the field. If we don't cooperate, we will be eliminated next. Erza calmly opened his mouth to invite, and Mirajan was taken aback. She didn't know the truth, whether it was Yi Chen or Laxus, both of them were ridiculously strong, and she wondered if even Mr. Carlos Ma was not necessarily these two monsters. Opponent. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. However, although he knew that Erza's suggestion was the most correct suggestion at the moment, Mirajan was unwilling to accept it. The first reason was that Erza and himself were old rivals since childhood, so he didn't want to cooperate with Erza. The second reason is because of Yi Chen. The flirtatious situation between Yi Chen and Erza has long made Mirajan unhappy. She already has herself, but she still has to provoke Erza. What does that mean? Is one not enough?
Thinking of this, Mirajane directly refused. I'm sorry, Erza, I don't want to cooperate with you. On the contrary, I really want to defeat you first. 0. Dark Rage. Mirajane flatly rejected Erza's invitation, and then attacked Erza. Erza is not easy to deal with. When she invited Mirajane, she was already prepared to be rejected, and at the same time, she was also ready to fight at any time.
I knew you would. Cut. The two slashes easily blocked Mirajan's dark turbulence, and then the two fought together. 2. Laxus, who was originally planning to fight Mirajan and Erza at the same time, said, what is this unfolding? Shouldn't this be 1v2? Why did he start fighting out of nowhere? Also speechless was Yi Chen. One of these two was his girlfriend on the surface, and the other was a woman with whom he had inextricably linked, which made Yi Chen wonder if he should make a move. In fact, it is not difficult to understand that Mirajan and Erza will fight. On the one hand, Mirajan and Erza have been opponents since they were young. They have played hundreds of thousands of games since they were young. Basically, they have a small fight every 2 days and a big fight every 3 days. This time is not bad. On the other hand, Mirajan regards Erza as a rival in love, and Erza envies that Mirajan often sticks with Yi Chen, so this time, the old and new hatred will be forgotten together. Laxus, it seems that I can only find you. That's what I want too. Yi Chen walked towards Laxus with a sinister smile. Laxus was not annoyed when he saw this, and walked towards Yi Chen with the same grim expression.
Chapter 80 Is the Law of Goblins going to be used? Chapter 80 Is the Law of Goblins used? The two stood facing each other, and the aura of both sides became stronger. Yi Chen smiled indifferently, his eyes froze for a moment, and the huge magic power belonging to the fourth primogenitor was fully aroused. Suddenly, the magic power in his body surged out. The super powerful magic power burst out instantly like a roaring tsunami, and the black magic power shot straight into the sky. Even Magnolia, which is 100 kilometers away, can vaguely feel Yi Chen's magic power that can rival the dragon veins of the earth. The sky was roaring, the sea was roaring, the ice surface was shaking violently, and cracks were cracked. Under the pressure of Yi Chen's powerful magic power, countless pieces of ice were floating on the ice surface as if they had escaped gravity. Compared with other people, Yi Chen's biggest advantage is his huge magic power, this completely unreasonable magic power, even if the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar saw. 900. Everyone has to feel ashamed. Ha ha ha, as expected of you. Laxus laughed wildly, and the powerful magic power suddenly surged again, reaching an extremely terrifying level. At this moment, Laxus, even among the Holy 10, is definitely second only to the existence of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. The two of them completely exploded with all their strength, showing the mighty force that could cause the sky and the earth to change color and the earth to shake. Mirajan and Erza, who were basically on fire, couldn't help but stop watching. Sure enough, compared to the present, the previous battles were nothing more than petty fights. Mirajan couldn't help sighing, but the pride in her tone was undisguised. After all, one of the two forces was her lover. Yes, Erza nodded approvingly. Are you mistaken, armor girl? Yi Chen is my lover. Who knows, maybe one day it will be someone else's. There are as many women coveting Yi Chen as there are crucian carp in the river. Boom. After a temporary truce, Mirajane and Erza fought again. Come on, Yi Chen, you also want to know, who among you and me is qualified to be called the title of the strongest wizard in fairy tale? Advertisement. Laxus clenched his fists involuntarily, his body was trembling faintly due to overexcitement, his face was full of excitement and frenzy, against the background of the raging thunder and lightning, he looked very ferocious, making people feel frightened. It's time to close it. Yi Chen nodded, and said calmly, but there was also excitement in his eyes that couldn't be concealed. After all, Laxus is a rare opponent anyway, and even though he beat Laxus last time, it actually showed that it looked easy, actually did his best. Yi Chen is extremely excited to be able to go all out again.
Your end has been doomed from the very beginning, Laxus. This time, I will completely defeat you. No mercy. After Yi Chen raised his hand and said the battle declaration handsomely to Laxus, his right wrist had already turned black. Ha ha ha, crush me. It's ridiculous. When did you become so arrogant, Yi Chen? Don't you think that I have used my full strength when I defeated me a few months ago? After listening to Yi Chen's words, Laxus laughed angrily and let out a maniacal laugh. Afterwards, the surging and vast magical power crazily surged out, and he took a deep breath. Come into the world. The third beast, Quicksilver of the Dragon Snake. Come into the world. Beast no. 5. The Gold of the Lion.
Come into the world. Beast number 6. Mingji's Rainbow Flame. Come into the world. Beast number 7. The Black Sword of Yemo. Come into the world. Beast number 12. Ice of the Demon Girl. Yi Chen summoned the 5 most suitable beasts in his hands, and the 5 beasts, which were completely composed of magic power, crazily vented their power, and the whole sky was dyed colorful.
Fancy show. Watch me completely crush you. The thunder dragons roar. When Laxus saw the beast summoned by Yi Chen, his eyes were fixed, and his heart was very dignified. Even if he had absolute confidence in his own strength, Laxus was not at all sure that he could face 5 beasts at the same time and be able to cast a full-body beard. Yi Chen from Zuo Nangu. Although I think so, but Laxus is not the kind of person who will easily admit defeat, who knows who will push the deer to death if he has never fought. Advertisement. A golden thunder attribute magic power, mixed with countless thunder and lightning, instantly hit Mingji's Hongyan, but it's a pity that Mingji's Hongyan was already holding Yemo's black sword at this moment, and he just crossed Yemo's black sword and blocked it obtained the dragon's breath of Laxus. TCH, I knew it would be like this. Then try my trick. Dragon Slayer Profound Art, Ming Yule. Laxus bet half of his remaining magic power on this trick, only keeping enough magic power to activate the last whole card. Mercury for dragons and snakes, gold for lions, and ice for enchantresses, spray them back for me. Let him see what is called a true ancestor-level beast. The Rainbow Flame of Mingji. Let him see how powerful you are.
Following Yi Chen's order, the Quicksilver of the Dragon and Snake, the Gold of the Lion, and the Ice of the Enchantress condensed enough magic power to rival the Holy Ten, and easily counteracted Laxus's dragon-slaying mystery, Ming Yule. And Mingji's Hongyan just held the black sword of Yemo, and slashed towards Laxus. A piercing sword energy, like the god of creation, tore apart everything, and slashed towards Laxus.
B**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** otherwise he will not die or be disabled. As a natural strongman, Laxus still trusts his instinct very much, so he just gave up fighting against the three beasts. Bo turned into a bolt of lightning, dodged a sword slashed by Mingji's Hongyan holding Yi Mo's black sword. Laxus turned his head to look, and in the next second, cold sweat was streaming down, and he saw a huge cut mark 5.0 starting from the rainbow flame of Mingji, extending towards the endless and distant sea level. In the bottomless cut mark, there are quite a few small black cracks. Could this be the space crack formed after the space was chopped up?
Huh, there is no other way, we can only use this last resort. Laxus took a deep breath, and slowly said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, if you are safe and sound for the next move, then I will admit defeat, last resort. Laxus, you're not going to use the Goblin's Law, are you? I would like to advise you, if you use this trick, it won't change anything, so don't waste it. Hearing what Laxus said, Yi Chen still couldn't help sighing in his heart. Did he still have to come to this step? 3 feet Chapter 81. Laxus leaves Chapter 81. Laxus leaves. Goblin Law? Who said I'd use that trick? Hearing Yi Chen's words, Laxus asked subconsciously. Huh? What? Not a Goblin Law? Yi Chen was taken aback for a moment. He remembered it very clearly. Wasn't Laxus's last move in the plot about the Law of the Goblin? Although I don't know where you learned that I know the Law of the Goblin, but it's not a big deal. I know the Law of the Goblin very well, song to eliminate the target that the caster considers the enemy. And now I just regard you as an opponent, not an enemy, so it is impossible for the Goblin's Law to take effect. Embarrassment, capitalized embarrassment, Yi Chen said. When did you suddenly wake up? Why didn't you say a word? You knew that you would not pretend. Yi Chen's embarrassment didn't last long. Laxus probably had finished accumulating energy. His whole body was steaming. He let out a mouthful of foul air, and spoke slowly. This is a trick I created recently. You are the first to see it. Feel honored, Yi Chen. Thunder Mercury Red Royal Thunder. Red and black thunderbolts emerged from Laxus's body, and then endless red and black thunderbolts struck towards Yi Chen. 19. Holy crap. Yi Chen was also taken aback by this blow, and he felt a strong threat from this blow. Yi Chen could feel that if he was hit head-on by this move, even with the immortal body of the true ancestor, he would have to sleep for a long time before he could recover. Sorry, Laxus, I can only show you my worst tricks. Yi Chen took a deep breath and took back all the released beasts. Afterwards, he transformed into a human form with the beasts and his own magic power, and used the complete Susanoo as a container. The ultimate form of Susanoo reappeared in this world's superior. Susanoo ultimate form. The ultimate form of Susanoo, who is as powerful as a god, faced the Thunder Mercury Red Thunder that was about to hit him. He just folded his hands together and relied on the armor formed by Susanoo to easily block Laxus's final trick. Thunder Mercury Red Royal Thunder. This advertisement, seeing that Thunder Mercury Scarlet Yule, who had condensed all his magic power, was blocked so easily by Yi Chen's move, Laxus was also speechless for a while. And Jelal, who was looking at the battlefield from a distance, was stunned when he saw Susanoo's ultimate form, and the temporary mighty power of Tower of Heaven. Susanoo's ultimate form, which can be called a god, appeared in his mind involuntarily. Even if I saw it again, I was so powerless. It seems that I am not strong enough. Even Yi Chen can make me feel powerless, let alone the legendary ancestor of black mages, Zareth. Thinking of this, Jelal clenched his fists, filled with resentment. This. Even if it is the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar, it may not be Yi Chen's opponent at this moment, right? Ma Karlov looked at Susanoo's ultimate form at this moment, and was speechless for a while, but only he could hear what he said in the end. After all, it was so amazing that no one could say it believe it. Is it impossible for a 20-year-old boy to have the combat power to rival the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar? Laxus, you lost. Yi Chen's words came from the head of Susanoo's ultimate form, which was hundreds of meters high, but after saying this, Yi Chen also cancelled the final form of Susanoo. After all, with his current incomplete state, it is still too much for the 4th primogenitor to maintain the ultimate form of Susanoo. In Yi Chen's mind, probably after fully merging with the 4th true ancestor, he should be able to maintain the ultimate form of Susanoo for a long time. After all, the reason why the true ancestor is so powerful is that besides the beasts, the huge magic power and amazing magic power recovery power, so that the ancestors possessed endless magic power. It's like a swimming pool which fills water while releasing water. Now that 2/3 of the 4th true ancestor has become, the amount of water injected is still less than the maximum amount of water released, so as long as you continue to fight, you will eventually run the risk of running out of experience. And once the 4th true ancestor is fully integrated, the amount of water injected will exceed the maximum amount of water released. No matter how it is built, there will be no risk of running out of magic power, unless the swimming pool is directly smashed. At this moment, Susanoo's ultimate form is the maximum amount of water released, and the magic power of natural recovery is the amount of water injected, which is not visible in normal times. Even if all 7 beasts are summoned, there will be no situation where it will not be able to make ends meet appeared, so it seems that Yi Chen's magic power is endless. However, the magic power consumed to maintain Susanoo's ultimate form is too terrifying. If the water in the swimming pool is directly poured into the dead, the amount of water injected can't keep up, so Yi Chen is actually a real man for 30 seconds, and can last up to 30 seconds. In 10 seconds, Susanoo's ultimate form will automatically collapse due to lack of magic power. So since it can last up to 30 seconds, it's better to disperse on its own initiative, so that it looks like you still have energy left. Yeah, you won. I didn't expect you to have such a terrifying trick. Laxus's expression was a little downcast. After all, Laxus, who had always claimed to be invincible in the world, lost to Yi Chen under the eyes of everyone. Even if Laxus was awakened by Yi Chen's kindness at this moment, he still felt very uncomfortable. However, Laxus only felt uncomfortable for a while, and he pulled himself together again, and said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, I decided that I'm going to travel. In Fairy Tail, I can't see a wider world, so I want to go out and have a look, go for a walk, and practice while traveling. 11. One day, I will return to the guild with invincible strength, to defeat you. Advertisement, until then, don't lose to anyone. Laxus's eyes were full of fighting intent, and he said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded when he heard the words. It seems that Laxus still decided to leave Fairy Tail. The only difference is that the original book was expelled from Fairy Tail, but now Laxus decided to go out to practice on his own initiative. Don't worry, I will always be waiting for you on the highest throne, waiting for you to challenge me. Until then, I will never fail, no matter who the opponent is. Yi Chen also solemnly made a promise. Yi Chen, who owns the system, has absolute confidence that he will become the invincible standing on the highest peak. I'm leaving, tell Grandpa for me. Laxus waved at Yi Chen, ready to turn into a thunderbolt and leave. Before leaving, he paused and said to Yi Chen. 070, in addition, please help me and the Thunder Gods to say sorry, I failed their expectations and lost to you in the end. After finishing speaking, Laxus turned into a thunderbolt freely and left towards the distance. Thank you, Yi Chen, thanks to you, this kid Laxus was able to get back on the right path. Less than 10 seconds after Laxus left, Mrs. Carlos appeared next to Yi Chen. As Yi Chen conveyed Laxus's words to Mrs. Carlos was crying. While crying, he kept yelling at Yi Chen, grateful. God is pitiful. Ma Carlos has been worrying about Laxus for a long time, but seeing Laxus go further and further on the crooked road, but he has no way to do it. Ma Carlos has always been extremely anxious in his heart. But unexpectedly, under Yi Chen's planning this time, Laxus could see his own heart clearly, which made Carlo Ma finally let go of the burden in his heart, and couldn't help but thank Yi Chen constantly. Old man, didn't I say it a long time ago, Laxus is a good boy, but he can't think about it for a while. As long as he sees his true heart clearly and makes him really fail once, Laxus will naturally turn around as a prodigal son. Yi Chen patted Mrs. Carlo on horseback and said in an old-fashioned way. Huh? Did you say that? Didn't I tell you? I definitely didn't say that? Impossible. How could I not have said something so handsome? It must be the old man, you were demented and forgot. Fart, you guessed dementia, your whole family has dementia, the old man's brain is very normal. Chapter 82. Dark Guild Alliance. Chapter 82, Dark Guild Alliance. In the end, in Fairy Tail's first strongest fairy contest, Yi Chen swept all powerful enemies and won the first place. Laxus was slightly inferior, and finally left Fairy Tail temporarily to go out to practice and won second place. Mirajane and Erza finally lost their mana. They both fell to the ground and tied for third place. Mist Gang had the worst luck and finished fourth in the results, thus declaring a successful conclusion. It's just that after learning that Laxus left temporarily, the three members of the Thunder God group all cried, especially Fried, who cried in a miserable way. Those who didn't know thought he was having an affair with Laxus. As for the beauty contest of Fairy Tail, Erza's Black Silk Bunny finally won the championship. By the way, Fairy Tail's magic parade that night was well received, and it was called the most successful magic parade in Fairy Tail's history. In this peaceful and serene time, an year passed quietly. On this day, Chen was holding Mirajane on the left, and Lasana was holding his arms on the right. He enjoyed the blessing of everyone, and walked into the guild, and saw everyone in the guild gathered together, not knowing what they were doing. What is this? Chen led Mirajane and Lasana to the front, and at this moment Litas was drawing something in the void with a magic light pen. Well, let's try to draw an organizational chart of the Dark Union. As a result, I discovered that the number of dark trade unions is increasing. Litas explained that he drew hundreds of dark guilds, but basically the three largest guilds were the first, and the largest three were specially circled, namely Oracion Cease, Grimoire Heart, Tartaros. Did something happen to sort out the organization chart of the Dark Guild? Also, what do the three biggest ones mean? And another circle was drawn to include them all. It's like this, some dark guilds have become too active recently, so the Trade Union Alliance decided to strengthen the connection between the various guilds to prevent them from being broken by the dark guilds one by one. Kana downed a glass of beer and said to Chen with a serious face. Is that so? Does it mean that there may be a conflict between the regular guild and the dark guild, and even a war between the two sides? Hearing Chen's words, Lucy, who was listening to it as an anecdote, was almost scared to pee. War? No way. Mirajane gave Chen a reproachful look, then walked up to Lucy and smiled softly. War is unlikely, but guild conflicts are possible. Lucy, don't be afraid. Conflicts between regular little hands and dark little guilds are common. You joined the guild. This kind of thing will happen sooner or later. Advertisement. That's right, the conflict between the regular guild and the dark guild doesn't happen more than a dozen times a year. That's a strange thing, and like this kind of dark guild, Juvia wiped out several times when she was a ghost. The souls of the corpses who were wiped out by the Thunder Gods are also the Dark Guild. Then what is this big circle? After listening to everyone's comfort, Lucy finally felt relieved. After all, there are many Fairy Tail strongmen. Not to mention anything else, just the 5S rank wizards have shown that they are not inferior to the saints in the previous battles. 10 strength. And Gray, Natsu, and Gajeel who are going down are also the favorites of heaven. Each of them is ridiculously strong. No matter how you say it, you don't have to worry about me, a rookie who has struggled to enter the level of a level magician. This Juvia knows, this is the Dark Union Alliance, Balam Alliance. Balam Alliance? After all, Lucy joined the guild not long ago, and this is the first time she heard about Balam Alliance. The so-called Balam Alliance, the full name is Dark Trade Union Alliance, Balam Alliance. This is composed of the three strongest dark guilds, Oracion Cease, Tartaros, and Devil's Heart. These three dark guilds are currently the largest dark forces. And each of them has hundreds of affiliated guilds, and the Balam Alliance dominates the dark world. However, according to the dark nature of the Dark Guild, as long as any one of the three dark guilds of the Balam Alliance has a problem, I am afraid that the other two guilds of the Balam Alliance will swallow up the power of the guild that merged with the problem. At this moment, Erza is also looking at the light map seriously, subconsciously expressing his own judgment according to his own understanding. Not necessarily, Oracion Cease and Grimoire Heart might do it, but not Tartaros. The waters are deep and you'd better not get to the bottom of it. Chen shook his head and denied Erza's judgment. Others don't know, but he doesn't know yet. Tartaros is all demons in the Book of Zareth. Their goal is only to return to Zareth and kill Zareth. Yes. Erza didn't refute, just nodded. Seeing that everyone had no more questions, Kana took the magic light pen from Litas and said to the only guild that was not included. Also independent of Balam Alliance is Raventail. Everyone didn't respond. After all, Raventail at the moment is completely unknown. Wait, is that Eisenwald? Isn't Eisenwald just? Lucy suddenly exclaimed, tremblingly pointing at Eisenwald who was divided under Oracion Cease. Her tone was extremely dignified. Advertisement. That's right. It's the Dark Guild Eisenwald that was wiped out by our group, but it's just a small role. It's not worth mentioning. Chen nodded, his tone was calm. He didn't seem to be saying that a guild was destroyed, but he was saying that you have eaten today. Then, we wiped out the subordinate guilds of Oracion Cease. They won't kill them, will they? Lucy couldn't help but ask Chen weakly. Ha ha ha, Lucy, don't worry, there is nothing to be afraid of at all. I heard that there are only 6 people in Oracion Cease. Not waiting for Chen to say anything, Wakaba saw Lucy trembling with fear, came out of nowhere, and said to Lucy confidently. I really don't understand how small this guild is. Wakaba's good friend, Macau also couldn't help complaining. There are only 6 people, so I can rest assured. Lucy heard the 2 senior mages in the guild say so, and couldn't help but pat her choppy face, and finally felt relieved. Let me tell you, you two are so consoling. Others don't know. As veteran A-level mages, don't you know how powerful Oracion Cease is? You have to figure it out. Even if there are only 6 Oracion Cease, that is 1/3 of the support of the Balam Alliance. You can imagine how powerful the 6 of them are. And you may not know, I, Gajao, I fought them head-on, so you can treat them as S-level mages of the 6 guilds. Such as 6 Mystirgong, 6 Erza, 6 Mirajane, or even 6 Laxus, or 6 me. For Yi Chen's speech, everyone was shocked, and everyone couldn't help shivering. This FCK, let alone 6 Yi Chen, 6 Laxus, it is 6 Mystirgong, 6 Erza. Is it so scary? Lucy asked Yi Chen tremblingly. Of course the situation in this world will not be so terrible. That's it, let me tell you earlier, it scared me to death. Lucy let out a long breath when she heard Yi Chen's words. Her heart almost jumped out of her throat, and finally returned to her original job. It's just the average of the 5 of us. Is there any difference between you explaining and not explaining? Even after explaining, my pressure is even greater. Chapter 83. Anyway, Yi Chen has the bottom line. Chapter 83. Anyway, Yi Chen has the bottom line. Just when everyone was stunned by Yi Chen's words, the horseman Carlos appeared in the guild at the right time, and said solemnly. About the matter of Oración Cease, it has been decided that we will crusade. Hearing Ma Karloff's words, everyone present, one counts as one, except for Yi Chen, their faces darkened. After all, every one of Oración Cease, according to Yi Chen, is an S-rank demon that can rival the guild. Tutors all. President, may I ask what's going on? Erza, who has a calm personality, is also a little anxious at the moment. After all, with Fairy Tail's strength, he may not be afraid of Oración Cease, but even if Fairy Tail wants to attack Oración Cease, he will definitely suffer heavy casualties. This is unacceptable to Erza, who values his partners. And even if Oración Cease can be defeated, Fairy Tail will definitely be targeted by all the dark guilds. In this way, Fairy Tail may not be far away from being delisted. Don't worry, Erza, listen to what the old man has to say. Yi Chen hugged Erza, who looked a little excited, and comforted him. And, isn't there me? Sorry, I lost my temper. With Yi Chen's comfort, Erza finally calmed down. At the regular guild meeting not long ago, the issue of Oración Cease actions was brought up for discussion at the meeting. Since it is no longer possible to sit idly by, we decided to gather our forces and attack the opponent. But because the opponent is too strong this time, we decided to form an alliance army and formally attack the opponent in the name of the alliance army. Seeing that Erza had calmed down, Mrs. Carlo announced loudly. While talking, he released the coercion of the Holy Cross level, boosting the confidence of everyone in the guild. The alliance army will be composed of Fairy Tail, Blue Pegasus, Lamia Scale, and the home of the Demon Cat. These 4 guilds will each send strong men to work together with 193 hands to destroy them. At this moment, Natsu jumped out, patted his chest, and said confidently. Where do we need to form an alliance army, to fight against the 6 devil generals, as long as we, not just me, are enough? Well, generally speaking, people have never accepted Natsu's opinions, just pretending they didn't hear them. Anyway, Natsu can't offer any good advice, this is a fact recognized by everyone. Lucy couldn't help asking, isn't there only 6 people on the other side, do you really need to form a joint army? Although Oración Cease does have only 6 members, they have the most subordinate guilds. According to news, all the subordinate dark guilds directly under Oración Cease have been mobilized. So no one knows the exact number of enemies this time. It is conservatively estimated that there are at least a few hundred people, and there may even be thousands of people. Everyone is dispatched. Everyone was taken aback. Just now they saw that Oración Cease has the most subordinate guilds in Balam Alliance. What dangerous thing are they going to do? They sent so many people, it's not because we wiped out too many of their subordinate guilds, and counterattacked the regular guilds? Makarov shook his head and said in a deep voice, no one knows exactly what they are going to do, but since the other party is taking advantage of the period when the Magic Council loses the magic spirit power, mobilizing so many manpower will definitely not be doing anything good. It might even be possible to launch a war between light and darkness, but the chances are too small to be ignored for the time being. Advertisement. But even so, the Dark Guild has been too aggressive during this time. During this regular meeting, many leaders reported that members of their guild had been attacked by the Dark Guild. If the regular guild doesn't make a thunderous attack to frighten the Dark Guild, it will also be a heavy blow to the regular guild. There will be many mages from the regular guild who lose confidence in the guild and choose to leave, so no matter from which aspect, this battle is necessary. Everyone couldn't help but nodded when they heard Ma Karloff's words. In the past, there were many regular guild members who were bullied by the Dark Guild, and the guild they belonged to was afraid of revenge from the Dark Guild. The end result was that the people in that guild were alienated, walking and running, causing the entire guild to be disbanded. Then what about the members? Old man, let me tell you first, I have to participate in this kind of thing. I still have a debt to settle with some of Oración Cease. Yi Chen stood up and volunteered at this moment, and the reason was that Oración Cease sniped at him in the Tower of Heaven before, but he couldn't do anything about it due to various reasons, so he can settle the score this time. Of course, Yi Chen also has another level of concern. After all, this is a real world. With his intrusion, the plot has long been changed beyond recognition. Who knows what unexpected situations will arise at that time. This is also the main reason why Yi Chen volunteered. Reason, if you have yourself, it is not a problem to get out of the body. Well, Yi Chen is one. Carlos Ma nodded and agreed to Yi Chen's request. Yi Chen is going, so I'm going too. Mirajane couldn't help raising her hand, but then put it down silently, mainly because Yi Chen came over. Because Mirajane and Erza had a tie in the previous strongest goblin competition, Mirajane has always been worried about it, so recently he asked Yi Chen to give him special training in order to avenge his hatred. But now that the cultivation has reached a critical period, when Yi Chen came over, Mirajane knew that she could not participate. Okay, I still have something to do, so I can't participate. Then I'll go. Erza originally planned to participate, after all, Yi Chen volunteered, but seeing that Mirajane also wanted to go, he was about to give up, but unexpectedly, Mirajane gave up, which made Erza's eyes shine. Erza, yes, with your strength, it is enough to protect yourself and everyone in the crusade. Carlos Ma was also very clear about Erza's strength, so he nodded and included her. I also need to go. Natsu also raised his hand excitedly at this moment. This kind of combat mission is Natsu's favorite. Since Natsu is going, so am I. Gray shirtless, with his hands folded over his chest, signed up confidently. BJCE. Well, how about this, since all three of you are going, then why not go to the strongest team? You can just take care of each other. If something unexpected happens, Yi Chen is still here. Seeing that both Natsu and Gray had signed up, Ma Karlofu thought about it, and with a big wave of his hand, he simply let all the members of the strongest team participate. Anyway, Yi Chen has the bottom line, so he is not afraid, not afraid. Following Carlo's words, Erza was expressionless, but he could still vaguely see the joy on his face, while Gray and Natsu were so excited that they jumped up and clapped each other to celebrate. Only Lucis' face was pale, and his soul almost floated out. This FCK, Crusade against Oracion Cis, whose every member is enough to rival the guild's S-level mages, bring me, an A-level mage, to do it well? Be cannon fodder? In a very remote mountain and old forest, 6 figures appeared on a cliff. I heard it. That's the sound of light falling. A man with a big python with purple scales wrapped around his body looked at the forest eroded by darkness in the distance and said very smugly. Advertisement. You're in a hurry, Cobra. Well, it's better to be in a hurry. The speaker is dressed in a red race car driver's suit, with a pointed nose and a Mogonzi hairstyle. There is a legendary magic hidden here, Lisa. The magic that destroys all light and brings darkness to the world, yes. Says Hot-Eye, a hunk dressed like a priest in Oracion Cis. Nirvana. And the only girl among the 6, Angier, read out the name of the legendary magic, with a fiery look on her face. The legendary magic, you are finally falling into our hands. The leader, Brain, held a skeleton magic staff and opened his hands to declare. Is it really okay to have such high expectations, Brain, for this magic called Nirvana? Someone raised doubts about this, but Brain, who has entered the state at the moment, doesn't care at all. Look. The earth has already begun to die, just because of the existence of Nirvana, so its power is genuine. This is magic enough to destroy the world. And above the clouds at a height of 10,000 meters, a magic flying ship is flying high in the sky. This is the spaceship of Grimoire Heart, known as the strongest dark guild in Balam Alliance. At this moment, Ultir, one of the members of the Magic Council, who disappeared after the Magic Council launched the Magic Wizard power and was destroyed by Jelal and disappeared from the Magic Council, is here. Oracion Cis, they've already taken action. What's your plan, President Hardworth? The president of Grimoire Heart sitting on the throne, Hades slowly got up. The terrible oppressive feeling was enough to make all things surrender. Hades walked to the window and said. Leave it alone, Ultir. The Magic Elf Power Launch Tower has been destroyed, and the Magic Council is also being reorganized. At this moment, all the dark guilds seem to have removed the sword of Damocles hanging above their heads. Some ambitious people will definitely have something to do. Action. And as long as there is action, those who claim to be bright will definitely not ignore it. We will take this opportunity to find more keys to unlock the seal of Zareth. If you're lucky, you might be able to help us eliminate those guilds that get in the way. Hearing this, Ultir saw the figure of a scumbag in his mind, and then said with a smile. Like Fairy Tail. Fairy Tail. If Fairy Tail dares to block my dream, then destroy him directly. Hades sat back on the throne and said domineeringly. However, Hades will grow up, and Fairy Tail has cultivated a very terrifying monster, who can fight Jelal, Jose. Yes. When Hades on the throne heard Ultir's words, he suddenly seemed to think of something, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he slowly uttered a name in his heart, an unforgettable subject. Mavis. Chapter 84. A person's life is only one. Chapter 84. A person has only one life. With the finalization of the members of the Crusade team, the time soon came. 2 days later, the members of Fairy Tail's Crusade team set off for the assembly point. Lucy kept complaining along the way, why should a weak person like her participate in this kind of thing? There's Gajeel who is stronger than herself, and so on. All in all, it was all kinds of frustrating words. Live the lesson. We were selected by the president, shouldn't we respond to the president's expectations of us? You should have volunteered. I was attached. We are the strongest team. We have been working together for so long and have a tacit understanding. Therefore, acting together is the kingly way. For Lucis' complaints, Erza also choked for a while, and then immediately changed his style of painting to tacit understanding. The topic changed so bluntly. Lucy couldn't help complaining again, and then said worriedly after complaining. You guys are not afraid of Oracion Cis, but I'm just a little magister who has just stepped into a level. In this kind of crusade, shouldn't I be used as cannon fodder? The more she talked, the more depressed Lucy became, and everyone who watched was covered with black lines. Young girl, don't you underestimate yourself and us too much? Yi Chen also complained in his heart. After thinking about it, Yi Chen comforted Lucy. Lucy, don't underestimate yourself, haven't you noticed? Since you came to Fairy Tail, Your strength has been several times stronger than before you joined the club. This is because you have experienced many major events back and forth, so, the more you experience, the faster you can grow, you can take good care of it. And your current strength is also in the middle of the union, second only to the few of us. Maybe one day you will surpass Natsu Gray. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Lucy's eyes lit up, her eyes almost lit up, she looked at Yi Chen with hope and confirmed again. Really? Can I really surpass Natsu Gray? Well, as long as you work hard, it is possible. After all, everything is possible. Yi Chen thought about it, and finally said yes against his will. Unless Gray and Natsu stay put. Love. Just when Lucy was cheered up again because of Yi Chen's words, a certain flying blue kitten poured cold water on Lucy, which directly extinguished Lucy's fighting spirit. Dead cat, shut up. A cat should look like a cat, come here, let me pet it. While everyone was laughing and laughing, the vehicle finally stopped slowly. It turned out that it had arrived at the destination of this trip, the villa of President Bob of Blue Pegasus, but the style of this villa is a little bit nausea. The 5 people looked at this wonderful villa, and they were quite speechless. There was no one else in this style. Advertisement, however, when they thought of President Bob of Blue Pegasus, everyone shuddered. President Bob's strength is not weak. The chairman's character and taste are really hard to compliment. Several people shuddered, shook their heads, and finally shook the terrifying image of President Bob of Blue Pegasus out of their minds. Go in first and join other members of the guild. However, let me make it clear that the primary purpose of everything is to protect yourself. If you feel in danger, you are allowed to give up the mission. How can that work? Natsu refuted Yi Chen's words. I said, Natsu, you have to understand that a person has only one life, and once he dies, there is nothing left. I once heard a saying that there is only one protagonist in a world, and that is yourself, and everyone else is just your passerby. The world starts turning when you are born, and when you die, the world will end gone. Do you understand? Yi Chen's words silenced everyone present and fell into deep thought, including Natsu, who has always been the most active. Let's go, let the other guilds wait a long time. Yi Chen patted Natsu on the shoulder and walked towards the villa. Just as several people were standing in the hall silently thinking about Yi Chen's words, a voice suddenly sounded. It's here, X3. Welcome, X3. Fairy, X3, Tails, X3, everyone. As the voice fell, a man with a unique personality appeared in front of everyone. We are Blue Pegasus, advertisement, ask for flowers. Chosen. Trail Men's, sound readies from Hyakuya. Ivan Danram from Holy Night, Lien Chewi of Empty Night. Yi Chen just wanted to say that he must have arrived at the cowherd's nest. Although he had seen it in the plot, he was speechless when he actually saw it. There is only one of these people in Yi Chen's mind. The word can be matched, that is, Sao. It's Trailman from the Blue Pegasus. He's so handsome, and the one who shouts is the weekly magazine's list of wizards who want to be boyfriends, the one who always ranks first, Trail Redis. Lucy committed the old habit of nympho again, pulling Erza's arm and said excitedly. 0. It's as beautiful as it sounds. Nice to meet you, Fairy Queen. Quick, it's here. At this moment, the 3 members of Blue Pegasus had already gathered around Erza attentively. While speaking, a sofa was brought out from nowhere, and Erza was asked to sit down, and then served tea and water, and then Lien Chewi invited Lucy to sit on the sofa as if he had discovered a new world. Come here, please sit here too. By the way, you are really cute. Gray was a little confused when he saw the 3 of them in Blue Pegasus looking like a cowherd entertaining female customers. Who am I, where am I, and what am I here for? What are you doing? Those guys, well, please take care of me this time, everyone will work together and we will be able to defeat Oracion Cease successfully. Erza felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, and immediately stood up as soon as he sat down, and said embarrassingly. Ivan, who looked like a young lady, looked at Erza obsessively and said. It's so cute, this expression is so beautiful, it feels like a goddess in my dreams. Erza was dumbfounded all of a sudden, and looked at Yi Chen for help, only to see that Yi Chen's complexion had completely sunk at this moment. It's just that Yi Chen hasn't had an attack yet, and Gray has already had an attack. He was shirtless, with a strong cold air in his hands, and he said with some displeasure, it's only when there is a disagreement that I will strike. I said, we're here to crusade against Oracion Cease, not to see you posing. Can you get to the point quickly? Chapter 85 Delicate Body and Easy to Overthrow. Chapter 85 Delicate Body and Easy to Overthrow. Just at this moment, a disgustingly sweet voice sounded. You guys, stop here. What is this sweet voice? Lucy felt her body brittle after hearing this, and almost fell limp to the ground. Master One Night. One Night. Hearing this name, Erza trembled as if being electrocuted, and subconsciously ran behind Yi Chen to hide. Long time no see, Erza, I miss you so much, sweetheart. Sweetheart? Is this boring? Gray, Lucy, and Happy were all dumbfounded when they heard Yi addressing Erza. Even if Yi Chen and Erza didn't say it clearly, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the relationship between the two definitely had something to do with each other. The Blue Pegasus trio immediately spoke in unison. It turns out that Ms. Erza is Master Yi's girlfriend, 273, friends, how rude. Go away. Not at all. Yi directly ignored Erza's madness, and turned to the trio and said. Pack up everything quickly, they're not here to play. Yes, sir. What kind of guild is Blue Pegasus? Why does it feel so strange? Lucy was also frightened, and hid behind Natsu, holding Natsu in front of her as a shield. I said, have you guys had enough trouble? Yi Chen's voice sounded, and there was no good or bad. Ah, so there are still men. Men can go back. Thank you for your hard work, please go back. Advertisement. The trio made a gesture of invitation without knowing what to do. Boom. Yi Chen stepped forward, and the violent and boiling magical power soared into the sky, directly flying the entire villa above the second floor to the ground. The bright sunshine shone down, but it couldn't warm the little group of three who were almost scared to death. Liver. Are you Yi Chen? One night at this time, he came to the front of the trio, blocked Yi Chen's domineering aura, looked at Yi Chen seriously, and remembered the person that Chairman Bob specially explained to him, who was called the number one under the Holy 10 Peoples, Yi Chen, so he greeted with a smile. Oh, unexpectedly the ace of the famous Blue Pegasus, Ichiya Vandaleko Dabuki, knows my name. The so-called people who reach out and don't hit the smiling face, although he is very upset in his heart, but Yi Chen doesn't intend to really do it, not to mention, just because of the relationship between the two presidents, it is impossible to do it here. Of course, if the other party goes too far, Yi Chen won't back down either. It was my apprentices who were rude. Yi is also serious at this moment, usually facing those who are not as good as him. He can do whatever he wants, but when facing a strong man like Yi Chen, no matter who he is, he has to take it seriously. Sorry, I'm sorry. X3. The trio immediately borrowed the donkey from the slope, apologized directly to Yi Chen, and then cleaned the villa at a speed like the wind. If it weren't for the sunlight shining directly on the lobby of the villa at this moment, who would have known that there was almost an armed conflict here not long ago? I felt an astonishing magic power from afar. I thought it was the Alliance Army and Oracion Cis. A bald man dressed as an ascetic came rushing over. The person who came was Lamia Scales' trump card, Jura of Rock and Iron. Behind Jura were Leon and Sharia. Sorry, I just encountered something that made me uncomfortable. Yi Chen slapped haha. He couldn't say that he couldn't get used to the Blue Pegasus trio being so courteous to his guild's Zhaobaisai and got angry, right? Yes. Jura looked at Yi Chen suspiciously. Jura felt the magic power that Yi Chen erupted just now, and it was definitely stronger than herself. But would such a person lose his composure so easily? Forget it, now is not the time to think about this. Jura shook her head, shaking her inner doubts out of her mind, then looked left and right, and asked a question subconsciously. Have all the mages from the 4 guilds come together? No, the people from the Demon Cat's place haven't come yet. Yi Chen patted Gray, who was looking at each other full of affection with Leon, and signaled that if Gray is interested in Leon, don't show it here, and said to Jura without looking back. That's it, let's wait a little longer, maybe something is delaying it. Advertisement. Jura didn't care, anyway, it was still early, so just wait. Speaking of which, I heard that the place of the Demon Cat sent a person. Yi also said seriously at this moment, if you are not serious, you can't do it. The magic power Yi Chen showed just now is too terrifying, and he is also afraid that Yi Chen will give yourself 10 blows regardless of the relationship between the 2 guilds. What? We have sent so many people, and the place of the Demon Cat will send one. What a terrible person that must be. Lucy was taken aback, looking at the fairy tale people present, imagining that only one of the top powerhouses sent by the Demon Cat's place would be enough to rival fairy tale. It was hard to imagine how terrifying this existence was. A 10th level powerhouse. Just when everyone was talking about it, when Lucy imagined how terrifying the strong man was, a petite figure with long dark blue hair ran towards everyone with a white kitten, also fell down. Everyone, I'm sorry, I'm late, my name is Wendy. Ma Belle, from the place of the Demon Cat, please give me your advice. Wendy, you are just too weak, that's why you are underestimated. The white kitten spoke to Wendy in a preaching tone. Carla, don't say that, it's cute, but this. Lucy really doesn't know where to complain. The crusade against Oracion Cis is an extremely dangerous crusade mission, but only such a little loli is dispatched. It's not for tourism. Thinking of how he had just turned this little loli into a monster that could rival everyone in fairy tale, he couldn't help but blush. Are you Wendy? Yi Chen greeted with a smile. Big brother, do you know me? No, but I know President Robin Liu of the Demon Cat's place, at a regular meeting of the guild presidents. This point Yi Chen is not lying at all. 2 years ago, Yi Chen was often taken by Ma Karloff with 4.8 to participate in the routine meetings of the guild presidents. Later, he found out that the so-called routine meetings were all major guilds. The place where the presidents chatted and spanked, but Yi Chen refused directly afterwards. Because Yi Chen refused to participate in the regular meeting, and Carlos the horse complained a lot. After all, Yi Chen's title of the first person under the Holy 10 is worth showing off. The powerful members of the guild are famous. There is also light above. Well, big brother, what's your name? Wendy asked Yi Chen softly. My name is Yi Chen. You can call me big brother. In the battle against Oracion Cis, you will stand by my side and I will protect you. Although Yi Chen knows that Wendy is a dragon slayer, although his current strength is not strong, his potential is extraordinary and he has the aptitude to reach the top, but Wendy's soft and weak appearance really stimulates people's desire to protect, especially male.
Chapter 86. A strong enemy appears. Chapter 86. A strong enemy appears. Papa. At this time, Yi clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention, and then said. Since everyone is here, let me roughly explain the battle plan for this time, man. The first is the assembly point of Oracion Cis. I'll go to the bathroom first. I just set up the pose overnight, and when I was about to explain the plan, I suddenly stopped, and then held back for a long time, and finally said that I need to go to the bathroom, leaving everyone speechless for a while. Yi Chen, what do you think of the members of the coalition? Can they successfully attack Oracion Cease?
Not a while after going to the bathroom overnight, Erza asked Yi Chen in a low voice. Yi Chen thought for a while and said truthfully. To be honest, except for one night, just ignore the other 3 blue Pegasus, it's too weak, it's useless. The people at Lamia Scale are pretty good, not to mention Jura Regis, one of the Holy 10. Leon over there is not inferior to Grey, with S-level strength, and Sharia's strength is not bad, far from S-level although there is still a gap, the A-level is definitely the first echelon. And our fairy tale can be said to be the main force in the crusade against Oracion Cease this time. Naturally, I don't need to say more. Erza, you are serious enough to rival Holy 10. Grey, Natsu will go all out if he is 19. There are also rare opponents among S ranks. Lucis words. Speaking of Lucy, Yi Chen thought for a while and continued. I can only say that Lucis' potential is very strong, and it has not been fully realized yet, but if there are some opportunities, maybe super magic can be released. Yi Chen remembers that in the plot, Lucy, with the help of the ringing ancient document magic, released the super magic, all the stars in the sky. As for the home of the demon cat, I don't think I need to say more, you can tell, just be a mascot. After listening to Yi Chen's words, Erza nodded. Although he was a little surprised that Yi Chen had such a high opinion of Lucy, he didn't say much. After thinking about it, he whispered. In this way, the real main force against Oracion Cease is actually you, me, Jura, Yia, Grey, Natsu, Leon, and the others dealing with the young ones. In this way, our side has a greater chance of winning by waiting. That's what I said, but I feel a little uneasy in my heart, and I always feel that something bad will happen. Yi Chen nodded, and then expressed his inner unease. In fact, when Yi Chen heard about the crusade against Oracion Cease, he felt a wave of unease in his heart, which was the real reason for him to volunteer. It's just that until now, Yi Chen didn't know where the uneasiness came from. However, Yi Chen still believes in his own intuition, just like what Yi Chen said on the internet in his last life, the stronger the person, the more acute his sense of danger, and even some top-level experts can even secretly feel your own death. Of course, this is just the speculation of netizens. After all, the world in the previous life was just a world of technology, and there was no supernatural ability. But now Yi Chen can clearly tell netizens that this is true, the intuition of the strong can really perceive danger. Advertisement, yes. Erza nodded, she was very vigilant in her heart. Others didn't know, but she knew very well that the current Yi Chen is definitely the leading strongman on the Ishgar continent, and the intuition of such a strong man will definitely not be aimless. In fact, Erza was also a little uneasy, but it was not strong, and this was also the reason that drove Erza to discuss with Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you have to promise me that if your life is in danger, you must leave immediately. Erza clung to Yi Chen's ear and said something softly. Don't worry, I won't die. Yi Chen grabbed Erza's soft little hand, patted it comfortingly. At this moment, Yi finally came back after going to the toilet and continued to explain the battle plan with the post day. Going north from this place, there is an endless vast forest, a sea of gas trees, and the ancients sealed a certain extremely powerful magic in that sea of trees.
This magic is the kingdom of peace, Nirvana. Yi made a pose while explaining seriously. That's the destructive magic that the ancients had to seal, and that's all we know. But we don't know what kind of magic it is. We think that Oracion Cease will definitely gather at a certain location in the sea of gas trees in order to obtain Nirvana. We have a large number of people, while the other party has only 6 people, but we can't take it lightly.
Those 6 people are extremely powerful existences. These are my hard-won according to the information obtained, this is Cobra. Using ancient magic. The sound of the ancient document, Reddy's, shows the light curtain of the ancient document magic at this moment, and displays the information in it to everyone. While pointing at the screen, he introduced the 6 members of Oracion Cease. It's just that the information that everyone gets from it is only the appearance and name of the other party. As for what kind of magic is used, the information is almost zero.
In addition, the purpose of our combat is not to fight with the opponent. We only need to find the opponent's lair, and then we just need to find a way to get them together, and then use our blue Pegasus Proud Pegasus, the magical blaster. Christina directly lifts and destroys the opponent. As Yi said, he pointed to the magic blast boat floating in the sky, Carry Stinga, with a proud expression on his face. Originally Erza wanted to tell the information about Oracion Cease that he got from Yi Chen, but when he saw Yi pointing at the magic attack boat, he swallowed it. Comparable to a big killer. To deal with a few humans, do we need to use a magic attack boat? Yeah, is it really necessary? This is a magic bomber, how can it deal with a few humans? Lucy and Sharia had some doubts about this, and couldn't help asking curiously. They are such a strong opponent. Jura warned with a serious look. Although we have an advantage in numbers, we must never fight alone. Facing an Oracion Cease, we must deal with 2 or more people together. Everyone nodded, the blood had been aroused by Jura's words, and they all wanted to fight a big fight, and the top one was Natsu, who was spitting flames at the moment, venting his fighting spirit frantically. Advertisement. Natsu, wait a minute. Yi Chen released the Susano, grabbed Natsu with his skeleton right hand, and signaled Natsu to be quiet. Then Yi Chen looked towards the door and said calmly. Can't wait so soon. I saw 6 figures appearing at the door at this moment. Under the sunlight, people couldn't see their faces clearly, but without exception, they all carried strong malice. When did it show up? Enemy. It's Oracion Cease. No, it's not Oracion Cease. I have fought against the 140th army of the 6 demon generals, and none of these people is Oracion Cease. As Yi Chen, who had fought against 3 of Oracion Cease, directly dismissed the speculation that it was Oracion Cease, but the magic power of the Comer was inexplicable and absolutely not good. And there is a familiar feeling, but I just can't remember where I felt it. What? Jura looked at Yi Chen with an ugly expression. He could clearly feel the strength of these 6 figures, none of them were weak, and they all surpassed the existence of S-rank mages. Even if it is not as good as the Holy 10, it is almost the same. If these 6 people were Oracion Cease, then Jura would not be too surprised. After all, Oracion Cease has a great reputation and has such strength. Although it is a bit unexpected, it is acceptable. But Yi Chen said that these 6 people were not Oracion Cease. In this case, wouldn't it mean that besides Oracion Cease, he and the others had to face another 6 top experts who were not inferior to him and the others? Your Excellency Yi Chen, this is troublesome. Jura has activated all her magical powers and is ready to fight to the death. Yeah, among the people present, only you and I are above them. The 2 of us may be able to block 4, Erza can block 1, and the others can block the rest. Although it is a little bit reluctant, it can be done. I'm afraid that Oracion Cease, who is hiding in the dark, will make a sudden move. Careless. Yi Chen was also a little helpless. He had calculated thousands of times, but he didn't realize that there were other people involved. Meet you again, brother Yi Chen. One of them walked out slowly, and when he reached the hall, the light receded, finally revealing the true face of the Comer. It's you. How is this possible? Chapter 87 Strategic Retreat. Chapter 87 Strategic Retreat. It turned out that the person who came was Yi Chen's old acquaintance, the leader of the 9 demon gates of Tartaros, goddess of the slave planet Kyoka. Behind Kyoka are Torafuzar, Sela, Easel, Storm, and Jackal who belong to 9 demon gates. It's impossible, aren't you already dead? Gray, who experienced Galuna Island, stared at Kyoka dumbfounded. Back then, Kyoka blew himself up in full view. Could it be that he was blind? Although Yi Chen said at that time that Kyoka's self-explosion was probably a cover-up, just a means, but Gray had witnessed Kyoka's self-explosion and blew himself to pieces at that time, so Gray did not believe a word at that time. The same goes for Natsu. Although Natsu is being suppressed by Yi Chen at this moment, he is also looking at Kyoka in a daze, and he doesn't know what expression to use. Brother Yi Chen, how about joining us? With your strength, we can give you absolute strength. Kyoka sent an invitation to Yi Chen. After Kyoka was forced to blow himself up by Yi Chen last time, he was severely taught by Mard Gear, the vice president of Tartaros and the actual president of the underworld, until Kyoka sent Yi that strange feeling on Chen informed Mard Gear. This also made Mard Gear very interested in Yi Chen, so when he learned that the actions of Oracion Cease would lead to a crusade by the Alliance army composed of Fairy Tail, Lamia Scale, Blue Pegasus, and the Demon Cat's Home, he judged Yi Chen likely to be involved. And it happened that Oracion Cease, who had fought against Yi Chen before and knew about Yi Chen, also happened to send Cobra to contact him for help at this moment, so Mard Gear took the initiative to send some of them from the 9 demon gates. As for the purpose, it is to bring Yi Chen back to meet Mard Gear, the king of the underworld. Absolute power. Sorry, but I don't think Tartaros can give me the absolute power I'm taking. Yi Chen was full of magic power and faced Kyoka. What? Tartaros? The 4 words Tartaros spit out from Yi Chen's mouth, no less than a magnitude 9 earthquake, shaking everyone present. Boom. A certain wall of the villa was collapsed by a powerful magic force, and 6 men and women came out slowly in the smoke. The leader was the commander of Oracion Cease, Brain. Kyoka, Oracion Cease didn't invite you here to chat. Advertisement. In fact, with the help of Cobra's voice magic, Brain has been monitoring every move of the Alliance army not far away, and with the appearance of 9 demon gates, Brain is overjoyed, but Kyoka doesn't follow the routine and invites his confidant to Tartaros. You should know that although the Balam Alliance is jointly supported by Tartaros, Grimoire Heart, and Oracion Cease, in the eyes of outsiders, even if they are strong or weak, the 3 major guilds are almost the same, and basically exist at the same level. But Brain clearly knows that among the 3 dark guilds, Oracion Cease is the weakest. Whether it is Grimoire Heart or Tartaros, they are far stronger than the Oracion Cease he founded. But fortunately, Oracion Cease has the most subordinates, the Dark Guild, and it maintains a fragile balance. If Yi Chen joins Tartaros, with what Yi Chen did at the last moment of Tower of Heaven, Brain suspects that Yi Chen alone will be enough to sweep the entire Oracion Cease and all the guilds under Oracion Cease. Noisy. Kyoka glanced at Brain with disdain, then turned to Yi Chen and continued. That's Yi Chen. You don't know our Tartaros method. We say that we can give you absolutely powerful power, and we will definitely give you absolutely powerful power. He. Ha 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 ha. Killing me. Hearing Kyoka's serious explanation, Yi Chen laughed wildly, and the tears of laughter almost flowed out. Kyoka, you guys are really big talkers, frogs in the bottom of the well knowing the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. Do you know what absolute power is? The giants who push across the ages, and the invincibles who overlook the years, dare not say that they have an absolutely powerful history area. A mere Tartaros dares to give others absolute power without shame. Everyone present said that although they didn't quite understand the meaning of Yi Chen's words, just pushing the two words across the ages and overlooking the years gave people a feeling of looking up to the mountains. It is difficult for everyone to imagine what kind of existence the giant who pushes across the ages and the invincible who overlooks the years in Yi Chen's mouth is. However, Kyoka's face turned ugly at the moment. The giant who pushed across the ages and the invincible who overlooked the years were just what Yi Chen said casually, and they were just an excuse to reject himself. Since Yi Chen, you don't know good and bad, then we can only do it. Weapon spell. Advertisement. Magic whip. Kyoka's fingers turned into whips and slammed down towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen's right hand, which contained huge magic power, was directly entwined by Kyoka's magic whip. Yi Chen grabbed it with his backhand, and the magic power of the lion's gold in his body turned into a galloping thunder, spreading along the magic whip towards Kyoka's body. Hard spells. The dark Torafuzar came to Yi Chen in an instant, and the sharp blade on his arm slashed towards Yi Chen's wolf. Change. Armor of the Sky Wheel. Erza changed clothes directly, held a magic sword, and blocked the slash of the dark Torafuzar, but Torafuzar's power was too strong, and Erza, who hastily resisted, was knocked back several meters. It hit Yi Chen. In order not to hurt Erza, Yi Chen had no choice but to let go of Kyoka, who was nearly burnt by the lion's gold thunderbolt because of his carelessness. He also wanted to deactivate Kyoka first, so as to reduce the pressure of the next battle. Brother Yi Chen is really amazing. Kyoka deserves to be the leader of the 9 demon gates. He was supported by the goddess of the chill moon, Sela, behind him, and he was able to praise him. However, the hotness in Kyoka's eyes surprised Yi Chen. What does this look mean? Eat. Hands on, good money good. Kree Stinga. Yi directly gave the order to Shang, and Shang understood it, and summoned the ancient magic, ancient documents, and used remote control to make Kree Stinga shoot down the magical bombardment. Eternal Dark Guardian. Demon Saber Trinidad Moon. Brain released the Ever-Dark Guardian, defending against the magic bombardment of the magic attack ship Kristinga, protecting Oracion Cease, and on the side of the 9 demon gates, Boiche Easel cut a giant slashing wave, and will fall all the magic bombardments were chopped into nothingness. And after the super giant slashing wave shattered the magic bombardment, it cut the low-flying Kree Stinga in half, fell miserably, and then exploded into pieces in midair. Escaped. After Carrie Stinga was dealt with, the place where the Alliance army was originally located was already empty, and everyone took advantage of the time Carrie Stinga had bought for them to temporarily retreat strategically. Chapter 88 Calling for Help. Chapter 88 Calling for Help. In the cave a few kilometers away from Chairman Bob's villa, all the members of the Alliance army were resting here, panting. Damn it, I didn't expect to face the most powerful Oracion Cease in the Balam Alliance, and the most mysterious Tartaros at the same time. Jura's staff hit the ground fiercely, his face was gloomy and terrifying. It's normal. After all, because of Jalal's actions, the Council's launch towers of magic elf power have been destroyed, the Council has lost its deterrent power against the Dark Trade Union in a short period of time. Naturally, ghosts and monsters from all walks of life came out, but I didn't expect that 9 demon gates from Tartaros would join in the fun this time. Yi Chen was also very upset. This was the first time he was in such a state of embarrassment after he traveled to Fairy Tale and obtained the template of the 4th true ancestor. The current situation is beyond what we can handle, and Oracion Cease can't sit idly by, so call for help. Yi Chen thought for a while before speaking. I agree. Jura and Yi nodded at the same time, agreeing to bring reinforcements from their respective guilds. Then Wendy looked to the left and looked again, not sure what to do with 083. My family knows my own affairs. The demon cat's place is not like Fairy Tale, Blue Pegasus, Lamia Scale. What? Wendy, don't worry, I know something about the situation at the demon cat's place, and I'll leave it to us. Seeing Wendy with an anxious face, Yi Chen smiled gently, stroked Wendy's hair and said softly. President Bob. Seeing that Jura and Yi had already contacted the presidents of their respective guilds, Yi Chen also took out the magic crystal and contacted Carlo, the horseman of Fairy Tale. What's the matter, brat? The stableman Carlo in the crystal ball is drinking with a glass at the moment. Old man, there was a little accident in this crusade. Accident. Advertisement. Ma Karloff didn't care, he still had great trust in Yi Chen's strength. With Oracion Cease's strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to be Yi Chen's opponent. Yes, we encountered not only Oracion Cease, but also unexpected BJCB enemies. Oh, what kind of enemy is asking you to contact me specifically? 6 of the 9 demon gates in Tartaros. It's from Tartaros. 7. PFF'd. What did you say? Tartaros. Carlos Ma, who was still drinking the wine calmly, sprayed it out in an instant, and his whole old face came directly in front of the crystal ball, and asked in shock. Well, it's Tartaros. Each of these people is a super S-rank existence, and they may not be much worse than the Holy 10. Yi Chen nodded with a serious tone. Tartaros. Ma Karloff pondered for a while, and had already made a decision in his heart. Stinky boy, are you still safe for the time being? Yes. The closest grand guild to the gas tree sea is Quattro Cerberus, besides our Fairy Tale. I think you have already asked for help from Lamia Scale and Blue Pegasus, but they are too far away, so you may not be in a hurry. In this way, I will now contact Goldmine in Quattro Cerberus and ask him to send a strong man to support him. I will also set off from Magnolia immediately. It is good. Yi Chen nodded, then cut off the communication, turned to look at Jura and Yi. You two, how are you doing? Advertisement. As Chairman Carlos Ma said, Chairman Bob has personally brought people here, and contacted the strong outside to come to support, but even if the strongest in the guild is closest to here, it will take at least 1 day and 1 night. Our side too. Jura and Yi's reply is just like what Ma Karloff said, it is true that the long-distance water cannot quench the near thirst. Although Quattro Cerberus is the closest grand guild to this place, it will take at least half a day to arrive, and our fairy tale people will arrive sooner than Quattro Cerberus, support. So for the time being, we need to hold Oracion Cease and Tartaros down to prevent them from finding Nirvana while we wait for support. Yi Chen nodded and expressed his opinion. After a short pause, Yi Chen saw that Jura and Yi didn't say anything, so he continued. My magic power is the strongest, and magic is most suitable for group battles. I will take the initiative to hold back Tartaro's people. Don't worry, I'm pretty sure I can hold back 9 demon gates. Seeing Erza's worried expression, Yi Chen comforted her and continued to assign tasks. Mr. Jura, one night, Erza, Natsu, Gray, Leon, Lucy, Sharia, Oracion Cease are all up to you to hold them back. You don't have to seek victory, as long as you hold them back so they can't find Nirvana with peace of mind. As for the few of you will stay here, the ringing ancient document magic is suitable as a conductor, and he will be the bridge between us. Wendy, I've heard President Robin Lu say that your magic is healing magic, so you stay here. If someone gets hurt, you need to heal it. Ivan, Ren, you are here to protect Hibiki and Wendy. Then leave it to His Excellency Yi Chen, and the Oracion Cease will be handed over to us. As the strongest in the Alliance army after Yi Chen, Jura held a magic wand at the moment, and solemnly agreed. In addition, I have another thing to remind, all the dark guilds under the command of Oracion Cease have also come out at this moment, and since Tartaros has appeared, it may not be possible that there will be no dark guilds under the command of Tartaros. We have to face not only Oracion Cease and Tartaros, but also hundreds of dark mages. So it is necessary for everyone to let go of their grievances and work together to wait for the arrival of reinforcements. Yi Chen's words made everyone even more nervous, except for a certain heartless dragon slayer. Okay, I'll show up next to distract the 9 demon gates of Tartaros, Oracion Cease is up to you. After speaking, Yi Chen turned around and left the cave, flying towards midair. Chapter 89 Facing Alone. Chapter 89 Facing Alone. Yi Chen rushed towards the sea of gas trees for more than 10 kilometers, and soon discovered the traces of 9 demon gates and Oracion Cease, but at this moment, 9 demon gates did not know what agreement he had reached with Oracion Cease, and was actually helping to find Nirvana. Seeing the figures of 9 demon gates and Oracion Cease not far away, Yi Chen directly summoned the Black Sword of Yemo, preparing to give them a big gift. Come into the world, Beast No. 7. The Black Sword of Yemo. Following Yi Chen's loud shout, the Black Sword of Yemo, a supergiant sword hundreds of meters away, manipulated its own gravity, and fell from midair like a meteorite, but the speed of its fall was as if it was being pulled by a strong force. The sound of falling and selling explosions are constantly sending cash around the sword. And the moment it landed, the super huge shock wave instantly destroyed everything around it, and it could even be said that it turned the entire land upside down. When the smoke and dust dissipated, a huge crater with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers and a depth of nearly 3 kilometers appeared in the originally dense sea of trees. All the trees around the crater for tens of kilometers were blown down by the air waves. It looks magnificent, but in the middle of everything, it is a bottomless hole. As for 9 demon gates and Oracion Cease, although they were in a panic at the moment, they suffered a little injury at most. When they saw Yi Chen, they immediately defended immediately, so although they were in a mess, it didn't affect their combat power. On the contrary, the mages of the Dark Guild under Oracion Cease suffered a lot of losses from this blow, but these little fellows were obviously not considered by Oracion Cease. Damn it guys! The dragon's roar. Cobra, who was closest to Yi Chen, rushed towards Yi Chen furiously at this moment, and the roar of the dark purple poisonous dragon sprayed out towards Yi Chen. Fire Dragon's Roar. Natsu happened to catch up at this moment, and blocked Cobra's poisonous dragon's roar with a mouthful of Fire Dragon's Roar. Oracion Cease, your opponents are my friends, and my goal is 9 demon gates. Yi Chen didn't turn his head back, and looked at the 9 demon gates slowly approaching him with calm eyes, and the magic power in his body began to boil. It seems that brother Yi Chen is going to fight us to the death. Kyoka looked at Yi Chen who was getting ready, covered his mouth and chuckled, and then his face instantly became gloomy and terrifying. Who do you think you are? You want to challenge 6 of our 9 demon gates at the same time. Saw, don't try it, who knows if I can defeat you. Yi Chen's monstrously huge magical power has been completely released, and a terrifying sense of oppression emanates from Yi Chen's body, which makes Oracion Cease, who originally wanted to communicate with Yi Kong, stop in his tracks. Advertisement. Afterwards, without knowing what Brain said to the other 6 demons, Oracion Cease collectively launched an attack on the coming Alliance army. He. Ha 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 ha. Go to hell. 5 swords in the world Shujuan. Boy Che Easel couldn't bear it first, and without waiting for Kyoka to issue orders, he directly attacked Yi Chen, and 7 major sword chi struck Yi Kong. Torfuzar followed closely behind, his whole body became extremely hard during the running, and the sharp blade on his arm became more and more sharp at this moment. Call out. The storm just made a sound, and several powerful storms engulfed everything, rolling towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen's violent magic power erupted instantly at this moment, blocking the attacks of the three, and then a mysterious rune appeared on his arm, the next second. Come into the world. The third beast. Quicksilver of the dragon snake. Come to the world. The fourth beast. The silver mist of the carapace. Come into the world. The fifth beast. The gold of the lion. Come into the world. Beast no. 6. Mingji's rainbow flame. Come into the world. Beast no. 7. The black sword of Yemo. Come into the world. Beast no. 11. White steel of water essence. Come into the world. Beast no. 12. Ice of the enchantress. Yi Chen summoned all the 7 beasts of his own in one breath, and with the appearance of the 7 beasts, 7 huge magical powers shot up into the sky, dyeing the entire sky in color. Ask for flowers. What a terrifying power. No wonder you dare to challenge 6-9 demon gates at the same time. Sela also looked at Yi Chen in surprise, and couldn't help sighing to Kyoka with her mouth covered in surprise. Yeah, that's why Pluto is so fond of him. Kyoka also showed fanaticism. In her opinion, if Yi Chen is transformed into a demon, it may not be impossible to achieve the wishes of herself and others. TCH, it's just a human being. Advertisement. Jackal sneered disdainfully, and then prepared to step forward. Let's fight. Feeling the powerful power of the beasts he summoned, Yi Chen's confidence instantly increased, and he launched an attack on the 9 demon gates who were already eager to try. 0. Court death. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. The sky and the earth are trembling, the air is roaring, the battle between Yi Chen and 9 demon gates is in full swing. On the other side, Karloff the horse brought Mirajan, Gajiel, and Fried anxiously towards the sea of gas trees. President, how long will it take? Mirajan asked the horse Carlo with an anxious expression. The horse Carlo was driving the magic 4-wheel drive with all his strength at the moment, so he didn't have time to pay attention to it, and just said without turning his head. Don't worry, with Yi Chen's strength, nothing will happen. Seeing the groom Carlo who was more anxious than anyone else, Mirajan fell silent, but her clasped hands showed that she was not at peace. Goldmine from Quattro Cerberus and Bacchus, the ace of Quattro Cerberus, the S-rank magic islander, also rushed towards the sea of gas trees. President, is the enemy really that strong this time? That's right, Bacchus, a man with a reputation worthy of nothing, but the opponents are Tartaros and Oracion Cease, you must be careful. Goldmine pushed the sunglasses and said to Bacchus seriously. Ha ha ha, that's really wild. On Bacchus's face, he didn't seem to care, but his right hand unconsciously held his wine gourd tightly. Chapter 90. Erza vs. Erza. Chapter 90. Erza vs. Erza. As the battle between Yi Chen and the 9 demon gates started, the alliance army had also fought against Oracion Cease at this moment. Natsu fought with Cobra first, the 2 dragon slayers. It was a contest between fire and poison, and it was also a contest between the first generation dragon slayer and the second generation dragon slayer. Fire Dragon's iron fist. Dragon's tusk. Boom. As the fists of Natsu and Cobra collided, flames and poisonous mist were scattered, and the expressions of both of them were extremely excited at the moment. It was the excitement of meeting opponents and meeting Liankai. Fire Dragon's roar. The dragons roar. After the 2 fists collided, they retreated at the touch of a touch, and then the 2 stood still, took a deep breath, and breathed out the dragon's breath. As the 2 dragon breaths collided in midair, a huge fire ball, 287, dyed purple-black exploded in the middle of the 2, knocking Natsu and Cobra into the air respectively. But by coincidence, Cobra's pet snake, Kuburios, was flying in the air with his back and wings, catching Cobra. Natsu's partner, Happy, also spread out its white wings and caught Natsu in midair. The 2 faced each other from a distance, and their eyes met as if lightning had been released, as if a crackling sound sounded in the hearts of the 2. You are the first dragon slayer I met, it seems that I can have a good fight. Cobra looked at Natsu excitedly. At this moment, the fighting spirit in Cobra's heart had been completely ignited. Seeing Yi Chen's destructive behavior made Cobra feel terrified, but also ignited an unyielding fighting spirit. And the appearance of Natsu, who is also a dragon slayer, can just let Cobra vent the long-standing fighting spirit in his heart. Therefore, Cobra did not use the God Ear in sound magic to eavesdrop on Natsu's inner thoughts at this moment. He just wants to have a good fight. Hey, you're not bad too. Natsu laughed out loud, and his whole body burned with amazingly hot flames, just like a Super Saiyan. Happy, it's time to FK. Kubarios. Hiss. Receiving positive responses from their respective partners, Natsu and Cobra looked at each other at the same time, and then with the help of their partners, they flew straight towards each other. Advertisement. X2. Boom, 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 boom. In midair, 2 rays of light, one red and one purple and black, continuously intersected and separated, and they continued to roar, and shock waves were transmitted to the ground following the 2 people's fights, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Looks like Natsu has already handed it over. We can't fall behind either. Gray looked up at Natsu who was fighting Cobra in midair, turned to Leon and said. Yeah, it's time for us to do it. The confidence on Leon's face couldn't be concealed no matter what. Have you 2 discussed it? I'm going to do it. Hotai, holding a Bible and dressed as a priest, looked at Gray and Leon, and was already a little anxious. Just now, Brain had sent him a message, asking him to defeat his opponent as soon as possible. Go and help Brain fend off Jura. Do it. X2. Gray and Leon directly and subconsciously took off their respective shirts and flicked them casually. Hotai was taken aback watching this scene. What does this mean? I see. Although I don't know what it means to undress before the battle, Hotai, as a top powerhouse who can confront Jura head-on, has such rich combat experience, he directly unfolded his sky eye magic, and the magic power of the whole body began to condense. Then with a wave of one hand, the ground instantly softened and turned into countless sharp blades, stabbing towards Gray and Leon. Form of ice, ice shield. Form of ice hyphenation point Grand Eagle. Worthy of being a senior brother, he knew what the other party was thinking with just one look. Gray released a wide-ranging ice shield to block all the sharp blades, while Leon jumped high and released his best dynamic ice modeling magic. Hotai just pointed his finger upwards, and the softened ground instantly rose up, and then hardened, becoming a hard earth wall. Leon's ice figure, the big eagle, was no longer there except for a few pits on it. There are other effects. Then Hotai waved his hand, and the whole ground seemed to be turned into an ocean, a huge wave of earth was set off, and it pressed towards Gray and Leon with the attitude of Mount Tai. Advertisement. Get out of the way. Cut. Erza just happened to arrive at this moment, holding a magic sword and wearing a black feather armor. He slashed at the earth wave fiercely. The slash was enough to split the mountain and Duanyu, splitting the 100-meter high earth wave in two in an instant, and then it turned into countless mud and fell, and it rained a mud rain. Hotai said, "You are too bullying, actually 3 against 1. Your opponent is me. Open. Gemini gate. Gemini. Gemini. Copy Erza." Angel also arrived in time at this moment. Seeing Erza make a move, he immediately summoned the Gemini of Gemini and copied Erza. Boom. Gemini immediately copied it into Erza according to Angel's order. In fact, Angel also subconsciously asked Gemini to copy Erza, but he didn't expect to be able to copy Erza successfully. You must know that Gemini of Gemini is indeed very powerful, and can copy people who have been in contact and whose magic power is less than or equal to the holder. Originally, Angel didn't have any hope. After all, Erza was well known, but he didn't expect that the copy was actually successful. It turns out that the famous fairy queen Erza is nothing more than that. Angel felt at ease. As long as his magic power was not as good as his own, he would be invincible by virtue of Gemini's ability to replicate. Another me. Erza looked at the Erza copied by Gemini, and was also 3.9 stunned, then the corners of his mouth raised, unable to hide the excitement in his heart. I've never fought myself. Come on. The magic sword in Erza's hand pointed directly at Erza copied by Gemini, and a strong sword intent was released from her body. Hehe, do you think you can defeat a Gemini clone? Gemini can copy people who have been in contact and whose magic power is less than or equal to the owner's. Even people's abilities and thoughts can be copied and understood. That is to say, you will, and your clone will do it. So, she's another you, fairy queen, Erza Scarlet. Angel said proudly, but it's a pity that Erza was unmoved and did not waver in the slightest. That's right, just right for me to see if I can beat myself. Change. Armor of the Sky Wheel. X2. Chapter 91 The Bug Like Gemini. Chapter 91 The Bug Like Gemini. Accept it. Erza snorted coldly, then raised the double swords in his hands, and the two sword lights slashed towards Gemini's transformed Erza. Gemini's transformed Erza also raised the double swords in his hands at this moment, and the same two sword lights slashed towards Erza. Boom, boom. 4 flashing sword lights intersected in midair, making a loud noise. Tianlin Sword of 3 persons. Tianlin Sword of 3 persons. Boom. The two Erzas, the real and the fake, each drew their swords out of triangular orbits at high speed to attack each other, and the attacks collided and disappeared in midair without exception. Interesting. What about this trick? Sky Wheel Pentagram Sword. Erza instantly drew a huge star-shaped orbit with 2 swords to attack the Erza copied by Gemini. Its power tore through the air and formed a huge sword pressure, which made Hotai, who was ready to make a move, couldn't help but stop. Very strong. Angel, are you sure? Don't worry 19, as long as Gemini can copy each other, I'm invincible. Angel is very confident. Originally, Angel's magic power was not as good as Erza's, but since he saw Yi Chen's terrifying and boundless magic power in Tower of Heaven, Angel has worked hard to improve his power during this period. Because she also wants to reach that level, as long as she has that level of magic power, with Gemini's ability, who in this world will be her opponent. Change. Black Feather Armor. While the two were talking, Erza had already replaced the Sky Wheel Armor with the Black Feather Armor. Black Feather Moon Flash. Change. Star Armor. Gemini's transformed Erza did not change into the Black Feather Armor at this moment, but directly changed into the Star Armor. Advertisement. Then, gather the light beams in the beam cannons of both hands and launch them towards Erza in the form of lightning waves at high speed. Star Light Particle Sword. Seeing this, Erza did not dodge, but planned to completely cut the Star of Gemini, the Sword of Light Particles, with the magic sword in his hand. It's a pity that Erza underestimated the opponent a little bit. Although his Black Feather Armor can increase the destructive power of the attack, the opponent is Erza after all, and his own slash cannot completely cut through the Star Light Particle Sword released by the opponent. Drink. However, although it wasn't completely cut open, it was cut halfway through, so although it was repelled, Erza forced a sigh of relief at the last moment and finally began to cut open the Star Light Particle Sword. Erza, are you okay? Seeing this, Gray couldn't help asking worriedly, after all, the other party is also Erza, how can Gray not be worried? Don't worry, Gray, I'll leave the Hotai over there to you. No problem. Don't worry, it was just a warm-up, and the next step is to get serious. Gray hammered his chest with his hand, and said to Erza, and then Gray released an extremely cold air from his hand, and he was ready to strike. Gray, be careful, the other party is not a small character. Leon was standing side by side with Gray at the moment, with the same coldness in his hands, and said to Gray with a serious face, for fear that his junior brother would suffer a disadvantage because of underestimating the other party. Cut. Erza, copied by Gemini, was already wearing the armor of Purgatory at this moment. Taking advantage of Erza's breathing space, he slashed a terrifying sword light towards Leon and Gray. Don't think about it. Erza immediately came to the two of them, holding his sword horizontally, blocking Erza's sword light copied by Gemini. Thanks, Erza. Look at mine next. Style of ice. Hammer of ice strike. Sculpture of ice hyphenation point grass. Soften. Facing Gray and Leon's attack, Hotai just raised his hand, the ground kept rising, deformed and twisted, and the softened ground turned into a swamp in an instant, swallowing their magic directly. Advertisement. Ice breath. Gray condensed a group of extremely cold magic power in his mouth, learned from Natsu's fire dragon's roar, and spit it out towards Aethy. The terrifying cold air swept across the earth in an instant, and the originally softened land was frozen and became extremely hard. The power of the ice breath instantly broke through the extremely hard swamp that was frozen. However, Aethy is worthy of being a top mage who can rival Jura of Rock and Iron, one of the 10 wizard saints. Facing Gray's icy breath, he only opened one hand forward, and a magic shield was instantly formed, blocking played Gray's ice breath. Gray, when did you learn this trick? Leon was stunned. He didn't remember such a magic in the ice modeling magic. Leon, have you forgotten what said? Ice modeling magic is free magic. As long as you want it, ice modeling magic can do it. Gray didn't say much, just pretended to reply. It's hard for him to say. It's because he fought too much with Natsu, coupled with the various ice-type tricks described by Chen before. His brain opened up in an instant, and he copied Natsu's signature big move at the first time, Roar of the Dragon Slayer. The magic of freedom. Leon always felt that there was something in Gray's words, but there was no proof, but after thinking about it, everyone is a grasshopper on the same rope now, so there is no need to lie to himself. Thinking of this, Leon has already made up his mind that when he goes back, he must also create some unique tricks, and he must not rest on his laurels. Nice magic, but not as good as money, right? 547. Aethy's strength is very strong. Even if Gray's magic power is amazing, he doesn't pay attention to it. I saw a burst of red light from Aethy's eyes, and then the ground that was frozen extremely hard due to the cold air instantly softened. And because even if it is softened, there are still many lands that are as frozen as gold and iron, which actually increases the lethality of Aethy. Go. Following Aethy's manipulation, the entire land began to ups and downs like waves, directly shaking Gray and Leon from side to side, and even because of the mixed frozen soil as hard as gold and iron, the two of them were instantly beaten green one piece as purple. What are you two doing? Erza was fighting with the Erza copied by Gemini at the moment, but was also overturned by the sudden wave. As a result, Erza, who was still slightly in the upper hand, was instantly pulled back by the Erza copied by Gemini, and the sharp sword light slashed on Erza's armor. If it weren't for Erza's amazing swordsmanship, even though his armor was cut to pieces, he barely blocked the sudden blow with his own swordsmanship. Perhaps this blow would be enough to seriously injure Erza. I have to work overtime today, so I can only come here. Chapter 92. Another group of forces. Chapter 92. Another group of forces. It's freezing cold. Leon took a deep breath, and then burst out all his magic power, instantly freezing the entire swaying ground, but although it was frozen, cracks appeared continuously, and it seemed that it would not last long. Walk. Gray took the opportunity to get out of the swamp, and pulled Leon out of the range of the swamp with the half-baked shaving he had learned. A smart choice, right? Seeing that Gray and Leon escaped from his attack range, Aethy praised. After all, he did not use his full strength, and the range of softening of the land he used was not very large, but don't think that he would give up like this. Boom. Oops. Aethy. Get out of here. And Gear suddenly reminded Aethy loudly, and Aethy immediately subconsciously interrupted his magic, and jumped a few meters behind him. It turned out that just when Aethy was about to use his unique move to move the plaza to deal with Gray and Leon, it was time for Gemini of the Gemini to transform suddenly, and the transformation was cancelled instantly, which led to the breakthrough of Erza's slash at the moment in Angel's direction. He slashed towards Aethy's position. The powerful slash cut the whole land, and the cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. In the next second, it was recombined because of Aethy's magic power. It was impossible to see that Erza's slash had cut the land in the previous second. You guys. Your P********* G me off. The successive attacks made Aethy completely furious, and then Aethy signaled Angel to get out of the way, which meant that he was going to amplify his moves. When Angel saw this, he could only curl his lips. There was no way. Among Oracion Cease, Angel's strength was only fifth, only a little stronger than Lisa, and Aethy was second only to Oracion Cease. The strong man who leads Wugweijong and Midnight, even if Midnight doesn't use illusion, is definitely not Aethy's opponent. Even Cobra, who is strong enough to play with Natsu, is actually slightly weaker than Aethy, and this is still the case of using the God ear to listen to Aethy's inner voice. Okay, I'll leave it to you, Tianyan. Don't worry, money is everything. As long as you have money, you can get everything, including victory, right? Aethy said something lightly, and then released a magic power that was huge enough to rival that of the Holy Cross, and waves of air blew his priest's clothes rattling. Advertisement. Seeing this, Erza jumped in front of Gray and Leon in a few clicks, preparing to resist Aethie's next attack with Gray and Leon. Gray, Leon, you get behind me. Erza has changed into the King Kong armor at this moment, and is ready to face Aethie's next attack. It's not that Erza doesn't want to interrupt Aethie's power storage, but that Angear is looking at herself with a smile that is not a smile. She has already held the key of Gemini in her hand. Obviously, as long as she does it herself, she will start again. Replicate yourself with the Gemini of Gemini. And even if Gemini's clone can't defeat itself, it can still block it. This is also the reason why Erza gave up pursuing the victory and came to Gray and Leon instead, preparing to help them resist the attack of Aethie. After all, in Erza's perception, Aethie's magic power is extremely huge, even compared Jura is no different. With the strength of Gray and Leon, it is impossible to stop Ath, who is getting serious, only he is somewhat sure. Event Plaza. At this moment, Aethie released his magic power, and the earth began to flow with the wanton changes of his mind, and instantly turned into a huge wave of soil hundreds of meters high, pressing down with the force of the sky. Damn it! Erza's complexion also changed when facing such a powerful attack. This kind of attack, which is like a natural disaster, is absolutely impossible to defend against with the Vajra armor, and can only attack with attack. Erza made a judgment in an instant, and then decisively gave up the armor of Vajra, which had the strongest defense, and changed to the clothes of pure heart, and then held the demon sword Hongyiang tightly, and concentrated all the magic power on the demon sword Hongyiang. Faith slash. Erza raised the demon sword Hongyiang in his hand, and at the moment when the earth wave collapsed, a heaven-penetrating slash was sent out, and the world lost its color under this blow. In everyone's eyes, only this blow, like the creation of the gods, divides the world, and everything else loses its color. As this, the power of faith. Sure enough, it's more powerful than money, right? Aethie was hit head-on by Erza's faith slash. If it wasn't for the threat of death, Aethie concentrated all his magic power in front of him at the last moment. This blow was enough to split Aethie in half. But even so, the priest's clothes, which were considered decent, were basically shattered at this moment, hanging on Aethie's strong body, worse than those worn by beggars. Advertisement. After sighing Erza's strength, Aethie's eyes turned white and he fell down. Eye of the sky. Angear was also affected by the blow just now, and was blown away by the wind pressure formed by the slash. When she returned to the battlefield, she only saw its unfallen figure. Quote. Damn it, even the eyes of the sky. Angear turned around and left here directly. After all, even Tianyan was defeated, and going by himself was also delivering food. I didn't expect Erza to be so strong. Gemini, when you copy Erza, can you use this trick? Angear, I'm sorry, this trick can no longer be performed simply by copying, although we know how to perform it from the idea of copying, but to release all the power of this move, we need to have the belief of guarding our partners, but we don't have it. Way to replicate that belief. Gemini flew in the air, apologizing to Angear. Sure enough, faith. What is my belief? Angear stopped in her tracks, looked at the clear sky at this moment, and said to herself. Finally caught up with you, Angear. Gray and Leon chased after Angear when he stopped. As for Erza, because Erza's magic power has been completely emptied by the slash of faith just now, so Erza can only wait until Erza has recovered a little bit of magic power and has the power to protect himself, then leave Erza in place to rest, and the two of them will go along with each other. Following the traces left by Angear along the way, he chased them up. It's you, are you planning to catch up and die? Although Angear was shocked by Erza's strength, she didn't care about Gray and Leon who were like ants in her eyes. So facing Gray and Leon who were chasing up, Angear just squinted and didn't pay attention, because there was someone more worthy of her attention in front of her. What are you doing here? He, of course I came to help Oracion cease as an ally. The visitor covered his face and smiled lightly, and didn't make much movement, but at this moment Gray and Leon were frozen in place. Chapter 93 Strong Support. Chapter 93 Strong Support. Ultir, X2. Gray and Leon looked at the person who came, and murmured an unforgettable name. The person who came was Ultir, one of the judges. They never expected that Ultir would appear here. Even though they had seen Ultir on Galuna Island, they still couldn't hide their excitement when they saw Ultir again. HMPH, Ultir, the head of the seven kin of Purgatory in the Devil's Heart, is definitely not here to help Arba. Angear still looked at Ultir vigilantly. In fact, among the Balam Alliance, Grimoire Heart and Oracion Cease are the most competitive. As a veteran Dark Guild, Grimoire Heart is known as the most powerful Dark Guild in the Balam Alliance, so it already has an astonishing number of subordinate guilds and extremely large forces. However, with the sudden emergence of Oracion Cease, the newly emerging Dark Guilds have been continuously incorporated into their own direct guilds. As Oracion Cease's power grows, it soon conflicts with Grimoire Heart. It can be said that the conflict between Grimoire Heart and Oracion Cease is the collision between the old guild and the new guild. As for Tartaros, it is a very Buddhist existence. Of course, this is just from the perspective of 890, but in the eyes of Grimoire Heart and Oracion Cease, Tartaros is the kind of person who doesn't bother to mess with you as long as you don't mess with me. But the strength of Tartaros is indeed beyond doubt, so with the default of Grimoire Heart and Oracion Cease, it automatically became one of the triangles of Balam Alliance. However, even though they are also one of the triangles that support the Balam Alliance, the relationship between Oracion Cease and Grimoire Heart is extremely bad. This is why Brain did not go to Grimoire Heart when he learned that the regular guild formed an alliance army to attack him. The reason Tartaros helped, If I say, I'm just here to help, believe it or not. Altair played with the crystal ball in his hand, and looked at Angel playfully. Ghost letter. Angel is facing a formidable enemy. After all, the woman in front of her may not look glamorous and charming, but her strength is unsurpassed in the contemporary era. She is so strong that even if she has no president, she may not dare to say that she can take her down. I believe, but it's not to help you, but to help him. Altair looked at Gray and Leon, who looked at him suspiciously, didn't say much, just chuckled, and then threw the crystal ball in his hand towards Angel. The future flashes. Damn it. Advertisement. As Oracion sees who can confront Grimoire Heart head-on, every member is very powerful, even the weaker, and Gear is actually only second to the Holy Cross level. Open. The Gate of Scorpio. Scorpio. Angear directly took out the key of Scorpio, one of the zodiac signs, and summoned Scorpio of Scorpio. Where? Scorpio is a cool guy dressed in hip-hop. At this moment, he made a gesture of, you, with both hands, but the laser cannon of the scorpion tail lit up, and then a laser beam with amazing power was directed at Uru. Alcohol lost. The future flashes. Altair didn't panic, he just manipulated the crystal ball, flashing countless crystal balls continuously, easily blocking this astonishingly powerful laser light. You are not qualified yet, Angear. No, it should be said that it is Kong Niagara. Altair chuckled, and then relied on the lost magic, the Arc of Time, to continuously flash new crystal balls. Damn it, who allowed you to be called that name? Open. Gate of Gemini. 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 Transform into Erza and unleash Erza's strongest attack. Gemini instantly transformed into the heroic Erza, and then with a wave of the magic sword in his hand, a powerful slash split countless crystal balls and attacked Altair. Future. Altair's sexy lips spat out two words lightly, and in an instant this powerful slash disappeared into nothingness. BJAJ, it's still the ability of this rascal. Angear gritted her teeth. This is not the first time she has fought against Altair, but every time she sees Altair's lost magic, the Arc of Time, it is an experience. It's fine if you have strong magic power. With the ability of Gemini, copy Altair. Even if you are not Altair's opponent, you can still know the weakness of Altair's magic, but Altair's magic power is amazing. Thinking of this, Angear took out the golden key of Scorpio again, and gave a soft drink. Open. Scorpio Gate. Scorpio. Advertisement. Where? Scorpio was still in the familiar pose. Without waiting for Angear's instructions, he straightened up his scorpion tail, and fired a laser from the laser cannon to attack Altair. Hee, Sora, your tricks won't work for me. Altair blocked the crystal ball in front of him, relying on his powerful magic power, easily blocked Scorpio's laser. Cut. Then what about this trick? The sand tornado that Scorpio emits from the laser cannon on its tail is composed of a large amount of sand, but the target is not Altair, but the ground. In an instant, the entire field is covered by the raised dust, which can be said to be invisible. Past. Altair waved his bare hand, and then the dust all over the sky returned to the ground in an instant, as if the smog that could not be seen just now had never appeared at all. But the smoke dissipated, but Angear also disappeared. Obviously, he took the opportunity to get into the woods and slipped away. It runs pretty fast. Altair didn't care about Angear's escape. In her eyes, Angear was just a small character. On the contrary, it was Gray and Leon who made Altair care more. To be more precise, it was Gray. Because although I got some information about Yi Chen from Grimoire Heart's intelligence system, but how can there be any details from the close people? It's always not the time yet. Long time no see, Gray and Leon. Altair said hello to Gray and Leon, and then made a gesture to Leon, signaling Leon to go after Angear. Leon said that it is useless to chase him by himself. Although Leon is very confident in his own strength, he has no confidence in facing a strong man like Angear. But since the daughter of his mentor had something to do with Gray, he had no choice but to leave. Gray, Altair is in your protection, I'm going to chase Angear. Thinking of this, Leon patted Gray on the shoulder, explained to Gray, and ran towards the direction where Angear disappeared. Gray, don't worry, I won't bother you for long. I just want to know something about Yi Chen recently. Chapter 94. Defeat. Chapter 94. Defeat. Boom. About 10 kilometers away from Altair and the others, an amazing battle is taking place. One side is Jura of Rock Iron, one of the 10 wizard saints, and the other side is the commander of Oracion Cease, Brain. Eternal Darkness Fantasia. Rock and Iron Wall. Brain's penetrating magic went straight, constantly attacking Jura. On the other hand, Jura clasped his hands together and summoned a rock as hard as steel to defend against Brain's attack. Even with the power of Brain's penetrating magic, he couldn't break through in a short time. Seeing that he couldn't break through Jura's rocky iron wall for a while, Brain stretched out his hand again, and then released several Everdark fantasies, turning in midair, and attacking Jura behind the rocky iron wall. Iron Wall hyphenation point chain. As one of the 10 wizard saints, Jura is an actual combat faction. His combat experience is rich and unusual. He has already put Brain in this hand. He doesn't even look at the attacking Everdarkness. The rock and iron wall protected Jura in it, blocking Brain's sudden multi-channel Everdark whimsy. It turns out that the so-called Jura of rock and iron is just a shivering waste who can only hide behind a turtle shell. It's really better to meet people than to be famous. Seeing that his attack could not be effective in a short time, Brain directly opened his mouth to attack. Facing Brain's ridicule, Jura was not annoyed, but concentrated on releasing her own magic. Damn it, are you planning to drag me here to wait for reinforcements? Brain roughly guessed what Jura was thinking, but he also had his own calculations. He had sent Lisa, the fastest in Oración Cease, to find Nirvana, plus a large number of people directly under the guild, so it stands to reason that he should win bigger. I guess you are planning to drag me here to prevent me from going to find Nirvana, and wait for the reinforcements to come by the way. However, your calculations have failed. I have already arranged for Lisa, the fastest of our Oración Cease, to go to find Nirvana, together with a large number of dark mages directly under the guild. Finding Nirvana is only a matter of time. Quote. Brain expresses his thoughts deliberately. Right or wrong is not important. The important thing is to disturb Jura's mind. After all, no matter whether the guess is right or wrong, as long as it is related to Nirvana, it can definitely disturb Jura's mind. Advertisement. HMPH. Then I will defeat you here, and then stop you from finding Nirvana. Sure enough, the word, Nirvana, changed Jura's face, and then Jura directly increased the output of magic power, and the rock and iron wall that was originally just a defense stretched continuously in an instant. Rock iron pillar. Under the control of Jura, Yantizu avoided the attacking Everdarkness, and approached Brain rapidly. I got it right. Brain leapt backwards, avoiding the rock iron pillar, and then opened 5 with one hand, counting, 10, dozens, hundreds of Everdarkness fantasy sorrow were released from his hands. Jura just glanced at the densely packed Everdark fantasy and sorrow, and found that such a large number of Everdark fantasy and sorrow completely blocked all the possibilities of dodging, and there was no way to do it except head-on. Rock Mountain. Therefore, Jura directly cast the strongest defensive magic, summoned a giant mountain like a god of war, prepared to fight hard, and then waited for an opportunity to seek victory. Boom, 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 boom. Countless Everdark fantasy and sorrow bombarded the giant mountain like a god of war summoned in Jura. The mighty and majestic giant mountain was instantly bombarded by Everdark fantasy and sorrow to create dense pits, which looked extremely miserable. However, although the huge rock mountain was almost destroyed by Brain's Everdark fantasy and sorrow, in the end Jura was firmly protected in it, blocking the bombardment of hundreds of Everdark fantasy and sorrow. Rock Fist. Jura summoned the rock, turned it into a punch, and attacked Brain. Eternal Dark Guardian. Fantasy of Everdarkness. Sorrow. Advertisement. Although Brain knows a lot of magic, he usually uses it in a single way. What he pursues is knowledge, so for magic, he believes that as long as the attack is enough and the defense is enough, then even 1 or 2 tricks are enough. So Brain comes and goes with the tricks of Everdarkness Scream, Everdarkness Guardian, etc. And Jura's combat experience is so rich. During this period of fighting, he has basically figured out the details of Brain. *TT. Let's put it this way, in Jura's view, Brain has a magical power that rivals the Holy Ten, but he can't use it. If he fights with an existence that is much weaker than himself, it will naturally be crushed. But if he faces a strong man who is almost the same as himself, he will be stretched. If he falls into a stalemate, Brain will feel even more uncomfortable, and it will be difficult to break the situation, because the magic used is too simple. Rock Iron Pillar. Jura summoned countless rock iron pillars again, and launched an attack on Brain. Seeing this, Brain could only turn his release from Everdark Fantasy, Sorrow, and blocked Jura's rock iron pillars. But Jura also seized this gap at this moment, relying on his body that has been tempered, he came to Brain's body in a few strokes, and punched hard. Brain didn't notice it for a while, and was punched into the air by Jura's punch, because the punch was so powerful that it almost knocked Brain unconscious. Overlord Broken Rock. Without waiting for Brain to recover, Jura instantly blocked Brain's actions with numerous rocks, and then ruthlessly detonated the rocks, directly knocking the master, Brain unconscious. Boom. Seeing Brain who had fallen to the ground and lost consciousness, Jura let out a long breath. To be honest, this battle is not difficult. After all, Brain has a powerful magic power, but he can't use it. But it's not easy to say. After all, even if you don't play it out, the foundation is there. If you are not careful, you will lose in Brain's hands. I have to hurry to support your excellency Yi Chen. Jura looked at the big melee in the distance with a solemn expression. Although it seems that Yi Chen is less likely to lose the wind, there is still a long way to go before defeat. But Jura was worried that Yi Chen was holding on at this moment. No matter how much magic power he had, the consumption of confronting so many strong men would be quite astonishing. I'm sorry, Brain, in order to prevent you from causing trouble for us later, I can only do this. Jura apologized to Brain, and then cast a magic spell, which instantly made Brain lose the power to fight again. Chapter 95 Natsu is going to lie in bed for the rest of her life. Chapter 95 Natsu will spend the rest of her life in bed. Jura left behind Brain whose limbs were pierced by his own rock magic, and hurried towards Yi Chen's battlefield, adjusting his breathing while hurrying, intending to recover his magic power as much as possible before entering the battlefield. It's just that Jura's calculations were directly in vain. Just after walking a few steps, a huge ball of fire landed not far in front of him. Jura looked up, and it turned out that Natsu and Cobra had already shifted the battlefield at this moment. From the battlefield near Erza in the distance, they ran to this place with a name. Damn, I didn't expect Brain to lose here. Cobra saw Brain, whose limbs were pierced not far away, lying on the ground bleeding continuously, and cursed secretly. This situation is very unfavorable for his side. Kuberios. 620. Thinking of this, Cobra also lost interest in continuing to play with Natsu, and directly called his pet's name, and then Kuberios, who was in touch with him, took Cobra and flew towards Brain. Not good. Rock Iron Pillar. Jura immediately saw through Cobra's thoughts and directly attacked Cobra. However, Cobra's ear is indeed the most unsolvable ability in Oración Cease. No one can easily defeat Cobra unless it is crushed with absolute strength. To be honest, in the original plot, Cobra's divine ear was actually broken by Natsu's so-called dragon roar because the voice was too sensitive. Obviously, the author couldn't eliminate this bug-like ability, so he forced a wave of plot saints. That's all. At this moment, Cobra relied on his divine ear to hear the direction of Jura's attack and the subsequent attack route. He avoided all the attacks at the fastest speed, came to Brain's body quickly, and slapped the rock pillar that pierced Brain's limbs. As soon as he grabbed Brain, he ran without any muddle. Damn it, vicious-looking kid, don't run away if you have the ability. Natsu, who was knocked down to the ground by Cobra, looked at Cobra who was leading Brain away from the battlefield, and stomped his feet angrily. Natsu is not in good condition at the moment, even Dragon Slayer's physique is not as strong as that of a human being, but after fighting Cobra for a long time, he was also eroded by Cobra's poison, and he was fighting with perseverance before. Lord Natsu, what's wrong with you? Advertisement. Jura turned her head and saw Natsu's terminally ill appearance, and was also taken aback. This FCK, no matter how you look at it, it looks like he is about to die. We are poisoned. Just now, in the battle, the opponent used poison. Pipe, pipe, pipe. Happy, lying on Natsu's back, answered weakly instead of Natsu. At this moment, Happy is no longer full of energy before coming back, and she looks like she will not eat, drink or sleep for 10 days and nights. Well, Lord Natsu, I'd better take you back to the temporary camp first. Jura looked at the crumbling Natsu and Happy, who seemed to be about to die, and could only say sorry to Yi Chen, picked up Natsu and Happy, and rushed towards the temporary camp as fast as possible. I hope Lord Wendy can save you. In fact, Jura does not have much hope for Wendy. Although Yi Chen said that Wendy can heal magic, but in Jura's impression, healing magic can only treat minor illnesses and injuries at most, like Natsu and Happy. The poisonous gas has almost penetrated into the internal organs, Jura does not have much hope. Jura's idea is that as long as Wendy can temporarily relieve the symptoms of the two, after the end, she will take the two of them to a regular magic hospital for treatment. Relying on the advanced magic medicine of the magic hospital, it will not be a matter of minutes to recover. No, I haven't shot that B****************. Although Natsu has been deeply poisoned, as a dragon slayer, his physique is ridiculously strong, and he can still struggle with vigor and vitality, making Jura speechless for a while. This vitality, if not for Jura's little knowledge of medical skills and Natsu's situation, I don't know, I thought Natsu was fine. Your Excellency Natsu, your current situation is very bad. The poison gas has penetrated into your internal organs. If you don't treat it in time, it may cause irreversible damage to your body. For example, lying in bed forever, unable to move. Jura's words frightened Natsu directly. Thinking that from now on, he could only lie on the bed and have to be taken care of when eating, drinking, and sleeping. Natsu instantly became quiet. Look at it pitifully. The same goes for Happy being held by Jura's other hand. We don't want to. In the next life, can't move. Love, don't worry, this is just the worst situation. As long as the treatment is timely, there will be no major problems. Advertisement. At this moment, Happy is weakly expressing his thoughts, and Natsu has been frightened into Happy number 2. Jura also felt a little guilty for deliberately scaring the two of them just now, and then comforted her. That's good, love. When Jura rushed to the temporary camp with Natsu and Happy, Brain had been healed by Cobra. Although healing magic is extremely rare in Fairy Tail, some healing potions are not uncommon. As one of the most powerful dark guilds, there are naturally some ultra-rare potions that can be called full-blood resurrection. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Brain's hair was disheveled at the moment, and he was furious. He continued to cast 2.9 his own magic unscrupulously towards the surroundings, destroying everything around him. Brain, what do we do next? When Brain calmed down a bit, Cobra asked Brain. As expected of being the commander of Oración Cease, Brain has regained his composure at this moment. Aethe and Gear, Midnight has been defeated, and 3 of the 6 pillars of an Oración Cease have collapsed. Next, we need to find Nirvana first. As long as there is Nirvana, everything can be reversed. Brain felt that before he was defeated by Jura, the 3 ways of the living body connection magic on his body were broken, and he said gloomily. Then go all out to search for Nirvana. When we find Nirvana, the time for revenge will come. It is good. Chapter 96 The Holy 10 was bought with money, right? Chapter 96. This Holy Cross was bought with money, right? Not long ago, Angear wandered around in the forest and finally got rid of Leon, but he was unlucky and ran to the temporary camp of the Alliance Army. At this moment, the strength of the temporary camp in the Alliance Army is only second to Yi Chen, and Erza of the Jura is resting here. Seeing Angear running in a panic, Erza didn't give Angear the slightest reaction. After all, the Gemini is still very troublesome, so before Angear summoned the Gemini, Erza drew his sword and smashed Angear, directly killing Angear. Gear captures. Midnight was even more sad. He ran into Ultir, who had already learned about Yi Chen's recent situation from Grey, and then had a big fight with Ultir. In the end, he was not inferior to Ultir and was defeated by Ultir head-on. Ultir is not a good stubble. As the head of the 7 kin of Purgatory, she is decisive in killing, so after defeating Midnight, she directly took the head of Midnight, making Midnight the first of the 6 demons to die among Oración Cis. 19 Midnight is actually quite aggrieved. His twisting magic has a considerable advantage against other people, but it has no effect at all against Ultir. You distort space, I go back in time, you distort space, I go back in time, and the distortion magic of Midnight can't directly affect the living body, which makes Ultir, whose twisted magic surface is basically useless. And illusion is even more ineffective for Ultir. Ultir is also a master of illusion, just from the fact that he has been able to confuse Jelil with illusion for such a long time. It can be seen that Ultir's illusion skills are extremely high, that is Jelil. This also led to the tragedy of Midnight. The magic he knew was either restrained by Ultir, or Ultir's attainments were higher than his. If this is not a tragedy, it can only be said that Natsu is not the protagonist, he is the protagonist. So, now our enemies are only Oración Cis Commander Brain, the Dragon Cobra, and Laser Lisa. In the temporary camp, Jura has brought Natsu and Happy back. With Wendy's treatment, the two recovered in a few moments. This made Jura dumbfounded. He said that it was the first time he saw such an amazing effect healing magic. However, Jura soon came back to his senses, saw Angir and Athi who were unconscious beside him, and heard Gray talk about the tragedy at midnight. Jura found that it seemed that his side had a slight advantage, and Yi Chen was still there. In the battle against 9 demon gates, although they were slightly behind, they were still far from being defeated. And Oración Cis has already been wiped out in half, and there is almost no loss of combat power on the side. Even the injured and poisoned ones were rescued by Wendy. There is advertisement. The only worry now is Nirvana. As long as we completely defeat Oración Cis before the opponent finds and activates Nirvana, and then free up our hands to help His Excellency Yi Chen deal with 9 demon gates, then the victory is in our hands. Jura said to the few people present. Everyone nodded, their eyes showed excitement, and the crusade against the Balam Alliance was a big victory. No matter what time it was something worth showing off. Then reassign the mission. Me, Lord Erza, Lord Grey, Lord Natsu, Lord Cat, Lord One Night, and Leon, we go to find the remaining Oración Cis and prevent the recovery of Nirvana. And Sharia, you and Your Excellency Ivan, Your Excellency Lien, and Your Excellency Lucy will act together, waiting for the opportunity to destroy the Dark Magister Guild scattered in the sea of gas trees. Seeing Lucy who was hesitant to speak, Jura shook his head and explained. Although Oración Cis has the most dark guilds directly under it, there are almost no masters in these dark guilds. With the strength of A level, you are enough to wipe out the opponent. Hearing Jura's words, although Lucy was still a little unconfident, she didn't say anything in the end. After all, she was also a member of the strongest team. If she was pushing back and forth, wouldn't she be Fairy Tail's A-level mage in vain? Since everyone has no objections, it's not too late, let's go. Just when Jura assigned the task. Brain, Cobra has already found Nirvana under the leadership of Lisa, looking at the nearby trees that have been blackened by the existence of Nirvana, and the ominous magic that naturally emanates from the trees. Brain knows that what he wants day and night Nirvana is here. Great, great, finally let me find you. Nirvana. Brain looked at the huge seal of Nirvana's seal, with a frantic look on his face. As the former director of the Magic Development Bureau, it can be said that Brain knows most of the magic in the world. Even if he doesn't, he still has some understanding. For this kind of sealing magic, naturally also understand. Cobra, Lisa, back off. Next, let me revive Nirvana. Advertisement. After Brain signaled Cobra and Lisa to back away, he stepped forward, looked at the sealed land, then stood under a towering tree, and began to lift the seal of Nirvana. In an instant, the wind was surging, and an unknown but extremely terrifying magic power 167 soared into the sky. Even tens of kilometers away, one could clearly see this black and white magic beam of light rising from the ground, stirring the entire space. Nirvana. Activated. In the temporary camp, as the Alliance army, Shang Reddies, who knew the most about Nirvana, looked at the black and white magic beam of light with horror at this moment, and muttered to himself. As this Nirvana, Yi Chen, who was fighting against 9 demon gates, saw the piercing magical beam of light in the distance, and his expression was gloomy. He didn't expect that he had already held back 9 demon gates. Automatic. Isn't it possible that the Holy Cross of Jura was bought with money? Yi Chen couldn't help but think that now even Jelil has turned from the dark to the bright, and there is no such thing as in the original book. Jelil found Nirvana with his vague memory, and tried to destroy Nirvana with self-discipline to collapse the magic circle, but Nirvana is still activated as in the original plot. No matter how you think about it, Jura is too useless. You still have the mind to take care of other places. How much do you look down on us? Demon Saber Trinity Moon. Seeing Yi Chen in a daze, the boy Che Easel directly took the opportunity to bypass the beast, and slashed a huge blow at Yi Chen. Cut. What a hassle. Silver Mist of the Carapace. Chapter 97. The Unfavorable Situation of Mistakes. Chapter 97. The Unfavorable Situation of Mistakes. Facing the huge slashing attack of Boy Che Easel, Yi Chen could only let the Silver Mist of the Carapace activate its ability to atomize himself, avoiding the blow. It has to be said that the atomization ability of the Silver Mist of the Carapace is indeed a bug-like existence, and it is almost immune to attacks. You're lying. Boy Che Easel saw that his attack was in vain, and jumped up angrily. Calm down, Easel. Sela, who had already been demonized and kept fighting with the Lion's Gold, said to Easel coldly, and then once again entangled with the Lion's Gold with the demon's super strong body and huge spell power. This guy is indeed the guy Lord Pluto favors, and he actually has such a means. Kyoka repelled the white steel of the water essence with one blow, looked at the battlefield, and secretly clicked his tongue. Each of the 9 demon gates is a very powerful existence, and no one is weaker than the so-called 10 wizard saints, even because they are demons, they are even stronger, but they were given by Yi Chen alone. Resisted. This is too outrageous. Damn it. Don't look at Yi Chen's ability to withstand the attacks of the 6-9 demon gates at this moment, and even fight with vigor, but his family knows their own affairs, and even with the huge magic power of the true ancestor that surpasses the dragon veins of the earth, they can't hold it at this moment. After all, every beast is doing its best all the time, and it is constantly consuming Yi Chen's magic power. If it is fully fused, it may not be a big deal, but you must know that Yi Chen is only fused with 1/3 of it now. Second, it is far from reaching the true posture of the 4th primogenitor. The rainbow flame of Mingji. Kill one person with all your strength. Thinking of this, Yi Chen also planned to fight. Anyway, the true ancestor has the curse of immortality, the worst is to be killed and resurrected once, so Yi Chen lost half of the remaining magic power in his body to the Hongyan of Mingji. Cut. Holding the black sword of Yemo, Mingji's rainbow flame, after gaining Yi Chen's magic power, instantly increased its power. Mingji's Hong Yan, who was already suppressing Jackal, slashed out a sharp slash with a wave of his hand, even the space under this blow, it continuously twisted and deformed. Advertisement. Damn. Boom. Unexpectedly, the opponent's strength would suddenly increase, and Jackal was directly split in half by the Hongyan of Mingji holding the black sword of Yemo. But at this moment, the demonized Jackal has amazing vitality. Even if he was split in half, he blew himself up before losing consciousness, and instantly a huge fireball shot up from the ground, swallowing everything around him, incinerated. It can be said that because of the explosion spell, the power of self-destruction is the most powerful among all 9 demon gates, and because they are both demons, they use magic power, so Keilong's self-destruction is also the same for other demons. There is a lot of damage. Idiot. Kyoka cursed secretly, and could only prop up the protective cover to resist Jackal's self-explosion. Similarly, Torfuzar, Sela, Easel, and the Storm also abandoned Yi Chen's beasts one after another and set up protective shields, even though they originally had high resistance to magic. But the magic power is only slightly higher than that of humans, they don't want to try the power of Jackal's self-destruct. This B********************* D. The most speechless was Yi Chen. He never expected that Jackal would be split in half and could self-destruct, let alone that self-destruction would be so powerful. Unexpectedly, the Kangbing of the Enchantress, the white steel of the water spirit, the mercury of the dragon snake, the gold of the lion, and the silver mist of the carapace were severely damaged in an instant, and could not be summoned again in a short time. The Hongyan of Mingji, who holds the black sword of Yemo, cuts off the cause and effect, avoiding the result of being severely injured, and the quicksilver of the dragon snake distorts the space in front of him at the moment before the explosion, also avoided it perfectly. As for Yi Chen, he happened to be behind Mingji's Hong Yan at this moment, so he was not affected. Although Jackal is stupid, he is really stupid, but he has done a good thing anyway. When the explosion dissipated, Kyoka looked at Yi Chen with some embarrassment, but his tone was indescribably proud. In her opinion, although the number of 9 demon gates was reduced by 1 because of Jackal's self-destruction, it dragged Yi Chen's 5-headed beast into the water, and although she was dead, she could be resurrected in the core of hell. So no matter how you look at it, it is a coup, although there are some accidents and various coincidence factors in it. HMPH. It may not be that you have the upper hand. If you think so, then I will definitely make your death ugly. Advertisement. Yi Chen, with the idea of losing but not losing, turned back at Kyoka without losing his momentum. Then try it. Do it. Following Kyoka's order, Torfuzar, Sela, Easel, and the Storm attacked Yi Chen one after another. No way. Yi Chen was also a little helpless. No matter how strong Yi Mo's black sword, Mingji's rainbow flame, and Dragon Snake's mercury were, they couldn't face the 5 powerhouses of the same level. Thinking of this, Yi Chen took back the 3 beasts, and with the dispersion of the 3 beasts, the 3 powerful magical powers flowed back instantly, and Yi Chen erupted with terrifying magic power in an instant. Then the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan opened instantly, relying on the super dynamic vision of the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, rushed towards the 9 demon gates, rushed into it in an instant, and started hand-to-hand combat with the attacking 9 demon gates. Yi Chen has his own plans. The physical strength of the true ancestor is extremely high, and supplemented by the super dynamic vision of the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. As long as he concentrates, he will not be at a disadvantage in hand-to-hand combat in a short time. Can buy time, while recovering the magic power, while nurturing the beast, let the beast recover as soon as possible. Melee combat. I like. Boy Che Easel laughed wildly, and instantly his 4 arms turned into 4 giant sharp blades, and other parts of his body, Jiao Jiao's, were also steeled, which increased a lot of defense and attack power, and he rushed towards Yi Chen frantically. Torfuzar also hardened his whole body. Relying on his super strong body, he ignored Yi Chen's punches and kicks, and dealt a blow to Yi Chen. Smash Claw. Kyoka used his demonized claws with astonishing attack power to continuously attack Yi Chen's vitals. If it weren't for the super dynamic vision of the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Kyoka might have cut his waist away. Command. Breakthrough. Goddess of the Chill Moon Sela released the spell power on herself, and the instant speed and strength were greatly improved, making Yi Chen's situation even more difficult. Call out. The storm entangles the storm all over his body, and each blow carries extremely terrible damage. The moment Yi Chen was touched by his attack, his shoulder was severely injured. If it weren't for the amazing recovery power of the ancestor, he recovered within a short time after being injured. I am afraid that I will lose this time. Chapter 98. Fierce Battle. Chapter 98. Fierce Battle. Go away. Yi Chen dodged all the attacks, and hit Goddess of the Chill Moon Sealess abdomen fiercely with his right fist, which condensed huge magical power. A circle of shock waves penetrated the body, hitting Seela directly, vomiting blood. Court Death. Spell Beam. The moment Seela vomited blood, he directly grabbed Yi Chen's shoulder, and released a large shock wave with mana, almost crippling Yi Chen's hands. Cough cough cough. Are you all right, Seela? Kyoka came to Seela's side in an instant, supported Seela, and asked with concern. It's okay, just take a break. Seela wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and replied, but his eyes were fixed on Yi Chen, whose hands were naturally lowered, but still avoided with ease. I will avenge you. Kyoka helped Seela out of the battlefield, looked at Seela lovingly and then joined the siege of Yi Chen again. Careless. Yi Chen is also suffering at the moment. Although he has released the magic power in time to block the light of Seela's magic power just now, there are still 7 or 8 layers of power bombarding his shoulders in a hurry, causing his own the shoulders are almost insensible now. Cut, 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 cut. 203. Boy Che Easel's 4 arms turned into 4 giant sharp blades, taking the opportunity to slash several powerful slashes towards Yi Chen in a row. Damn it. Boom. At this moment, Yi Chen was blocked by Torfuzar, Kyoka, and Storm's attack from top to bottom, left, and right, so he could only resist with forceful burst of magic power. In an instant, 3 huge cut marks appeared on Yi Chen's body, and bright red blood instantly stained Yi Chen's chest. All right. Advertisement. However, although he was injured by the Boy Che Easel's slash, Yi Chen showed joy, because the arm injured by Seela had basically recovered during this period of time. Boom. Boom. Yi Chen released a magical impact towards Kyoka and the storm with both hands respectively, knocking them into the air, and then condensed a huge amount of magic power in his mouth, turning it into a tyrannical magic ray that sprayed towards Seela, who was resting aside. Boom. Although Seela used the magic power in time to protect, but after all, in a hurry, there was no way to completely block the attack that Yi Chen had stored for a long time, and was shot out of the body by Yi Chen's magic ray in an instant. Although he did not die, but basically for a short time there is no way to recover from within. BJAA. Seela. Kyoka saw Seela being injured by Yi Chen, although he knew it would not hurt his life, but seeing the person closest to him being injured in front of him, even Kyoka, who was a demon, was very angry. Go to hell. Self-reinforcing. Kyoka released an extremely powerful cyan electric current from his hand, knocking down Yi Chen, who was weak in defense, to the ground in an instant, and then relentlessly attacked Yi Chen's fallen position continuously. Boom, 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 boom. Deafening explosions sounded one after another, and the earth trembled under Kyoka's increasingly terrifying attacks. Kyoka, it's alright. The attack just now should all hit, the opponent will not die or be disabled, don't forget the order of Hades. The storm waited until the maddened Kyoka had almost released his anger, and said to Kyoka. Kyoka took a cold look at the storm and snorted coldly, but finally stopped attacking. Go and see if Yi Chen is dead. If he is dead, forget it. If he is not dead, bring him to Lord Pluto. Sorry, I won't even die if you die. In the smoke and dust, Yi Chen's voice sounded, and then a huge giant wearing armor and holding a divine weapon rose from the ground and appeared in front of everyone. It was Susanoo, who was known as the power of God, and in Susanoo perhaps the one in the middle is Yi Chen, who is covered in injuries at the moment. Yi Chen even lost part of his body at this moment, his right arm disappeared up to his shoulder, the forearm of his right hand was gone, his left knee was completely gone, his right foot was the only intact limb, and many of Yi Chen's internal organs had been beaten. The disappearance of it is even more miserable. I didn't expect you to be able to release magic after suffering such an injury. Even the demons of 9 demon gates were taken aback by Yi Chen's appearance at this moment. What was even more shocking was that ordinary people would die long ago due to such injuries, but Yi Chen was still alive and kicking and releasing magic. Is it certain or the life force that a person can possess? Advertisement. No, his body is recovering. Storm's eyes were fixed, he saw that the wound on Yi Chen's body was slowly recovering, and immediately launched an attack on Susanoo at this moment. Boom. The powerful lightning was released by the storm and hit Susanoo in an instant, causing considerable damage to Susanoo. Damn it, are you human? Kyoka cursed angrily, and then continuously released powerful rays of magic power from both hands, continuously bombarding Susanoo's body. Demon Saber Trinidad Moon. Cut, cut, cut. Cut. Boy Che Easel kept sending super powerful slashes at Susanoo, and even the full body of Susanoo was defeated by the constant bombardment. An astonishingly powerful mantra ray condensed from Torfuzar's mouth, directly hitting the full body of Susanoo, causing the retreating Susanoo, who was already being bombarded, to stagger. Don't underestimate me. Relying on Susanoo's super defensive power, Yi Chen has already condensed enough magic power to resist the attack of 9 demon gates at this point. I cut. Susanoo, who had been shattered in many places, recovered instantly with the continuous input of Yi Chen's magic power, and then the 2 giant swords in the forearms instantly slashed 2 piercing slashes towards 9 demon gates cut off. Boom, boom. The 2 slashes were dodged by 9 demon gates, and they slashed towards the distance. Wherever they passed, Whether it was mountains or rivers, whether it was trees or rocks, they were cut open like tofu. And just when Kyoka and the others were about to continue attacking Yi Chen, the black and white beam of light in the distance was already expanding, and at this moment it finally expanded to the limit. There was only a pause for a second, and then the beam of light gradually became thinner and smaller until it disappeared. The moment the magic beam of light disappeared, the whole earth began to tremble. Afterwards, the earth dragon rolled over, the earth was turned over, and earth-shaking changes took place in the entire land. The original lush forest was completely buried, and the rocks buried deep in the ground were turned over. It may be the first time in thousands of years that it was exposed to the air. A rotten breath drifted away towards the distance. As this power Nirvana, Kyoka turned his head to look in the direction where the beam of light disappeared, and muttered to himself. It's a pity that this power is given to Oracion Cease. Chapter 99 Bluff. Chapter 99 Bluff. The group of Oracion Cease actually found such a target. Looking at the dust all over the sky in the distance, feeling the huge magical power in it, even Kyoka has a dignified expression on his face. As for Yi Chen, his face is calm at the moment. He knows that Nirvana is actually just like that, but in the eyes of people who don't know why, it is a very powerful magic, but in Yi Chen's view, this so-called goodness-evil conversion magic, it is better to read infinite months. Nirvana. Standing on the cliff not far from Nirvana, Ultir couldn't help sighing. In fact, Grimoire Heart also had the idea of Nirvana at first, but after careful study, it found an irreparable weakness, so it gave up, but Oracion Cease couldn't think of it, so he still came up with the idea of Nirvana, and asked Tartaros as a foreign aid. At the location where Nirvana was at the moment, Brain, Cobra, and Lisa looked at everything in front of them frantically, and saw a huge octopus-like building appearing between the sky and the earth. Brain, although I don't want to say it, but the movement of Nirvana just now is not small, and the voice in my ears has disappeared by 2/3. These are the evil men of the Dark and Dark Guild under our command. Cobra didn't want to talk about these things at this time, but considering that this is a special period, any loss of combat power may affect the direction of the next plan, so he said to Brain. In fact, this is also the case. Along with the reversal of the earth, it is the destruction of the wizards of the Dark Union. But none of the mages in the area where the earth turned could escape, and all of them became the future nourishment of this forest. It can be said that after this battle, if there is no injection of fresh blood, Oracion Cease, as 1/3 of the Balam Alliance, will be completely disqualified. It doesn't matter. These minion guilds, as long as they have Nirvana in their hands, they will have as many as they want in the future. Brain didn't take the heavy casualties of his subordinate guilds seriously at all. His indifferent words made Cobra and Lisa feel chills in their hearts. It wasn't just 1 or 2 who died this time, but thousands of dark mages. These people all obeyed the orders of themselves and others, and died here. But Brain didn't care at all about the life and death of the former dark mage who died here because of his order. Such disregard for life is really frightening. In the temporary camp, the 3 people who were left here looked at the huge Nirvana, and were too scared to speak. As this Nirvana completely unsealed, I didn't expect it to be so huge. By the way, who knows what kind of magic Nirvana is? Looking at the huge building hundreds of meters in the distance, Lucy broke the silence, but her words were full of worries. Advertisement. Actually, I have a certain understanding of the peaceful country, Nirvana. Seeing the 2 people whose expressions were full of uneasiness and worry, Hibiki suddenly spoke. Ring, you know, what kind of magic is Nirvana? Loud's words attracted the attention of Lucy and Wendy, and they subconsciously turned their heads to look at Loud. Nation of Peace, Nirvana. This magic is a very terrible magic, a super magic that can replace light and darkness, and it is also the ancient, Nirvana. The full name of the city he lives in is, Nirvana of Peaceful Kingdom. In ancient times, wars continued, and the neutral, Nebet tribe, lamented the world and created magic to maintain the balance of the world. One of the sealed forbidden magic. So, once Nirvana kicks in, we're all going to be bad guys. Lucy asked tremblingly with fear on her face. But if it's the other way around, doesn't it mean that those members of the Dark Guild will become good people? When Wendy thought of that scene, she felt an indescribable fear, and her eyes were full of fear and anxiety. I think this kind of thing is also possible, but the real scary thing about Nirvana is that he can artificially manipulate it at will. For example, if you use Nirvana to deal with a certain guild, the partners who can rely on each other will not hesitate to kill each other, and will not hesitate to launch wars against other guilds. How come? Hearing Zhang's description, a bloody and terrifying picture of war appeared in the minds of the 2 of them. No, we have to tell everyone about the Nirvana immediately. I have already sent you all the information about Nirvana that I know through ancient document magic, and you should have received it. Seeking Flowers 0. Now I can only pray that they can successfully stop Nirvana. Advertisement. Otherwise the Guangming Guild will be wiped out. Shang muttered to himself worriedly, staring fixedly at the location of Nirvana. Nirvana. Cut. Now I can't care less. From the corner of Yi Chen's eyes, he glanced at the huge Nirvana, but he was powerless. The only 4 Oracion Cease left in front of him were staring at him. What? Shouldn't it be 5? Just now Sela has let Kyoka absorb all his power, and he has returned to the core of hell to be resurrected at this moment. Forget it, now we can only deal with you first, and then we can deal with Nirvana. 0. Get rid of us. Just rely on you now. Facing Yi Chen's brashness, Kyoka said gloomily, Sila's death at this moment made Kyoka feel extremely depressed, and the air pressure in his body was low, together with Che Easel, Torafuzar, the boy of 9 demon gates, and the storm, couldn't help but look at him. Moved aside. HMPH, how much magic power do you have left now? My magic power has been fully recovered. Yi Chen's words were like dropping an atomic bomb on the calm water surface, directly blowing up the entire water surface, and the expressions of the 4 9 demon gates including Kyoka changed wildly. Just to tell Yi Chen, even if Kyoka has obtained the ability of Sila, at this moment, it is only about 5 layers of magic power under normal circumstances, and Tongzichi Easel, Torafuzar and Storm are even less than 3 layers. If Chen really has fully recovered at this moment, he should hurry up and run away. After all, although they can be resurrected in the core of hell after death, they don't want to try meaningless death. Bluff. Boom. Kyoka used more than half of his spell power on this blow, and the super large shockwave blasted from Kyoka's hands, but at this moment, Yi Chen, who was in the body of the perfect body, was directly controlling the perfect body. Nengu spread his wings and flew into the air. The 4 9 demon gates below looked at the complete body Susanoo in midair, staring wide-eyed, not knowing how to express their feelings. Chapter 100 The Awakening Beast. Chapter 100 The Awakening Beast. Kyoka, I think we'd better withdraw. Compared with Che Easel, a boy with well-developed limbs and a simple mind, and Torafuzar, who is aggressive, Storm is relatively calm. Even if Yi Chen is bluffing, at this moment, his side still has no advantage. The main reason is that it is not necessary. After all, Mard. Gear's order can only be brought back, and if it is not brought back, let it go. If it is for the ideals of themselves and others, they will not hesitate to fight to the death, but if they are desperate for other things, then it is still counted. Alright. In addition, when the time comes, it will be Kyoka who will report the situation to Pluto, and it will not be him and others. Pluto is upset, and will only vent his anger on Kyoka. Anyway, he will not vent his anger on himself and others. Who made Kyoka 9 demon gates the head of it? 627. Kyoka naturally knew the meaning of the storm. Thinking of the methods of Mard. Brother Yi Chen, let's stop here this time. Next time we will definitely pay a visit. HMPH, don't worry, next time it's not you who will come to visit, but me. Yi Chen is not to be outdone, who wouldn't talk about it, even if 9 demon gates really came to him, unless Mard. Humph. Kyoka snorted coldly, and then left here with the rest of the 9 demon gates. Seeing the 9 demon gates leave, Yi Chen was completely gone, and couldn't help panting. Just now, Yi Chen was indeed bluffing. It was so much consumption before, and most of the beasts were severely injured, how could it be so easy to recover? It can be said that 9 demon gates were bluffed, and near and over there is next. Let me tell you, you've been watching for so long, shouldn't it be time to show up, Ultir? Sure enough, you all found me. What does it mean that we all found you? With the trace of magical power that you released on purpose just now, we are not dead yet, so how could we not have found you? Yi Chen rolled his eyes and said speechlessly. In fact, this is also the reason why 9 demon gates and others left decisively. As part of Balam Alliance, Grimoire Heart and Tartaros have very little overlap, but they still know each other after all. Advertisement. Feeling the breath of Ultir, the head of the 7 kin of Purgatory, it is hard to guarantee that the remaining 7 kin of Purgatory is not here. If it is normal, it is fine. 9 demon gates will not be afraid of 7 kin of Purgatory, but now the situation where I am waiting for others is not good. Alright, if the other party took advantage of the fire to rob, wouldn't he die aggrieved last time? Speaking of which, what are you doing here? Yi Chen asked Ultir while recovering his magic power. It's not that I heard that Oracion Cease asked Tartaros for help, and Tartaros arranged for 9 demon gates to help Oracion Cease, so I came to help you. Ultir hugged Yi Chen and said softly. Sorry for worrying you. Yi Chen also broke into a cold sweat secretly. He also felt that he was lucky to win this time. To put it bluntly, it was because 9 demon gates didn't understand him, and he didn't have a strong will to fight. If he fought to the end, he would definitely lose. However, I didn't expect you to be able to fight against 6 of the 9 demon gates at the same time. Your strength is already close to the level of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar, right? It's about the same. It's still a little bit worse than the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar, but it's still possible to wrestle with each other. It's just that there is basically no win. Yi Chen's words shocked Ultir's delicate body. It was just a guess at first, but Yi Chen actually reached this level. One must know that there is still a long distance between Jelal and the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. Ultir, there is something I want from you. Yi Chen looked at Ultir in his arms, hesitated to speak, and finally gritted his teeth and said his request. Tell me, as long as it's your business, I will definitely help. I hope you can let me suck blood once. I feel that there is a beast in my body that is ready to break free from the shackles and wake up. So, please, Yi Chen begged Ultir. It is good. What? You said yes. Advertisement. Yi Chen didn't expect Ultir to agree so easily, and he has prepared a long request. Yeah, I agreed, what's the matter, it's just a little blood. Ultir said indifferently, motioning Yi Chen to hurry up. You are also worried about your partner now, hurry up. Sorry. After speaking, Yi Chen stretched out his fangs and bit down. On the other side, in the control room of Nirvana, Brain is standing here in high spirits at the moment, condescendingly looking down at the people of the Alliance army who are constantly advancing towards Nirvana itself, the metropolis of the ancients, sneered disdainfully, and then waved his hands, to fully activate the control room. I saw magic circles surrounding the entire control room, and with Brain's movements, Nirvana started to move, and I saw Nirvana's huge 6 legs began to move slowly. Ha 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 ha. Nirvana is now completely under my control, the light is about to collapse, and darkness is about to cover the earth. Brain's rampant laughter resounded throughout the sky of Nirvana. Although Cobra and Lisa were also extremely excited about attaining Nirvana, they were speechless looking at Brain, who was laughing ferociously at this moment. Usually Brain is calm and resourceful. It is under his leadership that Oracion Cease can become one of the pillars of Balam Alliance. But the current Brain is completely overwhelmed by the excitement of attaining Nirvana in 2.1, and is no longer as calm as before. Cobra, Lisa, you call the remaining dark mages directly under the guild, let them go to stop the Alliance army, and buy me time to destroy Nirbit, who is the only one in the world who has a way to seal Nirvana again descendants. It is also the home of the Demon Cat, one of the bright guilds. Brain finally calmed down, and ordered to Cobra and Lisa. Don't worry, we will definitely stop the Union Army's attack. Be careful yourself, Brain. After Cobra and Lisa left, Brain sneered, and then began to control Nirvana, heading towards the place where the Demon Cat lived. 2 wastes, only a strong man like Yi Chen is qualified to become the new 6 devils. Chapter 101 Confluence. Chapter 101 Confluence. After Cobra left the central command room, he ran into Natsu on the way. At this moment, Natsu was flying in midair with Happy, and Cobra was also flying in midair while standing on his pet snake. As a result, the two collided directly. Then there was the inevitable fight. Fire Dragon's roar. Natsu breathed out a dragon's breath, and the dragon's breath spun and rushed towards Cobra. I've said it all, it's useless. Cobra dodged easily, and grabbed Natsu's fire dragon's roar and kicked Natsu's body, kicking Natsu to the ground, and was about to fall to the ground. Finally, Happy pulled Natsu up. Where did that guy go? After Happy took Natsu into the air, he looked left and right, but found no sign of Cobra. Natsu also looked back, and before he could answer, a big mouth opened in front of Natsu's eyes. Nest grass. Natsu and Happy were taken aback, and at the critical moment, they managed to escape before the snake's mouth closed and escaped the snake's kiss. Run away, this adds to the fun of hunting. Cobra said to Natsu, he had so much fun playing. 19 He had long forgotten the order that Brain told him to summon the dark mages of the subordinate guild. Damn it, you have a leisurely look on your face. Seeing Cobra's indifferent look, Natsu was furious. That guy will never get a wife. Happy also cast the most vicious curse and flew into a building with Natsu by the way. Wait a minute, Happy, boo. Natsu suddenly put his hand in front of his mouth, signaling to Happy not to speak. He was sneaky and didn't know what he was thinking. Hide over there and make a surprise attack, Natsu said to Happy with an extremely excited tone. Happy replied weakly, if Natsu's brain is not known how to grow, he has fought back and forth so many times, he has learned so many lessons, but he still hasn't learned well. Obviously the enemy has been telling him that he can hear Natsu's voice heartfelt, but Natsu is still so unprogressive. Boom. Just when Natsu was happily preparing to sneak attack, the wall behind him shattered. He wanted to sneak attack his opponent, but he became the target of the sneak attack. Cobra kicked Natsu in the face, kicked Natsu flying, and smashed many buildings. If it wasn't for Happy's emergency pull-up at the last moment, Natsu would probably have fainted by this time. Advertisement. I've heard it all. What does it mean I can't find a wife? You even heard that. Happy couldn't help complaining, but even though he was complaining, he didn't move slowly, and immediately flew out with Natsu, ready to continue looking for new opportunities. On the other side, Gray and others also set foot on Nirvana, and are now standing in the mobile city of Nirvana. What exactly is going on? Gray looked around and said, at this moment Gray, Leon, Lucy, Erza, Sharia, and Wendy are all gathered together. Leon, Lucy and others also looked around back and forth, but the more they looked, the more inexplicable they became. No matter how you look at it, this is a town. Could cities be considered magic? Also, this ruin is as big as death, and it actually has feet. I've learned a lot. Suddenly, a voice broke in. Yes, this is the fantasy city, Nirvana. I'm relieved if you're here too. Mr. Jura. After hearing the sound, Leon Sharia looked back in surprise, and Gray Lucy Erza and others also turned their heads to look at the person who came. Oracion Cease. When they saw Jura, they were pleasantly surprised, but when they saw the other person beside Jura, they were terrified. The one next to Jura is Hotai from Oracion Cease. Can this not be frightening? With Hotai, one of Oracion Cease, is it possible that Jura rebelled because of Nirvana? They remember clearly, according to what Shang said, this Nirvana can transform people's light and darkness into each other. Don't worry, he's our companion. Jura said to everyone with a smile, and then motioned Hotai to explain. What? The world is full of love. Damn it, it's real or not? Didn't this guy always yell about money before? How come it's turned into love now? Lucy and Gray came together quietly. Lucy whispered to Gray, and looked at Hotai suspiciously. As expected of one of the 10 wizard saints, can you even use the legendary awakening magic? Advertisement. Gray couldn't help complaining, and looked at Jura with the eyes of a god. Jura was confused, and couldn't help but think, why is this boy's eyes so strange? What are you thinking, sir? You don't know the legendary grammar. Leon also quietly joined the discussion between the two, and the other people watching couldn't help but roll their eyes. Because of the relationship between good and evil transformation magic Nirvana, I have become a person with a bright heart. Hotai held the Bible in his arms and said in a chant tone. Then Hotai told everyone the information about Nirvana that he had heard from Brain. Compared with the information on Ring, the information on Wei Tai's side was more detailed. This was once the city where the ancient Nilbiters lived. Nebit tribe, I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Lucy asked suspiciously, but Wendy's complexion changed drastically. She is the real Grandpa Robin who said that the members of the Demon Cat House are descendants of the Nilbit tribe. Yes, about 400 years ago, many parts of the world were at war, and the neutral Nirbit tribe lamented such a world, creating a demon to maintain the world. Could it be that this magic is? That's right, the super magic that can replace light and darkness. That magic is called the Kingdom of Peace, Nirvana. Is this the walking city? It turns out that Nirvana is this city. Erza 380 said with some sighs. It's really ironic that Nirvana, known as a peaceful country, is now being used by the wicked and acting for the goals of the wicked. Gray also sighed. After all, the Nilbiters created a peaceful country, Nirvana, for the sake of peace. But if there is no element of turning light into darkness, then it is perfect magic. Idiot, the so-called light and darkness have never been absolutely defined. This is the judgment of people's subjective will. No matter how powerful Nirvana is, even if the elements that turn light into darkness are eliminated, I believe it is absolutely impossible to bring about peace in the world. Yi Chen is almost recovering at the moment, and because of Ultier's help, Yi Chen's magic power has increased even more. So after the Ultier was settled, Yi Chen flew towards Nirvana, saw a few people just in midair, and heard Gray's exclamation when he fell, and directly output to him. Your Excellency, Yi Chen is right. Light and darkness are always relative. There is no absolute light or absolute darkness, and the more powerful the magic, the more powerful the side effect is. If there is such a magic that can completely reverse light and darkness, then the existence of this magic already has the wisdom to judge light and darkness. What a terrifying existence that must be. Jura also sighed when she heard Yi Chen's words. Chapter 102 Oracion Cease Whole Card. Chapter 102 Oracion Cease Whole Card. At this moment, Nirvana, which had already fallen into darkness, lit up again. How is this going? Erza asked when he saw the sudden flash of torches. It should be Brain. I'm afraid he is in the central room of the king, controlling the movement of the city. During that time, Brain cannot use other magic. This is a good opportunity to attack him. Hotai said to everyone. Then what is the destination of Nirvana? It's the home of the demon cat. What? Yi Chen's words made everyone stunned. After all, if Brain's goal was to collapse the Guangming Guild, then after all, wouldn't Quattro Cerberus, which is closer to here than the demon cat's place, be a better target? Why is it the home of the demon cat? Lucy asked Yi Chen like a curious baby. Wendy should know this too. At this moment, Wendy's complexion was pale, and she was sweating profusely. Although she had guessed something, she didn't want her guess to come true. Because the demon cat's place is a guild composed of descendants of the Nilbit tribe. Wendy summoned up her courage and said, Don't worry, Wendy, we won't care about that. Yi Chen, Wendy picked her up, comforted her, and then said to everyone. Just like what Wendy said, Brain is probably afraid that Nirvana might be sealed again, so he is going to destroy the demon cat's home made up of the descendants of the Nirbit tribe first. It should be said that he is the leader of the demon cat's home, one of the bright guilds, a member of the Nilbit tribe 400 years ago, and the creator of the Nirvana magic that reverses good and evil, Robin Liu. The latter sentence is what Yi Chen said in his heart. If others don't know, he still doesn't know about the demon cat's place. Then what do we do next? With the arrival of Yi Chen, everyone seems to have a backbone. After all, Yi Chen's strength is obvious to all. He faced Tartaro's 9 demon gates alone and was not defeated. This alone is enough to make everyone convinced, including Jura. Is there even a need to ask? Of course it was done by destroying the source. Advertisement. Everyone, can you hear me? This is Hibiki. At this time, Shang used the magic of reading words to link the consciousness of everyone. What's wrong? I just searched through the ancient documents and finally found out how to stop the fermentation. Say it. Hearing that there is a way to stop Nirvana, Erza's eyes lit up, and he urged in the channel of reading in an extremely anxious tone. This surprised Shang very much. In his eyes, Erza is an extremely calm person at all times. What happened to make her so anxious? But now is not the time to delve into it, Ring continued to speak. Isn't Nirvana a thing with 6 legs? The main function of these feet is to absorb magic power from the earth, just like a pipeline. The magic crystal responsible for controlling the supply of magic power is installed near the roots of the 6 feet. As long as the 6 magic crystals scattered around the 6 feet are destroyed at the same time, all the functions of Nirvana can be completely stopped. Also, it's useless to destroy one by one, because other crystals will immediately repair the damage. Why? Must it be destroyed at the same time? But if it must be destroyed at the same time, the time cannot be adjusted. How to do it? How can we destroy it at the same time? Jura also became a little anxious, because he found that Nirvana's moving speed was too fast. According to this speed, it won't be long before he can see the location of the demon cat's place. I can transmit the predetermined time to your minds. As long as the magic crystal is destroyed when the time is read, the function of Nirvana will be completely stopped. But with my current magic power, I can only cast it once, which means we only have one chance. Everyone, if you miss this time, I will need to recover my magic power to a certain level next time. This period will take at least 2 hours. I will upload the time reading into everyone's mind. Ding. Then, a time bar appeared in everyone's mind, and the reading time was 20 minutes. 20 minutes. That's right. According to the calculations of ancient documents, from your current position to the location of the magic crystal, the fastest time is 15 minutes. In case something happens in the middle, I set it as 30 minutes. In other words, you must arrive at the location of the magic crystal within these 30 minutes, and remove all obstacles, and destroy the magic crystal when the 20-minute reading is over, right? Erza concludes. Advertisement. Yes, I believe you can do it. You are delusional. A familiar voice sounded in the reading channel. This voice is Brain. This guy can actually crack my reading channel. Hibiki's expression is extremely frightened at this moment. I have never heard of someone who can forcibly invade other people's reading channels. Is this kind of thing really possible? I'm not Brain, I'm the real president of Oracion Cease. Nothing. In fact, Brain also acted helplessly. If he could, he didn't want to release Wu, but now there is no way. Just now, 9 Demon Gates sent him a message, saying that they couldn't beat Yi Chen, and all members had retreated. In addition, 9 Demon Gates also has a message at the end, that is, Yi Chen is in full state, which directly makes Brain messy. I have seen such a pit, but I have never seen such a pit. Originally, Oracion Cease is not someone else in the Alliance army the opponent, now adding Yi Chen, wouldn't it be a nightmare? Therefore, Brain can only take the initiative to undo the living body connection magic that seals Wu, and release Wu, hoping to use Wu's power to reverse the defeat. Quote. You just said that you want to destroy 6 magic crystals at the same time, right? I'm in front of one of them right now, if I can do it, just come. Ha 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 ha. It's so ugly, you laugh like a fool, are you just a joke? Yi Chen's disdainful voice resounded through the entire reading channel. What? You be asterisk 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 D, HMPH, you will also use your tongue. I hope you are lucky and can choose my side. I will definitely torture you well, ha 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 ha. After finishing speaking, Wu quit the Nianhua channel, looked at the huge Li's magic crystal in front of him, and showed a crazy smile. Come on, anyone is fine, just let me destroy you. Ha 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 ha. While laughing wildly, he continuously released penetrating magic, constantly destroying everything around him. Although Lisa on the side felt a little regretful at the moment, she couldn't help complaining that Brain had released Wu. Although it was said that it was to protect Oracion Cease, but according to Wu's personality, it might not end easily. Thinking of this, Lisa endured can't help opening the mouth. President, Nirvana will belong to our Oracion Cease from now on, so there's no need to destroy it like this. Shut up. Just a weakling. Shut your mouth. For the sake of being one of the Oracion Cease, I won't kill you, but that doesn't mean you are qualified to tell me what to do. Wusui pierced through the floor under Lisa's feet with a penetrating magic, and his tone was full of displeasure and anger. Lisa didn't say anything, but retreated to the corner and stood against the wall, but the gaze under the glasses was much colder and more frightening. Chapter 103 Fickle and Unjust. Chapter 103 Fickle and Unjust. With Wu's departure, the entire Nianhua channel fell silent. Later, with the lack of magic power of the sound, the reading channel was completely disconnected, but fortunately, the countdown was sent to everyone. Looking at the ever-decreasing time, everyone fell silent. Don't worry, I'm already here. Yi Chen broke the silence first, his words were like a shot in the arm, injected into everyone's hearts. Yes, we have such a strong Yi Chen here, no matter how we look at it, it is impossible to fail. But the other party is the president of Oracion Cease, probably not as strong as 10 wizard saints. Except for Yi Chen, who is at the same level as Mr. Jura, the rest of us are basically no opponents. Sharia said with some concern. Don't worry, what I mean is that I can perceive the location of Wu, and the president of Wu will be handed over to me at that time. What I need to worry about now is how many members of the Dark Guild under Oracion Cease's command will be in the other 5 magic crystals. Yi Chen said in a steady tone, he didn't seem to care about the chairman, but worried about other people. What's more, there is Lisa who has not fought against him yet. I don't know what kind of strength the other party has. Judging from the strength of the rest of Oracion Cease, he must be an extremely terrifying strongman. Gray said in a worried tone. By the way, where is brother Natsu? If Natsu is there, it will be a very strong combat force. Wendy looked left and right, and found that the most active Natsu was not there. I don't know, since before, it has disappeared. Natsu's good friend Gray spread his arms, indicating that Natsu has disappeared. 867. Yi Chen pointed towards the distance and said. In that direction over there, there are 2 astonishing fluctuations of magic power coming faintly, one of which is Natsu, and the other is Cobra, one of Oracion Cease. Your magic perception is so keen. Following the direction of Yi Chen's finger, everyone concentrated their attention and felt 2 waves of undetectable magic power fluctuations. The distance was too far, and if they hadn't concentrated their minds, they wouldn't have noticed it at all. Judging from the location of the magic fluctuations felt by everyone, the distance is at least 20 kilometers away. Yi Chen can feel it at such a distance. Isn't this magic perception too perverted? Facing everyone's eyes as if they were looking at monsters, Yi Chen said that the true ancestor's perception is so strong. Why not? I am envious. Ahem, Your Excellency Yi Chen is indeed a strong man who can defeat 9 demon gates. The force perception is indeed very powerful. Jura coughed lightly and drew everyone's attention back. Since Your Excellency Yi Chen has the ability to find President Wu and is confident of defeating him, then each of the remaining 5 magic crystals should choose one. Advertisement. I can do it alone. Gray stood up, his face full of confidence. Let me go with you, so that we can take care of each other. Leon is worthy of being one of Gray's good friends, and said directly. I act alone. Erza held the magic sword and said the same. Your Excellency Yiya, with your strength, one person is enough. Yiya was still posing on the sidelines, but when he heard Jura's roll call, he agreed directly. No matter what, Yiya's strength when he got serious was absolutely outrageous. It's like in a big magic fight show. First he was beaten up by 2 Quattro Cerberus contestants, and then he directly showed his power, and within seconds, he defeated the 2 Quattro Cerberus contestants, including Quattro Cerberus, Ace, Drunk Pascal. This alone is enough to prove Yiya's strength, but Yiya is usually not upright, which makes everyone doubt his strength. In this case, there are only 2 left. I'm in a team with Lord Hotai, and we can destroy one. Originally, if Lord Natsu was here, he could destroy the magic crystal alone, but now I can only rely on you, Lord Lucy, Lord Wendy, White Cat Lord and Sharia. Jura begged Lucy, Wendy and Sharia. In fact, Jura didn't want to put the treasure on Lucy, Wendy and Sharia, but there was no way. Ivan and Lien, who had a little combat power, didn't know where to go. Natsu was still fighting with Cobra. As for Hotai, the main thing was don't worry about the other party. Although it seems that Hotai seems to have abandoned the dark and turned to the bright, there is no guarantee that it will not turn against the water. After all, people are far away from each other, so it is better to keep such unstable factors by your side. Us. Lucy pointed at herself and Wendy in disbelief. She originally thought that the last 2 magic crystals belonged to Jura and Hotai, and she, Wendy, and Sharia would just paddle together, but she never expected that she would also will be selected. But we, Lucy, don't underestimate yourself, BJFE, don't say anything else, just your celestial spirit of Leo is enough to rival a senior A-level mage, not to mention your celestial spirit of Aquarius is simply strong, it's no different from an S-rank mage. And Wendy is not weak, she is a dragon slayer, do you think that dragon slayer is weak? As for Sharia's puppet magic is not weak, it may be able to turn things around at critical moments. Maybe your group is the strongest group except me, Jura, Hotai, and Erza. Yi Chen cheered up Lucy with a smile, and by the way praised the temperature that was about to cry from the heavy responsibility assigned by Jura. Wendy, you have to believe in yourself, you are a dragon slayer, if you don't, imagine how Natsu breathes out the dragon's breath. Yi Chen stroked Wendy's sky blue hair, and said gently. Quote. Advertisement. Although she was about to cry, but thinking of everyone in the guild and Yi Chen's confidence in herself, Wendy nodded vigorously. Okay, next, let's go according to the assignment, because of the family. Remember, we only have 30 minutes. No, there are not even 30 minutes left, so hurry up. A few minutes later, Yi Chen killed all the blocking dark mages with a destructive attitude, and appeared in front of the chairman intact. We finally met. You are the brat who was so arrogant just now. The 5th president's red eyes were filled with boundless killing intent, as if he wanted to swallow Yi Chen alive. President, don't be careless, the opponent is a strong man who can fight Tartaro's 9 demon gates with his own strength. Although Lisa on the side already had other ideas, but out of respect for Brain for a long time, he still opened the mouth. Shut up, ants, you have no place to speak here. If it weren't for your value, you would have died in my hands. But then you are useless. With Nirvana, I can reorganize Oraciones cease anytime. Wu directly yelled at Lisa, and knocked Lisa to the ground with a shock wave. Lisa didn't expect Wu to be so ruthless. Only an opponent like you is worthy of my destruction. He didn't even look at Lisa's fate, and stared at Yi Chen with eyes full of killing intent. Ha ha ha, just by you, a hide-and-seek trash wants to kill me. Yi Chen seemed to have heard the funniest joke, laughing uncontrollably, leaning forward and backward. Laugh, this is your last laugh, just have a good laugh. Wu didn't care about Yi Chen's ridicule, in his opinion, Yi Chen was already a dead person. Go to hell, Eternal Darkness Fantasia. Wu directly cast Ever Darkness, and instantly a spiral black light beam hit Yi Chen. Although Brain can also use this move, its power is dozens of times different. Nice. Boom. Yi Chen also wanted to try Wu's fineness, so he directly concentrated the magic power in his hands, and punched fiercely at the attacking Ever Darkness Fantasia. In an instant, Yi Chen was completely enveloped by a strong explosion, and the ground followed the blow. Numerous cracks appeared due to the field explosion. That's all. Seeing the scene he created, Wu still put his hands behind his back and sneered disdainfully. Next, you should try mine. Chapter 104 Get Serious. Chapter 104 Get Serious. Come into the world. The third beast. Quicksilver of the Dragon Snake. Yi Chen erupted with tyrannical magic power, propped the explosion away, and then summoned the Dragon Snake Quicksilver, one of the 4 beasts that could still be summoned at this moment. Quicksilver of the Dragon Snake. Devour him. Roar. Following Yi Chen's order, the 2 big mouths of Dragon Snake's Quicksilver opened and moved towards Wubite. What? Wu jumped back directly, dodging the attack of the Dragon and Snake's Mercury, but his original location turned into nothingness, which surprised him, space magic. It seems to be the most troublesome space swallowing. Often dark obliteration. Wu faced forward with both hands in midair, producing a large number of dark magic bullets, and countless dark magic bullets shot towards the dragon snake's quicksilver. Seeing this, the dragon snake's quicksilver just opened two big mouths, and then walked forward the entire space, together with countless dark magic bullets, were swallowed by it. Sure enough, but such a thing is qualified to be destroyed by me. After confirming that Dragon Snake's Mercury is using Space Devour in space magic, Wu's interest is even higher, and he also has a good attainment in space magic. After all, his unique move Genesis Wu, more or less has some space attributes. If you can take the Quicksilver of the Dragon and Snake as your own, your Genesis Wu can definitely go a step further, even if you are fighting against it, maybe you can get inspiration from it and strengthen your own experience. After Wu made up his mind, he stretched out his hands towards the Dragon Snake's Mercury. Dark gravity. A strong gravitational force attracted the dragon snake's Mercury, whose body was purely made of magic, but fortunately, the dragon snake's Mercury was the most powerful familiar beast among the true ancestral beasts, so it instantly stabilized its figure, and then the two dragon mouths opened, and two powerful rays of magic power shot towards the sky. Eternal Dark Guardian. Wu Yong created a barrier in darkness. Although it began to crumble continuously after being hit by the magic ray of the Mercury of the dragon and snake, Wu Yong continued to replenish the magic power in it, and it was repaired in an instant. Not bad ability. If you give me this magic, I allow you to become one of the new Oracion Cease. Wu opened his hands and said arrogantly. I said have you been sealed for too long? Your brain is no longer a brain, but a paste, and now you are being suppressed and beaten by me, and you still have the face to solicit me. Yi Chen also laughed angrily at Wu's words. What kind of self-confidence does it take to say such words under such circumstances? Ha 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 ha, just based on this, you think you can suppress me? Advertisement. There was an instant magic explosion, and the powerful shock wave centered on Wu, and spread out towards the surroundings. In an instant, the entire room was covered with countless cracks, and even the huge magic crystal had countless cracks, but in the next second, there were countless cracks. Repaired. And Dragon Snake's Mercury was also under this shock wave, stopped the magic ray, opened two huge mouths again, and bit towards Wu fiercely. Boom. Facing the huge magical body of the Dragon Snake's Mercury, with a wave of his hand, a powerful magic shock wave repelled the Dragon Snake's Mercury, and then spread his hands. Fantasy of ever darkness sorrow infinity. Countless spiral black light beams filled the entire room in an instant. Even Dragon Snake Mercury relied on the ability to devour dimensions to continuously devour the surrounding space for defense. But Wu's moves are too dense. There are still countless spiral black light beams hitting the huge magic body of Dragon Snake Mercury, knocking it back steadily. Roar. A flash of red light flashed across the eyes of Dragon Snake's Quicksilver, and then the space that was already being swallowed up was suddenly swallowed by Dragon Snake's Quicksilver crazily like a piece of cloth being pulled. I want to see how much you can devour. Seeing this, Wu didn't care about it at all. Instead, he stepped up his offensive, and more ever darkness and sorrow were released by Wu. Finally, even the dimension-devouring ability of Dragon Snake Mercury couldn't keep up with Wu's attack intensity. More ever darkness and sorrow broke through the dimensional devour and hit the Dragon Snake's Mercury. After breaking through the dimensional engulfment of the Quicksilver of the Dragon and Snake, there were still countless ever dark fantasies and lamentations attacking Yi Chen. At this moment, Yi Chen seemed to be shocked, and stood in place, neither resisting nor avoiding. Scared, what a waste. Seeing this, he sneered coldly. Let me see your power. Come into the world. Beast no. 1. King Kong of the God Sheep. In an instant, the phantom of a bighorn sheep made of indestructible diamonds appeared on Yi Chen's body, and then the ever-dark fantasy morning directly returned to the original path, but Wu was caught off guard. Come into the world. Beast no. 6. Ming Ji's Rainbow Flame. Come into the world. Beast no. 7. The Black Sword of Yemo. Yi Chen summoned all the beasts that could be driven at the moment in one go. After all, judging from the battle just now, Wu's strength cannot be dealt with by a single beast. The bighorn sheep made of indestructible diamonds, the King Kong of the God Sheep stands behind Yi Chen, and the Hongyan of the Valkyrie Ming Ji, who holds the Black Sword of Yemo, stands on the left side of Yi Chen, intertwined in a spiral shape, with a front and a back respectively. A two-headed giant dragon with two dragon heads, Dragon Snake Quicksilver, is entrenched on Yi Chen's right side. Ask for flowers. With the appearance of the four beasts, a terrifying magic storm swept across the entire room, completely destroying the entire room. Even the ceiling was overturned with the magic storm, and four boundless magic power rushed straight into the sky, destroying the entire room. The whole sky was agitated. Advertisement. This is His Excellency Yi Chen's strength. It's scary. It's really scary. Jura stood in the middle of the corpses on the ground, raised her head and looked in the direction of Yi Chen, and then took firm steps towards the position of her own storage crystal. And Hotai on the side just glanced at it, then lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Monster. Leon and Sharia looked at the four magic powers in horror, and couldn't help sighing. It's really powerful, but Miss Erza must like a man like me. Man. Yi has transformed into a super strong man at this moment, holding the head of a dark mage with his big hands, completely ignoring the opponent's struggle, but looking at Yi Chen's direction with fiery eyes. As expected of Yi Chen. At this moment, Erza flicked the blood on the magic sword in her hand, looked at the four eyes that could be blinded in the dark, and couldn't help sighing, and then a chill ran down her spine and hit her forehead. Someone is trying to kill me. Is this the strength of Yi Chen? Even if it's not the first time I've seen it, it's still hard to surpass. Gray was already standing in front of the magic crystal at this moment, looked up at the direction from which the magic wave came, and sighed. It's ridiculously strong. No wonder Lisa wants to release the president without president. Cobra, who was fighting with Natsu, also stopped playing at this moment, and looked solemnly in the direction of Yi Chen. Ha ha ha. Be afraid, surrender if you are afraid, this is the strength of our strongest fairy tale, Yi Chen. Natsu laughed out loud. Yi Chen is so powerful, he is proud of it. Dream. The dragons roar. Fire dragons roar. Is this all your strength? Wu looked at Yi Chen's 4 beasts, and finally got serious. After all, the 4 beasts beside Yi Chen at this moment, each exuded a powerful and outrageous wave of magic power, and each one was enough to rival 10 wizard saints. Then, I have to get serious. Boom. Wu's body exuded an unbelievably strong but disgusting magic power. His body continued to exude coercion. The ground began to tremble because of this magic power. Tiny stones were floating upwards, and then Wu's powerful under the effect of the magical power. It turned into fine dust 6 that is hard to see with the naked eye. Chapter 105 inches become my strength. Chapter 105 inches become my strength. You really still hide quite terrifying power. Yi Chen looked at Wu's magical power erupting at this moment, and didn't panic, which was what he had expected. The previously undisplayed strength, although strong, is probably only at the middle level of the Holy 10, at most on the same level as Jelal. If only this is the case, it is impossible to establish a dark guild Oracion Cease that can compete with Grimoire Heart. The one who founded Grimoire Heart was Precto, the second-generation president of Fairy Tail, and his strength was terrifying. At the same time, Ward Sequin was already one of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar standing at the top of the Ishgar continent. Tuo's aptitude and talent far surpassed that of Ward Sequin. No matter how bad he was, he would not be worse than Ward Sequin. And as the real president of Oracion Cease, the dark guild that keeps pace with the evil, 693, Demon's Heart, Wu's strength is naturally extremely powerful. Although it is not as good as the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar, it is definitely comparable to the veteran 10 wizard saints like Carlos Ma. Ha 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 ha, have you felt my powerful magic power? Be afraid, tremble. Then be destroyed by me. In Wu's scarlet eyes, there was a tyrannical emotion that was enough to make a weak-minded person tremble and give up resistance, but it was Yi Chen who was fighting Wu at this moment. Yi Chen also had absolute confidence in his own strength, especially after awakening the King Kong of the sheep. If you can do it, try it. The rainbow flame of Mingji. Dragon Snake Mercury. Following Yi Chen's loud shout, from the 2 dragon mouths of Dragon Snake's Quicksilver, 2 rays of magic power containing endless destructive power spit out, instantly sweeping across the shapeless room that had already been devastated by the 2 people's magic power. The ground slammed into nothing. Fantasy of ever darkness. Sorrow. Wu released 2 powerful spiral black beams, which accurately blocked the magic rays of the Mercury of the Dragon Snake. Advertisement. The rainbow flame of Mingji. The black sword of Yemo. However, although the magic ray of the dragon and snake's Mercury was blocked, Mingji's Hongyan, who was holding the black sword of Yemo, had come to Wu's side at this moment, and slashed down the black sword of Yemo fiercely. This is the real attack. Containing the ability of Mingji's rainbow flame to cut off cause and effect, and Yemo's black sword's ability to manipulate gravity, this slash penetrated the space instantly, and the terrifying horizontal slash instantly left a terrifying sword mark on Nirvana. Even the ancient buildings on the surface of Nirvana have been destroyed countless. Wu was also sweating coldly at this moment. If he hadn't subconsciously dodged to the side just now, this blow alone would have killed him and seriously injured him. Ha 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 ha, you are really good at it. That's why you have the right to be destroyed by me. Wu grinned wildly at Yi Chen, and in the next second, disgusting and terrifying magic power was condensed between Wu's hands. Just let you disappear in the journey of nothingness. Genesis none. Wu hands put out a Tai Chi-like formation. Between the hands, a huge purple-black magic circle emerged, and then layer upon layer, densely packed black ghosts were summoned by Wu, filling the entire space in an instant. These terrifying and abnormal ghosts let out impotent laughter, which is enough to drive ordinary people crazy. This trick Genesis Wu is the strongest trick of Wu. These so-called ghosts are actually people who died in Wu's hands. Their souls, magic power, and resentment were refined by Wu, and finally formed such a large number of black ghosts. From this alone, one can imagine how many people died in Wu's hands, and what kind of resentment was contained when they died. And these black ghosts full of resentment will have extreme hatred for the living, and will involuntarily attack the living, even including the user of this trick. If it wasn't for Wu's extraordinary strength, enough to frighten a large number of black ghosts, Wu would have been backlashed by his unique move long ago. Go. No traveler. Advertisement. After countless black ghosts received Wu's order, they were about to move, like a black and ominous river, rushing towards Yi Chen, wanting to make Yi Chen one of them. I told you, how many people did you kill before you could practice this trick? Yi Chen had a happy expression on his face. Yi Chen had already guessed about Wu's ultimate move. This move should be somewhat similar to the Phantom Soldier of Jose. No one will use it as his trump card. The most likely thing is that Jose's ghost soldiers are transformed by Jose's magic power, and Wu's black ghost is very likely to be a real ghost, which can explain why Wu will use this trick as his trump card. So now that I actually saw it, Yi Chen could see through the mystery at a glance, directly confirming Yi Chen's guess. Ha ha ha, being able to be a part of my power is the honor of these people. Wu didn't care about the life and death of the ants at all. In his eyes, it was their honor to be able to become part of his trump card. These dead died well. In that case, I'll accept it unceremoniously. Yi Chen looked at the endless black ghosts that were about to approach in front of him, and directly recalled the beasts guarding him back into his body, and then showed the biggest difference between the fourth true ancestor and the other main ancestors. You must know that the power of vampires in that world comes from their own intrinsic accumulation time. To obtain a large amount of inherent accumulation time, in general, they can only be accumulated by surviving for a long time and sucking blood, or they are strong enough to overwhelm other vampires devour to increase their power. However, the ability of the fourth true ancestor to obtain intrinsic accumulation time is very special, filling his inherent accumulation time by capturing other people's memories. This 1.7 ability makes even the newly born fourth true ancestor can also instantly gain the power equal to or surpass the other three true ancestors. In the original plot, the powerful magic power of the fourth true ancestor, possessed by Xiao Gucheng, is the result of tens of thousands of memories squeezed by the cursed soul, Yuan, of the fourth true ancestor, during the Flame Feast. The remaining power was passed on to Xiao Gucheng through Shimenglu Florestina. Similarly, Yi Chen at this moment will also do this trick, and the countless ghosts in front of him, aren't they the best food? Moreover, the original fourth true ancestor only squeezed the memory, but the ghosts in front of him can not only swallow the memory, but even the soul and magic power. This is also the reason for Yi Chen's happy face. After all, who would dislike his enhanced magic power? Become my strength. Chapter 106 Failure. Chapter 106 Failure. Gulu, gulu, gulu. The sound like flowing water was emitted in this torrent of endless black ghosts, and the source was Yi Chen. Yi Chen crazily devoured everything of these black ghosts: memory, magic power, resentment, soul, everything, all because of the particularity of the fourth primogenitor, urbanized into Yi Kang's power zone. What? This unscientific. Wu was stunned by this scene, and he didn't even know what he meant by what he said. I saw that Yi Chen was like a whale swallowing the sea at this moment, and the massive black ghosts were swallowed up by Yi Chen in less than a minute. Hi. Yi Chen hiccuped without any image, and finally brought him back to his senses, so the eyes that looked at Yi Chen were full of fear. You, I'm what I am, what a fuss. But thank you for your hospitality. Not only has the beast in my body been fully recovered, but also my strength has been greatly improved. Yi Chen rubbed his nose and laughed. 19 Afterwards, a wave of magic power far surpassed that before soared into the sky, and the powerful pressure of magic power crushed everything around. Even the magic crystal that had just been repaired had countless cracks at this moment, and it began to shatter, and then it was restored to its original state under the repair of other magic crystals. In the next second, countless cracks appeared, constantly shattering, repairing, and then bounce to pieces, and reciprocate in the process of repairing. Come into the world. The number 1 beast, King Kong of the God Sheep. Come into the world. The third beast, Quicksilver of the Dragon Snake. Come into the world. The fourth beast, the Silver Mist of the Carapace. Come into the world. Beast No. 5. The Gold of the Lion. Come into the world. Beast No. 6. Mingji's Rainbow Flame. Come into the world. Beast No. 7. The Black Sword of Yemo. Come into the world. Beast No. 11. White Steel of Water Essence. Come into the world. Beast No. 12. Ice of the Enchantress. Amidst Yi Chen's wild laughter, the 8 beasts that had been completely controlled by Yi Chen appeared around Yi Chen. Coupled with the magic power erupted by Yi Chen himself, 9 horrific magic powers shot straight into the sky. The ancient city that was devastated once was completely destroyed as if it had experienced a 12th level typhoon. How is this possible? Advertisement. At this moment, Wu was sent flying tens of meters by these 9 strands of magic power, and he couldn't wait to stabilize his figure. Wu's face was extremely ugly. If we talk about the former beasts, in a single case, they were at most in the middle and lower reaches of 10 wizard saints, that is, in the 80 or 90 seats. Now each one has greatly increased in power, enough to rival the old cards like Carlos the Horse, the Holy King and the Great Mage. And Yi Chen's magical power at the moment is the most exaggerated. Brain, as the former director of the Magic Development Bureau, has naturally seen the strength of the 4 kings of Ishgar. He can say responsibly that Yi Chen at this moment is not inferior to the 3 queens of the 4 kings of Ishgar. Any one of them. As for the most mysterious god Serena, Brain has never seen it, and doesn't know how strong it is, so it's hard to compare. No, you will sleep forever in the depth of your day and night. Yi Chen looked at Wu with a gloomy face, but could not hide the fear in his eyes, sneered, and then gave instructions to the 8 dependents. Destroy him. Roar. X8. The 9 rays of magic power that contain endless destructive power will be submerged in an instant, and even if the Everdark protection is not deployed in time, it will be destroyed in just an instant. I'm the president of Oracion Cease. Nothing. I am. Will not. Fail. After the 9 magic rays bombarded Wu into nothingness, they bombarded in a straight line in the sea of gas trees. 9 huge mushroom clouds rose from the ground, and countless smoke and dust rose from them, covering the sky and the sun. Waves of extremely terrifying air swept everything, even the body of Nirvana, this huge city of ancient people, was completely blown away by this wave of terrifying air. All the people on Nirvana were basically stunned by this blow, and no one survived. After all, Everyone was frightened by Yi Chen's sudden terrifying magic power just now. Even Erza, who has an indistinct relationship with Yi Chen the Goblin Queen related to Chu, didn't come back to her senses for a while. Because of this, everyone was caught off guard and was shocked directly. However, Nirvana is worthy of being a taboo magic of the ancients. It was thrown into the air like this, and kept rolling, but when it landed, it still fell on the ground with the hexagons facing down. It's just that Nirvana at this moment is already far away. The location just now is more than 10 kilometers away. Yi Chen took back all the beasts, let out a long breath, and with this, he finally calmed down the boiling magic power in his body, and the next step is to digest and absorb all the magic power. There are still 3 minutes left. I don't know what happened to the others. If the others don't make it in time, they can only completely destroy Nirvana. It will take a lot of magic power. Yi Chen looked at the magic crystal that had returned to its original state, sighed, and then found a clean place to sit down, waiting for the final time to come. In several other places, everyone came to their designated positions. The only exception is that Cobra and Natsu fell directly from Nirvana in the aftermath of Yi Chen's attack just now. At this moment, I don't know where to continue fighting in the sea of trees it's on. 1 more minute. At this moment, Nirvana has reached the position where the building where the demon cat's residence is located can be vaguely seen. 30 seconds. The muzzle of Nirvana's belly has begun to condense magic power. 10 seconds. In the last 10 seconds, Yi Chen summoned the lion's gold and looked at the magic crystal with piercing eyes. Hatred. Erza is wearing the armor of the Sky Wheel, holding a magic sword, and the tip of the sword points directly at the magic crystal. Advertisement. 8. Man. After absorbing the fragrance of strength overnight, his muscles swelled rapidly, and he directly turned into an extremely strong 777, nearly 3 meters tall behemoth. Jura clasped his hands together, and waves of magic power emanated from his body. 6. Gray had already used ice modeling magic to create an ice demon sword and held it in his hand, and Leon's hands were also releasing a terrifying coldness, enough to imagine that the next attack would definitely not be a trivial matter. 5. Lucy summoned Sagittarius of Sagittarius at this moment. Wendy also took a deep breath. The breath of the sky dragon was brewing in her mouth. 4. 3. Equals. The magic power of Nirvana's muzzle has been condensed to the extreme, and it is about to launch. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. The lion's gold. Sky wheel dazzling sword. Power fragrance. Whining rich prison. Form of ice. Dragon. Form of ice. Ice demon sword. Sagittarius. The roar of the dragon. Boom. Everyone confidently released their magic towards the magic crystal, and the next moment, the huge magic crystal was directly shattered. Great. It worked. As the magic crystal was shattered, the muzzle of Nirvana had been condensed to the extreme magic power and dissipated directly.
What? Everyone looked at the magic crystal that had recovered again in shock, and was sluggish on the spot. At the same time, the muzzle of Nirvana lit up again, and a large amount of magic power condensed in the muzzle of Nirvana. Chapter 107 The Betrayer. Chapter 107 The Betrayer. Why haven't 6 magic crystals been destroyed at the same time? Why are they still restored? Could it be that there is something wrong with Zhang's data? How could it be? If Nirvana is not prevented, everyone in Demon Cat's home will.
Damn it, what went wrong? Boom. Just when everyone was at a loss, 2 amazing magical powers fought together, one of which was Jura of Rock and Iron, one of the 10 wizard saints, and the other was Hotai who had turned from darkness to light. What happened? Everyone came outside, watching the 2 battles coming from a distance. The magic power fluctuated together, with a confused look on their faces. Hasn't Wei Ti become kind? Why? When the time returned to the last second of the countdown, Jura released the Mingdong Fuyu that condensed most of his magic power, and was about to completely blow up the huge magic crystal in front of him. Suddenly the ground fell face down, and Jura fell directly into it, and his slamming rich prison also missed directly, hitting the wall on the side of the magic crystal, and the magic crystal was intact. Hotai. Why? Jura immediately realized that this was Hotai's magic, and immediately jumped out of the pit, glaring at Hotai. Nirvana can sell for a lot of money, right? As long as you have money, you can achieve all your goals. Right. Hotai's eyes were shining red. It was the magic of the sky eye that had been activated, the magic power of the whole body was surging, and the magic power that was not inferior to that of 10 wizard saints permeated the whole room. Damn it. Everyone's efforts are in vain. Jura's face was gloomy and terrifying. He was ashamed of everyone's trust. He was obviously wary of Hotai before, but because Hotai fought side by side with him on the way to the magic crystal room, he completely let go of his defense against Hotai. Ultimately lead to failure. Go to hell. Advertisement. Looking at the unharmed magic crystal, Jura's anger exploded immediately. She used her most powerful magic at the beginning, and the terrifying power poured towards Hotai. The aftermath alone destroyed the magic crystal, but it was a pity that it recovered again in the next second. As ever. Farewell, Jura of Rock Iron. Self-discipline collapse magic. Facing the magic attack from Jura, Hotai didn't take it seriously at all, but activated the self-discipline collapse magic circle that was set up at some time. Boom. When Jura's attack distance from Hotai is less than 3 meters, the self-disciplined Honkai magic circle explodes directly, and the powerful power directly swallows Jura and Jura's magic. Finally, I have obtained the core of Nirvana, and the next step is to leave here. Hotai looked coldly at Jura who was buried by the rubble, turned around and left without hesitation, holding a stone in his hand at some point, slightly emitting black and white light. Damn it. A few minutes later, Jura broke out of the ground. Looking at the deserted ruins, the magic power of the Holy 10 level broke out unreservedly, blowing away all the gravel within a few meters around him. Shown, Jura, relying on the atomization ability of the silver mist of the carapace, Yi Chen arrived first. Looking at everything around him, as well as the missing Hotai Yi Kong, he could roughly guess what happened. Sorry, I was careless. It doesn't matter. I just met Wendy, Lucy, and Sharia. I asked them to inform others to leave Nirvana first. You should also leave Nirvana. Next, Nirvana will be handed over to me. Yi Chen signaled Jura not to care. After all, no one would have thought that Kunti would come out like this. Your Excellency Yi Chen, what do you want to do? Is there anything I can do to help? If there is, please tell me, so that I can make up for my mistake. Jura sincerely asked Yi Chen. Don't worry, it's only Nirvana. I can do it by myself. I will completely destroy Nirvana before the next bombardment. I paid attention to it. The time is about 15 minutes, so you should leave quickly. Yi Chen didn't agree to Jura's request. After all, he was going to use Nirvana as a target next time. Let's see how strong he is at this moment. Advertisement. As that's so, Your Excellency Yi Chen, I leave everything to you. Jura is not a stubborn person either. Seeing Yi Chen's confidence, he nodded and left decisively. Seeing Jura leaving quickly, Yi Chen sat down cross-legged and began to adjust his state. Time is up. Seeing the muzzle lighted up again, Yi Chen muttered to himself. Susanoo ultimate form. Yi Chen was also unambiguous, directly using the magic power of the beast as the main body, using the complete Susanoo as the container, and re-entered the Susanoo ultimate form. The ghost-like Susanoo ultimate form, under Yi Chen's control, slowly flew above the Nirvana's Jungjung. Looking at the brighter and brighter muzzle, an energy spear releasing infinite power appeared in the hands of Susanoo Ultima, and then Susanoo Ultima raised the energy spear and pointed towards the Nirvana as thrown out. Quote. Eternal gun Gingnur. Like a shooting star, Gingnur, the spear of eternity, pierced through Nirvana in an instant and crashed into the earth. Afterwards, the terrifying scene of ancient gods and demons creating the world reappeared in the world. Boom. I saw a huge mushroom cloud rising from the ground, and immeasurable smoke and dust rose from it, covering the sky and the sun. A terrifying wave of air swept everything, and the whole world seemed to be destroyed by this blow. The power makes people unable to arouse any desire to resist. When everything dissipated, a huge crater with a diameter of more than 50 kilometers appeared in the originally dense sea of trees, and all the trees around the crater for nearly tens of kilometers were blown down by the air waves. As for the originally huge Nirvana, it has already been shattered into countless fragments at this moment. As for the 6 huge magic crystals, they have been shattered, good jow, into countless fragments by this blow. Look around, maybe you can find a tiny shard of magic crystal somewhere. According to Yi Chen's request, everyone in the Alliance army who ran as far away as possible, including Hibiki, Ren, Ivan, and Natsu who had already defeated Cobra by chance, were all dumbfounded watching this scene at the moment. This scene, they said, will never be forgotten in this life, including Jura. Fortunately, Jura is here, relying on the magic power of the Holy 10, plus Gray and Leon, 2 ice mages, finally blocked the incoming shock wave, but even so, the 3 of them are basically exhausted at this moment. He lost his magic power, and was collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. This kind of mighty power comparable to a god, I was lucky enough to see it. Looking at this scene, Jura couldn't help sighing. As for the guild of the demon cats place not far from here, Robin Liu watched the scene of Nirvana being destroyed with tears streaming down his face, and sighed silently. This is a miracle. Chapter 108 As long as they are willing to face me. Chapter 108 As long as they are willing to face me. It's great that everyone is safe and sound. Everyone looked at Yi Chen as if they were looking at gods, and Yi Chen was uncomfortable for a while. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed that he wanted to dissect himself, probably because he felt Yi Chen's displeasure. Wendy's weak opened the mouth. Haha, with me here, naturally there won't be. Yi Chen picked up Wendy, kissed Wendy's delicate cheek, and said with a smile, but this immediately made Wendy blush. By the way, this place is not far from the official guild of demon cats. Since we have come near here, it's unreasonable not to pay a visit to Mr. Robin Liu. Erza looked at the warm scene in front of him, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, suddenly seemed to think of something, Taguchi suggested. Ah, wouldn't that be too much trouble? It's okay, everyone at the Demon Cats Inn is very hospitable. It just so happens that everyone is wounded, so we can go to the Demon Cat's house to rest for a while. What do you think? I have no opinion. Can. Random. Okay. 887. Everyone had no objections, and just as they were about to set off, Yi Chen motioned for everyone to wait, and then spoke towards the bushes beside him. People over there, your spells have almost been described, so it's time to show up. What? Anyone else? Everyone was taken aback by Yi Chen's words. We stayed here for a while just now, and we didn't notice anyone approaching at all. Such a keen perception. We have clearly used group concealment magic. Even the Jura of Rock Iron, one of the Holy 10, has not discovered it. I didn't expect that a mere S-level mage from Fairy Tail would be able to detect it. Advertisement. The voice fell, and a large group of people in uniform surrounded the members of the Alliance army. The leader was a man wearing glasses, but with sharp eyes, who looked serious and serious. He was the 4th forcible member of the council captain of the supervision force, Rahal. What? Is it the Knights of Rune? Why? How is this going? At this moment, everyone was puzzled by being surrounded by the Rune Knights. Biej was angry and calm, but without exception, they were all waiting for an explanation from them. Sorry, we didn't want to take coercive measures. We are the Forced Oversight Corps of the Freshman Senate. I am the captain, Rahal. The purpose of our coming here is to arrest Oracion Cease, who was beheaded at midnight, Cobra who lost consciousness, and Gear who was in a coma, and Lisa who was seriously injured and hammered to death, but the leader of Oracion Cease and Hotai have not been found yet. You guys, can you tell us about their whereabouts? Yi Chen smiled faintly, walked to the front of the crowd, and faced Rahal directly. I can tell you about Brain's whereabouts. Look carefully here, maybe you can find his ashes. As for Hotai, we don't know where he is now, he probably fled here. Yi Chen didn't say that Jura was set up by Hotai, and the others tacitly didn't say anything about it. After all, this kind of thing, no matter how you say it, is disgraceful. That's it. Rahal nodded, and did not doubt Yi Chen's words. After all, as long as he casually asked other members of the alliance, he would be clear about this kind of matter. Also, let's talk about what the Review Council wants to know. Hasn't the council been wondering if the president of Oracion Cease's Brain? I can now tell you with the person in charge that the president of Oracion Cease's not Brain. It's Brain's personality, none. Advertisement. What? No wonder the intelligence team of the council has never known who the president of Oracion Cease is. At first, he also suspected that it was Brain, the former director of the Magic Development Bureau, but later found that although Brain was respected by other Oracion Cease, he really is indeed on an equal footing with other Oracion Cease. That's why I rejected the possibility that Brain is the president of Oracion Cease. Unexpectedly, there is such an inside story about his personality. Rahal was also startled when he heard Yi Chen's words. Regarding Oracion Cease, one of the three major guilds of the Balam Alliance, the intelligence about Oracion Cease in the Senate was full of the entire file room. Therefore, Rahal's understanding of Oracion Cease was actually far superior to that of the Ring. This alone showed the strength of the council, which was one of the reasons why even Fairy Tail was not willing to offend the council. Then it was Jura-san who defeated the chairmanless Oracion Cease and caused the big explosion just now. No, it's not me, it's your excellency Yi Chen. How can I have such strength? Jura shook his head, denying Rahal's guess. Rahal was taken aback. He originally thought that it was Jura who caused the big explosion just now. Rahal knew a little about Jura, one of the 10 wizard saints, and he could be called a good old man, so even if he offended the other party basically doesn't care about it. But I never expected that it was Yi Chen, who was basically on the blacklist of the council, so it was a bit difficult to handle. I've said enough, can you let us go? No, there are still many things that have not been clarified, and we cannot let you go for the time being. Regarding Yi Chen's words, Rahal replied subconsciously, and realized in the next second that Yi Chen has a bad temper, and he will probably suffer. You really take yourself seriously, we are not prisoners of your council. While speaking, Yi Chen stirred up his magic power and stroked the runes of the spell. Afterwards, an immeasurable cold air spread instantly, turning the spell into countless ice powders. Let's go. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can let the people from the council come to me, as long as they are willing to face me. Yi Chen. Yi Chen and Lahal passed by, and the members of the Rune Knights gave way one after another. After all, Yi Chen has always been famous, and his captain did not order to stop it. Life matters. When everyone in the Alliance army saw Yi Chen holding Wendy and leaving without giving any face, they looked at each other and followed, not paying attention to the council at all. As I said before, although the council nominally controls all the regular guilds, the top guilds in the regular guilds have always been obedient to the council and don't give the council much face. I know it well. Chapter 109. A Living Legend. Chapter 109. A guild that exists only for one person. At noon, the home of the Demon Cat. All the members of the Alliance army came to visit Chairman Robin Liu of the Demon Cat's residence, and took a rest at the Demon Cat's residence by the way. Just when everyone was ready to leave after eating and drinking, Robin Liu, the president of the Demon Cat House, brought a group of people from the Demon Cat House to the crowd, and bowed deeply to them first. Grandpa, what is this for? Seeing Robin Liu, who was older than his father, even the nervous Natsu was startled, and jumped up and down to help Robin Liu. Thank you for defeating Oracion Cease and successfully preventing Nirvana. I, Robin Liu, can only express my gratitude to you on behalf of the local guild alliance. Nebula, thank you. While speaking, Robin Liu bowed to the crowd again. You're welcome, President Robin Liu. A mere Oracion Cease, in front of the alliance army formed by our regular guild, is nothing more than rotten fish and rotten shrimp, vulnerable to one blow. At this moment, Yi Yu was posing while boasting, as if defeating the 6 demons and destroying Nirvana were all done by him alone. Did this guy contribute anything? Love, one knight's contribution is to pose. Lucy and Happy couldn't help but complained, which made everyone's heads full of black lines. Don't say that, at least I contributed to the countdown to destroy the magic crystal of Nirvana, although it still failed in the end. Erza said seriously, but it would hurt Yi even more, it would be better not to say it day and night. Ha 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 ha, everyone burst into laughter, but at this moment, everyone in the Demon Cat's place didn't respond to everyone's smiles at all, and the atmosphere was still dull. What's wrong? President Robin Liu, as the only juror with the title of Holy Cross in the Alliance Army, seeing Robin Liu's appearance, he felt strange and couldn't help asking. Chairman Robin Liu finally spoke at this moment. Everyone here, I am really sorry for concealing the fact that we are the Nilbit tribe. It's nothing, President Robin Liu, don't worry about it. Jura also thought that Robin Liu felt guilty for concealing the things about the Nilbiters, and comforted him with a smile. Everyone, please listen patiently and carefully to what I'm going to say next. 400 years ago, the person who created Nirvana was precisely this old man. What? Advertisement. Chairman Robin Liu raised his head and said. What? No way. 400 years ago. Creator of Nirvana. All the people who heard this incident, except Yi Chen, the traveler who knew the plot, all fell into a stupor. No matter how hard they racked their brains, it was impossible for them to think that Robin Liu was actually an ancient person 400 years ago. And one day I can see people who can live for 400 years. 400 years ago, in order to prevent the spread of war in the world, I created the magic of good and evil reversal, peaceful kingdom, Nirvana. Nirvana even once became a symbol of our country's peace and created an era, but too powerful a force will definitely breed the opposite force. Nirvana will turn darkness into light, and darkness will also cover Nirvana. Because in order to achieve balance, human personality cannot be transformed into the bright side indefinitely. Facing the appearance of darkness, light is born, and facing the appearance of light, darkness must also be conceived. The lost darkness entangled our Nilbiters. It was hell. We killed each other. In the end, it led to extinction. Only the old man survived. How come? Several women in the Alliance army covered their mouths one after another, looking at the old man in disbelief. Up to now, it's not accurate to say that. The old man's physical body has perished a long time ago, and now he is similar to the existence of the missing body. I have been waiting to replace me, a weak undead, and destroy Nirvana, the emergence of people. For 400 years, I have watched and waited, until yesterday, I knew that my mission was finally completed. Listening to Robin Liu's words, Wendy was extremely disturbed, as if she was about to lose something. A smile appeared on Robin Liu's face, and following Robin Liu's smile, the members of the Demon Cat's house behind them all smiled and disappeared into light spots one by one. What's going on here? Everyone. You are. Maguna. Belle. Wendy couldn't help crying as she watched everyone disappearing in disbelief. Wendy. Yi Chen hugged Wendy and let out a soft cry. Wendy looked at Yi Chen in front of her, and turned her head to look at the people in the Demon Cat's place. Seeing that everyone in the Demon Cat's place gradually disappeared, everyone who disappeared had a relieved smile on their faces. What the hell is going on? Everyone is constantly disappearing. Yi Chen, big brother, do you know what's right? Please, let everyone not disappear, okay? Wendy cried and begged, but Yi Chen just hugged her and didn't say much, just calmly watched the people in the Demon Cat's place who gradually disappeared. No, everyone, don't go. Wendy cried out in pain and despair. I've been hiding it from you. I'm really sorry. All the members of the guild are phantoms created by the old man, which are similar to missing bodies. Advertisement. Robin Liu looked at the painful and desperate Wendy, although he couldn't bear it, he still opened his mouth to explain everything. Ask for flowers. What? Everyone else present was taken aback by Robin Liu's words, only Yi Chen was still watching the scene in front of him calmly. After all, Yi Chen already knew everything from the anime, but knowing everything doesn't mean he can change. The disappearance of Robin Liu is because the obsession has dissipated. With the letting go of the obsession, he will naturally be relieved. I have to say that obsession can make people become demons, and they can also make people become gods. Terrible stuff. A phantom with an independent personality. Is this really possible? What a powerful magic is this? Looking at Robin Liu, Jura couldn't help sighing. In order to protect Nirvana, this old man stayed alone in this abandoned village. Until 7 years ago, a boy named Jello came to the place where I live and asked me to take care of you. While speaking, Robin Liu cast his loving eyes on Wendy, who was crying heart-piercingly. Hearing Robin Liu's words, Wendy stopped crying, sobbing constantly, thinking of every bit of her trip with Jello in her mind. The boy's eyes were full of sincerity, so I couldn't help but agree to him. I had already made up my mind to live alone. In order not to make Wendy sad, I created the phantom of my companion. Listening to Robin Liu's words, everyone felt unbelievable, especially the female mages in the team were moved to tears. A guild created just for Wendy. No, I don't want everyone to disappear. Wendy looked at a partner who had disappeared, and cried loudly again. Wendy, Carla, you don't need false partners anymore, you already have real partners by your side. I am really happy when I am with you, Wendy, Carla. Robin Liu said to Wendy and Carla with a smile. As the words fell, Robin Liu's body gradually turned into spots of light. No, I don't want everyone to eliminate the doctor. Wendy cried and broke away from Yi Chen's embrace, and ran towards Robin Liu in a staggered manner, trying to hug Robin Liu's body. Your bright future is just beginning. Yi Chen, I'm counting on you for Wendy's project. As he spoke, Robin Liu took a deep look at Yi Chen, and then at Wendy, with reluctance in his eyes, and slowly, his body completely disappeared into the air. And Wendy and Carla's guild crest of the Demon Cat's home also disappeared with the disappearance of Robin Liu. President. Seeing Miss who loves her the most, Wendy couldn't bear it any longer, knelt down on the ground, and stood up. Chapter 110 Farewell. Chapter 110 Farewell. Seeing Wendy collapsed on the ground and crying bitterly, everyone was silent. Parting with a loved one is the most painful thing in life. Wendy, don't worry, from now on, I will be your family, everyone in Fairy Tale will be your family. Yi Chen walked to Wendy's side, squatted down, stroked Wendy's hair, put his forehead against Wendy's, and said softly, "Yi Chen, big brother." Wendy looked at Yi Chen with tears in her eyes, and was so sad that she couldn't speak. "Last night, Mr. Robin Liu told me everything, and entrusted everything to me. Don't worry, I will take good care of you, Wendy." Wow, Wendy couldn't bear Yi Chen's words any longer, and burst into crying while hugging Yi Chen. 043. On the other side, somewhere high in the sky in an unknown place, a huge magic airship was floating in the air, slowly flying forward. President Hades, this is the core of Nirvana you need. A burly man, wearing a priest's attire and holding a Bible, knelt on one knee in front of Hades, the president of Grimoire Heart, holding the black and white items in his hands, and said respectfully. Hades hooked his finger, and the Nirvana core in the man's hand slowly floated towards Hades. "Hotai, you are very good. You did not disappoint me. You have obtained the third key that can undo the seal of Zirf." Hades held the core of Nirvana, felt it for a while, then laughed loudly, and praised Hotai who was kneeling below. "In this way, we are one step closer to breaking Zirf's seal. Zirf, wait for me. The age of great magic, here I come." Advertisement. At this moment, the door opened, and Altair walked in slowly. Seeing Athie who was kneeling in front of Hades, he was also startled, but he immediately spoke calmly. "President Hades, I think you already know." "Oh, know what, Altair?" Hades played with the Nirvana core in his hand and asked casually. "That is, Oracion Cease has been completely defeated by the Alliance army of the regular guild, and the goal of Oracion Cease, Nirvana, has also been completely destroyed. Ha ha ha, guys from regular guilds are really good at it. However, this is nothing, our real purpose is just the core of this Nirvana." Hades didn't pay attention to Altair's report at all. When Hotai came back from Oracion Cease undercover, Hades knew that Oracion Cease was over. After all, the mission he gave him was to collect information on Oracion Cease until Oracion Cease was destroyed. However, although he was prepared for the demise of Oracion Cease, he did not expect that even Nirvana would be completely destroyed. As for Hades, who wanted to collect the so-called keys to release the seal of Zirf, he had a deep understanding of Nirvana, and he naturally knew the power and strength of Nirvana. Weakness. Nirvana's weakness is obvious. As long as the 6 magic crystals as power are destroyed at the same time, Nirvana can be turned into a pile of rubble. It seems that the regular guild really has 2 brushes. Hades stroked his beard, although there were many praises in his words, his tone was full of disdain. "No, that's not the case." Before Altair could speak, Hotai spoke, with unconcealable fear in his eyes. "It was a man so strong and outrageous that he completely destroyed Nirvana with a single blow. I was nearby at the time and witnessed that godlike thing with my own eyes. This is the magic crystal I recorded at the time, President Hades." Hades was also taken aback by Hotai's words. If what Hotai said was true, then this man's strength was not inferior to his own, and he truly possessed the strength of the top 4 of the Holy 10. Hotai is right, his strength is absolutely outrageous. Altair nodded, looked at Hotai flatly, and didn't refute anything. "As that's so, the old man will have to see what kind of man it is that can be praised by both of you." As he said that, Hades released the video magic crystal, ready to see how strong the man they mentioned was. Advertisement. After watching the video magic crystal that Hotai took out, even Hades, who was used to seeing strong winds and waves, was taken aback by Yi Chen. Other things are easy to say, even if it was Yi Chen's last blow, even Hades didn't fully I can take it with certainty. Sure enough, he is an amazing strongman, not to mention he is still so young. Given time, he may not be able to grow into a strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with Zirf. Hades sighed, looking at the guild crest belonging to Fairy Tail on Yi Chen, fell into deep thought, not knowing what he was thinking. Altair below didn't bother him either, he just glanced at Hotai from the corner of his eye, and Altair didn't expect that Hotai, one of the famous Oracion Cease, would actually be Grimoire Heart's undercover agent. "Altair, do you have anything else to do?" "That's right, President Hades, I've come to bid you farewell." Altair's words made Hades stunned, then sighed and said with a sigh. "This day, after all, has come. When I saw you for the first time, I knew that although you fell into darkness, there was always light in your heart. One day, sooner or later, you would leave Grimoire Heart." Looking at Hades who seemed to be a few years older, Altair was speechless for a while. "President Hades, Hades waved his hand and said. "The old man is not so unreasonable, everyone has his own ambitions, you want to leave Grimoire Heart, although the old man does not know your reason for 1.0, but the old man respects your choice. Don't worry, the old man will use memory magic to change the memory of everyone in Grimoire Heart later. In their memory, you, Altair, will not exist. And you, Altair, are just one of the members of the council and have nothing to do with Grimoire Heart. Altair, from now on, you are free. Go after everything you want." Hades. Words made Altair shed tears. Altair knew very well that although Hades was ruthless to the outside world, he definitely devoted a lot of effort to himself and the 7 kin of Purgatory. For Hades who has no children, 7 kin of Purgatory is his children. And Hades' plan is to protect Altair for Altair. Thank you, President Hades. Chapter 111 joined. Chapter 111 joined. With the disappearance of the Demon Cat's place, everyone in the Alliance army sighed for a while before announcing its disbandment. After all, Oracion Cease had been completely eradicated, and most of the Dark Guild under his command had been wiped out. They don't need to make a move. And the strong men of the major guilds who went to support were also taken aback by the tragic scene of the land destroyed by Nirvana and the terrifying magic power that still remained. All the reinforcements thought it was the scene caused by Nirvana, and started to go around find people in their respective guilds. Fortunately, Yi Chen and the others had already gone back at that time, and they happened to meet the reinforcements who had been looking for a long time nearby, so everyone knew that this scene was caused by the combo being destroyed. A few days later, at Fairy Tale, Wendy was standing in the middle of the Fairy Tale Tavern with some restraint, and Carla was standing beside her. That's pretty much it, so we invited Wendy and Carla to Fairy Tale. Hello everyone, I'm Wendy, Wendy Bell, this is Carla, we will join Fairy Tale starting today, please give me your advice. 19 Following Wendy's words, combined with her lovely face like an angel, the entire guild was boiling. Oh, so cute. How old are you, little sister? The last sentence was asked by an unreliable uncle, Macau, who looks extremely wretched, just like a strange sorghum who lures little girls to look at goldfish. Welcome back. Lissana walked to Yi Chen's side, and happily welcomed everyone from Fairy Tale back safely. However, when she greeted Yi Chen, her brother-in-law, her whole body was full of black air, and she looked at Yi Chen with a look that was similar to that of a pervert. Of course, Wendy and Carla are also welcome to join our Fairy Tale family, we will be partners from now on. Mirajan greeted Wendy and Carla happily. Great, Carla, it's Miss Lissana herself. Wendy happily said to Carla on the side, because of Yi Chen, although Mirajan is still the cover girl of Magic Weekly Sosara, her younger sister Lissana is not inferior to her sister, and she is also the cover girl of Magic Weekly Sosara regulars. I guess Carla should use the same magic as Happy. Mirajan looked at Carla, then looked at Happy flying in the air with eyes full of spring, and said with a smile. Advertisement. Hearing Mirajan's words, Carla frowned. Wait, why are you comparing a male cat in our country? Ha 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 ha. Seeing Carla blowing her hair made everyone burst into laughter. Wendy, what magic are you using? Someone in the guild asked curiously. Me, my magic is the magic of the sky, and I am the dragon slayer of the sky. Oh, hearing Wendy's words, everyone showed unbelievable expressions, and the scene suddenly became extremely quiet, and the atmosphere was dignified and terrifying. Looking at the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, Wendy thought that everyone didn't believe her, and her original high spirits became very depressed. Sure enough, the Yin family doesn't seem to believe it. Just when Wendy was extremely disappointed, everyone's expressions changed. The wizards of the guild gave out extremely warm cheers, and the cheers attracted the attention of the people nearby. What's wrong with the Fairy Tale people? They sound happy. Haha, isn't this normal? If one day I see Fairy Tale feeling down, I'll feel weird. Ha ha ha. That's right, if the people from Fairy Tale are no longer here in Magnolia, this city will become lifeless. It makes sense, ha ha ha. Everyone in the guild naturally didn't know the outside world's evaluation of Fairy Tale. Everyone gathered around Wendy and Carla, looking at each person and the cat with fiery eyes. So amazing. Same as Natsu. Advertisement. And Gajiel. So it's Dragon Slayer magic. In this way, our union has 3 Dragon Slayers. So amazing, so cute. This is obviously a very rare magic. Listening to everyone's cheers, Wendy showed a heartfelt happy smile for the first time since Robin Lu left. It's great that Wendy can be accepted so quickly. Mirajan, holding Yi Chen's arm, looked at Wendy's popularity, and said to Yi Chen gently. Yeah, I'm afraid that Wendy won't be able to get out of the shadow of Mr. Robin Lu's departure. Yi Chen nodded. Brother-in-law, I heard that you met a strong opponent this time. You almost failed. Lissana walked to Yi Chen's side, holding Yi Chen's other arm, and asked with some fear. Ha ha ha, don't you believe that I am 183? With my strength, I can sweep away any strong enemy. Yi Chen looked at Lissana's pretty face and said with a smile. But speaking of it, I really didn't expect to meet the most mysterious elite troops of Tartaros. Mirajan was also very scared at the moment. Thinking about it now, she also regretted that she didn't face Tartaros with Yi Chen. Don't worry, the whole Tartaros, except for Mard. Gear, who is called the vice president and is actually the real president of Tartaros, other than Mard. Gear, the others are at most causing me some trouble. Yi Chen comforted that this is true, but it is only limited to the current Yi Chen. After all, with the awakening of King Kong of the Sheep, Yi Chen's strength has improved a lot, and he has completely stepped into the level of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. Yi Chen was able to win against 9 demon gates before. On the one hand, 9 demon gates didn't know Yi Chen well, and a considerable element of luck. Just to prevent Mirajan and Lissana from worrying, Yi Chen naturally wouldn't tell the real situation at that time, but the matter has passed, and talking about it will only make people more scared. Chapter 112 Meeting of the Strongest of the Old and New Generations. Chapter 112 Meeting of the Strongest of the Old and New Generations. A few days later, at Fairy Tale, Ma Karloff was standing on the bar with great interest, preaching brainwashing. To the wizards of Fairy Tale. Boys, listen to me. As a mage, you must not slacken your daily training, and you must complete the entrusted work in order to obtain tomorrow's resources. This is also a tradition. It is said that there are unpredictable things in the sky, and people have misfortunes and blessings. Therefore, sometimes there will be tasks that can be completed effortlessly, and sometimes you have to do your best to fight hard. However, No matter what the outcome is, tomorrow will definitely come. As mages, we still have to move forward bravely. Only in this way can we be the mages of fairy tale. As he spoke, he straightened his right index finger and thumb and raised them high. Seeing Carlos Ma's movement, all the mages present made the same movement. They all straightened their right index finger and thumb high. Hold it up high and keep cheering to express your inner excitement. Just as Ma Karloff was in the midst of preaching, suddenly, the Sand Mage Max Allure and Warren Rocco, who was good at reading magic, stumbled in at this moment, and shouted in a terrified tone as soon as they entered the door. Not good. Before everyone recovered and asked what was wrong, a burst of bells rang throughout the sky over Magnolia. Boom, 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 boom. Quote. This bell is. What happened? The newcomers Lucy, Wendy and Carla spoke subconsciously, but all the other people present showed excited smiles. No way. He's back. It's Gildarts back. Times N. Everyone toasted and celebrated, which showed the importance of Gildarts in the minds of everyone in the guild. Speaking of everyone's feelings for Gildarts have been accumulated for a long time, even in everyone's mind, only Gildarts is the strongest in fairy tale, and no matter how strong Yi Chen and others are, they are only the strongest candidates, that's all. In fairy tale, the next generation did not grow up, and the older generation only relied on the holy cross of the horseman Carlos to maintain their momentum. Among the middle-aged generation, the only S-class magician at that time, Ivan Dreyar, the son of Ma Karloff, was personally driven out of fairy tale by Ma Karloff on the grounds that he would cause harm to fairy tale. In the end, it was Gildarts who became fairy tale's only S-rank mage, who alone carried the banner of fairy tale's middle-aged generation. Golden fairy tale can develop steadily. It wasn't until 2 years ago that Gildarts saw the next generation of Yi Chen, Laxus, Erza, Mirajan, Mistgang, Natsu, Gray and others gradually grow up and show extraordinary combat power and talent, and then they let go, taking on a heavy responsibility, to take on the century-old mission, intending to add another force to the growth of fairy tale. Gildarts. I've never seen this man before, who is he? Lucy asked curiously. Gildarts, he is the strongest wizard in fairy tale. Mirajan was wiping a glass at the bar and said with a smile, with memories in her eyes. Well, Uncle is recognized as the strongest magician. Lysina also echoed. Advertisement. The strongest wizard. Is it stronger than Yi Chen? Quiet. Lucis' words silenced the cheering crowd instantly. You look at me, I look at you. What's wrong? Did I say the wrong thing? Seeing everyone's expressions, Lucy was taken aback, couldn't help hiding behind Yi Chen who was drinking, and asked weakly. That's not true, it's just that we haven't really competed, and we don't know who is stronger and who is weaker. Yi Chen waved his hand and didn't care, but the others started whispering. It's true. Although Gildarts is very powerful, Yi Chen, as the leader of the new generation, is also incredibly strong. He may not be weaker than Gildarts. Fart. Gildarts is a strong man who has been famous for a long time, don't you know his strength? Although Yi Chen is strong, he will definitely not be the opponent of Gildarts. How is it possible? Yi Chen's achievements are obvious to all. Defeat ghosts. Execute the 10 saints. Retire from the underworld. Destroy the 6 demons. Destroy Nirvana. Any one of them is a matter that shocked the mainland. I think it is because Yi Chen is stronger. Quote. What you said seems to make sense. Quote. You idiot, Yi Chen is powerful, but his age is there, and Gildarts is over 40 years old, his magic power accumulation is definitely stronger than Yi Chen's, and his combat experience is also richer than Yi Chen's, and Gildarts' magic is still super advanced destruction magic. Crush, by any measure, is Gildarts strong? No, Yuan Yi Chen. Oddly enough, it's the Gildarts. Accompanied by the topic of whether Yi Chen is stronger or Gildarts is stronger, the guild is divided into 2 groups, arguing hard. I said, Yi Chen, don't you stand up and say something. Lucy hid behind Yi Chen, looked at the 2 groups of people who were arguing, couldn't help pushing Yi Chen, and asked. What do you want me to say? What to say? Of course, to explain that you are stronger than Gildarts. In Lucis' mind, Yi Chen's strength is the strongest. In Lucis' view, it is basically impossible for someone stronger than Yi Chen to exist. Haha, Lucy, how do you think I can explain it? Let's not say that I don't care if I'm stronger or weaker than Gildarts. If you really want to compete, it's natural to fight face to face. Yi Chen downed the wine in his glass in one sip, and looked eagerly at the door. In this direction, an unimaginably huge magic power was approaching, and this magic power was full of destruction and destruction. Obviously, the power of this magic power masters Gildarts in time. I said, Yi Chen, don't challenge Gildarts as soon as he comes back. That's to say, brother-in-law, uncle hasn't come back for 3 years. Mirajan and Lysina pulled Yi Chen from left to right to persuade him. Haven't been back for 3 years. What did he do? Lucy asked curiously after hearing what Mirajan and Lysina said. Although there are missions called SS grades above the S grade missions, there is also a mission called 10-year characters. 10-year mission. Lucy, literally, thought of a terrifying possibility. Could it be? Lucy asked with a twitching mouth. Advertisement. That's right, that's what you said. The so-called 10-year mission means that no one has completed the 10-year mission after it was released, so it is called the 10-year mission. Yi Chen nodded, then continued. After I became an S-class mage, I completed 9 10-year missions. That's why I was called the strongest S-class mage under the Holy Cross. So smart. When Lucy heard Yi Chen's words, she couldn't help but look at Yi Chen with admiration. The admiration in her eyes made Mirajan and Lysina on the side stare at Lucy like a vixen. Quote. It's nothing, Uncle Gildarts is the ruthless character. Uncle Gildarts is going to perform a more difficult task, that is, a task that no one has completed in 100 years, a century-old task. A task that no one has completed in 100 years. Is it so terrifying? Gildarts is going to perform such a task, so how strong should he be? Lucy was completely stunned. A task that no one could complete in 100 years, one would know how terrifying it is, but since Gildarts dared to complete such a task alone, then his strength, isn't it too strong? Citizens, Magnolia is about to change to Gildarts mode. Please move to the designated location. Repeat again. Magnolia is about to change to Gildarts mode. Citizens, please move to the designated location. Citizens, Magnolia is about to change to Gildarts mode. Please move to the designated location. Repeat again. Magnolia is about to change to Gildarts mode. Citizens, please move to the designated location. Lucy, Wendy and Carla were very puzzled by the continuous ringing of the radio. Although he is the undisputed strongest in Fairy Tail, there is no need to make it so serious, right? Yes. By the way, what is Kilworth mode? What is the Gildarts mode? You can go outside and see it. Yi Chen gently said, Demo Zhao, to several people. Yi Chen's words aroused the curiosity of 2 people and 1 cat. They ran to the balcony one after another, and then saw an unimaginable scene. At this moment, the whole of Magnolia began to shake, and the buildings were constantly moving up and down. Finally, a passage from the outside of Magnolia Town to Fairy Tail was formed. The most puzzling thing was that it was a straight path. Channel, but there are many pointers on the ground. Is it too exaggerated? Is it necessary to make it like this? 2 women and 1 cat clicked their tongues inwardly. It would be too much to change a city for 1 person. Because Gear Das uses shattering magic, everything that touches him will become shattered. If he walks in a daze and accidentally touches a house, he will destroy the warehouse and pass directly. So the whole building has been remodeled for this purpose. How can there be such a stupid person? So the whole city was rebuilt for this. Yes. At this moment, not far from the passage, there was a black shadow slowly approaching Yun. A moment later, a man with an orange back and a small stubble on his chin was wearing a dark green cloak with shoulder armor, and the edges of the cloak were severely worn. A middle-aged man with a strong figure, wearing a dark vest, a wide belt around his waist, dark blue trousers, and brown boots, walked to the front of the guild. He showed a puzzled look. Chapter 113 Invitation to Battle. Chapter 113 Invitation to Battle. What? At this moment, Gildarts showed a puzzled expression, looked left and right, finally sighed, and said to himself with some doubts. Did I go to the wrong place? Welcome back, Gildarts. Mirajan greeted Gildarts now with a smile. Little girl, I remember that there should be a wizard's guild called Fairy Tail near here. Here it is, and I'm Mirajan. Mirajan was not surprised by Gildarts' question, and replied with a smile. Gildarts looked at the gentle Mirajan in front of him, and remembered Mirajan who was like a little sister before he left the guild to do a century-old mission, and he couldn't connect the two at all. It's really the 18th change of the Women's University. You have changed too much, and the guild looks so new. Is it a renovation? Yeah, a lot of things happened in the middle, and the guild was destroyed once, so we took the opportunity to rebuild the guild directly. Well, by the way, Mirajan, how is the progress between you and Yi Chen? Is there any such thing? Gildarts sighed, then gave Mirajan a lewd look, winking at Mirajan, looking at the others with dark lines. I said, Uncle, have you ever thought about how embarrassing it will be to us 2 parties if you ask such a question? Yi Chen came out speechlessly, and if he asked Gildarts to continue asking, Mirajan would probably go berserk, and he would have to coax him by himself. Yo, Yi Chen, it's been a long time, and the magic power has increased a lot. Now I don't have much confidence to defeat you. Ha ha ha, Uncle is much stronger. If there is a chance, I really want to have a good fight with Uncle. Yi Chen's fighting spirit was like fire, and the magical power of the ancestor level was about to move in his body. Facing 147 Gildarts, Yi Kong felt his blood was boiling. Gildarts' strength was definitely not weaker than the 3 queens of Ishgar 4 days ago 7 years ago. If it hadn't been for being injured by the Black Dragon Acnologia during the century-old mission, he lost his left hand and foot, and even his internal organs were severely injured, resulting in a severe decline in strength. Even so, Gildarts' strength is still stable at the middle level of the Holy 10, second only to the level of Carlos the Horseman, which shows how strong Gildarts is. Thinking of this, Yi Chen wants to fight Gildarts again. Ha ha ha, please forgive me, I just came back. Gildarts let out a ha ha, walked around Yi Chen, and walked in front of the horseman Carlo. You're back, Kilworth. Ma Karloff sat on the bar counter, saw Gildarts in front of him, and greeted him. Long time no see, old man. How is the mission going? Sorry, I can't help it. The 100-year mission is still too difficult for me. Gildarts pondered for a moment, then laughed, rubbing his head and laughing. As for Gildarts' words, the entire guild fell silent for an instant, a needle could be heard, and then everyone started whispering. No way, he's Gildarts. Unexpectedly, he will also fail the mission. I do not believe. That's right, even you can't finish it. Ma Karloff said in a deep voice. Advertisement. Sorry, I have shamed the guild. No, it's amazing that you came back safe and sound. As far as I know, you were the first one to come back alive from the Centennial Mission, expedition to Lingfang Zuoniazi. Hearing what Carlos the horse said, Gildarts knew that Carlos the horse was already mentally prepared for the failure of his mission, so he just smiled, and then said, I want to take a break, so I have to go back first. After speaking, Gildarts turned around to leave. At this moment Chen called Gildarts. Uncle, you wait first. What's the matter? I'm not in the mood to accept your challenge right now. Gildarts looked at Chen and sighed helplessly. Why is it so difficult to take a rest? Haha, uncle, you are still so conceited. The so-called challenge is launched by the weak against the strong. I consider myself a strong man not inferior to you, so I can only call it a fight. Chen laughed loudly. The huge magic power of the true ancestor above the dragon veins of the earth boiled directly, shaking the entire guild, but in just a few seconds, Chen withdrew the magic power and spoke. But not now. If you really want to fight, you will naturally need to fully recover, uncle. Chen's words caught everyone's attention. What does this mean? Does it mean that Gildarts just went to perform a 100-year mission and is too tired and needs to rest? But Gildarts understood the meaning of Chen's words, took a deep look at Chen, and then laughed too. Ha ha ha. Okay, then I look forward to having a good fight with you. Let's go. Where to? Nature helped you recover. You have a way. Of course, it doesn't matter. Thank you so much. No, after all, if you beat the uncle in this state, you won't win by force. 1. Chen and Gildarts walked out of the guild side by side, leaving behind everyone in the guild who was confused. What did the two of you just say? I do not know. It seems that the two are preparing to fight a battle. As that's so, isn't that a good show to watch? The strongest of the new generation will challenge the strongest of the previous generation. That's right. This must be a fight between dragons and tigers. Speaking of which, is Chen stronger or Gildarts stronger? Nonsense. Of course it's Chen. No, definitely Gildarts. It's Chen. It's Gildarts. Chen. Gildarts. On the outskirts of Magnolia, a dilapidated BJFJ, small house, Chen and Gildarts became the first living people to appear in this dilapidated house in the first year. I said uncle, I still have to praise you, your words, I am the only one, are really well written. Advertisement. Ha ha ha, I was young and frivolous back then. Hearing Chen's compliment on the words hanging in the middle of the room, he couldn't help touching the back of his head and said in embarrassment. If you are young and not frivolous, you will be a young man in vain. Chen nodded, and then said to Gildarts. Okay, uncle, let me see your injury. Are you sure you'll be cured? Don't worry, among my awakened beasts, the 11th beast, White Steel of Water Essence, has a destructive healing ability that cannot be described as a cure, and can return all existence to its original posture, just like turning back time. As long as you're alive, you can be cured. Chen didn't care about Gildarts' question at all. Chen was very confident in the healing ability of the White Steel of Water Essence, which was enough to rival the reverse flow of time. Ha ha ha, I really have to thank you. You don't know that since I was seriously injured, my strength has dropped a lot. If I can be cured, that would be the best. As he said that, Gildarts tore off the cloak, and saw that his upper body was covered with bandages, and his left hand and left foot were completely replaced by wood. Tisk tisk, it's really a horrible injury, and there is still a magic power full of curse, ominous, destruction and darkness intertwined in the wound. Chen looked at Gildarts' injuries and couldn't help but be amazed. As expected of Gildarts, with such serious injuries, even the last few of the 10 wizard saints would probably die in an instant, but Gildarts not only did not die, but if he survived, he only paid the price of declining strength. That's right, it was this magic power that caused my injury to be unable to recover. If it weren't for my magic, which is an astonishingly destructive, shattering, I'm afraid I would have lost my life after being injured just because of this magic power. Gildarts couldn't help sighing. Thinking of the black dragon full of ominousness and destruction, Gildarts still couldn't help but shiver. If possible, he would never want to see it again. How can it be cured? Gildarts looked at Chen expectantly. Chen nodded. It's nothing. Come into the world. Beast no. 11. White Steel of Water Essence. As Chen's magic power surged, a water demon with a beautiful female upper body, a blue-white giant snake's lower body and long hair composed of countless snakes appeared in front of them. Stuck on the White Steel of Water Essence summoned by Chen, Gildarts couldn't help sighing. Even if it's not the first time I see it, I'm still shocked, it's really powerful magic. Chen didn't care about Gildarts' sigh at all, and just gave an order to the White Steel of Water Essence. Water Essence of White Steel. After receiving the order from Chen, Gang of Water Essence began to use his ability to heal Gildarts. A moment later, Gildarts seemed to go back in time, the lost left hand and left foot grew back directly, and the severely injured internal organs were also healed by the White Steel of Water Essence, and recovered as before. How about it? Seeing that Gildarts had basically recovered, Chen put away the Water Essence White Steel and asked Gildarts. Gildarts didn't reply, but looked at his left hand and left foot in disbelief, and clenched his fist hard, feeling the fully recovered strength. Already? Fully recovered? Really? Then our battle can be put on the agenda. Okay. Then 3 days later. 3 days later, on the outskirts of Magnolia, let's have a good fight. No problem. Just 3 days later, both Chen and Gildarts' eyes released extremely fiery fighting intent. Chen wanted to let everyone know that he is the strongest in Fairy Tail. Gildarts can always be his stepping stone. As for Gildarts, because he has returned to the top, he wants to let off steam and have a hearty battle. Now his opponent is only Chen in front of him. After all, Carlos the horse is old and not in good health, so he can't do it if he can. As for Erza, Mirajan, Mistgang, forget it, it's not that Gildarts underestimated them, they are still too young, but Chen, which made him feel threatened. 3 days later, a showdown will be held. Chapter 114 The Strongest Contest. Chapter 114 The Strongest Contest. 3 days later, on a deserted island dozens of nautical miles away from the seaside city of Magnolia, the entire fairy tale guild came out to watch the battle between Chen and the strongest of the old and new generations of Gildarts. This isolated island is a place where fairy tale powerhouses often compete. Although it is not stated explicitly, the entire magic world assumes that this is fairy tale's territory by default, so. On this isolated island, the strong of fairy tale can fight unscrupulously without any scruples. At this time, 2 tall and straight figures were facing each other, one of them had an orange back hair, a little stubble on his chin, and was wearing a dark green cloak. A true portrayal of words. The other person's handsome face is slightly lazy, but his eyes are sharp, his behavior is chic, but his gestures are like everyone's. I miss you so much. I haven't been here for 4 or 5 years, right? Looking at the deserted island, Gildarts couldn't help sighing. I said, uncle, what's there to sigh about? You are not an old man who is dying, you will sigh when you revisit your old place. Chen couldn't help rolling his eyes at Gildarts, exclamation. Young people nowadays are really not cute. Gildarts couldn't laugh or cry when he heard Chen's words. I said, uncle, it's getting late, let's start. I woke up early today to meditate, and after the fight, I want to hug my Mira and go back to sleep. Ha ha ha, young man, you are really motivated. Looking at Chen's exaggeratedly young face, Gildarts sighed, and then said seriously. Chen, then next, it's time for the strong. After speaking, Gildarts put away his cynical smile, and powerful pure white magic power shot up from his body, instantly disrupting the entire sea area. As expected of an uncle, his strength is really not impressive, but it's not enough to make me look ugly just by this. As the voice fell, the same huge purple-black magic power lingered on Chen's body, expanding unscrupulously towards the surroundings, and everything it passed began to shatter. In the distance, everyone in Fairy Tale, who was protected by the magic power of Carlos the horse, looked at the 2 people looking at each other, and personally felt the 2 terrifying magic powers, which completely disturbed the surrounding atmosphere, even the ground under their feet the islands began to tremble non-stop. Advertisement. FK, these 2 are monsters. Feeling the strength of the 2, Gray couldn't help sighing as he watched the slightly trembling hands and then clenched his fists fiercely in the next second. It's amazing, it's really amazing, this is what I want to fight. Natsu is still optimistic and cheerful, even if he is shocked by the powerful magic power of the 2, he still never let go of his desire to challenge the 2. I said, you can still laugh, this magic power is too scary, right? Lucy couldn't help complaining. This is Gildarts, this is Chen. Erza tightly held the magic sword in her hand, her eyes burning with fighting intent. If not for the conditions, she would have rushed into the confrontation between the 2 and had a good fight. Isn't it the first time you've seen Chen's strength, so there's no need to be so surprised. Mirajan looked at the expressions of other people who had just seen a ghost, and turned into a Tukao star. Hey, I can't help it. Lissana stuck out her tongue, hugged Mirajan playfully and said coquettishly. Grandpa President, Brother Chen and Uncle Gildarts, who is stronger? Wendy looked at Chen and Gildarts, then turned her head to look at the groom Carlo, who was sitting cross-legged on the rock with a dignified look, and asked in a low voice. Sorry, Wendy, whether it's Gildarts or Chen, the strength is already unimaginably strong, but from the perspective of the old man, the strength of the 2 is between equals, which one is stronger and which is weaker? No. Ma Karloff originally looked at the 2 without saying a word, but when he heard Wendy's words, he turned his head to look at Wendy, then at Chen and Gildarts, and said something nonsense. Boom. In the arena, as the momentum of the 2 was evenly matched, Chen and Gildarts struck at the same time, and the 2 rushed to each other at the same time, and then they both swung their right fists that condensed powerful magic power at the same time. Hit together. Boom. With the collision of the 2 people's magic power, a deafening sound resounded through the world, and then a powerful shock wave directly swept across the entire isolated island. The isolated island, which was trembling because of the explosion of the 2 people's magic power, seemed to be going through a 7th-level catastrophe at this moment. It was like an earthquake, and the shaking made people unable to stand still. Ask for flowers. Advertisement. Chen and Gildarts were also knocked back by the impact, but after standing still for a while, they fought together again. Boom, 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 boom. Every time Chen and Gildarts fight, a super strong shock wave will be formed and spread towards the surroundings. There will be continuous waves of air that will roll up the stones on the isolated island, shatter them in midair, and turn them into gravel and dust. Is it too exaggerated? Natsu, who was originally optimistic, was also dumbfounded at the scene in front of him, and everyone couldn't help wiping off a cold sweat. If it wasn't for the fact that Ma Karloff stood at the front of the crowd and blocked all the aftermath, or just the aftermath of the battle between Chen and Gildarts, one of the mages present counted as 1, and there were only a handful of them who could bear it. Both of them haven't gotten serious yet, they're just doing warm-up exercises. At some point, Mistgang had come to the front of the crowd. His whole body was covered, so that people could not see his expression clearly, but just the words of the other party made everyone feel an indescribable solemnity. No way. Is this just a warm-up exercise? Fairy tale sorcerers were stunned when they heard Mistgang's words. This almost turned the entire island upside down. It was just a warm-up exercise. Didn't you find out? Whether it's Yi Chen or Uncle Gildarts, they are only using the most basic boxing skills at the moment, and they haven't used the others at all. Yi Chen's beast, Susano, and Uncle Gildarts, shattering magic, neither of them have used it at the moment. Erza and Mirajan then explained to everyone. That's right, it's true, but just the warm-up exercise is so scary, so if it's serious, wouldn't it be a catastrophe? For sure, after all, the two who fought against each other, one is the strongest Yi Chen of the young generation, and the other is the strongest Gildarts of the middle-aged generation who has been the strongest in fairy tale for more than 10 years. All the mages present side affirmatively at the strength of the two, and at this moment, someone suddenly asked weakly. If the two really had a real fight, would we be in danger? Quote. J. Chapter 115 Restraining the Beasts. Chapter 115 Restraining the Beasts. Everyone who asked this question looked at each other in blank dismay, and then everyone turned their attention to the horseman Carlo in the front. After all, among all the people present, only the horseman Carlo was known as the Holy Cross. Don't worry, although the old man is no longer the opponent of the big and small monsters, it is still no problem to protect everyone in the aftermath of the fight between the two. Ma Karloff felt the gaze cast from behind, and comforted him without looking back. Boom. The moment Karloff Ma finished speaking, it was as if he had deliberately slapped Karloff Ma in the face. A super shock wave far surpassed that before, almost overturning Carlo Maverick's magic shield. Damn it, these two guys. Ma Karloff managed to stabilize the crumbling shield on September 27th. He couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead and muttered in a low voice. Grandpa, let me help you. Erza put away the magic sword and came to the horse Carlo to help the horse stabilize the magic shield. Seeing this, Mirajan came to help without hesitation. The most uncomfortable thing in the field was Mistgang. Feeling the slightly suspicious eyes from everyone behind him, Mr. Gang almost blew up his family. Damn, lousy as from Idellas, where is the magic in his body? Fortunately, Mistgang's character in the guild is mysterious and withdrawn, so everyone didn't think much about it and continued to watch the battle. Not bad, Xiaoya. Gildarts rubbed his swollen cheeks from Yi Chen's punch, and couldn't help sighing. Uncle is really strong. Yi Chen shook his aching arm from being hit by Gildarts' whipped leg, and he also sighed in admiration. You must know that the body of the true ancestor of the vampire has been baptized with endless magic power, and its physical strength. Even Natsu is famous for its physical strength. The world-famous Dragon Slayer is not as good. But this level of physical body, under the protection of magic power, still hurts unceasingly from this whip kick, which shows how strong Gildarts is. It's almost there, Uncle, let's stop here for the test. Advertisement. Yi Chen clenched his fists and made a provocative gesture towards Kilworth. Next, it's time to get serious. That's right. But are you sure you don't want to stop here? If the fight continues, I may not be able to accept the residence. Gildarts sighed, but what he said made Yi Chen frown. What do you mean? You mean, if you do your best, you will definitely defeat me. Thinking of this, Yi Chen felt uncomfortable. Ha 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 ha, me too. Next, I won't hold back, Uncle Yin. Come into the world, the number one beast, King Kong of the God Sheep. Come into the world, the third beast, Quicksilver of the Dragon Snake. Come to the world, the fourth beast, the Silver Mist of the Carapace. Come into the world, Beast No. 5. The Gold of the Lion. Come into the world, Beast No. 6. The Rainbow Flame of Mingji. Come into the world, Beast No. 7. The Black Sword of Yemo. Come into the world, Beast No. 9. Deep Scarlet with 2 horns. Come into the world, Beast No. 11. White Steel of Water Essence. Come into the world, Beast No. 12. Ice of the Enchantress. The magic power in Yi Chen's whole body was agitated, and the super magic power burst out instantly like a mountain roar and a tsunami. The purple-black magic power went straight into the sky like a wolf smoke. All the beasts were summoned. As soon as the 9 great beasts appeared, they roared one after another. The huge magic power of the ancestor-level beasts rose up, echoing Yi Chen's own magic power, making Yi Chen look like a god and demon at this moment. What a terrifying beast. I can't believe I haven't seen you in 3 years, Yi Chen, you boy has grown to such a degree. Advertisement. Gildarts looked solemnly at the 9 beasts in front of him, and Yi Chen who was surrounded by the 9 beasts. Then, a powerful magic force that was equally powerful enough to break mountains and rivers and reverse the flow of rivers erupted from Gildarts' strong body come out. The sky is roaring, the sea is roaring, and the deserted island is shaking violently continuously, cracking one after another bottomless cracks, and countless stones are floating up one after another under the impact of the powerful magic power of the two of them, as if they have escaped from gravity, ups and downs with the magic power of the two, constantly smashed. Boom. Under the collision of these 11 powerful magical powers, the entire isolated island was overwhelmed, and it split directly from the middle. A bottomless, abyss-like crack appeared in front of the two of them, but this it does not affect the fighting spirit of the two. Let's fight. X2. The battle between the strongest of the young and young generations in fairy tale, with countless seawater pouring into the cracks of the abyss and making rumbling noises, officially begins. The lion's gold roar. Called by Yi Chen, Lion's Gold leapt up, turned into a beam of thunder, flew high into the sky, and landed wolf towards where Giles was. Breaking evil and showing righteousness uppercut. Gildarts will not do Fire Dragon's Iron Fist, Fire Dragon's Wing Attack, Fire Dragon's Flaming Elbow, Fire Dragon's Swordhorn and other fancy attacks like Natsu. Gildarts' attacks have already been simplified. To the point of returning to the basics, every punch, every kick is his trick, his unique skill. It's just because just talking about punches and kicks doesn't sound imposing, so Gildarts directly added the prefix of breaking evil and showing righteousness before the punches and kicks to make his daily punches look more imposing. However, even though it was just an ordinary punch, under the blessing of 2.4 Gildarts' own strength, just one punch blocked the blow of Lion's Gold charge, and with the blessing of Gildarts' magic power characteristic of crushing magic, bright streaks appeared on the huge body of Lion's Gold. No way. Yi Chen stared at the bright lines that appeared on Lion Jujin's huge body, and had a bad feeling. Boom. Sure enough, with the eruption of the magic power on Gildarts' fist, the Lion's Gold emitted a dazzling white light. In the next second, the Lion's Gold was broken down by Gildarts into countless magic power fragments, scattered all over the place. It seems that my magic can restrain your beast. Gildarts extended his steaming right fist towards Yi Chen and said with a smile. Chapter 116. Chapter 116. Really? Why don't you look at the location of the Lion's Gold? Yi Chen smiled faintly. He didn't care about Gildarts' words at all. Instead, he motioned to Gildarts to see where the Lion's Gold was just now. Gildarts turned his head subconsciously, and saw the Lion's Gold that had been transformed into countless fragments by his shattering magic. At this moment, all the fragments lighted up slightly, and in the next second, countless fragments turned into thunderbolts, flying in midair gather together and become the Lion's Gold again. Roar. Lion's Gold let out a roar, and then a ray of magic power shot out from Lion's Gold's mouth, containing the magic power of endless thunder. Wherever it passed, the earth turned into magma. A dark red trace, like a scar, remained on this deserted island that had been devastated. At the end of the trace, the right hand stretches forward, the left hand rests on the right hand, relying on smashing the magic rays of the Lion's Gold into nothingness. 19 Gildarts. It's really amazing. It can be recondensed from my decomposition on its own. Gildarts said with a twitching corner of his mouth. This is really the first time he has seen such a situation. Ha ha ha, uncle, don't forget that my beast is a collection of magic power, and how can magic power have a shape? The shape of the lion you see is just the shape that the Lion's Gold wants to show. To put it bluntly, the beast has no form, it is just a mass of magical power that manifests itself. Yi Chen couldn't help but look pale. He found that his beast was simply Tionk Gildarts, shattering magic. Then this time, it's really bad. Gildarts shook his hands. He found that he really didn't have the means to restrain Yi Chen's beasts. If he wanted to destroy Yi Chen's beasts, he had to break them down into the most basic magic factors. Gildarts didn't believe it, have been decomposed into the most basic magic factors, and Yi Chen's beasts can still be restored. But in that case, the consumption of Gildarts himself is also very large, so Gildarts had the same idea as Jose, who was once the ruler of ghosts, that is to give up the beasts and go straight to Yi Chen, the yellow dragon. The deep crimson of the two horns. Unfortunately, without waiting for Gildarts to act, Yi Chen had already taken the lead. Advertisement. Shi la la. The two horns on the top of Deep Crimson's head glowed red, and then a super strong vibration wave was released towards Gildarts. Even the atmosphere showed a vibration form visible to the naked eye. Cut. Trouble. Breaking evil and showing righteousness. Point straight fist. Gildarts secretly cursed Yi Chen. This kid doesn't talk about martial arts, and he came again before he could fight back, but he didn't slow down and directly punched out the fist that condensed his own magic power. The pure white fist-shaped magic power collided with the vibration wave of the two-horn Deep Crimson in midair, and then the entire atmosphere nearby was like a stone being dropped on the surface of a lake, causing waves of ripples. Mercury of the Dragon Snake. The Lion's Gold. The Rainbow Flame of Mingji. The Black Sword of Yemo. The Deep Crimson of the Two Horns. The Ice of the Enchantress. Yi Chen gave orders to the beasts one after another, and then all the more aggressive beasts showed their characteristics one after another, beating Gildarts into a mess. The space devouring of the dragon and snake's mercury, the Lion's Gold's thunder manipulation, the scorpion's rainbow flame cutting off the cause and effect, the black sword of Yemo's gravity control, the double-horned deep scarlet's overfrequency vibration, the enchantress's blue ice freezing all things, any one taken out alone is an extremely powerful ability. But now users of these abilities are attacking Gildarts as if they don't want money, and Gildarts is just a little embarrassed, which shows how powerful Gildarts is. King Kong of the Sheep. Silver Mist of the Carapace. Water Essence of White Steel. Advertisement. Under Yi Chen's order, the beasts whose abilities were more focused on assisting directly spit out magic rays, attacking Gildarts crazily with the purest and most violent attacks. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. This brat can release an attack of this strength for so long. How much magic power does this brat have? Gildarts dodged left and right, trying to avoid the attacks of the beasts. If it was unavoidable, he blocked the attacks of the beasts with his shattering magic, but even so, Gildarts was speechless for a while. An attack of this strength, if he came by himself, even 10 of them would have been squeezed out long ago. How can this brat Yi Chen look like a normal person? This is also the fact that after Yi Chen awakened the King Kong of the Sheep with the help of Ultir, his fusion degree has increased again, and all aspects have been greatly improved. In addition, he has absorbed everything from the countless black souls in the genesis of nothing, which increased Yi Chen's magic power even more. In terms of magic power, Yi Chen's magic power in the entire fairy tale world, one counts as one, and few can match it. Crack evil and show righteousness for a day. Gildarts blocked the golden thunder of the lion with his left hand, and disintegrated the ice-cold air of the enchantress with his right hand, and then burst out the magic power of his whole body, breaking through the dimensional devour of the mercury of the dragon and snake. With the black sword, the Hongyan of Mingji slashed down fiercely, and played his strongest trick. Gildarts could feel that among all the beasts, Pluto 473 Hongyan, the Valkyrie holding the black sword of Yemo, was the greatest threat to him, and the gravity control of the black sword of Yemo was all there are no dead ends in the direction, and the causal severance of the Valkyrie Mingji's Hongyan is even more mysterious. Therefore, after Gildarts barely blocked the lion's gold and the enchantress's blue ice, he fully faced the Pluto's Hongyan holding the black sword of Yemo. Boom! The terrifying impact spread crazily towards the surroundings, and the ground continued to shatter and sag. Mingji's rainbow flame combined with the attack of Yemo's black sword shattered instantly under Gildarts' one-day attack of attacking against evil, but Gildarts was also repelled by the recoil for tens of meters, and the ground flowed 2 deep plow marks. Comprehensive decomposition. Gildarts stabilized his figure, and directly released an indiscriminate, all-round smashing magic towards the approaching beasts. The pure white light unique to the smashing magic turned into a net, covering the beasts. King Kong of the God Sheep. Amid Yi Chen's angry shouts, King Kong of the Sheep used countless gem crystals to form a huge reflection barrier, blocking the front of the beasts. When Gildarts' attack hit the reflection barrier, a dazzling explosion erupted white light. Rich people can't open their eyes. Not good. Chapter 117 Fairy Tale wants to unify the magic world. Chapter 117 Fairy Tale wants to unify the magic world. Boom. In the next second, the reflection barrier of King Kong of the God Sheep actually reflected Gildarts' complete decomposition back, and Gildarts was so frightened that he immediately dodged in midair. He knew his tricks, and he didn't want to become thousands of mini Gildarts. The Quicksilver of the Dragon Snake. Seeing this, Yi Chen immediately took advantage of Gildarts' inconvenient dodge in midair, allowing Quicksilver to attack. Wait, I admit defeat. Gildarts yelled directly in midair, then raised his hands in the air, beckoning himself to surrender. Holy crap! Yi Chen was in high spirits at the moment. When he heard Gildarts' words, he almost flinched. But Yi Chen also realized that if the fight continued, it might be hard to stop. This deserted island would probably sink, and by then, it would be very difficult for everyone to end. Dragon Snake Mercury. Thinking of this, Yi Chen immediately greeted the dragon and snake's Mercury, and then took all the beasts back into his body. Boy Yi Chen, I didn't expect you to be so strong now, and I am no longer your opponent. Gildarts laughed and walked over, and when he came to Yi Chen, he stroked the back of his head and praised. Uncle, you haven't tried your best yet. Ha ha ha, maybe, who knows. Yi Chen looked at Gildarts seriously, but Gildarts didn't reply, just laughed and slapped and walked towards the direction where Mrs. Carlo and the others were. Cut. Seeing the back of Gildarts going away, Yi Chen could only groan in displeasure, but he also knew the seriousness, so he had no choice but to follow behind Gildarts towards everyone who was coming up. Why did you stop playing all of a sudden? As soon as Gray saw Yi Chen and Gildarts, he couldn't help asking the inner questions of everyone present. Ha ha ha, sorry, I am no match at all, so I surrender 10. Advertisement. Gildarts didn't feel embarrassed at all, he just laughed and said about his surrender, which directly stunned everyone. No way, Gildarts actually surrendered. This is Uncle. How could Uncle lose? It's unbelievable, it's too unbelievable, pinch me to see if I'm in a dream. As expected, Yi Chen is the strongest. The waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Haha, isn't this better? The next generation is stronger than the previous generation, doesn't that mean Fairy Tale will be even stronger? That's right. Speaking of which, the young Fairy Tale mages of this generation seem to be ridiculously strong. Needless to say, Yi Chen, Laxus, Mirajan, Erza, Mr. Gang, each of them is a rare opponent. Natsu, Gray, Gajil, Kana, Fried, etc., are also among the best. Yeah, it's really hard to imagine how strong Fairy Tale will be if everyone grows up a few more years. Maybe it will be strong enough to unify the magic world. Ha ha ha, that's right, it's definitely possible. Everyone who had heard that Gildarts had taken the initiative to admit defeat quickly let go of the shock, and instead started talking about how powerful the Fairy Tale should be in the future. Don't listen to Uncle's nonsense. Uncle was afraid that if he continued to fight, he would not be able to stop, so he took the initiative to admit defeat. I don't think I've defeated Uncle. That's right, Uncle. Ha 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 ha, who knows? Facing Yi Chen's words, Gildarts just laughed and didn't answer at all. Yi Chen's words let the mages who were originally defeated because of Gildarts breathe a sigh of relief. Although they didn't say anything, everyone was worried about Gildarts voluntarily admitting defeat. Let go of your grudges. Let me just say, he's Gildarts, how could it be so easy to admit defeat? That's right, Gildarts just didn't want to fight to the point where it was difficult to deal with, so he took the initiative to admit defeat. Ha ha ha, Gildarts deserves to be Gildarts, they don't care about winning or losing at all. Advertisement. A few days later, on a rainy day, Yi Chen was sitting with Gildarts at the Fairy Tale Guild Tavern, chatting. Speaking of which, Uncle, how much stronger do you think your last feather Acnologia is than you? Ah, why did you suddenly ask this? Gildarts was still drinking happily, but when he heard Yi Chen's words, he was suddenly stunned, then he put down his glass and asked with a solemn expression. I have a hunch that sooner or later we will encounter this black dragon named Acnologia the Last Feather again. Why? Yi Chen took a sip of the wine in his glass and said. Well, I hope I don't encounter it again, as long as I have seen it once, I definitely don't want to see it a second time. Quote. Percent. Z% 1% at. Thinking about it now, my body is shaking constantly. Gildarts raised his hand that was trembling slightly at the moment, and said to Yi Chen with serious eyes. Have you seen it? Even when I think of its figure, my body starts to tremble unconsciously. This is not excitement, but the deepest fear in my body. Really, but uncle, people, there will be a time when you need to face your own fears. At that time, you have to give it a go. Yes, so, tell me what kind of guy Acnologia is. Yi Chen asked, although he knew some information about Acnologia from the anime, but at that time he only saw the end of Tartaros and the disbandment of Fairy Tail. So you must know something about Acnologia and be prepared. Okay, then I'll talk to you. Acnologia, that is a body covered with black scales, and there are mysterious patterns on the scales. Just seeing it for the first time, without words, you will know that it is the legendary Acnologia, the final feather. Powerful, dark, ominous, fierce, it can be said that it is an existence beyond human imagination. I dare to swear that in this world, there is absolutely no existence that can fight against it. Its power is beyond imagination. Gildarts showed fear on his face, clenched his slightly trembling fists, and said seriously to Yi Chen whose eyes were burning with fierce fighting intent. So, the first time you see it in the future, you must run away immediately. There is absolutely no chance of winning against Acnologia. Chapter 118 War Between Two Worlds. Chapter 118 War Between Two Realms. Ha ha ha, don't worry, uncle, I cherish my little life very much. Yi Chen laughed and just turned around and walked towards the gate of the guild. Would Acnologia be able to kill the prime ancestor with eternal life and an immortal body? At the gate of the guild, Yi Chen stretched out his hand, looked at the rainwater continuously gathering in his palm, and muttered to himself. Cut, Acnologia. Yi Chen was directly inferior to the continuous rain curtain, and quickly disappeared into the night. On the other side, at the corner of Magnolia, Wendy hugged Carla in one hand and held an umbrella in the other, humming a light tune and walking towards the guild. Suddenly, in the rain, a figure walked towards this side, and then stood in front of Wendy and Carla. Who, Wendy, I didn't expect you to join this guild. As Mistogan said, he took off the hood and bib that had been tightly wrapped all the time, and squatted down. You are, Jelal. Wendy couldn't help covering her mouth with a look of disbelief. Jelal. Carla, who was held in Wendy's arms, often heard Wendy mentioning this person's name, because it was he who entrusted Wendy to President Robin Liu. 113 Well, in Fairy Tail, my name is Mistogan. 7 years ago, I didn't know much about this world, so I called myself Jelal. Sorry, I haven't visited you all these years. Are you the Jelal from 7 years ago? I've always wanted to see you again. Wendy involuntarily let go of Carla, and threw herself into Mistgang's chest with tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Now is not the time to say these words, you leave here immediately. Why? My mission has failed, the FCK has grown too big for me to control on my own, and the city will soon be gone. What's the matter? I don't understand you at all. Advertisement. I don't have time to elaborate, everything will end, after all, I can't get rid of the fate of extinction, but I at least hope to save you. What about Fairy Tail? What about everyone in the guild? All will die, all will die. Wendy ran towards Fairy Tail immediately after hearing Mistogan's words. Wendy, I'm going to inform everyone. Yi Chen big brother is so powerful. Surely he can stop this. Don't go. If you are alone, you can still get out of here. Mistogan just wanted to stop Wendy, but BJFD seemed to be injured and fell to the ground. No, there's no way I'm leaving alone. Because I'm already part of Fairy Tail. At this moment, the sky suddenly began to change. A vortex appeared in the thick dark clouds. The vortex was constantly expanding, and a shining spot of light gradually appeared in the center of the vortex. Hindi, who was running, also noticed this, and realized that what Mistogan said was true, and quickened her pace again. Wendy. Mr. Gang knelt on the ground, covered his mouth, looked at Wendy who was going away, and stretched out his hand to say something, but in the end he didn't say much, and passed out. 1 second before he fainted, Sestergang recalled in his mind what Yi Chen said to him a few days ago. Mr. Gang, I know that you are not from this world, but from the world of Idellas, the opposite plane of Aslant's world. People in your world are born without magical powers, right? That day Yi Chen stopped Mistgang on the outskirts of Magnolia, and opened his mouth to Mr. Gang. It was all discovered by you. Mistgang didn't deny it, but just took off his veil and was frank with Yi Chen. Then in the strongest fairy contest, you suddenly possessed magical powers. It should be the work of the Jelal of this world. That's right. You came to this world to stop the super subspace magic, AFCK, right? You know this as well. Mr. Gang was shocked when Yi Chen knew his purpose. Regarding the fact that he knew that he was Jelal from the world of Dellas, in the Fairy Tail Guild, Carlos the Horse knew, Poliusica knew, and Laxus was also there. No by chance. Advertisement. So although I don't know where Yi Chen knew about it, Mistgang was not surprised. But Yi Chen even knew that he came to this world to stop the super subspace magic, AFCK, that surprised him. Not only that, I also know that the magic power of Idellas is about to run out, so the Lord of Idellas wants to plunder the magic power of Aslan's world through the super subspace magic, AFCK. Yes, because the super subspace magic, AFCK, is the magic that plunders the magical life in the world of Esland. I don't want to see these fearless sacrifices, that's why I came to the world of Aslan to stop the super subspace space magic, AFCK. Hearing Mistgang's words, Yi Chen smiled contemptuously, and Zixigang was taken aback when he saw it. What are you laughing at? Is it funny? No, I'm just laughing at the fact that the king of the Della's world is overreaching. Don't rush to refute me. Seeing that Mistgang was about to say something more, Yi Chen waved his hand directly to signal him not to speak. Let's do a set of comparisons first. We have many strong people in the world of Aslant. Let's say that in the Ishgar continent, you know how strong S-level magicians are, but how many S-level magicians are there in the entire Ishgar continent? Sir, do you know? Super S-class mages who are higher than S-class mages, and even the top powerhouses of the Holy 10 level, if this kind of combat power appears in the world of Idellas, is it appropriate? 40 or 50 strongmen of this level can only be found in our Ishgar continent, let alone 40 or 50, not to mention the strong Ishgar 4 heavenly kings who can already be called non-human. Strong. As far as I know, there are as many as 7 or 8 people at this level. Not to mention, there is the Alvarez Empire in the Western continent, which is far more powerful than the Ishgar continent. It is a super magic military empire formed by 730 guilds. No one knows how many powerful people there are. However, the council alone can only use the time-space destruction magic, Eddie Leon shock, and some unexplainable threats of magic pulse bombs that will die together, which makes the Alvarez Empire dare not take action against the Ishgar continent. Quote. This alone is enough to prove that the strength of the Alvarez Empire is far above the continent of Ishgar. Facing the threat from other worlds, it is very likely that the two continents will join forces to wage war on the world of Eldellas. In the current world of Idellas, magic power is lacking, and it is even about to disappear, while in the world of Aslant, magic power is abundant, and magic is prevalent. But don't you think the powerhouses in the Aslant world won't respond? At that time, it will be the time for the destruction of the world of Dellas, so if you stop the super subspace magic, FCK, you are not saving the life of the world of Aslant, but the world of Dellas. Seeing what Mistgang was going to say, Yi Chen waved his hand and said. Don't say that no one knows that the world of Idellas manipulates super subspace magic, AFCK, and not many people know the existence of the world of Idellas. But you see, even I know the existence of the world of Idellas, so how many people in this world do you think will know the existence of the world of Idellas?